Sheng Wanyan agreed, as the engagement would benefit both parties, and the whole process would take at least half a year. Tingxiao's job only allowed for 1 or 2 vacations a year, and if they delayed further, he might be 30 by the time they got engaged. Through their correspondence over the past 6 months, she had to admit he was an exceptional person, suitable to be a husband, and she had the confidence to start over if needed. Since that was the case, it was better to be straightforward and not keep someone waiting, wasting their feelings. The decision was made, and when Tingxiao visited the next day, Sheng's mother planned to bring it up. Tingxiao had no idea that what he had been longing for was being arranged by the Sheng family. If he knew, he would have visited right away. He had hinted several times in his letters about his family's intention to get engaged, but the girl had always politely declined. He understood her worries and knew he couldn't pressure her. After all, if she got scared away, where would he find such a wonderful partner? He could only wait patiently and occasionally mention related topics to leave an impression on her. Sheng Wanyan returned to her room and opened Tingxiao's bag, which was packed full. As she took out the items one by one, she finally understood why it was so heavy. Tingxiao had gathered all sorts of precious things for her. There were 3 beautiful dresses in her favorite colors, blue and red, including a long one. Also, a pair of dress shoes, a pair of sneakers, and a bright red wool coat. These were all bought through connections at a shopping mall in Kyoto, along with many lovely hair clips. He included 3 cans of milk powder, 5 cans of fruit, and special milk powder he had someone bring from Kyoto, along with white rabbit candy. All of this was meant to help her regain her strength. He had noticed how thin her waist was when he held her last time. She needed to take care of herself. What if something happened in the future? Sheng Wanyan opened the handkerchief and found a watch inside. The watch was simple yet elegant, and Tingxiao knew exactly what suited her best. This watch was also from the overseas Chinese market in Kyoto, a valuable item. Inside the cloth bag, there was also an envelope, which contained money from Tingxiao. He had slipped it in while she was in the restroom during their meal. It was his salary and bonus from the past 2 months. Sheng Wanyan counted the money and found 100 yuan, along with many national tickets. Tingxiao sent himself money every month, keeping none for himself. He had even reminded her several times in his letters to keep 5 yuan on hand for emergencies, otherwise, he would end up completely broke after dating. Sheng Wanyan carefully put everything away, not touching a single cent of Tingxiao's money. His generosity towards himself was one thing, but in a relationship, it should be equal, especially since they weren't married yet. She couldn't spend all his hard-earned money. After all, this was his salary earned through great risk and effort. Giving is one thing, but how one manages their own finances is another. Sheng Wanyan added up the money Tingxiao had sent her over the past 6 months, totaling about 450 yuan, along with many national tickets she hadn't used. National tickets don't expire, so she could keep them for future needs. Since she didn't lack supplies, she could also keep them as a memento. The metal box contained not only Tingxiao's money, but also his letters from the past 6 months, especially the military stamps, which she had saved. Sheng Wanyan placed the metal box in her storage room, then ran outside to the peach tree to dig up 2 bottles of peach blossom wine. She had brewed this wine 2 months ago, and with a time difference in her space being 1:12, it had been exactly 2 years. Now was the perfect time to bring it out for her family to enjoy. Sheng Wanyan set the 2 bottles aside, waiting for the right opportunity to take them home. The next day, she organized some materials before leaving work, and by the time she left, the factory was nearly empty. As she went to get her bicycle, she unexpectedly saw Director Wang there. Director Wang was sitting on the back seat of her bicycle, clearly waiting for her. When he saw Sheng Wanyan approaching, he immediately stood up and walked over with a gentle smile, looking very warm. "Comrade Sheng Wanyan, off work?" Director Wang spoke softly, as if afraid of startling the beautiful woman in front of him. "Yes, hello, Director Wang. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." He was so excited just thinking about it that he wished he could immediately embrace the beauty to release his feelings. "Director Wang, a toad wants to eat swan meat. You should look in the mirror and see if you deserve it." Sheng Wanyan's tone was full of coldness, and her presence was overwhelming. Director Wang looked at her in surprise. Her aura was too similar to that of his own father. The pressure from her presence made him feel a bit breathless. Shaking his head, Director Wang recalled that he had investigated Sheng Wanyan's family. They were just a simple working-class family with no background. There was no way she could have such an imposing presence. It must be his illusion. Suppressing his doubts, Director Wang's expression darkened at her words. This Sheng Wanyan was too ungrateful. He had given her some respect, and she was taking advantage of it. Since that was the case, he no longer needed to maintain the gentlemanly image. He would deal with her directly and see how she would respond. Director Wang's intentions were clear to Sheng Wanyan. She had already thought of a way out. If he dared to cross the line, the electric baton in her bag was not just for show. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Director Wang kept getting closer, and Sheng Wanyan looked around. There was no one nearby, and the bike parking area was deep inside the factory. If something happened, she could shout, but the old man at the entrance might not hear her. This man was too shameless, thinking he could openly invade her space here. Director Wang, if you come any closer, I will have to call the police. Hearing this, Director Wang laughed heartily. He wasn't afraid of the so-called police in the capital. Why would he be afraid in a small city like Rongqing? Did she really think his family's influence was a joke? His grandfather worked in the government, and his father was the deputy mayor of the capital. Who would dare to arrest the son of the Wang family? Was he joking about his future? Oh, beauty, you are really interesting. Do you think I would be afraid? When the time comes and you find yourself in trouble, it's you, a young girl, who should be scared, not me. As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, he rushed forward to embrace her. Sheng Wanyan was prepared and waited for him to get close, ready to pull out her electric baton. Aha! Before Director Wang could touch her, he fell to the ground, clutching his waist and screaming. Sheng Wanyan looked up and saw Tingxiao filled with anger. Without saying a word, he pressed Director Wang to the ground and started hitting him fiercely, his eyes full of hostility, veins bulging on his fists as he struck Wang's face again and again. He was like a wild wolf, full of strength and showing no mercy. Ah! Let go of me. It hurts. Tingxiao ignored Wang's cries. He only wanted to get rid of this man. The thought of his little girl being targeted by someone like him and being here ready to harm her fueled his anger even more. He couldn't bear to see someone he carefully protected being threatened like this. He wished he could eliminate Director Wang, believing that only a dead man would never pose a threat again. Seeing Tingxiao's fierce determination, Sheng Wanyan quickly stepped in to stop him. Tingxiao was a soldier. He couldn't let someone like this take advantage of him. Tingxiao, stop. Sheng Wanyan grabbed his falling fist, and hearing her gentle voice brought him back to his senses. Tingxiao, it's not worth it for someone like him. Tingxiao looked at her with red eyes, and Sheng Wanyan hurriedly pulled him up. We'll let the police handle this. Tingxiao regained his composure, holding her hand tightly, his cold gaze fixed on the bleeding Director Wang lying on the ground. Wang had lost all his earlier bravado, now lying there and whining. You filthy soldier. Wang stumbled to his feet, shaking as he pointed at Tingxiao. But when he saw Tingxiao's face, he froze, fear filling his eyes. Tingxiao. In that moment, Wang felt like he could die. He dared to provoke anyone, but not the Gu family. Especially the third son of the Gu family, who was like a reckless wolf, ready to take a life at any moment. Growing up in the military district in Kyoto, Tingxiao was 9 years younger than him, but his fierce demeanor made all the kids in the area afraid. Moreover, the Gu family status in Kyoto demanded respect from everyone, especially Elder Gu, who was personally appointed as a founding general. Elder Mrs. Gu was once the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, a true Iron Lady. Even though she was retired now, her connections and influence were not to be underestimated. And then there was Tingxiao's father, the commander of the military district in Kyoto. His mother is the only daughter of the Wen family and works as the head of the finance team in the Ministry of Finance in the capital. Gu Tingxiao's grandfather, the old man of the Wen family, is currently the top leader in the Ministry of Finance. He was specifically invited back from retirement to oversee things. The old man holds significant economic power. Even Gu Tingxiao's father treats him with respect. The Wang family and the Gu family have had their share of conflicts, but publicly, the Wang family must bow to the Gu family. This is because the Gu family has a long history of loyalty and service to the country. Gu Tingxiao was assigned to Rongqing, where the Gu family's influence is evident, but he could only swallow his grievances. He never expected that Sheng Wanyan had a connection to Gu Tingxiao. Wang Chaofan, how dare you touch my woman? Gu Tingxiao recognized him immediately, and his anger grew. He knew exactly what kind of person Wang Chaofan was. In the past, when he tried to harm his cousin, she kicked him and sent him to the hospital. The Gu family couldn't tolerate such behavior. They couldn't let their women be bullied by someone like him. Once they learned of the incident, they took action, and Wang Chaofan had to go to labor reform. It was only through the Wang family's efforts that he ended up in Rongqing. Gu Tingxiao was shocked that the Wang family would handle things this way, secretly bringing him to Rongqing and making him a director, planning to harm his little girl. What a bold Wang family. Gu Tingxiao, please listen to me. Without saying a word, Gu Tingxiao stepped forward and broke his hand, taking him to the police station. This man does not deserve a good life. He must face the consequences of his actions. The Gu family will not let this matter go after how the Wang family handled the incident with his cousin. Gu Tingxiao, let me go. What do you want to do? Where are you taking me? Director Wang was genuinely scared. He knew the Gu family would not let him off for not going to the farm. Wait for me at home. I will come find you later. Gu Tingxiao did not forget about his little girl. He turned to reassure her, feeling warm at the worry in her eyes. Don't be afraid. There's nothing to worry about. Sheng Wanyan nodded. From Director Wang's earlier words, it seemed he knew Gu Tingxiao. I'll wait for you at home. Gu Tingxiao felt a warmth in his eyes when he heard the word home, thinking about how they would have a place of their own in the future. Okay. Wait for me at home. Sheng Wanyan rode away on her bicycle, and Gu Tingxiao watched her figure grow distant before he returned to his serious demeanor. Once she was gone, Gu Tingxiao's presence turned cold, and Director Wang realized he couldn't escape this time. He had worked hard to get his family to help him come to Rongqing, only to have it ruined by Sheng Wanyan. If he had known about her connection to Gu Tingxiao, he would never have thought of her. Without those thoughts, he could have remained the respected Director Wang, living a good life. But now it was too late. Gu Tingxiao had caught him, and there was no way he would let him go easily. The Gu family would also cause trouble for the Wang family. He should have listened to his father and kept a low profile in Rongqing. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, she took out 2 bottles of peach blossom wine and 3 wild rabbits from her space. When Gu Tingxiao came home, they could enjoy a drink together with her family. Sheng Wanyan arrived home to find her mother had already prepared dinner. Upon hearing that Gu Tingxiao was coming over, she had the wild rabbits all cleaned. Mom, I want spicy rabbit meat. Her mother shot her an annoyed glance. This daughter really only cared about eating. I think you'd rather have stir-fried meat with bamboo shoots. Though her mother said this, she still went to get dried chili peppers to make what her daughter liked. Sheng Wanyan smiled at this. Her mother was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, always trying to please her children. Women in this era often had a talent for cooking, which was fine for home cooking, but running a restaurant would be tough. She planned to open a shop in 1977 for her parents, selling whatever they could. She would hire 1 or 2 helpers so her parents could just count the money, as she would never let them continue working in the steel or textile factories. If necessary, they could enjoy retirement and travel. After working hard their whole lives, they deserved to relax in their later years. An hour later, Gu Tingxiao arrived at the Sheng family home, carrying several items. He had former comrades in the police department and connections through his uncle's family in Rongqing, so sending Director Wang away was not difficult. He just needed to maneuver a bit. Once he handed the man over to the police, stating he was evading labor reform, the police immediately understood what to do. Now, Wang Chaofan has an additional charge and can only be assigned to the toughest farm work. No one expected that the once powerful director Wang, who used to bully others, has now become a labor reform inmate. Just a moment ago, he looked down on his in-laws, who are also inmates, using this to pressure his wife with insults. Now, he has become the very person he despised the most, and this is something he cannot accept. When Gu Tingxiao arrived, Mrs. Sheng greeted him warmly, smiling as she welcomed him in. "You came, but why did you bring so many things?" Seeing the bags he carried, she couldn't help but comment. However, she was very happy. Gu Tingxiao bought so many items, which meant he cared for her daughter. "And it's not much. It's for you and uncle and for grandma and grandpa to help with their health." Mrs. Sheng's smile brightened at this. This boy really knows how to please others, and he truly matches her expectations. No wonder she chose him as her son-in-law at first sight. Just look at his handsome appearance and thoughtful nature. It's delightful. "Good boy, come in quickly and eat." Grandma Sheng also warmly took Gu Tingxiao's hand and sat him down. The meal was ready, just waiting for him. Grandpa Sheng and Mr. Sheng were already seated at the table, and Gu Tingxiao immediately greeted them. "Grandpa Sheng, Uncle Sheng."
Sit down, sit down."
Grandpa Sheng was very fond of Gu Tingxiao, but Mr. Sheng felt a bit uncomfortable. This kid, relying on his son's comrade status, has taken away his daughter. There's a saying that you shouldn't take advantage of a brother's wife, but can you take advantage of a brother's sister? This guy really knows how to get close to the situation and benefit from it. Even though Mr. Sheng was unhappy, he responded. After all, the whole family agreed, and his disagreement wouldn't matter. Moreover, his daughter liked this boy. Although he felt uncomfortable, he wouldn't hinder his daughter's pursuit of happiness. As long as he treats his daughter well in the future, he would naturally treat him like a son. But if he treats his daughter poorly, he would give up his job and return to the village to farm just to stand up for her. Come, try the spicy rabbit meat Aunt made. Yanyan always asks me to make it." Mrs. Sheng served him a rabbit leg, and Gu Tingxiao noted that Sheng Wanyan loved it. "Thank you, Aunt." Gu Tingxiao raised his bowl to accept it, and Sheng Wanyan, sitting beside her, quietly took a piece of rabbit meat to eat. She didn't love rabbit meat. She loved flavorful meat. She loves spicy food the most. Gu Tingxiao picked up a rabbit leg from his bowl and placed it in hers, making Sheng's mother smile with joy. It seems that her future son-in-law always keeps her daughter in mind, saving the best for her first. "Eat for yourself. There's more," she said. After all, she had brought back 3 rabbits, which meant there were 12 rabbit legs. "Xiao Gu, eat more. If she wants to eat, she can pick it up herself." Sheng's mother added another rabbit leg for him, and only then did Gu Tingxiao start eating. Come, try this peach blossom wine." As soon as Sheng Wanyan brought it back, Grandpa Sheng could already smell the sweet aroma of the wine. It was perfect timing since Gu Tingxiao was there. He could drink openly without worrying about Grandma Sheng. "Grandpa Sheng, Uncle Sheng, I'd like to propose a toast to you." Gu Tingxiao stood up with his wine glass raised, looking seriously at the Sheng family. "Cheers." The 3 men downed their drinks in one go. The wine was incredibly fragrant, leaving a delightful aftertaste. "Xiao Gu, you've been dating for about 6 months, right?" Sheng's mother began to subtly inquire about marriage, trying to understand Gu Tingxiao's thoughts and his family's views. About that, he replied. They started dating in August of last year, and now it was early February, so it had been over 5 months. "You're 27 this year, right? Has your family pressured you to get married?" Gu Tingxiao paused at this question and glanced at Sheng Wanyan, who was sitting next to him. Feeling his gaze, Sheng Wanyan looked up, sensing a hint of grievance in his eyes. Gu Tingxiao sighed internally. Of course, his family was urging him to marry, but the young lady wasn't ready yet. He had never met someone like her before. Independent and capable, not caring about societal expectations. He wished he could immediately have his family arrange a marriage, but since she hadn't agreed, he didn't dare to push. Gu Tingxiao stood up, looking seriously at the four elders of the Sheng family. Grandpa Sheng, Grandma Sheng, uncle and aunt. I am dating Wanyan with the intention of marriage, and my family hopes we can marry soon. As long as you agree to let Wanyan marry me, I will immediately send a telegram home to ask for her hand. I swear, with loyalty to my country, I will treat Wanyan well for the rest of my life, being faithful and caring for her. After saying this, Tingxiao saluted the four elders, his eyes filled with sincerity. Only he knows how nervous he is. His left hand is tightly clenched, and it's sweaty. His voice even trembles a bit. But he doesn't want to wait any longer. Wang Chaofan's situation has reminded him that the young girl is exceptional. Countless men want to develop a relationship with her. It's not that he lacks confidence in himself or in her. He just doesn't trust human nature. If he weren't there today, what would the young girl face? His heart is always tight with worry, fearing that when he's not around, she might encounter danger and he won't be able to protect her. He can only feel at ease by keeping her close. I ask you, uncle and aunt, to agree to let me marry Yenner. The Sheng family exchanged glances. This person has shown his sincerity and is just waiting for them to agree. Young Gu, our family is humble, and you are from the capital. I think your family background is not simple. Grandpa Sheng put down his cup and looked at the excellent young man before him. We only have 2 children, and I don't want my granddaughter to suffer after marriage. If your family has concerns about social status, then to be honest, we need to think about this marriage. As Yenner's grandfather, I only hope for her to be healthy and safe for her whole life. Although their family is humble, they do not sell their daughters for status. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and he doesn't want his granddaughter to regret marrying into a family that treats her poorly. Once a woman is married, her life revolves around family, men, and children. If she marries the wrong person, it could be a lifelong mistake. Grandpa Sheng, I assure you, our family will not have any concerns about social status. After Yenner marries me, I will take her with me on duty, and we won't see family often, just once or twice a year. He can't guarantee that she won't have disagreements with family members, as living under the same roof can lead to small conflicts. He has a sister-in-law and younger siblings, and everyone has different opinions, which can lead to arguments. But he will never let her suffer. He will protect his wife in any conflicts. He will not allow her to marry him and then be bullied by others while alone. If she doesn't want to stay at home, he will take her with him, returning only once or twice a year. His mother is fair and just. She won't mistreat her daughter-in-law, as she is quite busy with work. As long as the young girl has her wishes, he will respect them. Sheng Wanyan felt uneasy listening to Grandpa Sheng. Elders never ask how much money you make. They just hope you live a healthy and safe life. Grandpa Sheng usually didn't talk much at home, but he always thought about his family's needs. He nodded at his granddaughter's words. He couldn't provide her with a wealthy life, but he could protect her, and that was something he could do. Since that's the case, let's send a telegram to confirm your engagement, he said. Sheng's father scoffed, feeling like this was a favor to that brat. Thank you, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng. Thank you, uncle and aunt, Tingxiao said, relieved that the Sheng family agreed to the engagement. Sheng Wanyan listened to everything but wondered why no one asked for her opinion. As a key participant in this matter, she thought. Tingxiao glanced at her and noticed her confused expression, then quietly turned away. He had come with a purpose, and now that the Sheng family had laid out what he wanted, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Regardless of whether the young girl was willing, once they were married, he would ensure she loved him wholeheartedly. If being forceful didn't work, he would take a softer approach. If that didn't work, he would stay by her side. As his wife, she couldn't run away. It was just a matter of time. He admitted he was at a disadvantage in this relationship, but so what? What did he care about appearances in front of his future wife? Tingxiao shared several drinks with Grandpa Sheng and Sheng's father, while Sheng Wanyan, the main topic of discussion, realized the importance of participation. Tingxiao took her hand and placed it on his thigh, startling Sheng Wanyan. With family around, why was he acting so boldly? Looking around, She saw that no one was paying attention to them, and her hand under the table went unnoticed. Everyone enjoyed the meal, especially Tingxiao, who finished 2 bottles of peach blossom wine without showing any signs of intoxication. As Sheng Wanyan walked him downstairs, her mother waved goodbye with a smile. At this hour, everyone in the building was resting, and Tingxiao began to walk unsteadily. Sheng Wanyan was startled, thinking, is he drunk? He seemed fine just a moment ago. Tingxiao, are you drunk? Tingxiao shook his head, but his eyes looked a bit dazed, and Sheng Wanyan was sure he was intoxicated. Yan, what's wrong? Tingxiao shook his head and held the person beside him tightly, burying his face in her neck. His warm breath tickled her neck, making Sheng Wanyan shrink back a little. Tingxiao wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her back, holding her close. Sheng Wanyan looked around, worried someone might come down from upstairs. Someone might come down soon. She pushed against his chest, feeling his strong presence, and cheered inside.
She really wanted to
squeeze him a little. What should she do? Don't worry, I can hear well. Tingxiao, having had some drinks, was determined to be playful. Seeing a grown man trying so hard to be close to her made Sheng Wanyan feel a bit helpless. After holding her for a while, Tingxiao finally released her, looking satisfied. Yenner, I will send a telegram home tomorrow to arrange our engagement. Don't worry, I will treat you well and listen to you. Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile. She didn't mind getting married as long as he cared for her. Everything else was unimportant. Having someone who truly cares about you makes a big difference in life. She didn't lack money, resources, or ability. She just wanted a kindred spirit. Although she had an open mind, she hoped that once married, they wouldn't divorce. Then you must treat me well. If you don't treat me well, I will divorce you even after we marry. Sheng Wanyan warned him in advance. Men need to feel a sense of urgency. Otherwise, over time, their hearts can easily change. No matter how excellent or virtuous a woman is at home, men can be attracted to new things outside. She allowed for new experiences. That's natural, but whether one can maintain their boundaries is another matter. Upon hearing her words, Tingxiao tightened his grip around her waist. His little girl was so carefree. He wasn't sure if it was good for her to be so perceptive. It made him feel a heavy sense of urgency. He couldn't let her have the chance to leave him. He would ensure she stayed by his side for life.
Dream on, he said.
His little girl had quite the temper. He had no choice but to spoil her. Tingxiao wore a serious expression, looking at her with a hint of complaint, while Sheng Wanyan turned her head, biting her lip.
Please don't look at me like that.
Every time he did, she felt like she was bullying him. Tingxiao saw her precious and spoiled look, feeling both angry and amused. The young girl really had him under her control.
Please go back.
Sheng Wanyan pushed against his chest, urging him to rest and not to tempt her, a young lady yet to be married, especially after drinking. Okay, wait for me after work tomorrow. You should go up. Tingxiao was worried about her being alone. Even in the apartment building, he wanted to ensure her safety. Then I'll head back now.
All right.
Make sure to rest well. Tingxiao nodded with a smile, and Sheng Wanyan quickly went upstairs without looking back. He thought to himself that she was truly carefree, and her determined stride made him feel quite frustrated. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, her mother was organizing the items Tingxiao had brought, which were quite a lot. 3 pounds of pastries, 3 pounds of sunflower seeds, 3 pounds of walnuts, 5 cans of malt extract, 5 pounds of pork, 3 ribs, 3 wild chickens, 5 pounds of brown sugar, and 20 eggs. With such sincerity, Sheng's mother could guarantee that no other son-in-law in their apartment building could compare. Not just in the building, but probably in the entire city of Rongqing, very few could match this. A son-in-law bringing 2 pounds of meat was something to boast about in the whole village. Sheng's mother put everything away, giving each person a can of malt extract for nourishment. Sheng Wanyan took out the big white rabbit milk candies and fruit cans Tingxiao had given her. It was nice for the elders at home to have something sweet and nourishing. Moreover, the big white rabbit milk candy dissolved in water was very sweet, which Grandma Sheng particularly liked. The next day, when Sheng Wanyan returned to work at the factory, she was pulled by Wu Jiao to see the commotion. The police had come to the factory today to inform Director Wang that he was going to a labor camp. Director Wang's wife was there with their 3 daughters, causing a scene while everyone gathered to watch. What will we do now that my husband has been taken to a labor camp?
Wah.
The police looked at Director Wang's wife, whose parents were also in a labor camp, and now her husband was too. Their whole family had to go to the farm. Mrs. Wang Chaofan, please gather your things and go with Comrade Wang Chaofan to the farm. Hearing this, Director Wang's wife felt hopeless. She had planned to send some coarse grains to her parents at the farm each month, but now she was also a labor camp inmate. What would happen to her parents?
Mom.
Don't go. Mom, you should divorce Dad. He doesn't treat us well. Wah wah wah. Mom, does that mean we won't have a dad anymore? Director Wang's 3 daughters hugged her and cried. Hearing their words, Wang's wife felt a bit shaken. She thought she could rely on her husband's job, and even if he mistreated her, she could secretly help her parents on the farm. But now, if she went to the farm, what would happen to her parents?
Mom.
Don't go. Mom, you should divorce Dad. He doesn't treat us well. Wah wah wah. Mom. Wang's wife didn't know what to do, and could only cry with her 3 daughters. Does she really have to divorce her husband and cut ties? But if she does that, how will she support her 3 daughters? Wang's wife felt helpless, sitting on the ground in a daze. Who can help her? What should she do? Everyone saw the sad situation of the mother and daughters and felt some sympathy, but since Director Wang had caused trouble, no one dared to help. In this era, people believed that anyone sent to the farm was not a good person. It was hard to understand why such a promising person like Director Wang would get into trouble. Was life too easy for him? He could suffer himself, but now he was dragging his wife and daughters into suffering too. After crying and thinking it over, Wang's wife ultimately chose to go to the farm with Director Wang. She couldn't manage alone with 3 daughters, and where could she go with them? Having parents who were criminals was already enough to make her life unbearable. She didn't have a penny to her name, and it was impossible to survive with 3 daughters unless she remarried. But who would want the daughter of a criminal? At least if she went to the farm with her husband, she would have someone to help support the family. As long as she worked hard, they could survive. Plus, there would be support from the Wang family. Their status meant they wouldn't abandon her husband. But she didn't know that her trusted husband would divorce her after going to the farm and get involved with the village chief's daughter. The village chief's family, aware of Wang Chaofan's background, turned a blind eye and agreed. The mother and daughters were bullied every day, and she worked herself to exhaustion. Her 3 daughters were sold by Director Wang to become brides for others, with the youngest even becoming a child bride, seeking fortune through sacrifice. If she didn't make this decision, her 3 daughters would still be the granddaughters of the Wang family, and they would never be neglected. At the very least, they would find a good family to marry into, one that would benefit their own family. But since their father sold them, the elders of the Wang family could only let it happen. After all, girls are not as important as boys. We're going with your father.
Mom.
The 3 daughters looked at her in disbelief, but their mother had made her decision, and they could only follow. Director Wang's wife and daughters left with the police, and after packing a few sets of clothes, they went with Director Wang to the labor camp. This farce ended with the decision of Director Wang's wife. Sheng Wanyan frowned as she watched the 4 women leave. This woman was so foolish and so dependent on men. She would ruin her own life and her children's lives as well. Everyone watched the commotion, and the new logistics department director was hesitant to take on someone from outside. Who knew what kind of person would come? Just like Director Wang, who had only been in his position for half a year before getting caught. He decided it was better to promote someone from within the factory, but choosing who was a challenge. There are older employees in the logistics department, but they might not be qualified for the director's level. He needed to find someone capable and resourceful. Sheng Wanyan returned to her office, and Director Li was immediately notified to attend a meeting. When he returned, he looked troubled and called Sheng Wanyan out for a private conversation. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, I need your help with something. Director Li, how can I assist you? Sheng Wanyan looked at Director Li as he explained the situation. The logistics director position was vacant, and all the department heads in the factory were very busy. The factory manager intended for him to temporarily take on the logistics director role until a suitable candidate was found, after which he would return to the publicity department. The publicity department only handled a few promotions each month, so the workload was light. He wanted to ask comrade Sheng Wanyan to manage the publicity department for a while in his place. This way, he could manage his responsibilities without having to split his time between two places. Most importantly, someone needed to attend the city meetings on his behalf. After considering it, he thought comrade Sheng Wanyan would be the best choice. She often attended city meetings and got along well with the people in her department. Plus, she was capable and had plenty of creative ideas for publicity, so managing the department temporarily wouldn't be a problem. When Sheng Wanyan heard his request, she was a bit surprised. She really didn't expect Director Li to trust her so much.
Director Li.
I'm the least experienced here. This might not be appropriate. She really didn't want to create more work for herself. To be honest, having to go to the city for meetings every month was enough to make her hesitate. Director Li, I think you are quite suitable for this role. Comrade Niu Fengli has more experience, so she is more appropriate. Niu Fengli was well aware of her own frustrations. She loved being in the spotlight, so let her have it. She just wanted to take it easy. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, as a woman of the new era, we must have a spirit of contribution. I believe you can do well for the country. Besides, it won't take long, at most 3 months. Director Li had raised it to the level of contributing to the country, so how could she dare to refuse? What do you think, comrade Sheng Wanyan? Sheng Wanyan nodded reluctantly. What else could she do after he had said all that? That's right. Director Li nodded in satisfaction and announced the news when he returned to the publicity department. Everyone's gaze towards Sheng Wanyan changed. Although she was replacing Director Li in managing the publicity department, everyone understood the significance of it. Niu Fengli couldn't believe that Sheng Wanyan had suddenly become her boss. She was clearly the one with the most experience, and even if someone had to replace Director Li, it should have been her. Why was this so unfair? The factory manager has great confidence in comrade Sheng Wanyan's abilities, so you all should cooperate well with her work in the coming months. Okay, Director.
Sure.
What else could they do but nod obediently? Moreover, having comrade Sheng Wanyan manage the publicity department was a good thing for them. She was easygoing and friendly, and wouldn't put on airs. So, her sitting in this position would make it easier for them to take it easy. If it were Niu Fengli, she would definitely abuse her position, so it was clear who they preferred. Director Li quickly settled the matter with just a few words, and he would often come back to check on things, so they didn't have to worry about rebellion while he was away. Director Li hurried off to handle work in the logistics department and to get familiar with the staff there. He needed to understand the tasks, or else he would end up confused and create a mess, which would only cause him trouble. Once Director Li left, everyone looked at Sheng Wanyan, waiting for her to speak. Ahem. How things were in the past is how they will be in the future. As long as we don't fall behind on our tasks, it's fine. The people from the publicity department laughed when they heard her say this. Indeed, comrade Sheng Wanyan loved to take it easy. This was exactly what everyone wanted. All right. Everyone laughed happily and secretly watched Sheng Wanyan as she took out some snacks to eat. They felt reassured and continued to relax. Wanyan, have some sunflower seeds. Wu Jiaxiu offered her a handful of seeds, and Sheng Wanyan accepted them, giving Wu Jiaxiu a piece of cake in return. Niu Fengli had been watching Sheng Wanyan secretly and took out 2 candies from her pocket. These candies were meant for her son, but since Sheng Wanyan was in high spirits, she felt she needed to please her a bit. Wanyan, have some candy. Niu Fengli smiled as she handed the candy to Sheng Wanyan. Seeing that she only took one, Sheng Wanyan shared a few sunflower seeds with her. After all, Niu Fengli was the kind of person who would remember if you ate her food for a lifetime. So it was better to give her something back, so she wouldn't feel indebted. Niu Fengli accepted it, thinking it was a sign of goodwill from Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan didn't care how she thought. She just wanted to get through these few months smoothly. She could clearly feel everyone's warmth towards her. Even the two male colleagues shared some of their food with her. She accepted everything and took some walnuts from her bag to share. She wouldn't take on too much responsibility. Director Lee was only helping in the logistics department for a few months and would return. She wasn't that foolish. As long as these 3 months went smoothly, who the logistics director was up to the factory leaders to decide. As soon as Sheng Wanyan stepped out of the factory, she saw Gu Tingxiao waiting with something in his hands. Gu Tingxiao took her bicycle and handed her the snacks he had bought. He had bought some candies and pastries, and Sheng Wanyan looked at him with confusion. He only had 5 yuan for pocket money each month. How could he afford to buy food every day since coming to Rongqing? Where was he getting the money from? Could it be that he wasn't using the money he was given? Yenner, I've sent a telegram home, and my parents are very happy to hear from me. They plan to come to Rongqing tomorrow, and will arrive in a week. Tomorrow? Sheng Wanyan looked at him in surprise. Was it happening so quickly? Gu Tingxiao glanced away, feeling a bit guilty. In fact, he had called his father's office, urging him to take a day off and come tomorrow. After all, he would return to the army in half a month. He was worried that things might change if he waited too long, so he needed to settle the marriage before he left. Once he was back in the army, he could finally relax, as there was a big difference between being officially engaged and not. Especially since the young lady was quite carefree, and they mostly communicated through letters, which made him a bit anxious. If she was willing, he would prefer to marry her right away and bring her to the army, keeping her by his side all the time. Do you not want to? Gu Tingxiao looked at her nervously, his palms sweating in the cold winter.
If you don't want to.
He could wait a little longer. I do want to. Sheng Wanyan smiled at him, not opposed to the idea of engagement and marriage. She believed in going with the flow. Really?
Yes.
Seeing her sincerity, Gu Tingxiao felt a huge relief. If the young lady was willing, then his long-held wish to marry her could likely be fulfilled this year. You're hungry. Have some pastries first. I'll take you to a state-run restaurant for a meal. After we eat, let's go watch a movie. I already spoke with Grandpa and Grandma Sheng today. After calling his family, he went to the Sheng family to spend time with the 2 elders, leaving just in time for Sheng Wanyan to finish work. Okay. Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile, appreciating that he had everything planned out. She just needed to follow along. She sat in the back seat with her food while Gu Tingxiao turned to check that she was settled before riding off. For the past week, Gu Tingxiao had brought breakfast to Sheng Wanyan every morning before taking her to work. After dropping her off, he would go to the Sheng family to keep the elders company until she finished work. He helped the elders with various tasks around the house, willingly assisting with any repairs needed. The 2 elders got along well with him, and their bond was even closer than with Sheng Wanyan, their granddaughter. Uncle Sheng, Aunt Sheng, I've come to see you. Gu Tong knocked on the door. Since returning from the hospital, she had often visited the Sheng family to keep the elders company. She had also become good friends with Sheng's mother, frequently going out shopping together. Today, since she had no plans, she thought to visit the Sheng family to chat, mainly about her nephew's marriage. She had received a call from her sister-in-law yesterday, who had asked her about the Sheng family situation. After all, they needed to understand everything clearly before proposing. Although the Sheng family is not very wealthy, their members are straightforward and each has their own path, which reassures Mother Gu. She does not require a perfect match in social status, but the character of the bride and her family's attitude are very important. She has 3 sons and 1 daughter, and she certainly does not want any conflicts in the family after a new daughter-in-law arrives. After hearing her sister-in-law's introduction of the Sheng family, Mother Gu felt relieved. Her eldest and youngest sons are in the military, while her second child, a daughter, is already married to one of her husband's subordinates. She doesn't have to worry much. As long as the Gu family remains strong, she knows her daughter will be fine in her new home. As for her youngest son, he chose not to join the military but to pursue a political career, working in government, so she doesn't worry too much about him either. Her main concern has always been her eldest and youngest sons. The eldest is settled with a family and has children, and he was recently transferred back to the military district in Kyoto, which gives her some peace of mind. However, her youngest son is still single and lives far away, which makes her worry about him. He works hard on his missions and often gets injured. Therefore, her expectations for his future wife are not high. She just hopes for someone caring who can support him. The eldest son will be the heir of the family, so his wife must be understanding and considerate. But for the youngest son, she can lower her standards. As long as the couple is happy together and he treats her well, that will be enough for her to feel at ease while he is away on missions. As a mother, her greatest wish is for her children to be safe and successful. Previously, her youngest son was reluctant to come home for blind dates, and he often had a serious expression, which made her worry he might remain single forever. However, 6 months ago, he told the family he was dating, and she was thrilled to hear this change. She wanted to rush to the girl's family to propose. If it weren't for her son asking them to wait and not scare the girl, she wouldn't have waited until now. Now that the matter she had been concerned about is finally settled, how could she not be excited? When she heard her sister-in-law praising Sheng Wanyan on the phone and mentioning how many young girls care for the elderly in the hospital, she knew this girl was respectful and kind. A respectful child is unlikely to be a bad match. Soon after, both Mother Gu and Father Gu received a call from Gu Tingxiao saying they could go to propose. Immediately packed up and went to buy a gift, and now I'm on the train heading to Rongqing. When Gu Tingxiao heard his aunt's voice, he opened the door, and Gu Tong shot him an annoyed glance. This brat came to Rongqing without telling her. If it weren't for his sister-in-law calling her, she wouldn't have known. Why leave home to stay in a guest house? She couldn't understand his thinking. I'll settle this with you later. Gu Tong still gave him face in the Sheng family. Gu Tingxiao didn't say anything and made room for her to come in. Uncle Sheng, Aunt Sheng, I'm here again. Gu Tong was still holding some meat, and Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng were very happy to see her. Grandma Sheng cheerfully went to pour her a glass of sweet water. Just come, no need to bring anything. Grandma Sheng looked at her disapprovingly. Gu Tong had become familiar with the two elders and spoke directly. Aunt, I'm staying for dinner today. And since we're all family now, what's wrong with bringing a few things? Hearing this, Grandma Sheng smiled and accepted the meat. Yes, I'll make you braised pork today. Great, I love the braised pork you make, Aunt. Gu Tingxiao really didn't expect to see his aunt at the Sheng family, and when did she become so close to them? Gu Tong looked at her nephew, who was squatting beside Grandma Sheng fixing the sewing machine. Seeing him working so diligently surprised her. This nephew usually didn't like to work at home and wouldn't even cook unless asked. It seemed that for the sake of marrying a wife, even the laziest man could become diligent. Gu Tingxiao put the sewing machine cover on, and Grandma Sheng handed him a glass of water. Grandma Sheng, many parts inside are broken. I'll go find an old comrade tomorrow and get you a new one. This sewing machine was a wedding gift for Sheng's mother 26 years ago. It had been used for over 20 years, so it was impressive it lasted this long. This sewing machine is over 20 years old. It's time for a change. You don't need to trouble your comrade. It's not good to owe favors. I'll have your uncle buy a new one. It's fine. They're all comrades. Grandma Sheng still refused, saying that owing favors is the hardest to repay. They weren't short on money, so why make their future son-in-law trouble someone else? Aunt Sheng, I have a sewing machine voucher. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Nowadays, sewing machine tickets are not easy to get. She can exchange one in the military family compound. Tomorrow, let Gu Tingxiao help the Sheng family exchange the sewing machine as a gesture. Grandma Sheng nodded upon hearing this. They indeed had no sewing machine tickets left and would have to trouble Gu Tong. Grandma Sheng took out 50 yuan to give to Gu Tong, but Gu Tong quickly refused. She wanted to give her nephew a chance to show himself, so accepting money didn't seem right. No, it's just a ticket. Gu Tong didn't dare to accept it, but Grandma Sheng was very firm about this. A sewing machine ticket was not easy to come by. Although they were going to marry into the Gu family, it didn't mean they were the weaker side and could take advantage. Take it, or else I won't dare to ask for your ticket. With no choice, Gu Tong accepted it. Gu Tingxiao watched quietly and said nothing. He checked the time, and Grandpa and Grandma Sheng knew he was going to pick up Sheng Wanyan from work, so they waved him off. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, the whole family, along with Gu Tingxiao and Gu Tong, had dinner together. After that, Gu Tong took Gu Tingxiao away. "You little rascal, go to the guest house and get your luggage to come home with me." "No, Aunt, I'm fine staying at the guest house." Gu Tingxiao really didn't want to impose. The main reason was that his cousin had just gotten married, and he often stayed over, which could be awkward. "What's wrong? Don't you like your aunt's house?" "Aunt, my parents will arrive in a few days too, so the guest house is more convenient." Hearing this, Gu Tong agreed for him to continue staying at the guest house. After all, there was only one empty room left at home, and it wouldn't make sense for Gu Tingxiao, as the son, not to be with his parents. "All right, then come back for dinner the day after tomorrow."
Okay.
Gu Tingxiao nodded in agreement. After all, since he was in Rongqing, it wouldn't be right not to visit. The next day, Gu Tingxiao had a new sewing machine delivered to the Sheng family and didn't accept a single penny from Grandma Sheng, which upset her greatly. "No way, take it back. Grandma Sheng, this is a gift for Yenner." Gu Tingxiao had already thought of this excuse. He had no intention of accepting money. "Such a valuable item. How can you just give it away? You should have it taken back." Grandma Sheng understood Gu Tingxiao's intention. He simply wanted to give it to his family.
Grandma Sheng, ask Yanner.
This is a gift for her. Gu Tingxiao left the decision to Sheng Wanyan, who immediately expressed that she needed it. She understands Gu Tingxiao's intentions, and when the time comes, she can send him more items to make up for it. "Grandma, save some for me to make new clothes. And since we've already bought them, it's not good to return them. They are all old comrades of Tingxiao. Others need to earn money too. We shouldn't ruin the friendship." Hearing her granddaughter's words, Grandma Sheng finally agreed, but she still felt a bit indebted to Gu Tingxiao. "Grandma, when I get married, I will find a way to give my mother-in-law a watch. Don't feel pressured." Sheng Wanyan whispered these two sentences in her ear, and Grandma Sheng felt more at ease. "All right, let's look into watch tickets during this time." "Grandma, I have watch tickets." Grandma Sheng looked at her in surprise. Watch tickets are much harder to get than sewing machine tickets. Where did her granddaughter get them? "Where did you get them?" "Last time a colleague wanted to sell one, so I bought it." She didn't dare tell Grandma Sheng that it was given to her by Gu Tingxiao before, as Grandma would surely disapprove. Besides, she has many watches in her collection, so she can find a nice one to give to her future mother-in-law. Anyway, she won't let the Sheng family appear inferior to the Gu family in terms of resources. "Let your mom reimburse you for the watch." "No need, I have my own money. My brother and sister-in-law send me some pocket money every month." Hearing this, Grandma Sheng stopped worrying. Knowing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law care for this sister made her feel comforted. She considered the ticket as money spent by her grandson and granddaughter-in-law, and she could mention it to her granddaughter-in-law later. This way, her granddaughter-in-law wouldn't have any issues with her grandson sending money to his sister. It would also make her granddaughter-in-law feel at ease, and she hoped it wouldn't cause any conflict between them. Grandma Sheng had everything planned in her mind. She had seen many such situations in her life. Some things need balance, and someone has to mediate. She was also reluctant to throw away the old sewing machine, which was eventually bought by Gu Tingxiao's old comrade for $5. When Grandma Sheng heard it could be sold, she was certainly happy. It was better than throwing it away or letting it sit at home as junk. "Xiao Gu, stay for dinner. Grandma will cook meat for you." Grandma Sheng held Gu Tingxiao's hand, and he nodded, helping her to sit down. "Grandma, I'll cook." Sheng Wanyan hadn't cooked in a while, and since Gu Tingxiao was there today, he could try her cooking. Add some spring water to help Gu Tingxiao improve his health. Soldiers often have some old ailments. "I'll help you." Gu Tingxiao followed her into the kitchen. Sheng Wanyan said she didn't need his help, but he refused to leave. "Can you help me chop the meat?"
Sure.
Sheng Wanyan handed him a wild chicken, and Gu Tingxiao began chopping. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng watched the two young people in the kitchen and exchanged a glance. This future son-in-law seems to be a good match. Sheng Wanyan found an excuse to send him to wash vegetables while she secretly added 3 drops of spring water to the chicken soup. Tonight's dinner was plentiful: chicken soup, stir-fried pork, steamed eggs, a vegetable dish, steamed buns, and pickled radishes made by Grandma Sheng. Once Mr. and Mrs. Sheng returned, they could start eating. Tingxiao had already tasted the fish made by Sheng Wanyan, which was delicious. Today's dishes were all made by the young girl, and the vegetables were particularly sweet. She had a talent for cooking, but when they got married, he definitely wouldn't let her spend all her time in the kitchen. She was capable and smart, and he hoped that after marrying him, she could still pursue her own career. As a man, doing a bit more work wouldn't hurt him. Drink some soup to replenish your strength. Sheng Wanyan served each family member a bowl of chicken soup, which also had a few slices of ginseng. Grandma Sheng had been drying ginseng slices at home for several days. Without sunlight outside, she spread the slices on the floor and used a coal stove to dry them slowly. Just in time for Tingxiao's visit, she could send some ginseng slices with him for Sheng Wanjia. Tingxiao took a few sips. The chicken soup was very flavorful and had a pleasant aroma he couldn't quite identify. Young Gu, make sure to take care of yourself. Soldiers can't afford to have health issues. Mrs. Sheng was very caring and, worried he might feel shy about taking food, served him 2 pieces of meat. It's very delicious. Hearing his praise made Sheng Wanyan happy. After all, it was hard work to prepare a meal, and if everyone complained, it would feel thankless. But in the Sheng family, it was never like that. No matter who cooked, everyone finished the food and complimented it. This made the cook feel appreciated, knowing their efforts were worthwhile. Young Gu, your family should be arriving in about 5 days, right? With the in-laws coming, she definitely needed to prepare well. Once, my son suddenly informed us that his in-laws were coming over, and I had to rush to prepare. If it weren't for my daughter bringing back some meat, I would have been in a panic. This time, at least I suggested it myself, and Mr. Gu also informed us in advance, giving us time to prepare so that our future in-laws wouldn't think poorly of us. Yes, my parents will arrive in 5 days. They will visit my aunt and then come to propose. Tingxiao explained his parents' plans clearly, so the Sheng family would be aware. Sheng's mother nodded. After all, it was right for his brother and sister-in-law to visit their sister first. That's appropriate. We'll just wait at home. Thank you, Aunt. Tingxiao felt relieved that the proposal date was set. His wishes were finally making progress. After dinner, Tingxiao wanted to help wash the dishes, but was sent out of the kitchen by Sheng's mother. No need for you. Go chat with everyone. Sheng's mother wouldn't let him wash dishes. Even though Gu was her future son-in-law, she didn't want to take advantage of his status. She believed in doing what she could and asking for help only when necessary. Come on, let's play chess, Sheng's grandfather said after finishing his meal. He loved playing chess but couldn't do it outside due to the times. So, he usually played at home with Sheng's father or granddaughter. Ever since Tingxiao played a few games with him, he realized Gu was very skilled. Each game showed his thoughtful strategies. Whenever Tingxiao came over, he couldn't help but invite him to play. Tingxiao was taken away by Sheng's grandfather, so he stopped trying to help with the dishes. Sheng's grandmother had a new sewing machine and spent her days sewing. In the family, Sheng's grandfather and Tingxiao were playing chess, while Sheng Wanyan assisted her grandmother, and Sheng's father went to help his wife with the dishes. The Sheng family was busy preparing for their future in-laws' visit. Sheng Wanyan knew that food was precious in these times, so she always found ways to bring things home. When Sheng's mother saw the meat she brought back, she immediately covered it with snow from the kitchen window to hide it. She layered it thickly so that no one upstairs or downstairs would notice. This was taught to her by Sheng Wanyan. This way, meat can be frozen and stored for a longer time. In winter, she wouldn't have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative for fresh meat. Sheng's mother wished there was a place to keep food fresh in the summer too. She had heard that foreign countries have refrigerators and something called air coolers that keep homes cool in summer. However, she had never seen one and didn't know if they were as good as people said. Sheng Wanyan brought back a lot of meat, along with wild chickens and rabbits. enough to last the family for a while. Where did you get all this meat, girl? Although Sheng Wanyan occasionally brought back some, when added up, it was nearly enough for the family to get through winter. Grandma, I have a colleague whose family works at a slaughterhouse, and I got it through connections. Some of my colleagues come from rural areas and often hunt in the mountains to sell the game secretly. Now that I'm familiar with them, I bought some. Grandma Sheng nodded, knowing that Sheng Wanyan was not lying. There were indeed people in their factory who secretly traded goods. After all, not everyone in the factory was from the city. Many were from nearby villages and got jobs through connections. People kept quiet about these matters because who doesn't need meat? Reporting someone for buying meat through different channels would only cause public outrage. Sheng Wanyan knew who was selling goods and how the transactions worked, but she had never traded with them. After all, she had an unlimited supply of resources and didn't need to take that risk. Besides, if it weren't for the high risks of the black market, she wouldn't be waiting and could have moved on to her next plan in a few years. Well, that's good, but be careful. People can be unreliable, Grandma Sheng said, feeling a bit relieved knowing it was the cotton factory workers trading among themselves. Still, she reminded Sheng Wanyan to be cautious, as one could never predict what might happen. Grandma, I know. Sheng Wanyan felt warm inside. Even though she had plenty of resources, and taking them out wouldn't be risky, having family who cared about her gave her even more motivation. Grandma Sheng patted her hand, feeling reassured that her granddaughter was always so sensible. After several busy days, the Sheng family finally awaited the arrival of the Gu family. Mr. and Mrs. Sheng placed great importance on their daughter, especially after learning that Gu Tingxiao's family holds significant positions. They are even more concerned about their daughter being looked down upon by her future in-laws. They truly did not expect Gu Tingxiao's impressive background. When they found out that his father is a commander, they were left speechless. Learning that his mother is the head of the finance department in the capital made Mr. and Mrs. Sheng's hearts tremble. The most important person they had ever met was the factory director, followed by their daughter-in-law's father and teacher. Knowing this left Mr. and Mrs. Sheng feeling uneasy, realizing that their son and daughter were both marrying into prominent families. They were unsure whether to laugh or cry. Their family background couldn't compare, so they decided to quietly support their children without adding any pressure. No matter how distinguished our in-laws are, as long as we act with integrity and provide strong support for our children, they will have a way out when they face difficulties, Grandpa Sheng said, noticing his son and daughter-in-law's expressions. While they may not match their in-laws, the Sheng family contributes to the country in various roles, working honestly without needing support from their in-laws. There is no reason to feel inferior. Hearing Grandpa Sheng's words, Mr. and Mrs. Sheng regained their composure and felt less burdened. The whole family got up early to prepare. Even Grandpa Sheng stayed home to help with cleaning and other tasks. Mrs. Sheng took her daughter Sheng Wanyan into the kitchen early in the morning, where they spent a lot of time washing and chopping ingredients. Mrs. Sheng planned to make potato and rib soup, stir-fried rabbit, braised pork, braised fish, and stir-fried vegetables, along with 2 side dishes and steamed buns. You're in charge of the soup and rabbit, Mrs. Sheng instructed Sheng Wanyan, knowing that this visit from the in-laws would be a chance to showcase her daughter's skills. Good cooking could greatly impress her future in-laws. Sheng Wanyan nodded, determined not to let her mother do all the work alone. Old Sheng, help me knead the dough, Mrs. Sheng called out.
Coming.
Mr. Sheng quickly entered the kitchen to take the flour and began working in the living room. The Gu family was smaller in number compared to the last visit from the Pan family, so a decent spread would suffice. However, Mrs. Sheng prepared a generous amount, knowing that both Gu Tingxiao and his father had big appetites. Gu's parents specially asked Gu Tong to come to the Sheng family to propose, believing that having a familiar face would make the atmosphere better and less awkward. When a military vehicle drove into the building, everyone became excited. Why is there a military vehicle here? I don't know what's going on. Let's go check it out. Curious, everyone gathered around the military vehicle to discuss it. A soldier got out from the driver's seat and quickly opened the back door. Commander, ma'am, we have arrived. Gu Tingxiao stepped out from the passenger seat and helped Gu's mother down from the other side.
Wow.
Isn't that the girl from the Sheng family's boyfriend?
Yes.
Isn't he the one who's in the military? Look at the woman getting out from the back. She looks so elegant. What is she wearing? It looks so warm. How would I know? Let's see what's happening. People were chatting among themselves, but didn't dare to approach, standing aside to observe. Gu's father and mother got out of the car and looked around, surprised to see so many people gathered. Third son, go get some candy to share with the kids. Gu's mother snapped back to reality, smiling gently as she patted Gu Tingxiao's hand, urging him to get something from the trunk. Okay. Gu Tingxiao went to the trunk and took out a bag of candy, handing some to the curious children. What's all this excitement about? Gu's father was a typical tough guy, speaking loudly and towering over everyone, resembling Gu Tingxiao. When he was serious, he had a commanding presence that could be intimidating. The onlookers felt a bit scared, and the children stepped back a few paces. Commander, they are the families from the building, just here to see what's happening. The guard explained, and Gu's father shot him a glare, thinking, does he really need to be told this?
I know, no need for you to say.
The guard awkwardly lowered his head, thinking he was just trying to help. After all, if he hadn't reminded the commander, he might have faced consequences. Their commander was tough on the outside but soft-hearted inside. Even though he often scolded them, he was always the first to protect them when it mattered. Everyone had grown used to his temper. Despite the scolding, they were all doing fine. It was rare to find a boss who genuinely cared for them. Gu's mother glanced at Gu's father, who immediately closed his mouth and broke into a grin. With just one look from his gentle wife, he became quite timid, as her gaze made his heart flutter. Gu's mother truly had a graceful presence, radiating warmth while also exuding confidence, making her seem perfectly composed. Go to the trunk and get the things, she instructed. Sure. Upon hearing his wife's command, Gu's father, the commander, quickly acted like a subordinate and went to the trunk to retrieve items. Is this your parents, Xiao Gu? A bold person asked, and Gu Tingxiao nodded in response. Are you here to propose?
Yes.
The questioner gasped in surprise, realizing that not only did the daughter-in-law of the Sheng family arrive in a military vehicle, but the future son-in-law's family did as well. What kind of family is this? Moreover, Gu's father was accompanied by a bodyguard, and his imposing presence was quite intimidating. To have a bodyguard while traveling indicates a high-ranking official. Where are you from? The person asked Gu Tingxiao again, and everyone around leaned in to listen. From the capital.
Gasp.
Oh my goodness, is the Sheng family really that fortunate? Both the daughter-in-law and the future son-in-law are from the capital. That's just too enviable. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They recalled how Sheng Wanyan had brought Gu Tingxiao home for dinner after turning from the military. Everyone was watching, thinking about how they missed the chance to advocate for their own daughters. This wonderful opportunity slipped right past them, leaving them feeling regretful. What positions do your parents hold? Why do you have a bodyguard? Yeah. Share a little, will you? Gu Tingxiao didn't answer. Some things were not suitable to discuss with outsiders, especially regarding his parents' positions and work matters. Third, come and get the things, Gu's mother called out, and Gu Tingxiao quickly went to help his father, escaping the gossip of the aunts. The gifts from the Gu family were quite impressive, with many items brought from the capital. Everyone watched in envy as bag after bag was taken from the car, realizing that the future son-in-law's family must have brought many wonderful things from the capital. How could this not be their future son-in-law? The Chen family watched as Sheng Wanyan had such a good match, while their son suffered in the countryside because of the Sheng family. Why should the Sheng family have all the good fortune and receive such a wonderful gift? Meanwhile, their son was struggling without enough food or sleep. This should be compensated to their son. It should be given to the Chen family. The jealousy was hard to hide, especially for Chen's mother, who wished she could rush forward and take the gifts. Mr. and Mrs. Sheng heard the commotion from upstairs and quickly opened the door to peek down the hallway. As soon as they saw their future in-laws arriving, they hurried downstairs to greet them. How do I look? Mrs. Sheng nervously adjusted her outfit while descending the stairs. She had specifically worn the wool coat that Pan Yu bought for her last time, along with a nice dress and new shoes from Sheng Wanyan. "You look great, really great." Mr. Sheng kept complimenting her, which gave Mrs. Sheng some confidence. She just hoped not to embarrass her daughter. Sheng Wanyan was ordered by her mother to change into a light blue dress with a black wool coat and little shoes. Even Grandpa and Grandma Sheng changed into their best clothes, sitting in the living room with their necks stretched to look outside. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit nervous. After all, this was her first time meeting her future in-laws. She could hear her mother's voice from downstairs. "Hello, future in-laws. Welcome. Please come in and rest." Mrs. Sheng greeted them warmly, while Gu Tong introduced his brother and sister-in-law. "Big brother, sister-in-law, these are Yenner's parents, your future in-laws." Upon hearing this, Gu's mother quickly approached Mrs. Sheng, warmly shaking her hand. "Hello, I am Gu Tingxiao's mother, and this is his father. We apologize for the sudden visit. We hope you can forgive us." Gu's mother felt a bit guilty towards the Sheng family, as she and her husband had rushed to Chengdu to propose, catching the Sheng family off guard. If it weren't for her worry that their youngest son might not find a wife, and his constant calls to her husband's office, they wouldn't have come so abruptly. Her husband was getting annoyed with the constant calls, and the phone at home was ringing non-stop, making her head hurt. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so sudden. This son really refused to go on blind dates for years, worrying her all that time. Now that he has found a partner, he is pushing her like crazy, as if his life depended on it. She has 3 sons, and she has never seen any of them act so shamelessly when it comes to getting married. She even doubts if her son is tricking the young lady. "Not at all welcome. Please come to our home and rest." Mrs. Sheng held her hand and led her home, while Mrs. Gu smiled and followed them upstairs, with others trailing behind. Mr. Gu looked at Mr. Sheng beside him, thinking, "Is this my future in-law?" Mr. Sheng smiled and nodded in response to the gaze. Mr. Gu felt a spark of admiration. This brother doesn't mind his scar. Mr. Gu has a nasty scar from his left eyebrow down to his cheek, a reminder of his past battles. Thankfully, it didn't affect his eye. He is quite indifferent about these scars, but he worries they might scare his wife. Although his wife is gentle, she doesn't seem bothered by the scar. Instead, she feels sorry for how hard he has worked. This frightening scar scares everyone, even his 4 children when they were young. Thankfully, his wife prepared them beforehand, so they gradually got used to it. Now only family and military folks aren't afraid of him. Even his grandchildren sometimes flinch. Unexpectedly, his future in-law isn't scared of him at all. This makes him see him in a new light. His other 3 in-laws were a bit intimidated when they first met him. But this one isn't. This future in-law is interesting. Look at how calm he is. Mr. Sheng felt nervous under his gaze. He knew that ordinary workers would feel small in front of someone so imposing, especially in military attire that showcases strength. He himself is 180 centimeters tall and works hard at the steel factory, but in front of this future in-law, he feels like a little chick. This future in-law must be at least 190 centimeters tall, strong and intimidating. And that military hat on his head looks much more impressive than his son's. If it weren't for the fact that he hasn't done anything wrong, he wouldn't be so calm standing next to someone radiating such a sense of justice. Mr. Sheng kept reminding himself not to embarrass his daughter. If it weren't for his strong feelings, he would have wanted to sit down because his legs felt weak. "Father-in-law."
Ah?
Mr. Sheng was startled by Mr. Gu's loud call. Why was he speaking so loudly? It was quite alarming. "Hey, what are you thinking about? I've called you several times and you didn't respond." Caught off guard, Mr. Sheng lowered his head, finding an excuse to brush it off. "I was thinking that if we don't hurry, the food will get cold. The food will get cold. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu quickly rushed upstairs, and Mr. Sheng hurried to follow. How did he have such good stamina? Was having long legs that impressive? Mr. Sheng glanced at Gu Tingxiao's long legs and then at his own. It did seem a bit impressive. In the living room, Sheng Wanyan could hear the hurried footsteps getting closer, knowing that the Gu family was arriving. Sheng Wanyan's heart raced as she prepared to meet her future in-laws. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and stood up with her grandparents to wait. "Please come in." Mrs. Sheng first welcomed Mrs. Gu inside. As soon as Mrs. Gu entered, her eyes landed on Sheng Wanyan. No matter where she was, that face and presence made her stand out in any crowd.
Wow.
Such a beautiful girl is going to be her future daughter-in-law. What a blessing. No wonder her son was so eager. If she were in his shoes, she would be too. Mrs. Gu felt a surge of joy but maintained her composure, greeting the two elders as soon as she entered. "Hello, Mr. Sheng and Mrs. Sheng. I'm sorry for the trouble today." "Don't mention it. We're just happy to have you here," Mrs. Sheng replied, immediately taking her hand to chat. Noticing the number of guests, Sheng Wanyan went to the kitchen to pour 10 cups of sweet water. Seeing her in the kitchen, Tingxiao quickly went to help, worried she couldn't carry so many cups alone. The 4 guests from the Gu family were warmly invited to sit down, and since entering, Mrs. Gu's eyes had not left Sheng Wanyan. The grace of this future daughter-in-law surpassed that of many young ladies from the capital. As Sheng Wanyan brought out the drinks, Mrs. Gu took a big sip, finding it sweet and delightful. The Sheng family is even better than she imagined. Although her sister-in-law had told her a lot about them, seeing is believing. The family has great values. Even though they are not wealthy, you can tell from the way the daughters and elders behave that they are very harmonious. This must be the third son's partner, right? She really is a beauty. "Come here, let me take a good look at you," said Mother Gu, standing up and holding Sheng Wanyan's hand, examining her closely as if she couldn't get enough. "Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Sheng Wanyan, Tingxiao's partner," Sheng Wanyan said, feeling a bit shy. When Tingxiao heard her admit it, he smiled slightly. Father Gu forced a smile that he thought was friendly and said hello. But his voice was quite loud, which startled Sheng Wanyan. She quickly calmed down. Mother Gu shot a glare at Father Gu, reminding him to lower his voice. He had promised to keep it down before they arrived, but it seemed he didn't take his own advice seriously. What if he scared away his future daughter-in-law? It wasn't easy for the third son to find a partner, and if his father messed it up, he would definitely have to sleep in the guest room. "This child is truly beautiful," Mother Gu said. "You really know how to raise children, future in-law. Look how lovely she is. No wonder my old bachelor of a son suddenly woke up. He really has struck gold." Hearing this, Mother Sheng thought it was quite the opposite. They were the ones who had struck gold. "You flatter me, future in-law." "It's all thanks to the children themselves," she replied. "I think your son, Gu, is a wonderful child. He always comes to keep the two elders company when he has time. We are usually busy with work, so we really appreciate him," Mother Sheng said. Mother Gu was genuinely surprised. The third son actively came to visit? At home, he would make excuses to avoid choosing clothes for himself. "That's only right. We will all be family, and it's natural to respect our elders," she said. The two mothers continued to praise each other, unable to stop until Grandpa Sheng interrupted them, saying it was time to eat. "Future in-laws, please take a seat." "The meal is ready," he said. Mother Sheng had prepared a lot of food, so even with an extra guest, there was more than enough. Seeing such a nice spread, Father and Mother Gu felt even better about the Sheng family. Honestly, in this era where boys are often favored over girls, it was impressive for an ordinary family to offer even 1 or 2 meat dishes to their future son-in-law's family. The Sheng family prepared a lot of delicious dishes, clearly showing that their daughter is cherished at home and they will support her in the future. Even if their daughter marries far away in the capital, her family will still be there for her. This also shows that they value this marriage and care about the Gu family. Gu's mother, who works in a government office, understands these things well. Because she knows this, she has a better impression of the Sheng family. A family that values their daughter is likely to be a good one in the future. To be realistic, when the youngest son has children, the grandparents will be reasonable and can provide a good foundation for the child's education. As a grandmother, she won't have to worry about her future grandchildren being misled. At least the chances will be lower. As the saying goes, family words are more powerful than outside influences. Unlike her youngest sons-in-laws, who have bad intentions, if she hadn't been watching, her granddaughter could have been led astray. Thinking about her youngest son's family makes her upset. She initially disagreed with the marriage and clearly saw the daughter-in-law's family values on the day of the proposal. If her son hadn't insisted on marrying her, she wouldn't have interfered, and he might have resented her for it. Since he was determined to marry, she decided to let him experience it himself. Even if he regrets it later, it won't be her fault. Now, just a few years after the marriage, they have a granddaughter, and the daughter-in-law's true nature is becoming more obvious. She secretly scolds and punishes her granddaughter, saying she is a burden. If she hadn't caught them and scolded the couple, things might have been worse. Fortunately, her youngest son is sensible and doesn't show favoritism just because his first child is a girl. However, while he is at work, the daughter-in-law, who has been caught once, doesn't dare to scold, but she makes the 4-year-old granddaughter do a lot of housework. As a grandmother, she wants to raise her granddaughter close to her. But she is even busier than her son, and the child's parents are doing well and have a bond. No matter how much she says, it won't change that. Her granddaughter doesn't seem to want to stay with her, and she can't force her. Luckily, the daughter-in-law is now afraid to act out and doesn't dare to cause trouble in front of them. Otherwise, she would want to separate immediately. Anyway, she had made up her mind that once her third son got married, she would split the family. She couldn't let this young daughter-in-law drag her eldest and third sons down. Who knows what ideas she might have in the future. Mother Gu sat down with a smile, and Mother Sheng quickly served each of them a bowl of soup. This soup is made by Yenner, you should try it. Hearing that it was made by Sheng Wanyan, Father and Mother Gu immediately became interested and picked up their bowls to drink. Father Gu passed some ribs to his daughter-in-law and then gulped it down. He was quite bold. Meanwhile, Mother Gu sipped her soup gracefully. Their actions were very different, like Beauty and the Beast. Even so, Sheng Wanyan felt they matched in a strange way, one calm and the other lively, with subtle gestures full of understanding.
Ah!
This soup is really sweet. Father Gu put down his bowl, savoring the sweetness in his mouth. His future daughter-in-law's soup was delicious. He would definitely enjoy good food in the future, haha. He had never had many preferences in life, just loved eating meat and drinking soup, rolling around in the mud with a bunch of tough guys in the military. What he liked most was his gentle and soft daughter-in-law. Even if she glared at him and playfully hit him every day, her strength felt more like a tickle and helped strengthen their relationship. He also loved her fiery personality. His daughter-in-law was the best. How about another bowl, father-in-law? Father Sheng asked cautiously, and Father Gu immediately handed over his bowl.
Sure.
Father Gu was quick, and Father Sheng was surprised by his carefree attitude. Father Sheng didn't hesitate either, filling the bowl to the brim and adding a few extra pieces of meat. Father Gu looked at Father Sheng with satisfaction. This father-in-law really understood him. He could tell that he wanted more, otherwise, he wouldn't have felt comfortable asking. Gu Tingxiao watched his father's habitual actions and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew there was no stopping his father's chatter. His father always spoke faster than he thought, which caught Mother Gu's attention with a glance. Could he tone it down a bit? Father Gu enjoyed his soup, feeling a bit guilty under his daughter-in-law's gaze. But it wasn't his fault. The soup was just too good. Grandfather Sheng brought out 3 bottles of peach blossom wine that Sheng Wanyan had given him a few days ago. Father Gu sniffed the air, wondering where this fragrant wine came from. Come, let's drink a few glasses together, father-in-law. Gu's father kept staring at the 3 bottles of wine. When old Master Sheng poured a glass and handed it to him, he instinctively swallowed. This is peach blossom wine, which is also very suitable for women. Gu's mother became interested upon hearing this. Usually, the wines were too strong for her. She had tasted the osmanthus wine made by her mother-in-law, but that was many years ago. It took several years for a bottle of osmanthus wine to mature under the osmanthus tree. The osmanthus tree at home had been cut down a few years ago, fearing that others might have other thoughts if they saw it. Then I will try it too. This wine is too rare. Gu's mother also took a glass, and naturally, Mr. and Mrs. Sheng joined in, and everyone enjoyed a good drink together.
This is great wine.
So fragrant and rich. After one glass, Gu's father felt completely relaxed. This wine was even better than what his mother made, and it must have been brewed for more than a few years. It was really generous of the Sheng family to offer them such good wine. This wine is very sweet. Gu's mother took a sip and found the taste quite suitable for women. It wasn't too strong, but rather sweet. I'm glad you like it. Let's eat. Hearing that they enjoyed the wine, Grandpa Sheng was happy and kept encouraging them to eat. This spicy rabbit meat is really hot. Not to mention, this spicy rabbit meat is delicious. My in-laws' cooking is truly great. Mrs. Sheng smiled upon hearing this and immediately began to tell them who made the rabbit meat, starting to praise. This rabbit meat was made by Yenner. I'm glad you like it. Gu's father and mother were a bit surprised to learn that it was made by Sheng Wanyan. They didn't expect her to be so good at cooking as well as making soup. Yenner is really amazing. Her skills are even better than mine. Gu's mother grew fonder of Sheng Wanyan, realizing that this future daughter-in-law was not inferior to any noble lady in every way except for family background. Good cooking could greatly enhance a woman's impression in her in-law's home. If you like it, once Yenner marries into our family, she can cook for you often. Then I will be in for a treat. Gu's mother was very happy, and the two mothers began to boast about each other. While eating, Sheng Wanyan listened to the two elders praising each other, leaving her a bit stunned. Can these two talk so much? Her own mother didn't chat this much with Pan Yu's mother. Did they find a kindred spirit? They say 3 women make a play. She felt these two could put on a grand performance. With Gu Tong joining the conversation, the 3 women truly created a lively scene. They just need to set up a stage, and many women will come to watch the excitement. Gu Tingxiao added a piece of fish to her bowl, carefully removing all the bones before handing it to her. Eat more. Sheng Wanyan felt sweet inside when she saw the fish in her bowl, so she added a piece of braised pork for Gu Tingxiao. You should eat more too. Okay. Gu Tingxiao smiled gently and took a bite of the braised pork she offered. Gu's father, sitting diagonally across from them, couldn't help but complain in his heart. This kid, he never shows this kind of care at home. Now that he has a partner, he's so considerate. What's the point of raising a son? Dear in-laws, you know our family situation. I have 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Tingxiao is the youngest. My other 3 children are already married, each with their own jobs and kids. Don't worry, your daughter will definitely be treated well when she marries. Before they go back to the army, I will divide the family property. Sheng's mother nodded. She and Sheng's father quickly agreed to the marriage for this reason. Our eldest and 4th sons got married a few years ago, with a bride price of 888 and a 1,000 settlement fee. Now that prices have gone up a bit, for the 3rd son's wedding, we'll give 999 to bring good luck, and the settlement fee will still be 1,000. Rest assured, the sewing machine, watch, radio, bicycle, and their wedding house and furniture are all brand new. We will cover everything. As for the couple's new house in the army, they can use the settlement fee to decorate it themselves, just like the eldest and 4th sons. Gu's mother laid everything out clearly. With 3 sons, it's easy for the middle one to be overlooked. Having many children can lead to some neglect, but the Gu family treats major matters equally. And she knew very well that her husband and the old man at home favored the youngest son the most. Gu's father favored the youngest son because he looked the most like him. The eldest son resembles her husband, both in looks and personality, being quite rough. But the youngest son is different. Although he is a soldier, he is both brave and wise, more composed than the other children from a young age. He inherited his mother's intelligence and his father's character. If he weren't focused on the army, he would excel in politics too. The 4th child combined features from both her and Mr. Gu, showing a balance of softness and strength with a gentle personality. The old man favored the 3rd child even more because of this. The Gu family was known for being rather rough, with their words and actions lacking refinement. It was rare to have a grandchild who was both brave and clever, so the old man couldn't help but be pleased. He had always admired educated people, especially their sharp minds. When Mrs. Sheng heard what Mrs. Gu said, She smiled and nodded, feeling satisfied. Fair treatment was the best approach. "You are very considerate, my dear," she said. "The betrothal gifts from your family will all go to Yen when the time comes. We bought Yen a bicycle 6 months ago as part of her dowry. Our family will contribute 666 yuan to the dowry for good luck. As long as the two kids are happy and have a good life, we elders will be content." Mrs. Gu felt delighted. Her future in-laws were truly thoughtful, echoing her own thoughts. "That sounds great. Since the kids have a bicycle, how about I just give them the cash equivalent for it?" Hearing that the dowry included a bicycle, Mrs. Gu decided not to buy another one. 2 bicycles would be too much, and it would be better to give them extra money for safety. "That's the best idea. There's no need to waste money on another one." Mrs. Sheng agreed, thinking it would be easier to send the existing bicycle to the military with a familiar contact. "All right, then the settlement fee will be 1,160 yuan. I will explain everything to my family so that the kids won't have any difficulties." Mrs. Gu needed to communicate clearly with her family, especially the 2 daughters-in-law. If anyone opposed, they could ask the bride's family to bring a bicycle. If that didn't work, she would return the bicycle she initially gave as a betrothal gift and buy a new one herself. In any case, it was essential to treat all 3 children fairly to avoid any resentment from the 3rd child and his wife. "Just leave it to me, and we will need to ask for your understanding regarding Yen in the future." "Not at all. Yen is such a wonderful child. I can't express how happy I am to have her as a daughter-in-law. She is so beautiful. I can't wait for her to marry and show her off." The 2 mothers began to boast again. After discussing the betrothal gifts and dowry, they moved on to the wedding date. Gu Tingxiao lifted his eyelids to look at Mrs. Gu, who felt his gaze and wished she could scold her son. This troublesome son always put her in difficult situations. Remembering Gu Tingxiao's advice from the phone call, Mrs. Gu could only take a deep breath. "Calm yourself and put on a polite smile as you look at the Sheng family. Mother-in-law, our 3rd son is also 27 this year. Many people at 27 already have several children. Our 3rd son is in the military and doesn't have much time off. Before long, he'll be turning 30. As a mother, I worry every day, fearing he might end up alone. I think we should pick a good date and start planning for his marriage. What do you think, mother-in-law?" Gu's mother felt embarrassed saying this. If it weren't for her son constantly reminding her over the phone, she wouldn't be so forward. Indeed, sons can be frustrating. Raising a pork bun would be easier than raising a son. At least a bun fills your stomach. Mr. and Mrs. Sheng exchanged glances while Gu Tingxiao kept his lips pressed together, staring at them, waiting for their response. "Mother-in-law, I understand your feelings. My son is also in the military, and I know this worry all too well." Hearing Mrs. Sheng's words, Gu's mother felt hopeful, and Gu Tingxiao's clenched fists relaxed a bit. However what? Please say it. "However, as you can see, we hope to keep our children close for a while longer." "Mother-in-law, I completely understand." Gu's mother realized her request might be too much, especially since her son was eager to marry. If he doesn't marry soon, what if a good partner slips away? She was a bit worried about such a wonderful daughter-in-law. After all, her son always had a serious face and spoke very little. He didn't show much care or warmth, and his expression often seemed like someone owed him money, making girls avoid him. Now that a girl finally liked him, they had to hold on tight. "Mother-in-law, with such a wonderful child like Yenna, we wouldn't want to let her go either." Gu's mother tried to connect with Mrs. Sheng, and sure enough, Mrs. Sheng felt the same way. "Our Yenna is already 21, so it is indeed time for her to settle down. I hope you and your husband will treat my daughter well." Upon hearing this, Gu's mother knew the Sheng family had agreed and quickly took Mrs. Sheng's hand to assure her. "Mother-in-law, you can trust me. I will treat Yenner well. Once she marries into our family, she will be one of us, and we will treat her like our own child." "I'm glad to hear you say that. It puts my mind at ease." Mother Sheng sighed. Her daughter was growing up, and it was unreasonable to keep her close forever. She didn't want her selfishness to ruin her child's happiness. Grandpa Sheng had already chosen good dates: June, August, and November. How about we set the wedding for June 16th? What if we have a banquet on both sides? Mother Sheng rejected this idea. The relatives in Rongqing lived in the countryside and had poor relationships, so there was no need for a banquet. It could even cause trouble. She knew well how those relatives could behave, and she didn't want any unpleasantness at her daughter's wedding or for her daughter to be looked down upon by her in-laws. It was better not to have a banquet at all, making everyone think her daughter's in-laws were of a higher status. This way, they would avoid a lot of trouble, especially since her own family often took advantage of her. Our relatives in Rongqing rarely visit us anymore. We can just have the banquet with the in-laws. Mother Gu nodded in agreement. That worked. Everything depended on the in-laws' wishes. Then we will have a banquet in Kyoto. Grandfather, grandmother, and both parents must come. We will arrange the accommodations. How about we explore Kyoto together, visit Tiananmen, and climb the Great Wall? That sounds great. We've never been there. Mother Sheng was excited, and even Grandpa and Grandma Sheng looked forward to it. They had never visited the capital in all their years. Going to Kyoto, climbing the Great Wall, visiting Tiananmen, and the Forbidden City. These were dreams for many people. Then it settled. We will await your visit. Sounds good. The two families made all the arrangements. Sheng Wanyan found it hard to believe she was suddenly engaged to Gu Tingxiao and that they were getting married in 4 months. She felt like Gu Tingxiao had tricked her. Wasn't it just supposed to be an engagement at first? How had they already chosen a wedding date? Did no one ask for her opinion? Gu Tingxiao saw her expression and understood what she was thinking. He quickly took her hand under the table, looking a bit nervous. He admitted he had used some tricks to rush the wedding. He wanted to bring the young girl home as soon as possible and keep her by his side all the time. This way, others won't take advantage of her when she's not paying attention. Sheng Wanyan glared at him. She would definitely settle this score with Gu Tingxiao later. Gu Tingxiao felt her gaze and rubbed his nose, realizing he had upset the young girl this time. He promised it would only happen once in his lifetime and wouldn't happen again. Gu Tingxiao gently squeezed her hand to show he was sorry, pouring tea and water for a while before Sheng Wanyan finally let him off the hook. However, Sheng Wanyan still maintained a calm expression, making it hard for Gu Tingxiao to read her feelings and unsure if she was truly upset. Sheng Wanyan was doing this on purpose. She couldn't let Gu Tingxiao think she was easy to appease, or he might act without consulting her again next time. If they got married in the future and he continued to act this way, their marriage would definitely face problems. She needed Gu Tingxiao to understand the seriousness of the situation and have a clear boundary in his mind. She didn't want him to make decisions without discussing them with her in the future. Gu Tingxiao felt anxious. The young girl's temper really caught him off guard. He could only continue to serve her food, carefully removing fish bones and pouring water, trying hard to make her happy. Thank you for the hospitality today. Tomorrow we'll go to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Tingxiao will pick up the two elders, and after work, we'll head straight there. Gu's parents could stay in Rongqing for another day, and it was a good opportunity to treat the in-laws to a meal and strengthen their relationship. Sounds good. We'll go to the state-run restaurant after work tomorrow. Sheng's mother was not being difficult and agreed. She hadn't finished chatting with Gu's mother yet. If it weren't getting late, she wouldn't want them to leave so soon. Gu's parents and Gu Tong didn't want to disturb them any longer. When Gu Tingxiao left, he glanced at Sheng Wanyan, but she ignored him. She needed to give him the cold shoulder for a night, so he could think about where he went wrong. Little did she know, Gu Tingxiao couldn't sleep at all that night. He wanted to find her to apologize, but saw it was already the middle of the night. He could only wait until the next morning to seek her forgiveness. After the Sheng family sent off their in-laws, they returned home to tidy up. When they saw the gifts from the Gu family, Sheng's mother nearly widened her eyes in surprise. Gu's parents had brought a lot of things, many of which were precious items from overseas stores. This is too much from our in-laws. The Sheng family looked at the gifts on the table. Inside were a pen bought by Gu's mother from an overseas store, 3 packs of cigarettes, 5 bottles of wine, 5 bags of white rabbit milk candy, 3 cans of malt extract, and 2 cans of milk powder for the elderly. But what was most surprising were the 3 bottles of wine that Sheng's mother took out from another bag. When Grandpa Sheng saw the 3 bottles, he immediately hugged them tightly, unwilling to let go. This was special military wine. It was meant for leaders. Grandpa Sheng had been treated to this wine by his superiors during the war. He couldn't believe the Gu family had sent it to them. How could Grandpa Sheng not treasure it? He had been thinking about this for a long time. He couldn't help but recall memories from the war as he took the wine back to his room to hide it. Our in-laws are really generous. This shows that the Gu family values our Yenner. The future in-laws are also reasonable people. As long as Yenner marries well and lives a stable life, everything will be fine. Grandma Sheng didn't say much during the meal, but she was observing the Gu family's behavior and speech. Mr. Gu was straightforward and rough, not concerned about his daughter-in-law's matters, while Mrs. Gu was sensible, kind, and wise. As long as Yenner married well and didn't do anything to offend the Gu family, their relationship would be fine.
Yes.
Mrs. Sheng felt fortunate for her daughter, having found a reasonable mother-in-law. Having a sensible mother-in-law was worth much more than just an ordinary husband. Mom, when Yenner gets married, she will definitely have to go with the military. How will we handle her job? Mrs. Sheng thought it would be best to sell her job, but she needed to think carefully about who to sell it to. They definitely couldn't sell it to her family. They would feel like they were being ungrateful, taking money from their own family. Her daughter's job had cost them 300 yuan to secure, along with a lot of other resources. Grandma Sheng thought for a moment and finally came up with the best candidate. Their family had money, but lacked jobs. You could ask Gu Tong if her family needs someone. Gu Tong? Mrs. Sheng didn't understand. Gu Tong's family worked for the government. Why would they need a job? I heard her talking about her family last time. Her daughter-in-law is unemployed and doesn't want to use her in-law's connections, fearing it might backfire. She has been at home taking care of the elderly and cooking. She seems to have a high school education, so she should be capable of this job. That's great. I'll ask Gu Tong tomorrow. Mother Sheng also thought that selling to Gu Tong was the best option. Gu Tong had helped the Ning family a lot when their old man was sick. She had heard Gu Tong mention that the Ning family had many soldiers, so their daughter-in-law must be a good person. Tomorrow, you should write a letter to Xiaozhe and keep an eye on civilian job openings around the army. Buy a gift for Yenner, Mother Sheng said, tapping her head. She almost forgot about this. There was no reason for her daughter to marry and just stay home cooking and doing chores. It would be better for her to have her own job. If there were no opportunities in the army, there must be some supply and marketing cooperatives or factories nearby. However, let Xiaozhe handle it. Don't force anything. If you can't find a job, just add the money to Yenner's dowry. We can think of other ways later. Okay. Grandma Sheng gave all the advice to Mother Sheng, who really admired her mother-in-law's cleverness. In the past, it was her mother-in-law who helped her get her job through some unknown means. To her, her mother-in-law was a wise old lady who could think of everything and always prepared in advance. Sheng Wanyan listened to the conversation outside her room, gazing out at the sky without saying a word. In the end, she smiled, feeling relieved. Her family was truly wonderful, always planning for her, no matter the era. She had been telling herself to be cautious with her abilities in this time, but she made a critical mistake by being overly cautious with her family as well. Aside from taking some meat and food, she didn't dare to bring out anything else from her space for her family. But her initial thought was to protect herself and her family and to live a good life together. At the very least, she should satisfy her family's hunger. Even if others were watching, it was well known that her family was doing well. Eating a few more meals of meat each month was only natural, and if she needed an excuse, she could say it was meat tickets exchanged by Sheng Wanyan. The last time Grandpa Sheng got sick was a good lesson. Not eating enough led to health problems. Since that was the case, it would be better to let her family eat as much meat as they wanted, sleep well, and not worry about anything. Sheng Wanyan decided to bring more food home in the future and would simply say she had connections. In a few months, she would be getting married, and she wanted her family to be healthy so she could go to the army with peace of mind. Sheng Wanyan made up her mind and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, she saw Tingxiao waiting downstairs. He was holding breakfast for her, and Sheng Wanyan walked over to him.
Yanea.
I know I was wrong.
Please don't ignore me.
Tingxiao hurriedly explained and apologized, looking like a very sad puppy. Seeing him like this made her wonder if she was being too harsh.
Cough.
What did you do wrong? Tingxiao felt this question was very familiar. It was something his father always asked when he made a mistake. I shouldn't have tried to be clever. I shouldn't have kept it from you and let my parents rush us into marriage. Sheng Wanyan looked at him, and Tingxiao quickly added the most serious mistake. I shouldn't have made decisions without discussing them with you. Tingxiao, how long do you think a marriage without mutual discussion can last? Hearing this made Tingxiao's heart tremble. She was really upset, especially when she said, a marriage without mutual discussion. This was serious. If she couldn't let it go, it would leave a mark on her heart. Would she still trust him in the future? This needed to be resolved immediately. He couldn't let her feel this way. Yenner, I promise to discuss everything with you from now on and not make decisions on my own. Tingxiao raised his hand, looking very serious as he made a vow. I swear on this military uniform that I will never deceive you again. If there is a next time, I will. Seeing him about to say more, Sheng Wanyan pressed his hand down. All right, no next time. Otherwise, I won't forgive you so easily again. Tingxiao quickly promised there would be no next time, and if there was, she could handle it however she wanted. Yenner, I bought you meat buns and hot eggs. Tingxiao took out the breakfast, and Sheng Wanyan ate an egg while giving him the meat bun. I've already had breakfast. You eat the meat bun. Tingxiao obediently finished it, then took her to work. After work, he went straight to the state-run restaurant. When Sheng Wanyan arrived at the restaurant, everyone was already there. Before leaving, she reported to Director Li about the publicity department's matters, which had delayed her. Yenner is here. Are you working overtime today? Her father rarely asked gently, as it was something her mother had reminded him to do before leaving. Yes, I've been working overtime for a while. Sheng Wanyan replied honestly. Gu's mother felt heartbroken upon hearing this. Why is Wanyan still working overtime? Recently, Wanyan's director from the publicity department was transferred to manage the logistics department for a few months. Wanyan was chosen by her director to help manage the publicity department for a few months. Gu's mother felt admiration in her heart. At such a young age, she already had leadership qualities. She increasingly felt that her son was not worthy. This young lady clearly had a bright future ahead. If it weren't for the wedding in a few months, she might have been able to work for a year or two and become a small leader. Her son was truly a troublemaker. He was ruining her future. Gu's mother looked at her son with a disapproving gaze. This rascal was making Wanyan, such a wonderful modern woman, consider quitting her job just to marry him. It made her, as a mother, feel ashamed. Come, Wanyan, have some meat. You've worked hard. Gu's mother eagerly served her meat. Sheng Wanyan looked at her bowl overflowing with meat and glanced at Tingxiao for help. If you can't finish it, just give it to me. Sheng Wanyan nodded, feeling relieved, and started eating. Thank you, Auntie.
Hey.
Eat more. She really liked this third son's girlfriend. Her obedient demeanor made her feel happy. Sheng Wanyan forced herself to eat quite a bit, and in the end, it was Tingxiao who finished the leftovers. You rascal! Why are you still eating Wanyan's food? Do you believe I could take care of you? This troublesome boy was annoying, bullying others right in front of her. Auntie, I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore? Then let the third son finish it. Tingxiao. Tingxiao. She really is his mother. Tingxiao quickly finished the leftovers. Sheng's mother remembered the main topic and asked Gu's mother-in-law, about Wanyan going with the army. We plan to sell this job by the end of May. Last time I heard from Gu Tong that the daughter-in-law at home still doesn't have a job. Could you ask Gu Tong for me? Gu's mother's eyes lit up. Last time she visited the Ning family, she heard her sister-in-law was worried about this. She didn't expect the issue to be resolved so quickly. Selling it to her sister-in-law would be beneficial for everyone. Of course. That would be perfect. My sister-in-law has been quite troubled about this lately. Thank you, mother-in-law. We're family, no need to be formal. As for the price, neither side mentioned it. Both parties are reasonable people and have a mutual understanding. Sure enough, the next day, Gu Tong came to ask Mrs. Sheng about this matter. I'll pay 500 yuan for it. Gu Tong was very grateful that the Sheng family thought of her, otherwise, she would have been very worried. No need for that much. We bought it for only 300 yuan and 50 jin of fine grain. It has to be that way. If we don't give the grain, then the money isn't wasted. You just have to agree, otherwise I won't take the job. Gu Tong was quite stubborn. If she said no, then it was no. Mrs. Sheng had no choice but to agree. All right, then on the last day of May, we will hand over the work with the Yenner factory.
Okay.
Gu Tong felt relieved as her long-standing worry was resolved. After all, her eldest daughter-in-law had a job, which she found herself. However, her younger daughter-in-law had been married for 6 months, and she still hadn't found a suitable job for her. This left the younger daughter-in-law at home, and Gu Tong worried that she might think her mother-in-law was biased. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts have always been a challenge. A small mistake could lead to resentment. Gu Tong learned this lesson when she was a daughter-in-law herself. When Gu Tong returned home and told her younger daughter-in-law about this, the younger daughter-in-law became excited. Mom, is this true? Yes, on the last day of May, you will go to hand over the work with Yenner. By the way, Yenner will be your future cousin. You are of similar ages, so you can get to know each other better. Tomorrow, I'll take the money to the Sheng family, and you can come with me to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 jin of meat and some pastries to bring along, and get familiar. Okay, I'll listen to you, Mom. Gu Tong's younger daughter-in-law knew that it was thanks to the Sheng family. If it weren't for Sheng Wanyan's wedding, this job wouldn't have come to her. The next day, Gu's parents returned to Kyoto, where there were still many matters to attend to. Moreover, as the commander in Kyoto, Gu's father couldn't be away for too long. Gu Tingxiao's vacation also ended, and he had to return to the army. Sheng Wanyan sent him to the station, and Gu Tingxiao looked back several times before leaving. Once the Gu family left, the Sheng family returned to their usual quiet life, while the Gu family began preparing for the wedding in June. In the Gu family back? How was it? In a certain villa in the military district, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, looking very dignified with a long white beard, spoke. If Sheng Wanyan were here, she would definitely say, "Isn't this Zhang Fei?" Upon hearing his father's loud voice, Gu's father immediately answered his question. The wedding date has been confirmed. It's on June 16th. Grandpa Gu nodded upon hearing this. It's good that his grandson hasn't settled down yet, but now that he has, it's a relief. How is the Sheng family? Dad, it's even better than we imagined. The family is simple, harmonious, and the in-laws are reasonable people. As soon as Mom Gu returned, she started praising the Sheng family. After visiting them many times, she felt comfortable with them, as if they were her own family. What about my future granddaughter-in-law? How is she? Dad, let me tell you, she's amazing. The third son's future wife is outstanding. After just 6 months at work, she was recognized and promoted to the management department, and she's as beautiful as a fairy. Mom and Dad, I've never seen such a graceful young woman. Her every move is better than the young ladies in our circle. Mom Gu went on and on, praising Sheng Wanyan, and it was the first time Grandpa Gu saw her so fond of someone. Oh, really? Grandma Gu came out of the kitchen with a few cups of tea, sat down, and began to ask about their trip to Rongqing. Mom, would I lie to you? Although Yenner is from the city, her behavior and speech are just right. I think the young ladies in our circle can't compare to her. She's an elegant person? Hearing this, Grandpa and Grandma Gu perked up. They were both soldiers in their youth and appreciated having more educated people in the family. Especially for the daughters-in-law of their sons and grandsons, they hoped for someone intelligent and wise. If it weren't for Dad Gu marrying an educated woman and Uncle Gu marrying an educated wife as well, who knows how many illiterates would have come from the Gu family. So in the eyes of Grandpa and Grandma Gu, Having an educated granddaughter-in-law was something they cherished. Yes, she works in the publicity department. Great, great. An elegant and educated person. Grandma Gu was very happy to hear this. It was just what she wanted to hear. When the third son gets married, I need to hurry out to buy things and set up the wedding room. Don't forget to prepare the banquet and the invitations. And new pillows, new blankets, and new cabinets, all according to the standards we used for the other two children's weddings. Mom, I know. Grandma Gu made sure to give Mom Gu clear instructions and quickly went to grab her wallet to buy things. She was so excited, stepping out of the house with quick little steps. The excitement of the grandmother was even greater when her grandson got married, making it seem like she was getting married again herself. Bring me back 2 bottles of wine. Grandpa Gu shouted at her back, but Grandma Gu ignored him completely.
Wife.
Go away. I want wine. Seeing that she wouldn't buy it, Grandpa Gu hurriedly chased after her, shouting so loudly that the house shook. What are you shouting about? I'll deal with you later. Grandma Gu got into the car and quickly told the driver to leave, leaving Grandpa Gu staring at the back of the car.
Hey.
This woman is really infuriating. Grandpa Gu angrily returned home, where his son and daughter-in-law had put away their things and went to rest, leaving him alone in the living room fuming. Why is everyone running away? Grandpa Gu sat down on a chair in frustration. It was really annoying how everyone seemed to avoid him. His son and daughter-in-law were hiding away, which was truly frustrating. In Rongqing, Sheng Wanyan went out early to send the translated books. She had been lazy at home during the new year, and now it was time to start making money. Here is your mail. Since Sheng Wanyan hadn't come by last month, her manuscript payment was still at the post office, and the staff had become familiar with her. She often came to buy stamps and sent packages every month. The post office staff had never seen anyone who liked to send so many things each month.
Thank you.
Sheng Wanyan took her payment and rode her bike to work, continuing her easygoing days. Wanyan. After work, while riding her bike, she heard Wu Jiaxiu calling her and stopped to wait. Wu Jiaxiu hurried over, and seeing her hesitant expression, Sheng Wanyan invited her onto the bike.
Jiaxiu, get on.
Wu Jiaxiu sat on the back seat, and they headed to their usual meeting spot. Jiaxiu, what's wrong? Seeing that there were no people around, Wu Jiaxiu immediately whispered her news to Sheng Wanyan.
Wanyan, I'm pregnant.
Really? Congratulations, Jiaxiu. You're going to be a mother. Wu Jiaxiu smiled happily and touched her belly. She had been married for over a year. If she didn't get pregnant soon, her mother-in-law might start to worry about her health. So, I wanted to buy some fabric from you to prepare clothes and diapers for the baby. It's best to get a dark color. It will be more stain-resistant.
Sorry to trouble you.
Sheng Wanyan nodded. It had been a while since she traded with Wu Jiaxiu, and she only had 4 months left before resigning, after which this income would be gone. However, it was important to maintain a good relationship with Wu Jiaxiu, especially since her family was still in Rongqing. If anything happened at home, she would need someone to help. Plus, Wu Jiaxiu's husband worked at the coal yard, and they would need a lot of coal in winter. In short, these social connections required some effort to maintain. Don't be polite, Jiaxiu. I'll ask around tomorrow and try to get you some softer fabric. Thank you so much, Wanyan. Wu Jiaxiu felt lucky to have a good relationship with Sheng Wanyan. She knew people in the publicity department, and Wanyan never traded with them. At first, she had taken advantage of being the same age to gain this opportunity. I'll head home now. Be careful on your way, Jiaxiu. Don't worry, I'm almost 3 months along, and the doctor said everything is fine. Wu Jiaxiu waved goodbye and walked home slowly, having arranged to trade here the day after tomorrow. After they left, Sheng Wanyan rode her bike home, taking out 2 large pig trotters from her storage space before arriving. She really wanted to eat braised pig trotters, so she planned to take them home to prepare. Adding a bit to noodles would make a nice dish. She wrapped the trotters in newspaper to avoid drawing attention from the neighbors. When she got home, Grandma Sheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the trotters. They looked very fatty and could last for several days. These trotters are so fatty. Your grandpa will be happy to have them as a snack. We'll make braised pig trotters. They'll be perfect for Grandpa to enjoy with his drink. Grandpa Sheng looked up at the large trotters in her hands. His granddaughter really understood him. All right, one for braising, and one to hang up for later. Grandma Sheng insisted they shouldn't eat both trotters at once. The meat should be savored slowly.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan agreed with Grandma Sheng. She didn't plan to braise both trotters at once. Saving one for soup later would be great. I'll make the braised pig trotters. Grandma Sheng quickly took the trotters from her, moving into the kitchen with small steps. Braising pig trotters was a bit complex, and she felt her granddaughter's cooking skills weren't quite up to it. Sheng Wanyan thought. It seemed her grandmother didn't fully understand her abilities. Your grandma's braised pig's trotters are incredibly delicious. Grandpa Sheng couldn't help but salivate at the thought. His wife's cooking skills were truly exceptional. Sheng Wanyan always knew that Grandma Sheng was a great cook. Whenever she cooked at home, Wanyan always wanted more. However, she decided to help her out, leaving the task of chopping the trotters to her, as it was better for Grandma not to do such heavy work. When Dad Sheng came home from work, the heavy lifting naturally fell to him. He quickly chopped the trotters into pieces. The rest of the work was left to Grandma Sheng, while Mom Sheng prepared dinner. An hour later, the aroma of braised pig's trotters filled the entire building. Whose house is cooking meat again? It smells so good, it's tempting. Again from the Sheng family. Why is their life so different?
Sigh.
Grandma, I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat too. What are you all talking about?
You can have sweet potatoes instead.
Upstairs, Mother Chen scolded her granddaughter, saying they were all a burden and dreaming of meat. The Sheng family eats well, while my youngest son suffers in the countryside. I hope they get their comeuppance.
Ugh.
What a disgraceful family. The daughters-in-law of the Chen family exchanged glances upon hearing Mother Chen curse the Sheng family again, and quickly lowered their heads to continue working in silence. They were used to it. Whenever the Sheng family had something good, their mother-in-law would complain. Mother Chen's complaints were loud enough for the neighbors to hear. The Chen family was relentless, always fixated on the Sheng family. The Sheng family was thriving. Their children were finding great partners, and they should be enjoying their lives. If they continued to provoke the Sheng family, they might find themselves in need of help one day, but there would be no way to ask for it. The Chen family really didn't understand their situation. Life was likely going to get harder for them. Wanyan was unaware of the Chen family's troubles. She had just finished her bath and was eagerly waiting in the living room to enjoy the pig's trotters. Seeing her eager expression, Grandma Sheng playfully poked her on the head. Not so fast. Have some pastries while you wait. 2 more hours? Is that long? The trotters need time to absorb the flavors. Good food takes patience. Hearing that she had to wait, Wanyan couldn't help but swallow as she smelled the delicious aroma. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go back to her room to translate, fearing that the tempting smell would weaken her resolve and lead her to sneak a bite. Wanyan opened her payment for the translation work and counted. She had a total of 600 yuan. She put all the money into her space and planned to send out the books she had translated during this time tomorrow. She also needed to change her address with the newspaper to avoid any issues with sending books if she wasn't in Rongqing anymore. Yenner, come eat. Grandma Sheng knocked on her door. Sheng Wanyan had organized her books and quickly opened the door. I'm coming. She was thinking about the braised pig trotters, and Grandma Sheng, knowing she didn't like fatty food, picked a nice piece with a mix of fat and lean meat for her. Grandpa Sheng had already gone to get his wine, waiting eagerly as well. These two, grandfather and granddaughter, look so alike when they're craving food. Humph, we're family, of course we're the same. Grandpa Sheng replied proudly, pouring himself a full glass of wine and grabbing a pig trotter to eat. Sheng Wanyan joined in without hesitation, and soon the whole family was unexpectedly enjoying a late-night snack together. Mom Sheng never thought she would have a late-night snack day. In the past, she was just happy to have enough to eat. This was their first time staying up at this hour to sneak a bite. The culprit, Sheng Wanyan, finished eating and went to bed. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng lay in bed, feeling their full stomachs, unable to believe this was real. They had actually enjoyed a late-night feast with so much meat. What family could be as extravagant as theirs? Thinking back, they felt a bit embarrassed for not being able to control their appetites at their age. How shameful. Dad and Mom Sheng lay in bed, and Mom Sheng gazed at the ceiling, unable to help but express her thoughts. Old Sheng, I've realized that having a daughter isn't worse than having a son. Everyone says sons are better for taking care of you in old age, but look how capable our daughter is. She's just as good as any boy. If only she were a boy. Mom Sheng felt that if her daughter were a boy, she would surely be as good as her brother, Sheng Wanyan. Girls faced too many restrictions in this era. Can our daughter be the same as others? In the future, when Shaoze's children, whether they are boys or girls, we must ensure they receive equal education. I actually hope they have more boys. You know our family situation. Mom Sheng rolled her eyes. Could their family situation be compared to others? With only Shaoze as a son, if they didn't have more boys, would the Sheng family end with him? Yes, 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 my dear wife, you think of everything, but this matter is up to the kids themselves. We shouldn't push them too hard.
Ugh.
You make it sound like I'm a bad mother-in-law. She thinks this way because the Sheng family only has one son, but if the first baby is a girl, she would love her just the same. Her daughter is so understanding and well-behaved. Surely her granddaughter will be just as good and might even become an excellent worker in the future. It's been 5 months since Shaoze and his wife got married, and she wonders when she will become a grandmother. Sheng mother feels quite anxious about it. It seems she should mention it in her next letter, suggesting that while the kids are still young, she can help take care of Xiaoyu during her postpartum period, so they should have children soon. Sheng mother decided to write to Sheng Wanyan the next day, advising her to have children early. It was already more than half a month later when Sheng Wanyan received the letter. After reading its contents, she shared it with her wife. Pan Yu blushed upon hearing it. They have been trying hard and should be able to conceive soon. I want a child too. Pan Yu lowered her head, blushing, and Sheng Wanyan's eyes brightened. It seemed they needed to work extra hard tonight. Mom said my sister is getting married on June 16th in Kyoto, and we will take a vacation to go there.
Great.
Speaking of which, the deputy team leader will be your brother-in-law. Having her boss become her brother-in-law is quite surprising. Pan Yu didn't expect that Sheng Wanyan's partner would be Tingxiao. The Sheng family had kept it a secret to protect Sheng Wanyan's reputation. It was only when the Gu family came to propose that Sheng mother mentioned it in her letter, revealing that her sister was marrying into the Gu family. Although the Pan family is well respected in Kyoto, they can't compare to the Gu family's long-standing loyalty and contributions to the country. The Gu family's reputation and the sacrifices made by generations are truly remarkable. The Pan family seems a bit lacking in comparison, and it's not just a little. Even her grandfather shows great respect in front of the Gu elder. The Gu elder used to be the most influential person in the military district, while her grandfather is just a deputy commander of a branch. Both may sound like leaders, but the difference is vast. Her sister is marrying into Kyoto, which is like a leap into a new world. When her sister gets married, she, as the sister-in-law, must give a generous gift to help her sister feel confident. As the older brother and sister-in-law, we need to help our sister with her wedding preparations. The Gu family is prominent, and we should give her more support. What should we give her? A dress? Furniture? Pan Yu rolled her eyes at the man. Why was he only thinking about clothes? I think giving money is the most practical. We can give her some for self-defense, and also a nice red dress. Whatever you say, dear. Sheng Wanyan smiled like a big fool, and Pan Yu really didn't want to see that silly look. She went to get the hidden iron box. We'll add 166 yuan for my sister-in-law, and tomorrow I'll write to my cousin to help buy the latest red dress from the overseas store. Pan Yu was not a stingy person. During their months in Kyoto, they received packages from home every month. Inside were meat and grains. Sheng's mother had mentioned in her letter that these were bought by her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law was easy to get along with and always thought of her. She would never let her down. And there were also ginseng slices, which her mother-in-law said were found by her sister-in-law in the mountains. The fact that they could send them was because they were family. Her sister-in-law never counted these things, so as the sister-in-law, she needed to be grateful. If they bought ginseng slices outside, it would cost much more than 166 yuan. She didn't even want to think about it. Her husband and father were both soldiers, and she had her own selfish reasons for wanting to keep the ginseng slices for emergencies. When her sister-in-law goes with the troops, we'll also send a table and a wardrobe. Pan Yu still felt that 166 yuan wasn't enough. She needed to give Sheng Wanyan more to show off. Dear, you really understand. Pan Yu smiled at that, knowing he was just trying to flatter her after getting a good deal. She had learned a lot about her husband's character over these months. Get lost. Pan Yu laughed and playfully cursed at him. He was becoming more shameless. Time flew by, and it was early May. Sheng Wanyan had been managing the publicity department for 3 months and finally, Director Li returned. Sheng Wanyan was about to tell him about her resignation. This matter should be mentioned a month in advance, so everyone could prepare mentally. The logistics director had been promoted from among the old employees in the logistics department. Internal staff were more reassuring for the factory manager. Director, I have something to discuss with you. Director Li smiled when he saw Sheng Wanyan approaching. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, what's on your mind? Director, I'm getting married. After finishing my work in May, I will go with the troops. The job position will be taken over by my future sister-in-law, who is also a high school graduate. No problem. What? Director Li was completely caught off guard. He thought Comrade Sheng Wanyan was just asking for a few days off after working hard for 3 months. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, you don't need to resign just because you're getting married, right? Director Li couldn't stop her from getting married, so he tried his best to keep her. Director, my future husband is a soldier, so I will have to move with him. Director, my future husband is a soldier, so I will have to move with him. Director Li felt helpless. His most valued subordinate was leaving to follow her husband, and he didn't know how to keep her. Could he really ask her not to get married or not to move? All he could do was agree. Moving with him. Director Li's face looked as if he had eaten something terrible. He really didn't want such a good subordinate to leave. Yes, my future husband works in the Eastern Military District, so I have no choice. Finally, she could resign and take it easy. Director Li should understand that, right? I understand. Director Li knew she had no choice. After all, who would willingly give up a good job? If it weren't for the marriage, Comrade Sheng Wanyan, who was so dedicated, wouldn't make such a choice. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, I can only wish you a happy marriage and a bright future. Director Li stood up and sincerely wished her well, and Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. He didn't spread the news around, but in mid-May, he didn't form the publicity department in advance. After all, with a new colleague coming in, everyone needed to be prepared. The one who would miss Sheng Wanyan the most was Wu Jiaxiu. The two often exchanged news and played together, becoming very good friends. Wu Jiaxiu would always share the latest gossip with her. The most shocked and happiest was Niu Fengli, who thought that even after retirement, Sheng Wanyan wouldn't leave. But now she was resigning and moving far away, without a job. Her family wouldn't be nearby, and she could imagine how her in-laws would treat her. Sheng Wanyan didn't need anyone to push her. She was making her own life difficult, which was quite amusing to think about. The new colleague is Comrade Sheng Wanyan's sister-in-law, so we're practically family. Everyone should get along well in the future. Got it, Director Li. As soon as Director Li left, Wu Jiaxiu took Sheng Wanyan's hand and began to feel reluctant. Wanyan, this is so sudden, isn't it? What will I do when you leave? Wu Jiaxiu didn't want her to go, but marriage is a big step in life that no one can stop. We can write letters. You can tell me anything in your letters. And after I get married, I might need your help with a few things at home. When Wu Jiaxiu heard this, she understood that Sheng Wanyan meant she could send her some supplies after getting married. She realized she had underestimated Sheng Wanyan, thinking she had many connections in Rongqing, but now she felt it wasn't the case. Don't worry, I'll visit your family, especially before winter. Wu Jiaxiu lowered her voice, so only they could hear. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. She was willing to continue providing supplies to Wu Jiaxiu from afar for this reason. Once she left, there would only be 4 elders at home, and she needed someone with a connection to help take care of things. When there are mutual interests, people are more committed to helping. Niu Fengli, on the other hand, was in a good mood and happily chatted with them. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, congratulations on your upcoming marriage. But isn't it a pity to leave your job? It's fine. I'm already 21 and should step into marriage. That's true, but your family are all workers. What position does your future husband hold in the army? I've heard some people go with the military and end up in tiny living spaces with in-laws and siblings around. Every day they have to do laundry, cook, and take care of their in-laws, and finding a job in the military is tough. Without a job, working at home can be hard. Plus, that man could be away on missions for at least half a month, and his salary goes to his family. Being a military wife isn't as great as it seems. I think you'd be better off finding a worker in Rongqing. You have family there, and if things get tough, you have somewhere to go. Wu Jiaxiao, who was visibly pregnant, felt the urge to argue with her. Wasn't she cursing Sheng Wanyan's future married life? Sheng Wanyan quickly grabbed her arm. Wu Jiaxiao was already 5 months along. If there was any conflict with Niu Fengli because of her, she couldn't bear the consequences. Thank you for your kindness, Fengli. My in-laws have their own jobs in Kyoto and a house provided by the government. We don't have to worry about anything. My future husband is a deputy regiment leader, and the 3-bedroom apartment we have is just fine. I won't feel out of place as a military wife since my brother and sister-in-law are in the same unit as my future husband, living in the same housing area. I won't be alone when I move there. So, Fengli, what you just said doesn't apply to me. Maybe you should focus on your own family instead. Sheng Wanyan didn't bother to be polite. She was leaving anyway, so why give her too much face? Niu Fengli was left speechless, surprised by Sheng Wanyan's good fortune. She was marrying a deputy regiment leader. That was a significant position. In her village, there was a family whose son was a deputy battalion leader, and they were living quite well. Every time he came home, he brought back valuable gifts. Just imagine how much better it would be for someone at the deputy regiment level. Most importantly, Sheng Wanyan's future in-laws were from Kyoto. What a desirable place. It sounded like her in-laws worked for the government and had a house provided. She wouldn't even need to take care of them. She could just enjoy her life with her husband. Maybe her in-laws would even help them out, and they would have a 3-bedroom apartment for just the 2 of them, while her own family had to make do with a 2-bedroom place. Living in such a big house was really selfish, showing no consideration for others.
Ha,
really? Niu Fengli could only manage to say that, feeling a bit at a loss for words due to Sheng Wanyan's boldness. Moving to Kyoto, just hope you don't get looked down upon. You don't need to worry about that, Niu Fengli. My brother is also a battalion leader and my sister-in-law is from Kyoto, so I have connections. This was the first time Sheng Wanyan revealed her family's background in the publicity department, and Niu Fengli was left fuming, sitting silently at her desk. Everyone thought Sheng Wanyan's parents were factory workers, but they were really unaware of what her brother did or his position. Sheng Wanyan never boasted or used her family to gain power over others. I didn't expect others to have such impressive backgrounds. Her brother is a battalion commander, and her sister-in-law is from the capital. Comrade Niu Fengli is worried that others might not have a good life after marriage, but for Comrade Sheng Wanyan, even if her life isn't great, her brother and sister-in-law won't just stand by. If things get tough for her in the capital, she can always return to Rongqing and take over her parents' work, becoming a proud worker. Comrade Sheng Wanyan has a solid backup plan, while Comrade Niu Fengli seems to be comparing things that don't really matter. Can this even compare? It's better for people to have some self-awareness. Otherwise, they might not even realize how they fall. After the argument with Sheng Wanyan, Niu Fengli didn't act sarcastic for the next half-month. Instead, she tried to be nice to her, but Sheng Wanyan rejected all her attempts. The relationship had become too awkward, and she didn't plan to continue associating with her. Such a person is very opportunistic. If you are useful to her, she will flatter you, but if not, she will step on you at any moment. I'm here to work, not to play games with her. Niu Fengli thought about it for a long time. Since Sheng Wanyan married so well, she might be able to help her son get into the military and become an official someday. That's why she had been trying to win her over, saying nice things and giving her gifts. But Sheng Wanyan didn't appreciate it and was very calculating. She only said a few things, so why be so petty? On the last day of the month, Sheng Wanyan left an address for Wu Jiaxiu at the military district. She told her to write if she needed anything, and she would definitely help if she could. Wu Jiaxiu understood what this meant. This year, she needed to make sure her husband visited the Sheng family more often and helped with any heavy work. Before the new year, she had to help the Sheng family prepare coal so that Sheng Wanyan could feel more at ease in the military. Sheng Wanyan officially resigned from the cotton factory, and her salary was settled by the finance department that same day. She hadn't taken any leave that month, so her salary was easy to settle, and the finance department processed it directly during the handover. Sheng Wanyan officially transitioned from a proud worker to a young lady waiting to get married. That day, she gave all her salary to her mother, who, as usual, gave her 10 yuan in return. That evening, her mother took out the family's belongings and began to display her dowry to the whole family. 1,500 yuan is the dowry we agreed to give you. It's not something to be shown openly, so keep it safe. This is your backup plan. Plus, the 500 yuan you earned from your job brings the total to 2,000, all in this savings book. Sheng's mother pushed the prepared savings book in front of her. This was the maximum they could give as parents. Also, your salary will be handled like your brother's wedding. Half will stay at home, and half you can take with you. That's about 120 yuan for a year, so half is 60 yuan. Including the agreed 666 yuan dowry, it all adds up to 726 yuan, which is all here. Sheng's mother counted out 726 yuan in cash, and also gave her some food stamps and cloth tickets they had saved. You won't need to separate from the family right away. Your mother-in-law is reasonable. She mentioned that your 2 sisters-in-law kept their dowries without giving any back. You won't have to give this money back either. Use it for your own safety. If you can find a job there, that would be great. Sheng's mother felt reluctant. Her daughter had never been far from her side, and now she was getting married. It was hard for her to accept. Mom, I don't want the money from my job. You keep it for yourselves. What are you saying? We agreed clearly that this job is yours. And don't worry about your brother and sister-in-law's opinions. Over the years, we've sent them much more than just this 500 yuan. Just for those ginseng slices, if I really counted, your brother and sister-in-law would probably owe you money. Speaking of ginseng, Sheng's mother quickly went to get the dozen slices they had at home. There are 16 slices left. Take 10 with you and leave 6 at home. No, I can't take this. It's for your health. If anything happens to grandma or grandpa, at least there's something to help. Sheng Wanyan had grown a lot of medicinal herbs in her space and finally had a reason to bring some good things home. How could she take them away? Your husband is in the military. Why can't you see this? Mom, we're still young and there's a military hospital. Our family has a good standing and we can get ginseng slices through connections. Maybe I can find a ginseng root in the mountains later. Anyway, this is my way of honoring you. If you make me take it, I won't accept the bride price. Sheng Wanyan knew her mother well. She wouldn't budge easily, so she decided to stand her ground. You troublesome child. Mother Sheng was truly exasperated. Her daughter really didn't know who she took after, being so stubborn. All right, I'm really scared of you now. Mother Sheng couldn't argue with her, and in the end, she put the ginseng slices back. Mother Sheng prepared a new box for her, filled with 5 new dresses made by Grandma Sheng and 2 pairs of cloth shoes that Mother Sheng had just bought. She also packed 2 sets of winter sweaters and pants, along with 2 cotton jackets. This box was specially for her dowry, as every girl getting married would have one prepared by her family. We'll leave for Kyoto in 3 days. Your dad and I have already taken time off. We need to buy some gifts for the in-laws in the next few days. How about we gather some mountain goods from the countryside? You can't find these in Kyoto. Father Sheng thought mountain goods were great. Walnuts and such were very nutritious, and you couldn't find them in Kyoto. All right, you all go gather some in the next few days. If you catch any game, bring some back too, and buy some nutritious snacks like seeds and pastries. Those are always a safe choice. Grandfather Sheng made the decision, and Father and Mother Sheng immediately started looking for people in the village to gather game the next day. Having lived in Rongqing for half their lives, Father and Mother Sheng still had some connections. Gathering a bit of game wasn't hard at all, especially for the villagers. Anything that could be sold for money was considered good, and they wouldn't want to keep it for themselves. The Sheng family was very busy these days, and Grandfather and Grandma Sheng were also active, going to the supply and marketing cooperative every day. Since they were going to Kyoto, they had to visit the in-laws' home, where there were 2 elderly people. They couldn't forget essentials like milk powder and wine. Sheng Wanyan also went with them to help with the shopping, wanting to contribute as a laborer. It didn't feel right for her to just stay at home while the 2 elders were busy. Grandma Sheng experienced the joy of shopping without looking at prices. Last time, it was Mother Sheng who prepared everything for Sheng Wan's wedding. If it weren't for Mother Sheng going to the countryside with Father Sheng, she wouldn't have had this experience. Sheng Wanyan followed Grandma Sheng, carrying bags home. People in the apartment building couldn't help but ask a few questions when they saw them coming back with so many packages. When they learned that the whole family was going to Kyoto in a few days, they were quite surprised. "You're all going?" "Yes, Yan is getting married, and we're having a banquet in Kyoto. We're also visiting the in-laws." "Oh my goodness. I've never been to Kyoto. Does that mean you can visit Tiananmen and the Forbidden City?" This is a place often seen in newspapers or heard on the radio, and everyone wants to see it for themselves. It's rare to go, so we should have a good time. Your granddaughter is really lucky to marry into Kyoto. She should come back to visit us uncles and aunts often. My parents are here, so she'll come back often. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. Everyone wanted to talk to her a bit longer, but luckily Grandma Sheng knew she didn't like the noise and found an excuse for her to go home. Grandma Sheng chatted with everyone for a while, clearly proud in her tone. Grandpa Sheng shook his head, wondering why the old lady was showing off here. Grandma Sheng returned home just in time for dinner, and Sheng Wanyan thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. "I was so thirsty." Grandma Sheng drank the whole glass, and Sheng Wanyan was surprised to discover her grandmother was someone who enjoyed showing off. But thinking about it, with the children achieving success and a hopeful future, who wouldn't want to brag a little? In her youth, her son brought her pride, and now in her old age, her grandchildren do the same. She has truly been a fortunate person in her life. When she eventually passes away, she can face the ancestors of the Sheng family with pride. 3 days later, the Sheng family boarded the train to Kyoto. Sheng mother prepared a lot of snacks, and they had booked soft sleeper tickets. Sheng father had to be in a separate cabin since there were only 4 beds in one compartment. He could only stay in the adjacent cabin. However, he only brought 1 set of clothes. All the valuable items were in Sheng Wanyan's cabin. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng took the lower bunk, while Sheng mother and Sheng Wanyan took the upper bunk. "You 4 need to be careful here. There are all kinds of people on the train. I will come during the day to be with you, but at night, lock the cabin door and pull down the curtains." There was a small window in the cabin door, allowing people outside to see in, but it had a curtain that could be drawn. "If you need anything at night, call me in the next cabin. Don't go to the restroom alone in the middle of the night. Come find me instead. Also, don't leave your parents alone in the cabin. I'm worried someone might take advantage of the situation when they are by themselves." Sheng father kept reminding the 4 of them, and he had a point. Their family consisted of elderly people and women, with only Sheng father as the man, making them easy targets for those with bad intentions. "Anyway, this cabin is just our family, so lock it whenever you can." "All right, we will definitely be careful and keep the car doors locked." Mr. Sheng put away the luggage and then took his clothes to the next compartment. He knew he couldn't shower on the train, so he brought his clothes to prevent others from taking his bed when he wasn't there. Leaving a set of men's clothes on the bed would let others know someone was occupying the space. Once Mr. Sheng left, Sheng Wanyan locked the car door and pulled down the curtain on the small window. If they could keep others from seeing inside, they would. The light in the compartment was enough, and there was another window on the other side, allowing sunlight to come in. "Let's tidy up a bit and eat something when your dad gets here. We'll be on the train for a week." Mrs. Sheng spoke up, and Sheng Wanyan climbed up to her bunk with a bag of daily necessities. Grandpa and Grandma, you can rest for a bit. Sheng Wanyan peeked her head out to look down, startling Grandma Sheng, who was standing by the bed. The sudden appearance of the child scared her quite a bit. You scare me half to death. Feeling embarrassed, Sheng Wanyan quickly pulled her head back. Seeing her childlike behavior made Grandma Sheng smile and shake her head as she lay down to rest. Mr. Sheng knocked on the door an hour later. Mrs. Sheng pulled back the curtain to check and opened the compartment door when she saw it was him. Hurry up and eat. Mrs. Sheng had prepared several meat dishes, along with steamed buns, meat dumplings, boiled eggs, and fried eggs. The family took out the perishable food first and enjoyed their first meal of braised pork with pancakes, feeling quite satisfied. Xiao wrote last time that he left for Kyoto the day before yesterday, so our family will be reunited soon. Xiao Gu sent a telegram yesterday asking about our train schedule. He'll pick us up at the station when we arrive. Mrs. Sheng missed her son a lot. It had been over half a year since she last saw him and her daughter-in-law, and she couldn't stop thinking about them. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng sighed, as their grandson was always on their minds, making it hard for them to sleep. The kids are thoughtful. As long as they have things arranged, it's fine. By the way, my in-laws said they prepared a small courtyard with 4 rooms for us. I feel a bit bad about troubling them. Should we just stay at a guest house instead? Mrs. Sheng thought for a long time and felt that it was unreasonable for the whole family to go to Kyoto and rely on her mother-in-law to arrange accommodations for them. Grandpa Sheng listened and thought it was better not to stay in a guest house. This time, we owe your mother-in-law a favor. Yenner can't get married in a guest house. If people talk and say that the Gu family doesn't care about their in-laws' reputation by making us stay in a guest house, it would reflect poorly on the Gu family. Grandpa Sheng believed that since they traveled a long way, it was better to follow how the host arranged things. Sometimes, trying too hard to be considerate can backfire. Then let's listen to Dad and find a way to repay the favor to your mother-in-law later. Mrs. Sheng also realized she hadn't thought things through enough and almost disrupted her mother-in-law's plans. The Gu family was a prominent family, and such families usually have their own considerations. She shouldn't take matters into her own hands, as it could embarrass her daughter. Although Mrs. Sheng often worried and had a bit of a temper, she was someone who listened to advice. This is something many mothers struggle with, as they often feel they should control their children completely. But Mrs. Sheng was different. She would nag, but never stopped her children from choosing their own futures. After everyone had eaten and had nothing to do, they lay in bed to rest. Mr. Sheng specifically took Grandpa and Grandma Sheng to the restroom, while Mrs. Sheng and Sheng Wanyan stayed behind to watch their things. When Mr. Sheng and the others returned, the mother and daughter went to the restroom to get water. The soft sleeper carriage had a kettle for everyone to use. Mom, you go first. I'll wait in line to get water. Getting water was near the restroom, so Mrs. Sheng felt a bit more at ease and hurried to the restroom. There was also a line for the restroom. Everyone queued for water and for the restroom. It was best to get water first and then find the other person to avoid waiting in line again. In those days, people didn't have the same awareness of queuing as they do now. It was common for someone to cut in if they knew someone in front. Fortunately, Sheng Wanyan was quick, and by the time she finished getting water, it was almost Mrs. Sheng's turn. She quickly called her over, worried that if she waited, she would have to wait another round. The mother and daughter returned to the carriage, and Mr. Sheng watched them close the carriage door before going back to the next compartment. Before they knew it, 5 days had passed, and the family was safe, just waiting to arrive in Kyoto the next day. Catch the thief. Help. My money. All my money has been stolen. In the corridor, an elderly woman sat on the floor, repeatedly slapping her thighs, her voice hoarse from crying. Everyone quickly gathered to see what was happening and soon learned that someone's money had been stolen. Wah 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 wah. My money has been stolen. That was all my savings. The train attendant hurried over, and upon hearing that a passenger's money was missing, she immediately began searching the area around her. What's going on outside? Sheng Wanyan's family also heard the commotion. Sheng's father pulled back the curtain to take a look and realized the elderly woman was in the same carriage as them. When he boarded, he had kindly suggested swapping seats with her so she could sleep on the upper bunk, since her spot was near the door and easy to target. He only had one set of clothes, so there wasn't much for a thief to take. However, the elderly woman thought he didn't want to climb up and down and scolded him for trying to trick her into switching seats. Now, it turned out her money had truly been stolen. "It's my carriage that has a problem. I'll go check. You all stay here." The train attendant began her investigation, surely asking everyone in the same carriage questions, and he needed to cooperate. As soon as Sheng's father returned to the next carriage, the attendant started her inquiries. "Where did you keep your money?" The elderly woman, still crying, pointed to her luggage. She had kept it in the inner pocket. "It was in this inner pocket, and when I woke up, it was gone." "How much was there?" "There was 112.6 yuan. Besides the money, is there anything else missing? Did anyone else in the carriage lose something?" The other passengers immediately checked their belongings, and everything was fine. Hearing that only her entire savings were missing, the elderly woman cried even harder. Wah. Why was I targeted? There are so many people in the carriage. That was all my savings. What will I do when I get off the train? How will I go back?" The elderly woman kept slapping her thighs and wiping her tears, while the attendant carefully questioned the other 3 passengers in the carriage. None of them had heard anything unusual last night. The thief must have acted while everyone was in deep sleep. "Did you steal my money?" "It must be you. We're in the same carriage. It would be easy for you to steal from me." The other 3 passengers' expressions darkened upon hearing this. Were they being accused of theft when they couldn't find their own money? "You didn't take care of your things and just left them in your bag. Now that it's missing, you're blaming us." "Exactly. We tried to help you, and this is how you repay us. Who else could it be but you?" "It must be you." Attendant, search their bags. "My money must be with them." The woman firmly grabbed the attendant's hand, insisting he check the bags of the other 3 passengers. "Are you crazy? Why should we let you search our things just because you lost your money?"
Right.
What kind of person does that? Blaming others for your own loss. The attendant was surprised by her request. People who could afford a soft sleeper must come from decent backgrounds and wouldn't act like this. "Ma'am, you have no real evidence, so we cannot search other passengers' belongings." The woman immediately began to curse. "My money is missing, and this is how you help me find it? What a useless attendant. If you won't help, I'll do it myself. Step aside." She quickly got up, pushed the attendant aside, and grabbed the luggage of the person next to her. "What are you doing? Why are you searching my bag?" The person next to her quickly snatched back their luggage, and they began to argue, even getting physical. The attendant, frowning, stepped in to separate them and warned the woman, "Ma'am, if you continue like this, we have the right to ask you to leave at the next stop." The woman became even angrier. Her money was stolen, and everyone else was fine. She didn't believe it was just a coincidence. She looked around and suddenly pointed at Mr. Sheng. "He stole it. It must be him. He's never in the carriage during the day, only comes back at night to sleep. He must be planning with his accomplices. It's definitely him." Mr. Sheng was furious. How could someone be so shameless, just accusing him like that? "Is what this lady said true?" The attendant asked Mr. Sheng. Although he hadn't showered in days, his clothes were intact, and the attendant didn't think he looked like that kind of person. "I really am not in the carriage during the day. I only come back at night to sleep."
Si.
He admitted it. "He stole my money. Hurry, arrest him." The woman immediately climbed onto Mr. Sheng's bed and started searching. All that was there was a set of clothes. There was nothing else. How can there be nothing? That's impossible. She must have given it to her accomplice. That's for sure. The train attendant frowned and began to ask Mr. Sheng about his whereabouts during the day. Mr. Sheng calmly explained his schedule to the train attendant, insisting he had neither stolen nor taken anything that he couldn't discuss. "I went to the next carriage during the day. Our family of 5 is traveling together. My parents, wife, and daughter are in the next carriage, and there wasn't enough space, so I stayed here alone." The train attendant nodded and immediately sent a colleague to the next carriage to confirm this. When Mrs. Sheng heard that something had happened to her husband, she instructed Sheng Wan to watch over the two elderly people in the carriage and not let anything else happen. She hurried to the next carriage and saw a woman falsely accusing her husband, which made her so angry that she rushed over and started to confront the woman. "How dare you accuse my husband? Who would want your little possessions?
Ugh.
You really don't know a good person when you see one." Mrs. Sheng kept slapping the woman, who was not as tall and couldn't fight back. The train attendant stepped in again, wondering why this woman always resorted to violence.
Stop it.
Mr. Sheng quickly stepped forward to pull his spirited wife back, while the train attendant restrained the woman. As soon as the woman was freed, she began to shout angrily at Mrs. Sheng, who didn't back down and shouted back, "Thief! Give me back my money!
Ugh.
My family of 5 can afford a soft sleeper. Do I really need your little over 100 yuan?" Mrs. Sheng spat water onto the woman's face, frustrated that she would falsely accuse her husband without considering the truth. "Ma'am, my colleague has already confirmed that they are a family of 5, and the reason one person is in this carriage is due to lack of space. Therefore, your money was not stolen by this gentleman. Please do not accuse him falsely. If he didn't steal it, then where did my money go? We have reported this to the train manager, and the police will handle the matter. If you want to recover your money, please cooperate with us." With no other options, the woman could only sit on the floor and cry, while the other passengers ignored her and sat with frowns on their faces. Mrs. Sheng glared at her, then helped Mr. Sheng tidy up his sleeping area and pulled him back to the next carriage. As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Sheng entered, their family rushed over to ask what had happened. Mrs. Sheng exaggeratedly recounted the events, making Grandma Sheng so angry that she wanted to confront the woman next door, but Grandpa Sheng held her back. "Don't go getting involved. It's best to leave this to the police. She accused my son, and I should just tolerate her?" Grandma Sheng glared at Grandpa Sheng, making him feel uneasy under her stare. It was Sheng's father who saved his own father. Otherwise, Grandpa Sheng wouldn't have been able to enjoy his drink afterward. "Mom, we're getting off tomorrow. There's no need to add to our stress. Besides, we need to think about Xiao. Only after hearing this last sentence did Grandma Sheng sit down. As an elder, she would always endure for her children and grandchildren. But the Sheng family didn't know that the thief had initially targeted them. Their carriage was always tightly closed, and they never traveled alone. After waiting a long time without an opportunity, the thief switched targets to the neighbor. With the whole family alert on the train, they arrived safely in Kyoto after a week, aside from a little commotion. In the end, it was said that the neighbor's money was never recovered. With so many people on the train and no surveillance like in later times, no one knew who the thief was. The neighbor could only make a scene, and some train staff, feeling sorry for her, pooled together $3 since she had no money when she got off. No matter how much the neighbor complained, if she didn't keep an eye on her belongings, who would take responsibility? In the end, she could only leave with those $3, and no one knew what happened afterward. The Sheng family got off the train with many bags and immediately started looking for Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan had changed into a new outfit and styled her hair in a fishtail braid. She usually wore a high ponytail or 2 big braids, but now that they were in Kyoto, she wanted to look more fashionable. Her appearance was fine, and she didn't have a strong odor. Every day, she would go to the bathroom to wash up and change into fresh clothes. Only her outer outfit remained the same. Just before getting off the train, she used the restroom, took a shower, and put on a new outfit. After wearing the same clothes for a week in the cramped train cabin during hot weather, they all felt sweaty and uncomfortable. Now, no one cared about that. They just wanted to leave the crowded station and get home to rest. "Have you found him?" Sheng's father looked up and scanned the area outside the station, only seeing a sea of heads, which felt strange. He quickly spotted Tingxiao in military uniform. That green outfit was the most eye-catching. Tingxiao spotted Sheng Wanyan at a glance. He arrived at the station an hour early, worried that their travel plans might change. Next to Tingxiao stood a person in green military uniform. Wasn't that Sheng Wanza, who hadn't returned home in over half a year? Sheng Wanza and Panyu arrived in Kyoto yesterday and stayed overnight in a small courtyard prepared by the Sheng family for the Gu family. Pan Yu knew they were coming to Kyoto today, so she went grocery shopping early in the morning to prepare dinner at home. Gu Tingxiao strode over and took the bags from Sheng Wanyan's hands. It had been over 4 months since they last saw each other, and they exchanged a glance. Sheng Wanyan noticed that his eyes were filled with her. With family around, why was everyone staring at her? She quickly turned her head and handed him the things she was carrying. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, let me carry this. Gu Tingxiao took all the items onto himself, looking completely willing to help. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng smiled at him, and seeing their grandson behind him made all the fatigue from the journey disappear.
Xiao
Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, little sister.
Xiao Zhe.
You little rascal, you haven't come home in over half a year. Do you still think of us? Mom Sheng scolded him playfully, but Sheng Wanyan just smiled and took the things from her hands. Mom, how could I forget you? I couldn't wait for our family reunion, so I immediately reported for leave and bought a ticket to Kyoto the next day. Seeing his cheeky grin, Mom Sheng playfully slapped his back twice. He looked so carefree, not at all like a responsible husband. You're so talkative. Hurry up and carry the things back. Xiao Yu is waiting. Gu Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan led the way with the items. They had brought 2 military vehicles, worried that they might not have enough space for everything. I must say, they were quite foresight. Sheng Wanyan really brought a lot of things. Both back trunks were packed full. Mom Sheng wanted to bring everything, even pots and pans, and if Sheng Wanyan hadn't stopped her, their home would have been emptied out. Sheng Wanyan drove one of the cars, and since his parents and grandparents missed him, they all rode together. This gave Gu Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan a chance to be alone. In the back of the car, they looked at each other without speaking. After months apart, they suddenly didn't know what to say. It was Gu Tingxiao who, without hesitation, took her hand. Yenner, it was tough traveling. It was fine, I didn't suffer much. She couldn't have suffered. The whole family was in one compartment, eating and drinking together, and she could sleep soundly without worrying about theft. They had 6 days until their wedding, and just thinking about it made Gu Tingxiao excited. He counted the days, wishing for time to pass quickly so he could bring the young girl home. Let's get going. Sheng Wanyan was worried that the elders in the front car would think they were delaying, so she urged him to leave. Gu Tingxiao understood it wasn't the right time for them to be alone, so he quickly followed the car in front and left the station. The Gu family had prepared a small courtyard for them in an alley, not far from the military district. Seeing the location made Sheng Wanyan feel excited. In her past life, she had inherited many properties and lived a comfortable life, so she never cared about such things. But now it was different. She needed to work hard for everything she wanted, as no one would hand wealth to her. In a few years, she wanted to buy several courtyards in Kyoto and some houses in Haishur. Even if she didn't live in them, keeping them for appreciation was a good idea. She didn't seek the great wealth of her past life. Having some assets and useful connections was important. She needed a backup plan. The courtyard was about 200 square meters, with 4 rooms and a living room for dining. The kitchen was in the backyard, using firewood for cooking, and there was a pile of wood nearby, likely prepared by Gu Tingxiao during his recent visits. In the corner of the backyard was a toilet, built with red bricks, and the rooms were also made of red bricks. The front yard was used for drying clothes, with a wooden clothes rack set up. A few pieces of wood were tied together in a B shape, with a long piece placed on top, creating a simple and durable drying rack for hanging laundry. Pan Yu heard the sound of the car in the kitchen, quickly put down her spatula, and ran out to greet them warmly. Grandparents, Mom, Dad, Sister, you finally made it. Oh, Xiaoya, come let me see. Did you suffer any hardships at the military district? Did Shanza bully you? Pan Yu shook her head and smiled as she answered Sheng's mother. I'm doing well. I just work and spend time at the family compound after work. I haven't faced any difficulties. Wanja is also doing well. He cares for the family and comes home right after work. That's great. As long as you all are doing well, we can rest easy. The 2 women were happily getting along while Gu Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan were bringing things in from the car. Grandma, Mom and Dad, the rooms are all ready. My sister can sleep in the middle two rooms with Grandma, and Mom and Dad can take the one on the left. How does that sound? Pan Yu had already made the beds in each room early that morning, and Gu Tingxiao had cleaned the rest beforehand. Okay, that sounds good. You've thought of everything. Mrs. Sheng patted Pan Yu's hand. Pan Yu was very thorough in her work, so she had no objections. Grandma, Mom and Dad, my sister, the water is ready. You can take a shower, and then we can eat. I smell terrible. I need to wash up quickly. Mr. Sheng was the first to rush off to grab clothes and take a shower. Gu Tingxiao helped Sheng Wanyan carry her luggage back to her room. She had the most luggage of anyone, and since coming to Kyoto, she wouldn't be returning to Rongqing. She had brought everything from home. Nowadays, it wasn't common to leave things at your parents' house for future visits. Although the Sheng family valued their daughter, she wouldn't be able to return often after joining the military. People in this era couldn't afford to leave things unused at home and buy new ones later. All of Sheng Wanyan's belongings were here now. Gu Tingxiao found an old friend who drove a truck to help deliver her bicycle to the military base. She took out a large cloth bag filled with her clothes, shoes, and toiletries. She was too lazy to open the suitcase for other items. Yenner, let me help you hang up your clothes. Gu Tingxiao kept following her around, wanting to assist her. Sheng Wanyan wasn't shy and asked him to help organize her things.
Okay.
Gu Tingxiao immediately started hanging her clothes, while Sheng Wanyan took her dirty clothes outside to wash. After washing her clothes by hand, she remembered her personal items were in her cloth bag. She quickly dropped the basin and ran to her room. When she returned, Gu Tingxiao had already organized all the clothes in the bag. You finished organizing everything? Sheng Wanyan could only ask that one question, while Gu Tingxiao nodded calmly. However, his flushed ears revealed his feelings. While organizing, he had found a few small items in the bag that surprised him. He originally planned to keep them for Sheng Wanyan to put in the wardrobe herself, but he realized that would only make her more embarrassed. After thinking it over, I folded all her little clothes and put them away. Helping my fiancée with her clothes shouldn't be a problem, right? When Sheng Wanyan heard his answer, her face instantly turned red. There was no need for him to be so straightforward about it. Why didn't you wait for me to come back? Why did he organize the little clothes without her? Seeing it done is different from doing it herself.
Cough.
Gu Tingxiao clenched his fist and coughed into it to ease his embarrassment. Yenner, we have 6 days until our wedding. I believe that after we get married, you shouldn't be the only one doing housework. You need to get used to it too. His words made her face even redder. It was the first time someone had organized her little clothes for her. I'll go hang the clothes. Sheng Wanyan said quickly and left the room. Gu Tingxiao noticed her flushed ears and her silent agreement, and his smile grew wider. His shy little fiancé. After the family finished bathing, they sat in the living room to eat. Pan Yu thought about how poorly they had eaten on the train. Not only did she start making chicken soup in the afternoon, but she also prepared some nourishing millet porridge. The dishes were great too, with braised pork, braised fish, and pickled radishes from Pan Yu's family, which went perfectly with the porridge. After the family finished their meal, Pan Yu cleaned up and told Sheng Wanyan to get some good rest. Gu Tingxiao didn't clean much either. Sheng Wanyan saw him off at the door and returned only after he got in the car. When Gu Tingxiao returned to the military compound, his mother pulled him aside with questions. She had planned to pick up her future mother-in-law today, but didn't want to disturb her rest on her first day. She had already taken leave for tomorrow to take her future mother-in-law's family to visit the Great Wall, and the day after that, they would visit the Forbidden City and Tiananmen Square. How is it? Has my daughter-in-law's family arrived? Gu's father, along with Grandpa and Grandma Gu, also looked at him, making Gu Tingxiao feel a bit uneasy under their gaze. They've arrived and are resting after a good meal. That's good. Get up early tomorrow and take your in-laws around Kyoto.
Mom, I know.
You don't know anything. Your main task is to make sure your daughter-in-law has a good time. Otherwise, she might complain about you before the wedding. Gu's mother always felt that her third son had tricked Sheng Wanyan into becoming his wife. After all, how could such an excellent girl fall for someone so cold? In her heart, she truly felt sorry for the Sheng family. Once Sheng Wanyan married in, she would treat her well. The third child in our family has caused trouble, and as his mother, I can only try to atone for his mistakes. Is the wedding house ready for the third child? Gu Tingxiao's wedding house was prepared by Grandma Gu, all brand new, just so he could get married. This shows how much the Gu family has worried about him finding a wife, and their standards have dropped significantly. From wanting someone of equal status and education, they have now settled for any woman with good character. It's all set up according to the standards of the first and fourth children's weddings. There are no mistakes. Grandma Gu nodded. With so many children in the family, there are bound to be some concerns, especially after they start their own families, which makes things more complicated. That's good. Have the invitations been sent out? Yes. Invitations were sent to every household in the courtyard, and the chef has been invited too. All right, let's take this seriously and not let anyone look down on the third grandson's wife. Grandpa Gu's last statement made everyone exchange glances. The Sheng family is indeed easy to look down upon in their circle. For them, a new bride coming from the city to the military compound is seen as someone trying to climb the social ladder. They couldn't understand why the Gu family agreed to this marriage. It seemed like they were pushing Gu Tingxiao into a difficult situation, ruining his future. His brothers-in-laws are supportive and can help in their careers, but someone from the city might just hold him back. Although they looked down on the new bride from the Sheng family, they could only maintain appearances in front of the Gu family. They were curious to see how the Gu family would regret this decision, bringing in a potential troublemaker. Meanwhile, the young girls in the courtyard who had been watching Gu Tingxiao felt uneasy upon hearing about his marriage. Another promising young man in the courtyard was getting married, and their options for partners were dwindling. If they had known Gu Tingxiao had such low standards, they wouldn't have pretended to be proper ladies. Now, the best husband they admired was taken by someone else. It was too late to regret now. Others were already preparing for the wedding. All they could do was feel regret. The next day, Gu's mother went to the small courtyard to find the Sheng family early in the morning. When she arrived, the Sheng family had just finished breakfast. "Mother-in-law, I'm here." Gu's mother's voice arrived before she did. Hearing her, Sheng's mother quickly put down what she was holding and rushed out to greet her. "Mother-in-law, I've been waiting for you." The two mothers immediately held hands, smiling and expressing how much they missed each other. "Oh, I've been thinking about the days chatting with my in-laws in Chengdu since I returned to Kyoto a few months ago. Finally, I get to see you again." "Of course. I've been thinking about you every day, too. Hurry. Let me take you out for some fun. I brought 2 cars." Mother Gu was so excited, pulling Mother Sheng along to go outside, but Mother Sheng quickly stopped her. "In-law, wait a moment, I need to grab my bag." Quickly. "In-law grandpa, in-law grandma, in-law father, Yenner, hurry up and get ready. We're going out to play." Third brother helped in-law grandpa and grandma into the car. Gu Tingxiao helped Grandpa and Grandma Sheng into the car first. Mother Gu had a security guard with her, while Father and Mother Sheng shared a car. Yan Sheng, Gu Tingxiao, and the 2 elders were in one car, heading first to the Great Wall to eat roast duck. Although Grandpa and Grandma Sheng were older, thanks to Yan Sheng's care during this time, they were quite strong. Climbing up slowly was not a big problem. Many people come to climb the Great Wall, mostly young people. Elders usually don't climb the Great Wall due to lack of stamina. They often visit Tiananmen instead. But Grandpa and Grandma Sheng were different. It was their first time in Kyoto, and they were full of energy and motivation. After climbing for over 3 hours, the 2 elders only took short breaks to drink water. If it weren't for Yan Sheng's good stamina, she would have struggled to keep up with their pace. Gu Tingxiao stood behind her, gently supporting her back to make it easier for her.
"Yana, hurry up.
The view is amazing." Grandma Sheng urged Yan Sheng, who truly admired the elder's stamina. "The view from up here is really great. You can see all of Kyoto." Once Yan Sheng finally reached the top, she drank several sips of water to catch her breath. "Yenner needs to exercise more." Grandpa Sheng glanced at her, and Yan Sheng quickly took 2 steps back, shaking her head in refusal. She didn't want to exercise. Being diligent was not her life goal. Her goal was to live comfortably and relax. In-law grandpa and grandma are in great shape. Mother Gu thought of her own elders. They could barely manage a stroll around Tiananmen, let alone climb the Great Wall. The two elders had been injured during their younger years and often needed medical care. Otherwise, they couldn't handle the cold weather. Our health is thanks to Yenner. When she was studying, she loved reading about this and even learned some massage techniques. Every day, she gives us massages and we sleep much better. Really? Does Yenner have knowledge in medicine? Mother Gu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She was pleasantly surprised by her third son's wife. I used to enjoy reading about it, so I would give massages to my family based on what I learned from books. I also followed the steps to make some medicinal dishes. Mother Gu nodded. She hadn't expected her third son's wife to have such skills. With her around, she felt more at ease about her son. Gu Tingxiao stood behind, feeling proud to hear how capable his future wife was. Such a smart person would be his wife. Mother-in-law, no wonder so many people admire Kyoto. I've never seen such a magnificent place in my life. Mother Sheng sighed with emotion. If she hadn't come out, she wouldn't have known the world was so vast. She had always been in the circle of Rongqing, thinking it was a great place. But upon arriving in Kyoto, she realized her previous thoughts were too narrow. That's true. Mother-in-law, you should stay in Kyoto for a while longer. We need to have some fun. Mother Sheng smiled at this. She wanted to have fun too, but she would need to return to work afterward. I'll definitely come next time when I have time. Mother Gu nodded happily. She understood that Mother Sheng had to work, and it was already quite difficult for her to take this long of a break. Then it's settled. Mother Gu agreed with her to come again, and Mother Sheng happily responded, knowing there would be more opportunities in the future. After climbing the Great Wall, they went to eat Peking duck. Mother Gu, having lived in Kyoto for many years, knew which place had the best duck. They went directly to the Kyoto Grand Hotel, where the chef was a former imperial chef's apprentice. With such great skills, he made Peking duck authentically, which is why the Kyoto Grand Hotel specifically invited him to be their head chef. Mother Gu ordered 2 ducks, a serving of fried sauce noodles for each person, and the famous donkey rolling. Don't be shy, everyone. These are all local delicacies from Kyoto. After the wedding, I'll take you to try more. Mother Gu poured them a cup of tea, and Sheng Wanyan quickly stood up to take the teapot. Mother Gu didn't refuse. It felt so nice to have her future daughter-in-law serve her tea. If only this cup of tea were a betrothal tea. After finishing the tea, Sheng Wanyan turned the teapot spout away from people, especially the elders. Gu's mother, while sipping her tea, smiled at Sheng Wanyan. Their family's third child was truly lucky to have such a girl who understands traditional customs. She's quite rare. After dinner, Gu's mother wanted to pay the bill, but Sheng's mother got there first. It didn't make sense for someone to take her whole family out and then pay for their meal too. Sheng's mother couldn't do that. She didn't want to owe anyone anything. The fewer debts you have, the better, as people might not be willing to help you later. Gu's mother didn't insist on paying either. She knew her daughter-in-law was very clear about these things and didn't like being in debt. However, she liked her a lot. The Gu family also didn't owe anyone anything from the start. They preferred to settle things right away. She would rather have a straightforward relationship with her in-laws than one without boundaries. Gu's mother didn't want to disturb them further after dropping them off. After a day of fun, everyone was surely tired and could use a nap before dinner. Mother-in-law, let's meet at the same time tomorrow to visit the Forbidden City and Tiananmen Square. Sure, we'll wait for you. Then, grandparents, please rest well. I'll come to your house for breakfast tomorrow. Grandpa Sheng nodded happily, while Grandma Sheng welcomed her warmly. That sounds great. Come have breakfast with your aunt tomorrow. I'll make you pancakes. They love my meat pies. Really? I can't wait to try them tomorrow.
Can your aunt lie to you?
I promise you'll want more. Gu's mother was very happy to hear this and immediately confirmed she would be there tomorrow.
Then we'll head back now.
The Sheng family waved goodbye. Gu's mother glanced at her son, only to find Gu Tingxiao's gaze fixed on Sheng Wanyan.
Cough.
Third child, let's go home. Did he really need to stare like that? In a few days, she would be his wife. She really didn't know who he took after. His brothers didn't act this way. Hearing his mother, Gu Tingxiao finally looked away and followed her to the car. Gu's mother shot him an annoyed glance. She would prefer to deal with a piece of char siu than her son sometimes. Gu Tingxiao rubbed his nose, wondering if his mother's glare was uncomfortable for her. Gu's mother. If anyone wants this troublesome son, they can take him. In the past few days, Gu's mother took the Sheng family around, and everyone had a great time, enjoying all the delicious food in the capital. The Sheng family also visited the two elders at the Gu family. When they arrived at the heavily guarded military compound, they didn't dare to speak loudly. Seeing the guards with guns at the entrance made them lower their voices. Pan Yu's grandmother also lived there, so she didn't go with them to the Gu family and instead accompanied Sheng Wanyan back to her family home for a visit. The Sheng family followed Gu's mother to the front door, which was a two-story Western-style house with a small yard. They had never seen such an impressive house before, but that was just a small matter. When they saw old Master Gu, the Sheng family felt weak in the knees. Wasn't he the founding general from the newspapers? They would never forget that face, a person admired by so many common folks. The Sheng family couldn't believe they were becoming in-laws with a founding general. What an honor! Welcome, in-laws. This must be my third granddaughter-in-law, Grandma Gu said, stepping forward enthusiastically to look at Sheng Wanyan. She was very pleased with what she saw. Grandpa and Grandma, this is my fiancé, Sheng Wanyan. Gu Tingxiao introduced her, and old Master Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu. I am Sheng Wanyan. What a lovely name. Make yourselves at home, old Master Gu said, trying to smile to put his future granddaughter-in-law at ease. However, his face, which looked more frightening than friendly, made it difficult. Old Master Gu had an aura of strength and intensity from years of battle, which blended with his presence. Even though he had softened a bit, he still exuded a sense of pressure. Fortunately, Sheng Wanyan was strong enough to handle it, otherwise, others might have felt weak and wanted to kneel. Old Master Gu personally poured tea for Sheng's grandparents and learned that Sheng's grandfather had also fought in his youth, which instantly gave them something to talk about. Grandma Gu and Gu's parents entertained them, with Grandma Gu focusing her attention on Sheng Wanyan. She noticed that Sheng Wanyan had excellent manners. Every gesture was just right, making everyone feel very comfortable. She didn't seem like a child raised in an ordinary family, but rather one who had been trained in etiquette from a young age. Compared to the young girls from the capital, she had a certain calmness and a unique presence. Her aura was just right, neither too strong nor too weak. Aunt Lin, is the meal ready? Aunt Lin in the kitchen heard Grandma Gu's voice and immediately poked her head out to respond. Old lady, it's time to eat. Grandma Gu stood up right away and invited everyone to the table. Family, please come and take your seats. Grandpa Gu was happily chatting with Grandpa Sheng and didn't move when he heard it. He was too engrossed in the conversation. I didn't expect that the battles were so tough. Now the country is getting better and better. Grandpa Gu felt a bit nostalgic about the days of war. Yes, the country is developing and people's lives will surely improve.
Come eat.
Grandma Gu called out, and the two grandfathers finally paused their conversation and sat down at the dining table. The meal prepared by the Gu family was very generous, as Grandma Gu had woken up early to check the dishes. The food included braised pork, braised fish, spicy rabbit meat, stir-fried chicken, tomato and egg, cold cucumber salad, white rice, and cabbage tofu soup. With 6 dishes and a soup and so many meat dishes, it showed how much the Gu family valued this meal. Grandpa Gu also brought out some fine wine he had saved, enjoying a drink with Grandpa Sheng. Don't be polite, Grandpa and Grandma. Please eat more, treat it like your own home. Mom Gu served Sheng Wanyan a big chicken leg, and everyone was given a bowl of soup. Thank you, Aunt. Eat more, don't be shy. Mom Gu smiled as she served her a lot of dishes. The future daughter-in-law's soft voice melted hearts. Gu Tingxiao served her a rabbit leg and some good rabbit meat, knowing she loved that dish. When Sheng Wanyan saw him offering her the rabbit leg, she immediately tugged at his sleeve. The elders were present. It wouldn't be right to take all the good food for herself. Gu Tingxiao noticed her little gesture and served some fatty braised pork to the 4 elders before stopping his own serving. The 2 families chatted and finished the meal, with the 2 grandfathers drinking quite a bit with Gu Dad and Sheng Dad. On the way back, Grandpa Sheng and Sheng Dad were a bit tipsy, and in the end, the 2 grandfathers held hands, reluctant to part. Grandma Gu also chatted with Grandma Sheng, planning to go shopping together in a few days. Okay, let's go out together then. Grandma Sheng happily agreed, while Grandpa Sheng and Sheng Dad were a bit dizzy, so it was Gu Tingxiao and the guard who helped them home. Soon, it was June 16th. Today is the day she marries Gu Tingxiao. At 5 in the morning, Sheng Wanyan was woken up by her mother. As soon as she got up, Grandma Sheng started to style her hair. Although these traditional practices are not allowed in modern times, family members still follow the rituals. 1 comb for a carefree life. 2 combs for health and longevity. 3 combs for a lifelong partnership. Grandma Sheng recited blessings while using a wooden comb to style her hair. Wanyan's hair was smooth and straight, and Grandma had no trouble combing it from start to finish. Meanwhile, Gu Tingxiao was also preparing for the wedding at the military compound. He had a few close friends and brothers who had grown up with him, and they arrived with 6 military vehicles to pick her up. Sheng Wanyan changed into a bright red dress, which Grandma had specially modified by adding peony embroidery at the hem. The handmade embroidery added charm to the dress. Wanyan styled her hair into a princess look, which perfectly matched the red dress. Her mother prepared a bowl of longevity noodles for her, along with a fried egg, so she could eat before waiting for Gu Tingxiao to arrive. The Gu family had hired a celebratory matchmaker early in the morning, as some rituals required her presence. The 6 military vehicles arrived at the small courtyard, and as soon as the matchmaker saw them, she called out, "The groom is here." Sheng Wanyan exchanged glances with Pan Yu, who quickly ran into the room to block the door. Wanja stood straight in military uniform at the courtyard entrance, watching the 6 military vehicles and Gu Tingxiao standing in the middle with 5 friends behind him. He sneered inwardly, thinking that Gu Tingxiao was trying to outnumber them. Gu Tingxiao always liked to make little moves when they least expected it. Dressed in military attire with boots and a big red flower on his chest, Gu Tingxiao attracted the attention of the neighbors, who came out to join the excitement. His friends happily shared candies with everyone. "Enjoy the candies, everyone. Let's celebrate together." The neighborhood children rushed over to grab candies, each receiving 5 or 6 pieces. Normally, they would be satisfied with just 1 piece a month.
Wow.
"I have 5 candies. I have 6. Look, Grandma, I have so many candies." The children began to show off to their friends, counting to see who had the most. "Big brother-in-law, we're here to pick up the bride." Gu Tingxiao's younger brother, shouted, while Sheng Wanyan smiled at them without saying a word. Seeing that he wouldn't move, everyone had to take out red envelopes and hand them over. Sheng Wanyan accepted the envelopes, but still didn't let them pass. Gu Tingxiao looked at him seriously and said, "I will definitely keep my promise to you." Sheng Wanyan stared at him for a moment before responding, "If you can't do it, I will take her home no matter what." "Okay." Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan finally stepped aside, allowing Gu Tingxiao and his group to enter the courtyard. There were also betrothal gifts for the Sheng family, which the matchmaker listed one by one, surprising the neighbors nearby. Once inside the courtyard, there was another hurdle, Pan Yu. However, Pan Yu only pretended to be strict. After accepting a few red envelopes, she quickly let Gu Tingxiao in. Sheng Wanyan heard the approaching sounds, and her heart raced faster. Gu Tingxiao took a deep breath in front of the door before pushing it open. As soon as he entered, he saw Sheng Wanyan sitting on the bed. She had always been the most dazzling and beautiful one. He had imagined her as his bride hundreds of times. But all those imaginations crumbled today. She was even more beautiful than he had imagined, far more stunning than in his dreams. The group of brothers behind him took a deep breath. They finally understood why Gu Tingxiao chose a girl from the city. Just her face was enough to captivate anyone. They had never seen such a charming young girl in Kyoto. Her aura surpassed that of anyone in their circle. Gu Tingxiao really knew how to keep a secret. His new bride was simply like a fairy who wouldn't be moved by her. Unfortunately, no matter how enchanted they were, Gu Tingxiao got to her first. Brothers' wives are off limits. Just a fleeting glance would have to do.
Yenner, I've come to get you.
The groom quickly found the shoes to take the bride out. Gu Tingxiao found the shoes quickly. Pan Yu had hidden the dress shoes in the cabinet, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw them. He knelt in front of the bed, and Sheng Wanyan shyly extended her foot. It was the first time Gu Tingxiao saw her feet. They were very fair, with nails that had a hint of pink, beautiful like jade. He carefully put the socks on her, being cautious not to hurt her with his rough hands. After several minutes, he finally got the socks on, and then he started putting on her shoes. Sheng Wanyan saw that his forehead was covered in sweat, and Gu Tingxiao's nervous hands were shaking a bit. In the end, after some struggles, he finally managed to put on his shoes. As they left, Sheng Wanza, acting as the older brother, carried her out. Before arriving at the groom's family, the bride's feet must not touch the ground. The matchmaker began to announce Sheng Wanyan's dowry, and seeing how generous this family was with their daughter, everyone felt a bit envious. The dowry is 666 yuan, along with a bicycle, and the groom's family will take everything. The brothers standing behind Gu Tingxiao exchanged glances, realizing that this new bride from the city was not as shallow as they had thought. Although her family background was not as prestigious as others in their circle, her family was quite supportive, making them a reliable backing even after she moved to the capital. The bride is leaving now. Sheng's parents felt a bit uneasy. Once their daughter stepped out of this door, she would belong to another family. They hurried after her, followed closely by Sheng's grandparents. Once outside, they grabbed Sheng Wanyan's hand, wanting to say something, but words got stuck in their throats. Sheng's grandmother and mother slowly had tears in their eyes, filled with reluctance. Now that their daughter was getting married, they would return to Rongqing, and she would be going to join the army. It might be a long time before they saw her again. Take good care of yourself and have a happy marriage. Stay healthy. Sheng's mother only hoped for her daughter's health and a harmonious marriage. As long as she was healthy and happy, there was nothing else to worry about. Mom, I will. Dad will always be your support. If you ever feel unhappy, come home. Sheng's father sighed. He had cherished his daughter for 20 years, never scolding her, and now she was becoming someone else's.
Thank you, Dad.
Be good, my dear, be very good.
Grandma.
With red eyes, Sheng Wanyan hugged her grandmother tightly, who held onto her hand, unwilling to let go. Sheng Wanyan looked at her grandfather, who stood silently in the back, but his slightly trembling hand betrayed his feelings.
Grandpa.
Hearing her call, he looked at her deeply and finally said one thing. If you face any hardships, come home. Sheng Wanyan nodded heavily, and her grandmother's tears began to flow. It's time to go. We might miss the auspicious moment. The matchmaker reminded them, and Sheng's grandmother patted her back, reluctantly letting her go. Let's go. With red eyes, Sheng's grandmother closed the car door for her, and Gu Tingxiao saluted them. Grandparents, Mom and Dad, I promise to take good care of Yenner for my whole life. Please trust me to take care of her. Mr. Sheng stepped forward and patted his shoulder. I will leave my daughter in your hands. If you let her suffer even a little, I will not let you off. Although he was just an ordinary worker, if anyone bullied his children, he would do anything to seek justice for them. Xiao Gu, I will leave my daughter in your care. If she does anything wrong, let me know, and I will teach her a lesson. Please. Please don't hit her daughter. Mom, no matter what, I am ready to face all consequences from the moment I chose her. As long as it's her, nothing is a problem. Mrs. Sheng nodded, wanting to say more, but time was short, so she could only let them go. At the moment the car drove away, realizing her daughter was really leaving Mrs. Sheng and Grandma Sheng couldn't hold back their tears and cried heavily. Mr. Sheng and Grandpa Sheng comforted them, while Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu wiped the ladies' tears. Sheng Wanyan sat in the car, looking back the whole time, while Gu Tingxiao sat beside her, holding her hand tightly. The young girl must have felt sad leaving home, so besides keeping her company, he could only try to cheer her up. We will often come back to Rongqing to visit.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. In a few years, When Mr. and Mrs. Sheng retire, the whole family will be able to reunite in the military. 6 military vehicles came and went in the military district. She got out of the car and walked into the Gu family with Gu Tingxiao. Everyone in the Gu family was waiting at home, and over 20 tables were set up outside the door. Many people were in the backyard helping to wash and chop vegetables. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao stood in the living room, swearing in front of the portrait of a great leader. Everyone rushed in to see the excitement, and when they saw the beautiful bride, they couldn't help but comment. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao each held a large red flower, standing in front of the portrait, facing each other as they began to swear. We swear in front of the great leader to support each other, grow together, live in harmony, and contribute to our great country. Grandpa and Grandma Gu, along with Mr. and Mrs. Gu, sat on stools watching them. There was supposed to be a tea ceremony, but with so many people watching, it would be awkward to do it now, so that would have to wait until tomorrow. The ceremony is complete. Weddings in this era were quite simple, and Sheng Wanyan was sent back to the bridal chamber to wait. Gu Tingxiao still had to entertain guests, so he had prepared some snacks in the room to keep her from getting bored. Sheng Wanyan looked around their wedding room, which was square and seemed to be about 20 square meters. There was a large 1.8-meter bed against one wall, and a new wardrobe and desk against the opposite wall. Most importantly, she noticed the dressing table with a mirror. She was sure that Gu Tingxiao had arranged this for her. Her guess was correct. He had designed it himself and had someone build it. He believed that a young lady should always look beautiful, so he specially made a dressing table for her. Sheng Wanyan walked over and saw 2 jars of new cream on the dressing table, which Gu Tingxiao must have bought as well. On the desk, there were several snacks, including mung bean cake, water chestnut cake, and a dozen big white rabbit milk candies. All of these were her favorites, and it was clear that Gu Tingxiao had prepared them for her. He had truly thought of everything, just waiting for her to arrive. This feeling of being cared for made her feel very secure. Sheng Wanyan ate a couple of pieces of cake, and just as she finished her drink, she heard a knock at the door. She quickly ran back to sit on the bed, trying to appear as composed as possible. "Third sister-in-law, it's your elder sister-in-law." The one knocking was Gu Tingxiao's elder sister-in-law, Leong, the wife of his elder brother Gu Tingji. Leong had an elegant demeanor, clearly an intellectual. She worked as a section chief in the education bureau. She was holding a meal that was specially prepared for Sheng Wanyan by Gu's mother and Gu Tingxiao. Next to her stood a beautiful woman, Wang, the wife of the 4th brother Gu Tingo. She worked as the head of the finance department at a textile factory in Kyoto.
Come.
Sheng Wanyan anxiously looked at the door, unsure of the personalities of her 2 sisters-in-law, and sat quietly waiting. Leong and Wang entered, and Wang quickly glanced around, secretly observing Sheng Wanyan. "Third sister-in-law, come eat something to fill your stomach," Leong said kindly, placing the meal on the table. Sheng Wanyan quickly stood up. "Thank you, elder sister-in-law." Leong smiled and took her hand. Although she hadn't interacted much with her 3rd sister-in-law yet, her impression so far was very good. She was beautiful and spoke softly, making her seem easy to get along with. "Why be so polite with your elder sister-in-law?
We are all family now."
"Here, this is a wedding gift from your elder sister-in-law. Let's see if you like it." Although Leong said it was a wedding gift, she knew it was a welcome gift for her. Leong opened the bag hanging from her arm, revealing a simple red dress. The dress had no patterns, with a drawstring at the waist, and it fell just below the knee. Even though the dress was simple, the color was vibrant, clearly made from quality fabric obtained through connections. It showed Leong's thoughtfulness as an older sister-in-law, and Sheng Wanyan, not wanting to be difficult, accepted it. "It's beautiful. Thank you, sister-in-law." Seeing that she genuinely liked it, Leong felt relieved. She had worried that her sister-in-law might dislike the gift. "I'm glad you like it." "I do. I was just looking for a simple and elegant dress." Hearing this made Leong even happier. Although she knew Sheng Wanyan was just being polite, who wouldn't feel good about kind words. Wang, the 4th sister-in-law, smiled as she finished looking around the room and pulled out a box of cream from her pocket. Sister-in-law, I'm not sure what you like, but this cream is popular among girls in Kyoto.
I hope you don't mind.
Sheng Wanyan noticed her scrutinizing gaze, but stayed silent. From the moment Wang Chunmei entered, she had been assessing the room setup. Sheng Wanyan understood that she was checking if the family favored their branch. However, since they were just getting to know each other and nothing had crossed a line, she remained friendly. Sheng Wanyan smiled and accepted the gift, thanking her. Thank you, fourth sister-in-law. Wang Chunmei nodded. This cream wasn't cheap, costing over $1. Leong Nijin frowned when she saw that Wang Chunmei only gave cream. Hadn't the fourth brother told her that his wife planned to gift a pair of shoes? How did the shoes turn into cream? However, Leong Nijin didn't say anything further. It was the fourth brother's family matter, and she had no right to interfere. This dressing table is beautiful. Did your mother-in-law get it for you? Wang Chunmei felt uneasy. When she got married, the family hadn't prepared such a nice dressing table for her. This was made by Tingxiao himself. Wang Chunmei felt even more uncomfortable hearing this. Why wasn't her husband as thoughtful? Really? It's lovely. I'll have to find someone to make one for me too. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded, not saying anything. If she wanted to get one, that was fine. After all, it was just furniture, not something personal. Third sister-in-law, eat something to fill your stomach. If you get hungry, third brother will be worried. Leong Nijin thought it was funny that Gu Tingxiao secretly came to her for help, asking her to prepare some food for his new wife, and he mentioned that she doesn't eat fatty meat. The way he rushed to ask for her help made her laugh. She had never seen her third brother be so considerate, and his anxious expression was quite rare. Usually, he had a serious face, and she never expected to see him show any other emotions. Sheng Wanyan, hearing her sister-in-law's teasing, blushed while sitting on a stool, with a bowl of plain rice and some lean meat in front of her. There were a few pieces of ribs, fish, lean meat, and spicy chicken along with a bowl of cabbage soup. Sister-in-law, let's eat together? Wang Chunmei, who had been helping in the kitchen, swallowed hard at the sight of the food. Since they hadn't started eating outside yet, the first portion was brought in for Sheng Wanyan, and she wanted to taste it too. No, we have food outside. Just make sure you don't go hungry, Leong Nijin replied, pulling the eager Wang Chunmei outside. The fourth sister-in-law didn't seem to realize what day it was. It wasn't her turn to take the spotlight. Once Sheng Wanyan and the others left, she raised an eyebrow, thinking that the fourth sister-in-law might not be easy to handle in the future. However, she wouldn't have to deal with her for long. They could just maintain a harmonious surface. After finishing her meal and wiping her mouth, Sheng Wanyan took out a book from the box to read. The banquet outside hadn't started yet, and she would probably have to wait for a few hours, so reading was a good way to pass the time. The Sheng family arrived at the military district, and Grandpa Gu saw them and invited them to sit at the same table. Grandpa, come here. Let me introduce you to some great fighters from the past, he said. As soon as Grandpa Gu saw Grandpa Sheng, he pulled him over to chat with other old friends. Grandpa Gu didn't understand social niceties. His old buddies were all veterans who had fought together. These old men were straightforward and didn't like beating around the bush. The lively banquet outside was filled with people congratulating Gu Tingxiao on finally getting married. They exchanged knowing glances and soon began to toast him enthusiastically. Cheers to our old bachelor finally getting married. Let's drink. Does Comrade Gu Tingxiao have to drink 3 cups? Exactly. Start with 3 cups. Without hesitation, Gu Tingxiao downed 3 cups of white wine, and everyone immediately applauded. Such spirit. How refreshing. Refreshing indeed. No wonder he's a soldier, so quick on his feet. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year. Everyone was teasing Gu Tingxiao, saying things they usually wouldn't dare to say in front of him. Today was a special occasion, so why not have some fun and joke around? Who knows when there will be another chance. Happy wedding! Gu Tingji and Gu Tingo raised their glasses to toast him, and Gu Tingxiao drank heartily. While drinking, Gu Tingxiao's thoughts were on the young lady in the wedding room. He wondered if his sister-in-law had brought her food. The young lady had quite an appetite, and he hoped she wasn't hungry. He kept glancing inside until he saw Yang Najin come out and nod at him, which made him feel relieved. The Gu family prepared a feast with 9 dishes and a soup, all hearty meals. Everyone could see that the Gu family was quite pleased with the new bride. If they weren't satisfied, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Wang Chunmei looked at the table full of hearty dishes and remembered that when she married in, there were only 6 dishes, with just 4 being meat. She felt that the Gu family favored the third branch.
Why did she only have 6 dishes back then?
Noticing her lack of action, Gu Tingo glanced at her, prompting Wang Chunmei to smile and start serving herself. Throughout the meal, Wang Chunmei paid no attention to her 4-year-old daughter, focusing only on her own food. It was Gu Tingo who served their daughter some meat and a bowl of rice. Grandpa Gu had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. The first child was Gu Tingxiao's father. The second was also a son, and the third child was Gu Tong, who married into Rongqing. Gu father had 3 sons and 1 daughter, Gu Tingji, Gu Tingting, Gu Tingxiao, and Gu Tingo, all of whom are now married. Uncle Gu had 2 sons and 1 daughter, Gu Tingyan, Gu Tinglin, and Gu Tingjing. Currently, the youngest generation of the Gu family has 4 children. The first is Gu Tingji's 7-year-old son, the first great-grandson Gu Jinfang. The second great-grandson is the 6-year-old son of Uncle Gu's eldest son Gu Tingyan, the second great-grandson Gu Jinso. The third great-grandchild is Gu Tingo's 4-year-old daughter, the first great-granddaughter Gu Jingjing. The fourth great-grandchild is the 2-year-old son of Uncle Gu's younger son Gu Tinglin, the third great-grandson Gu Jingguang. There are 2 great-grandchildren. One is a boy named Lin Longi, who is 5 years old, and the other is a girl named Lin Xiaoyu, who is 3 years old. Both are children of Gu Tingting. Gu Tingting is married to Lin Juanhu, a direct subordinate of her father, who is also in the military and currently serves as a company commander in the military district in the capital. Logically, Gu Tingting's sister's daughter should be the most cherished child in the family, as she is the only girl in the youngest generation of the Gu family. However, her mother, Wang Chunmei, has a preference for boys and often expresses her disappointment that her daughter is not a boy, calling her a burden. Even though the girl's biological parents might not agree with Wang Chunmei's behavior, they feel powerless to intervene. They are busy managing their own child and do not have the time to deal with someone else's issues. Everyone was lively and trying to get Gu Tingxiao drunk, especially Sheng Wanyan, who wanted to make him completely fall over. A few hours later, Sheng Wanyan heard footsteps coming from outside. The footsteps sounded a bit chaotic, so she quickly put away her book and sat up straight on the bed. The heavy footsteps grew louder, and her heart raced in sync with them. When the door opened, she felt like her heart might stop. Gu Tingxiao entered, his face flushed and smelling of alcohol. Before coming in, he took off his military jacket and shook it a bit to air it out. Their wedding room is on the 2nd floor, which has 4 rooms in total, 1 bathroom, and the room of Gu's parents at the far end. The other 3 rooms belong to Gu Tingji, Gu Tingxiao, and Gu Tingo, who also come back to stay during holidays. Gu Tingo's room is across from the bathroom, next to Gu Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan's room. Their wedding room faces Gu Tingji's, but no one would disturb them today. Downstairs, there are 2 rooms, one for Grandpa and Grandma Gu, and another guest room for visitors. Gu Tingxiao closed the door, hung up his jacket, and walked over to his new wife. Sheng Wanyan stood still, and Gu Tingxiao knelt down to help her take off her shoes and put on the prepared slippers, making her feel a bit more comfortable.
Yana.
Sheng Wanyan quickly stood up, ran to get her pajamas, and headed to the bathroom to escape the awkward moment. Gu Tingxiao watched as the young girl effortlessly landed back in his arms. She wanted to run away, but how could she? He had been thinking about their wedding night for a long time. He had been waiting to bring her home and make her his. There was no way he would let this opportunity slip away. I need to take a shower, she said. Gu Tingxiao held her tightly, and Sheng Wanyan couldn't escape, so she clung to his shirt. She felt really nervous. After all, she had never been in this situation before. Gu Tingxiao buried his head in her neck, his warm breath tickling her skin. Sheng Wanyan instinctively shrank back, pushing his face away. Wife. Gu Tingxiao's deep voice carried a hint of tenderness, and it was hard for Sheng Wanyan to deny her feelings.
Wife.
I finally brought you home. Sheng Wanyan paused at his words, realizing how much he wanted to marry her. She let him hold her, while Gu Tingxiao blushed deeply, the scent of alcohol strong on him, but he didn't act like others who get drunk. Instead, he calmly carried her to the bed, where she sat on his lap, swinging her legs a little. Gu Tingxiao noticed her small movements and smiled, grabbing her legs gently. Sheng Wanyan widened her eyes at him. His hands were rough, and the touch on her calves felt tingly, making her quickly hide her legs. Gu Tingxiao was surprised. How could she have such soft legs? Afraid of hurting her, he quickly let go. Taking advantage of his moment of surprise, Sheng Wanyan pushed him away and grabbed her pajamas to head for the shower. Gu Tingxiao's playful behavior had startled her away, and he immediately followed her out. Seeing her enter the bathroom, he rushed back to his room to grab his pajamas, which were just a pair of shorts.
Dear.
I want a shower too, he called, knocking on the bathroom door. Sheng Wanyan had just taken off her clothes when she heard his voice, and she felt a lump in her throat. Mr. and Mrs. Gu were already resting, and if they woke them up, it would be so embarrassing. Be quiet, she replied. Gu Tingxiao pressed his lips together, glanced at the door for a moment, then quietly squatted down, waiting for his wife to come out. She told him to be quiet, but didn't ask him to leave. Listening to the sound of water inside, his mind filled with dreams of the scenes he had imagined, his shy wife asking him to be gentle. Every time I wake up, I have to go to the bathroom. After thinking for so long, I finally made it here. It's surprising I even came. After taking a shower, Sheng Wanyan came out and was startled to see Gu Tingxiao squatting on the floor. What are you doing here? Gu Tingxiao quickly stood up, straightened his posture, and looked at her seriously. Wife, I'm waiting for you.
I don't need to wait.
You do. Gu Tingxiao's tone was very serious. Sheng Wanyan looked him over. Was he drunk? Go take a shower, I'll wait for you in the room. Wife, I'll walk you back. Gu Tingxiao smiled as he escorted her to the room. After making sure she was sitting on the bed and wouldn't leave, he hurried off to take a shower. Sheng Wanyan found it amusing to watch him rush to the bathroom. Once he left, she took out her skincare products. She was worried Gu Tingxiao would return quickly, so she could only do a simple skincare routine. She quickly went through the steps and finished, then lay back on the bed. She had woken up early and was already tired. If it weren't for the fact that today was their wedding night, she might have fallen asleep right away. Thinking about her mother's advice from last night made her blush. It's fine. I've seen many types of men in my past life. There's nothing to be afraid of. Sheng Wanyan took a few deep breaths. In her past life, she had encountered many wealthy and carefree young men, so she had seen a lot. How could a wedding night scare her? She kept encouraging herself, and by the time Gu Tingxiao finished his shower and returned with foot-soaking water, she was already asleep. Gu Tingxiao's gaze was no longer hazy from the alcohol. Instead, it was filled with determination. If Sheng Wanyan saw that look, she would be speechless. He placed the foot-soaking water down and gently pulled back the covers, admiring her peaceful sleeping face with satisfaction. Gu Tingxiao dried off and waited for his hair to dry naturally. Wife, wake up and soak your feet. He called her carefully. Sheng Wanyan frowned and pulled the blanket up. Be good. Soaking your feet will help you feel less tired tomorrow. The young girl had been busy all day, and tonight was their wedding night. If she didn't relax, she might be exhausted in the morning. Sheng Wanyan woke up in a daze. Gu Tingxiao helped her sit up, supporting her from behind. He placed her feet in a basin, and she let out a comfortable sigh. Gu Tingxiao paused for a moment, his gaze on her growing deeper. After a while, Sheng Wanyan felt sleepy again, and Gu Tingxiao got out of bed to massage her feet. She pulled her feet back, feeling shy about someone else washing them, especially her new husband. Wife, a little massage will feel nice, he said, holding her feet. She was shy now, but he thought she would get used to it over time. I can do it myself, she replied, still feeling embarrassed. Gu Tingxiao looked at her. I'll take care of it from now on. You just enjoy, he assured her. Sheng Wanyan bit her lip, finding his words a bit strange. Enjoy what? You married me to have a good life, not to suffer, he continued. There's no reason for you to have a worse life than when you were at your parents' home. Sheng Wanyan paused, realizing he truly cared for her and had everything planned out. Gu Tingxiao, I tend to spend money freely, she warned, wanting to set expectations since she wouldn't let herself be deprived. She had plenty of resources and didn't want her quality of life to drop after marrying him. Wife, from now on, you will make the decisions about our home. If we run out of money, I'll earn more, he replied. You don't need to worry about anything else, I'll handle it. He was determined not to let her live a hard life. Money was meant to be spent, and her happiness was what mattered most. Hearing this made Sheng Wanyan feel more at ease. She wanted their life together to be good and not attract any negative attention, especially since they would be living in a family compound. They needed to be united and manage both their internal and external lives well. Gu Tingxiao massaged her feet for a while. His hands were large, even bigger than her feet, and he was surprised at how small they were. He carefully dried her feet with a towel, placed them back on the bed, and went to dispose of the foot-soaking water. When he returned and locked the door, he handed her a metal box. This is the money I've saved over the years. It's all yours to manage. He opened the box, revealing about 480 yuan and many receipts inside. I used to give $5 every month to help the children of my deceased comrades, but I stopped after we started dating. I won't give any more. I've done enough over the years. Gu Tingxiao no longer plans to help any comrades. When he was alone, it was easier for him. As long as he had enough to eat in the army, he was fine. But things are different now. He has a wife to support and will have children in the future. His whole family will depend on him. He helped out of kindness, but that doesn't mean he has to do it forever. After 8 years of helping, it's time for him to think about himself. Sheng Wanyan's eyes lit up. Is this money for herself? In our home, you will make the decisions. Really? Can I spend it however I want? Gu Tingxiao nodded. He gave the money to the young girl so she could spend it freely. Then I'll manage the household, and you earn the money. Hearing this, Gu Tingxiao smiled slightly. He was more than happy with that.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan got out of bed and opened her dowry box, taking out her dowry and gifts. Gu Tingxiao watched as she pulled out the bills one by one and counted them in front of him. Her excited expression about money truly made Gu Tingxiao laugh. My dowry is 666, plus the gifts of 999, and my mom gave me a settling-in fee of 1160. You previously sent me $600, plus this $480. That adds up to a total of 3,905. Gu Tingxiao didn't expect they had so much money. He thought it would be, at most, 2,000. Sheng Wanyan thought of something and began searching through her dowry box again. Also, this $60 is what I saved from working for a year. Actually, this $60 was given to her by her mother, and she used it as a good excuse to take it out. So, we have a total of 3,965 to use for our little home. Sheng Wanyan felt very proud. She was a great saver. She hadn't spent a single cent of the money Gu Tingxiao had given her before. Gu Tingxiao realized that the young girl hadn't used any of the money he sent each month. Was she planning to keep things clear between them in case she did something wrong? It must be said that Gu Tingxiao was right. She didn't like complicated emotional entanglements. Gu Tingxiao took a deep breath. The young girl was quite ungrateful. Wife, keep your dowry for yourself. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Sheng Wanyan bit down on his shoulder, feeling completely powerless under him. A night of intimacy. The next day, Sheng Wanyan woke up to find no one beside her. The bed was still warm, indicating he had just left. She sat up, feeling sore all over, and thought about how Gu Tingxiao had been so reckless last night that she wanted to sleep in a separate room immediately. Ouch! She held her waist and pulled back the covers, noticing numerous red marks on her chest, making her want to slap Gu Tingxiao. This man was like a machine when it came to passion, completely unaware of exhaustion. He had been relentless all night, demanding more and more. Gu Tingxiao walked in with breakfast and, seeing she was awake, quickly went to get her clothes for the day. Wife, let me help you get dressed. Seeing him made Sheng Wanyan angry. There was no way she would let him dress her. What if he got carried away again? Get out, I can dress myself. Wife, you're not feeling well. Let me help. Gu Tingxiao looked at her with a pleading expression, but Sheng Wanyan was not swayed. She grabbed the clothes from his hands. I can do it myself. Turn around. When she saw he was reluctant to leave, she didn't push it. He was quite stubborn. Gu Tingxiao, hearing she didn't want him to go out, immediately turned his back, but all his attention was still on her. Sheng Wanyan noticed he was being very obedient and didn't seem to be trying to sneak a peek, so she finally lifted the covers and started putting on her clothes. Her movements were very slow, and every little motion caused her pain, making it clear how excessive Gu Tingxiao had been the night before. He had been so enthusiastic that if she hadn't passed out, he wouldn't have stopped. She only managed to rest around 4 in the morning. She feared that he had been bothering her all night. Gu Tingxiao, hearing her occasional gasps of pain, didn't care about being scolded and turned around to help her get dressed.
You.
Why did you turn around? I'm here to help you. You're not feeling well. No need. Sheng Wanyan didn't dare let him help. She didn't want to get into trouble. Be good, I'll do it. Gu Tingxiao took the clothes from her hands and started dressing her. Sheng Wanyan knew she couldn't resist him and could only blush while accepting his care. However, when Gu Tingxiao saw the red marks on her skin, his expression darkened. Her skin was so delicate that it didn't take much force to leave a mark. It seems I need to be gentler in the future, as the young lady is a bit sensitive. If she throws a tantrum, it won't be good. Gu Tingxiao guessed Sheng Wanyan's thoughts and mentally prepared himself. After getting dressed, Sheng Wanyan's face was so red it looked like it could bleed, while Gu Tingxiao continued to say things that made her even more shy. Last night, I helped you clean up and applied some medicine. In a couple of days, it won't hurt anymore. It's my fault. I'll be gentler from now on. Gu Tingxiao, oblivious, didn't notice Sheng Wanyan's expression. Her face was bright red, more exaggerated than a monkey's bottom, yet he kept talking. Shut up. Gu Tingxiao immediately closed his mouth, realizing that his wife was shy. Sheng Wanyan, both embarrassed and annoyed, made him worry that she might actually kick him out of the room, so he quickly squatted down to help her put on her socks and shoes. Sheng Wanyan looked at the time and saw it was already 10 o'clock. At this time, are my parents waiting for us? She anxiously looked at him while swallowing a few bites of breakfast he had brought back. No, Grandpa and Grandma are chatting at an old comrade's house, and your parents just got up. Really? Sheng Wanyan looked at him, trying to confirm if Gu Tingxiao was telling the truth. Really? Gu Tingxiao wiped the crumbs from her mouth, looking at her sincerely. Gu's mother had already thought about their wedding night. It was rare for her son to finally marry, so it was expected there would be some excitement. She had instructed Gu's father to let them sleep in a bit. We slept in today and didn't make breakfast for the family. We'll get up earlier tomorrow. This was a tradition. The new bride was expected to make breakfast for her in-laws on the first day to show her diligence. I'll help you tomorrow.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan didn't refuse. As a couple, they should share the responsibilities and pressures from the in-laws. It was important to figure out how to balance their roles at home. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao went downstairs, where Grandpa and Grandma Gu had just returned from their walk, and Gu's parents had finished breakfast. Yenner, are you awake? Have you eaten breakfast? Gu's mother came forward, warmly taking her hand. Seeing how she walked, she knew her son's new wife was doing well.
Mom, Eva eaten.
Tingxiao brought it to me. That's good.
Sit down and rest.
Gu's mother led her to the sofa and instructed Aunt Lin in the kitchen to bring out the sweet egg soup she had prepared for her. Aunt Lin, please bring out the brown sugar and egg for Yenner to drink.
Okay, Mom.
Aunt Lin quickly brought it out and placed it on the table. Third young mistress, drink some brown sugar water to nourish your body. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Sheng Wanyan really didn't expect Mother Gu to be so thoughtful, preparing brown sugar egg water for her. She drank it under the watchful eyes of her elders. Brother Gu, Sister Gu, and Brother Gu from the family all returned for lunch. Today, she needed to serve tea to the elders and change her address to them. The Gu family does not have a kneeling custom. Grandpa Gu has always upheld the dignity of the family. Knees can only be offered to one's biological parents, heaven and earth, and the great motherland. Sheng Wanyan only needed to bow to serve tea, and Aunt Lin was already holding 4 cups of tea, waiting nearby. Sheng Wanyan first handed a cup to Grandpa Gu, the head of the family. "Grandpa, please drink the tea from your granddaughter-in-law." "Good, good, good." Grandpa Gu took the cup and drank it all in one go, quite decisively. Come, 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 here's a red envelope from Grandpa." Grandpa Gu happily took out a prepared red envelope from his pocket.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Sheng Wanyan accepted it and then served tea to Grandma Gu. "Grandma, please drink the tea from your granddaughter-in-law." Grandma Gu smiled and took it, finishing it all happily. "Come, here's a big red envelope for my granddaughter-in-law."
Thank you, Grandma.
Good girl. Next, Sheng Wanyan served tea to her father-in-law and mother-in-law, while Father Gu and Mother Gu could hardly wait. "Dad, please drink the tea from your daughter-in-law." "Okay." Father Gu was also very straightforward, drinking it all in one go, just like Grandpa Gu. "Here, Dad has a red envelope for you." Father Gu handed her the red envelope, and Sheng Wanyan smiled as she accepted it. "Mom, please drink the tea from your daughter-in-law." Good, good, good. Mother Gu happily accepted it. She had been waiting for this tea for many years and finally got it. Mother Gu elegantly finished it and took out a red envelope for her. "Here, Mom has a red envelope for you."
Thank you, Mom.
Sheng Wanyan accepted it. These 4 red envelopes felt quite thick. Good girl. Mother Gu loved it when she sweetly called her mom. Her own daughter, Gu Tingting, had also been spoiled as a child, but since she was 10, she had become independent and had her own thoughts. Now her soft daughter had taken a path that worried her, even joining the military, and in the Air Force, which scared her quite a bit. Her delicate daughter seemed to have no hope, so she placed her hopes on her granddaughter instead. But her granddaughter had a troublesome mother and wasn't very close to her either. A soft and gentle daughter-in-law has arrived, and her heart is finally satisfied. Her feelings for the 3rd son's wife have elevated several levels. Let me introduce you to the family members. This is your second uncle and second aunt. They work in the military district in Haishur. Uncle Gu is a political commissar in the Haishur military district. Compared to her father, he is more shrewd and calm. Aunt Gu is the logistics director in the military district, and she gives a serious first impression. This is your cousin Gu Tingyan and his wife Li Jiaying. They both work in Haishur. Cousin Gu Tingyan is also in the military, serving as a regiment commander. Cousin Li Jiaying works in finance at a bicycle factory in Haishur. She is from Haishur and met Gu Tingyan by chance, leading to their relationship. This is your younger cousin Gu Tinglin and his wife Xieping. Gu Tinglin serves as a company commander in a unit in the northwest. His wife is busy taking care of their 2-year-old child since the military base is far from home. This is your younger sister Gu Tingjing, who works in a cultural troupe. Gu Tingjing is 20 and not yet married or dating. She is the girl who was bothered by Wang Chaofan, director Wang. As a result, the Gu family took action and stood up for her. She is truly a remarkable woman. This is your older brother Gu Tingji, who works in the military district in Jingdu, and your sister-in-law Yang Najin, who works in the education bureau. Gu Tingji is a regiment commander in the Jingdu military district, and his sister-in-law is a section chief in the education bureau. Your second sister Gu Tingting and her husband Lin Juanhu also work in the Jingdu military district. Lin Juanhu is a direct subordinate of her father, serving as a company commander, while Gu Tingting is in the Air Force. Your fourth brother Gu Tingo works in a government department in Jingdu, and his wife works in the finance department of a textile factory in Jingdu. Her mother introduced everyone to help her quickly fit into the family. Your third sister-in-law is really charming. This is a gift I brought for you. Please don't mind it, second sister. Gu Tingting gave her a pair of leather shoes, and Sheng Wanyan happily accepted them. Why would I mind? Second sister is very thoughtful. Gu Tingting smiled and nodded. She appreciated that her third sister-in-law was considerate. Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, and her cousins all prepared gifts for her. Sheng Wanyan was overwhelmed with the gifts. It was her first formal encounter with the Gu family, and she really liked the warm atmosphere of this family. She also prepared red envelopes for the younger children in the Gu family. The amount wasn't much, just 50 cents in each envelope. Gu Tingxiao specifically told her to give 50 cents, as that had always been the amount. Giving too much would attract attention, and his sister-in-law and younger siblings might have their opinions. In this era, a child receiving 50 cents as a red envelope is a significant amount of money. The children happily ran out to buy candy. Gu's mother took her sister-in-law and younger siblings to prepare dinner. Sheng Wanyan wanted to help, but Gu's mother wouldn't let her work. Just relax, there's no rush today. Gu's mother, being experienced, wasn't the type to make her daughter-in-law work hard from the first day. Yes, you should just sit and take it easy, the sister-in-law agreed. When she first got married, she also had a day to rest. Thank you, Mom, sister-in-law, and younger siblings. Sheng Wanyan stayed to chat with everyone. Gu Tingxiao poured her a cup of malt milk and offered her some pastries from the table. Eat some pastries to fill your stomach, Yenner. Grandma Gu pushed the pastries closer to her, worried she might feel shy about eating.
Thank you, Grandma.
Sheng Wanyan wasn't shy at all. She was already married and didn't need to put on an act. Once you create a persona, you might feel trapped by it for life. It's better to be yourself and not make life harder for the sake of appearances. Oldest daughter-in-law, wash the vegetables. Youngest daughter-in-law, cut the meat. Gu's mother instructed before going to wash rice and cook. Aunt Lin was cleaning. The sheets in Sheng Wanyan's room had already been taken care of by Gu Tingxiao to avoid any embarrassment for the shy girl. Wang Chunmei, who was cutting meat, glanced at the lively conversation happening in the living room. Sister-in-law, the third sister-in-law is so lucky. Look at how caring the third brother is toward her. When I first got married, Tingo wasn't this thoughtful, pouring me malt milk. The sister-in-law, Liang Najin, chuckled as she observed the scene outside. Gu Tingxiao was adjusting Sheng Wanyan's dress, making sure she wouldn't accidentally reveal anything when she stood up. The third brother seemed cold, but he was actually very considerate. The third brother is thoughtful. Once he goes back to the army, their life will be sweet together. Wang Chunmei felt a bit sour hearing her nod on the same side. They look so happy chatting outside, unlike us who have to work. Sister-in-law Liang Najin frowned at this. The younger sister-in-law was being negative again. Fourth sister-in-law, when we first got married, we didn't have to work either, remember? Wang Chunmei smiled awkwardly, thinking that her sister-in-law was being unfair to her. Sister-in-law, I'm just saying, my mouth is a bit clumsy. Liang Najin smiled gently at her and said, I'm just speaking the truth. Fourth sister-in-law, please don't take offense. Wang Chunmei's smile faded instantly, and she fell silent when she saw Mother Gu enter. The family enjoyed a lively meal, unaware of what was happening in the kitchen. Gu Tingxiao didn't have much time off left. He had to return to the army in a week. After 3 days of visiting, he would leave again after spending a few more days at home. After dinner, Sheng Wanyan was taken back to the room by Gu Tingxiao to rest. Sheng Wanyan fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow after her shower, and Gu Tingxiao, seeing her tiredness, felt a sense of satisfaction as he held her close. In the middle of the night, Sheng Wanyan felt too hot and turned away from Gu Tingxiao to continue sleeping. Gu Tingxiao opened his eyes and, seeing her carefree demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. She was so carefree, just like a little princess, not holding on to anything. Without Gu Tingxiao's disturbance, Sheng Wanyan slept soundly. The next morning, she woke up at 6, and Gu Tingxiao woke up as soon as she did, pulling her back into his arms. He rested his chin on her neck, his voice slightly hoarse. You don't have to get up so early. Just hold me for a bit. Sheng Wanyan let him hold her for a while, but Gu Tingxiao was reluctant to let her go. Time to get up. Sheng Wanyan pushed against his firm chest and gave him a gentle kick, causing Gu Tingxiao to take a deep breath. Stop kicking. Feeling his reaction, Sheng Wanyan immediately froze. She realized that his reluctance to get up early had another reason.
You.
Can you move away a bit? Sheng Wanyan stammered, trying to shift back, but Gu Tingxiao's embrace was like iron. No matter how she pushed, she couldn't escape, and she felt quite helpless about having a husband in the army. Don't move anymore, or you won't be able to get up. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan obediently stayed still in his arms. After about 10 minutes, Gu Tingxiao finally calmed down. Worried about him getting too carried away again, Sheng Wanyan hurriedly urged him to change clothes and make breakfast. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao entered the kitchen, where Aunt Lin was just about to prepare breakfast when she saw them. Third young master, third young mistress. Sheng Wanyan greeted her with a smile and explained her purpose for being in the kitchen. Aunt Lin, I'm here to make breakfast today. Aunt Lin understood and immediately made space for the newlywed couple. Once Aunt Lin left, Sheng Wanyan looked around the kitchen. Aunt Lin had already returned from shopping, bringing 2 pounds of pork, some vegetables, and 20 eggs. Sheng Wanyan planned to make a nutritious and simple egg and lean meat porridge, along with some stir-fried vegetables for a quick breakfast. Gu Tingxiao went to get the rice and washed the vegetables for her. Sheng Wanyan was busy cracking eggs, cutting meat, and cooking. She heated some oil, added minced garlic, and reached out to Gu Tingxiao. Give me the vegetables. Gu Tingxiao handed them to her, and she immediately started stir-frying. Sheng Wanyan's long hair occasionally fell forward, so Gu Tingxiao walked behind her and gently held her hair back to help. When Gu's parents woke up, they saw that Sheng Wanyan had already prepared breakfast. Why are you up so early? You really don't take care of your wife. Gu's mother playfully slapped Gu Tingxiao on the back, the sound echoing. Gu Tingxiao didn't resist. After all, his mother didn't need a reason to scold him. What could he do? If he fought back, his father, who was watching closely, would surely not let him off easily. Mom, Tingxiao help me. I'm not tired. Seeing Gu's mother scold Gu Tingxiao, Sheng Wanyan instinctively defended him. Hearing her support, Gu's mother smiled warmly. All right, if San bullies you in the future, just tell me. I'll have your dad take care of him. Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile, but still felt protective of Gu Tingxiao. If Tingxiao treats me badly in the future, I will definitely tell you. All right, if you feel wronged, just let me know. Gu's mother pulled her to sit down, and soon, Grandpa and Grandma Gu, along with the eldest brother and fourth brother's family, arrived. Once everyone was gathered, they began to eat breakfast. Gu's mother found the porridge fragrant. Fourth sister-in-law Wang Chunmei noticed how simple the breakfast was, just a pot of porridge, and felt it was a bit too casual. She remembered how much effort she put into cooking the first time, while Sheng Wanyan managed to prepare a meal with just 1 pot of porridge. This porridge has meat and eggs, and it smells strongly of eggs. I've never tried it this way before. I want a bowl. Grandpa Gu was intrigued. He had never known that eggs could be used in porridge. It smelled so good that Dad Gu quickly served a bowl for him and Grandma Gu. Everyone started to eat. It was their first time trying porridge with eggs, and they found it very interesting. This tastes great. Big Brother Gu took several sips and remarked that this method was both simple and nutritious. This way of making it is easy and healthy, perfect for kids. Sister-in-law Liang Najin quickly served a big bowl for her son, as a mother is always concerned about her child's health. Aunt San's porridge is really delicious. Gu Jinfeng, the little boy, was growing up strong and was the first great-grandson of the Gu family, which made him very important. The Gu family not only focused on his physical strength, but also on his intelligence. Gu mother made sure to nurture that as well. If all goes well, the Gu family will pass everything to him. Grandpa Gu often faced challenges due to a lack of education in his youth, so he hopes the younger generation will be well-rounded. If you like it, have more. Tomorrow, Aunt Sim will make you egg cake, okay? Sheng Wanyan looked at Gu Jinfeng, who was 7 years old and full of energy. So he needed to eat more, and she was protective, never stingy with her family's younger members. Egg cake? Aunt San, I can eat a lot. Gu Jinfeng looked at her with hopeful eyes, fully aware of his own appetite. When Sheng Wanyan heard him, she laughed. This child was quite honest. Dad and Mom Gu couldn't help but smile. This little guy really knew himself well and acknowledged his big appetite. Sister-in-law Liang Najin glanced at her husband, thinking about how their money seemed to disappear. In the future, don't ask why they can't save money. Their son eats as much as 2 kids. They say one son can drain half a father's wealth, but their son seems to be draining them completely. Big brother Gu also knew his son's appetite and awkwardly rubbed his nose. Aunt San will definitely make sure you're not hungry. Sheng Wanyan smiled at him, and Gu Jinfeng felt relieved. His mother had told him that it wasn't easy for Uncle San to find a wife, and he shouldn't cause any trouble. Be careful, the porridge is hot. Sister-in-law reminded her son, who was very rough while eating, worried he might burn himself. Jinfeng, make sure Jingjing has some too. Mom Gu served a bowl for her granddaughter Gu Jingjing, placing it in front of her while frowning at the daughter-in-law from the 4th family. 4th families, cool it down for Jingjing. This porridge is so hot, if a child gets burned, it would be a big problem. Wang Chunmei, while drinking the porridge, reluctantly put down her bowl and chopsticks after hearing her mother-in-law's command. She blew on it a couple of times and fed it to Gu Jingjing, who immediately spat it out because it was too hot. Mom, it's so hot. Gu Jingjing stuck out her tongue, and Wang Chunmei felt frustrated. She was serving her, yet Jingjing was being picky. You're still being choosy even when I'm feeding you. I don't know where you picked up this bad habit. Wang Chunmei glared at her and put down the bowl and chopsticks, letting her eat on her own.
Mom.
Gu Jingjing looked at Wang Chunmei with teary eyes, wondering why her mother was so harsh. She was very obedient and listened to everything her mom said. But her mom was nothing like her aunt, who was so gentle with her own child. Why are you crying? If your 3rd aunt didn't cool it down enough, why are you crying to me? As soon as Wang Chunmei said this, everyone frowned, finding her words quite baffling. Be quiet. Gu Tingo glared at her. After all, she was his sister-in-law. I'm not wrong. If 3rd sister-in-law isn't careful with the child, can you blame me? If she's this careless, who knows how she would treat her own children in the future? Sheng Wanyan looked up at her, while Gu Tingxiao slammed his bowl and chopsticks down. His face was dark. He wouldn't even dare to say a word against his own wife, so how could anyone else? If you dislike what my wife cooks, you don't have to eat it. Don't blame my wife for your lack of care for your child. She is not the same as you. After all, that's your own daughter, not my wife's responsibility to take care of her. Think about why Jingjing got burned while you didn't. After saying this, Gu Tingxiao held Sheng Wanyan's hand tightly under the table, giving her a reassuring look. Wang Chunmei's face turned dark upon hearing his words. Being confronted by a man like this was humiliating. Wang Chunmei looked at Gu Tingo, hoping he would say something in her defense, but he looked very displeased with her. She then glanced at her in-laws, only to find them with serious expressions, making her heart sink. I didn't mean to say anything bad about 3rd sister-in-law, it's just that there are children in the house. Gumu put down her chopsticks, and 4th sister-in-law Wang Chunmei instantly felt too intimidated to continue speaking. Each family should take care of their own children. If you care so much, why aren't you looking after her? Your 3rd sister-in-law doesn't have the responsibility to take care of your child. Wang Chunmei didn't know how to respond to Mother Gu's words and could only look at everyone with red eyes. Enough. Mother Gu didn't want to hear her explanation. She felt entitled to assert her authority in front of the 3rd daughter-in-law. Does she really think she is the only important one here? Know your place. She is your sister-in-law.
Yes.
Wang Chunmei gritted her teeth and nodded reluctantly. She had been married for a few years and didn't want the newly married 3rd sister-in-law to overshadow her, so she tried to assert herself. But unexpectedly, her in-laws and her husband didn't support her. Even her brother-in-law didn't give her any face, calling her just a woman in front of everyone. Gu Tingo ignored her gaze. He believed his wife needed to learn a lesson. He had liked her so much back then and married her despite everyone's warnings. But now, she was becoming more unreasonable, even though she was once a kind and understanding girl. When did she change like this? Come here, Daddy will feed you. Gu Tingo, with a dark expression, brought Gu Jingjing her porridge. Wang Chunmei wanted to say something, but seeing the disapproving looks from everyone, She felt very wronged. Gu Jingjing walked over to her father with red eyes, and Gu Tingo gently rubbed her head, feeding her spoonfuls of porridge. Sheng Wanyan watched the chaos from the fourth family, without saying anything. As an aunt, she felt she shouldn't interfere in how her parents treated their children. The porridge made by my third aunt is really good. Gu Jingjing secretly glanced at Sheng Wanyan, who smiled back and served her another bowl to cool down. If you like it, have more. Tomorrow I'll make you all egg cakes. Gu Jingjing shyly nodded. Her third aunt was as gentle as her eldest aunt. Without Wang Chunmei's interference, Sheng Wanyan enjoyed her meal very much. Her mother-in-law and husband were supporting her, so she didn't even need to step in to resolve the situation. Little daughter-in-law, go wash the dishes. Wang Chunmei immediately felt unhappy. Shouldn't the third sister-in-law be the one doing the chores today? Isn't it the third sister-in-law's turn to wash the dishes? What? I cooked for you, and now you want me to wash the dishes too? Mother Gu was truly amused by the absurdity of it all. Did Wang Chunmei expect her to feed her like a baby in the future? Go when I tell you to. Gu Tingo looked at her with a stern face, and Wang Chunmei reluctantly went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. She wanted to take Gu Jingjing with her, but when she saw her husband playing with their daughter, she hesitated to call her. As Wang Chunmei washed the dishes, she heard laughter coming from outside, which made her feel even more uneasy. Third daughter-in-law, later you should go with me to buy gifts for the return visit. Sheng Wanyan was going back to her family in 2 days, and Gu's mother wanted to buy more gifts for the Sheng family so they could feel assured about sending their daughter to the Gu family. Okay. Wang Chunmei felt that her mother-in-law was really favoring the third family. She hadn't even been taken to buy things for her own return visit. It seemed unfair that Sheng Wanyan was treated this way right after marrying in. What would happen in the future? If this continued, everything in the house would go to the first and third families, leaving nothing for the fourth family. She knew that the old man Gu favored the third family the most, always praising Gu Tingxiao while being dismissive towards her husband. It seemed they needed to split the family, otherwise they would end up with nothing. After chatting for a while, the Gu family members went off to work. They all held positions in government jobs and were very busy. In the end, only Grandpa Gu, Grandma Gu, the mother who was on leave, and Wang Chunmei with Gu Tingxiao remained. Sheng Wanyan went out with Gu's mother to shop, while Gu Tingxiao followed behind to help carry things. Gu's mother took her to the overseas Chinese store, and it was Sheng Wanyan's first time visiting the shopping paradise that everyone talked about. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative was a Soviet-style building with a national flag hanging at the top, looking quite impressive. However, it wasn't as luxurious as it seemed, but it was definitely a step up from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. This place had more variety, better quality, and many rare items, resembling a small shopping mall with all sorts of goods. Most importantly, foreign products were sold here, and everyone believed they were superior. In this era, Sheng Wanyan, having experienced life, had to admit that foreign countries were indeed more developed than Huaxia. Especially Country M, which was also leading in technology in the future. Yenner buys some nutritional supplements for the grandparents, 2 pens for the in-laws, and 2 boxes of fruit. Then buy 10 pounds of meat and 2 pig trotters, and Tingxiao can catch a few more game. What do you think? Gu's mother had already made plans in her mind, but still asked for Sheng Wanyan's opinion. I'm fine with whatever Mom decides. Sheng Wanyan thought this arrangement was great. The items were practical and would not embarrass the Gu family. When Gu's mother heard her words, she knew her arrangements were to her liking, so she hurried off to buy things. 2 pens are not cheap, but Gu's mother was willing to spend. She had also given the same amount of gifts to her other 2 daughters-in-law when they returned home. As Gu Tingxiao passed by the dress shop, he saw the most eye-catching pink dress hanging there. He looked at Sheng Wanyan, who was walking ahead with Gu's mother, and thought the dress would look great on his wife. His wife had fair skin and a good presence. She looked good in anything. Gu Tingxiao didn't have any money on him, so while Sheng Wanyan was picking out gifts, he secretly asked Gu's mother for 50 yuan. Mom, can I borrow 50?
What for?
Where's your money? Gu's mother looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he was trying to hide some savings. I gave all my money to my wife. Hearing this, Gu's mother was satisfied. Of course, the money should be given to the wife to manage. Did he think he could manage it himself? What a dream! Gu's mother thought for a moment and cautiously asked him, "Why do you need 50? To buy a dress for my wife," Gu Tingxiao replied. When Gu's mother heard he wanted to buy a nice dress for his daughter-in-law, she quickly took out 50 yuan and gave it to him. "Remember to pay me back." Okay. Gu Tingxiao took the money and bought the dress, knowing exactly what size Sheng Wanyan wore. Sheng Wanyan also brought some money with her, wanting to buy more things for her family. The items at the overseas Chinese store were durable, and since she wouldn't be in Kyoto for long, she wanted to buy more for her family before returning to Rongqing. She felt it was important to bring gifts home to ease her mind. However, she tended to be a bit excessive in her spending, and Gu's mother felt a bit troubled seeing her wanting to buy everything. But since she was using her own money to honor her elders, Gu's mother had no objections. With Gu's mother not objecting and Gu Tingxiao indulging her, she felt even more generous. She bought 3 sets of Zhongshan suits and 3 pairs of cloth shoes for Grandpa Sheng, 3 outfits and 3 pairs of shoes for Grandma Sheng, and also got 3 outfits for Sheng's father and 2 dresses and a pair of leather shoes for Sheng's mother. She didn't forget Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu either, buying them both 2 outfits, as her brother and sister-in-law had been very good to her. When she got married, Sheng Wanza had given her a lot of money for her wedding, which was surely approved by Pan Yu. So, buying them gifts was only fair. She naturally wanted to be good to those who were good to her. Of course, Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu, as well as Dad Gu and Mom Gu, will not be left out. Otherwise, people might say that she only cares about her family after getting married, which wouldn't be good. Sheng Wanyan also bought 3 sets of clothes and 3 pairs of shoes for Grandpa and Grandma Gu. Dad Gu's clothes were chosen by Mom Gu. She knows exactly what style and size he wears. Mom Gu picked 2 sets of more ordinary and affordable clothes, worried that her money might not be enough. After seeing this, Sheng Wanyan got Dad Gu 2 more pairs of socks. She bought 3 sets for Gu Tingxiao, as he doesn't have many clothes. It's mostly the same few outfits. As for Mom Gu, she planned to give her a watch. When Gu Tingxiao bought a sewing machine for the family, he discussed with Grandma Sheng about getting a watch to help out. "Mom, try this one." Sheng Wanyan picked up the latest model of a watch for Mom Gu to try on. "No, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." Mom Gu quickly waved her hand to refuse, thinking about how her youngest son just got married and would need to spend money on many things. She had already spent 200 yuan on over 10 sets of clothes today. If she bought a watch for herself, it might use up all the money meant for her youngest son's wedding gifts. "Mom, you already have a watch. Just let me buy you a set of clothes." Sheng Wanyan knew that Mom Gu was worried about her spending too much and the difficulties it might cause later. "Mom, this looks great on you. It really enhances your charm." Mom Gu's eyes lit up at her words. What woman wouldn't like to be complimented? Really? Of course. Sheng Wanyan sincerely praised her. Mom Gu truly had a wonderful presence. Wearing a delicate piece of jewelry would elevate her charm even more. "Then I'll buy it myself," Mom Gu said, reaching for her money, but Sheng Wanyan quickly stopped her. "Mom, I'll buy it with Tingxiao's money. Otherwise, he'll always be thinking about that money." Mom Gu found her reasoning sound. After all, what man wouldn't want to keep some money for himself? So, she decided to cut off her youngest son's chance to hide his savings. To buy the watch for Mom Gu, Sheng Wanyan felt like she was sacrificing Gu Tingxiao's good image. Gu Tingxiao, listening from behind, thought that what a good wife I have. All right. Mom Gu nodded in agreement quickly. Having lived this long, she understood that her youngest son's wife wanted to give her a watch. Wanting to show respect to his mother-in-law, Gu Tingxiao was just making excuses. In the end, it was still the 3rd son who was useless. He had never bought a watch for his own mother. Ultimately, it all depended on the daughter-in-law, Gu Tingxiao, the helper. The watch cost 150 yuan and came with a coupon. Gu's mother immediately took off the watch she was wearing and put on the one given by Sheng Wanyan. "Let's go home," Gu's mother commanded, handing all the bags to her son to carry. As they walked, she occasionally glanced at her wrist, feeling very happy. It was the first time she received such a valuable gift from her daughter-in-law, and she planned to wear it to work every day to show it off. The three of them returned to the military compound with many bags. Familiar faces stopped to greet Gu's mother as they passed by. Liang Hui, is this your third daughter-in-law? Gu's mother, whose real name was Wen Liang Hui, was greeted by a middle-aged woman who had just walked over. Yes, this is my third daughter-in-law, Yenner. Gu's mother began to introduce Sheng Wanyan to people in the military compound to help her get familiar with everyone. Yenner, this is Aunt Leong from next door. The Leong family lived next to the Gu family, and Mr. Leong was an old comrade of Grandpa Gu. Their families had a close relationship, always helping each other out. Most importantly, Aunt Leong was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, so she would always know the latest news related to national education.
Hello, Auntie Leong. I'm Sheng Wanyan.
Sheng Wanyan greeted her with a smile, and Aunt Leong was pleased to see her manners. Gu's third son finally married someone who wasn't as clueless as the fourth son. Wow, your third daughter-in-law is really beautiful and has a great presence. Of course. I really like this third daughter-in-law, Gu's mother said, adjusting her hair with the hand wearing the watch. Aunt Leong immediately noticed it was the latest model from the overseas Chinese store. She had seen it a few days ago, but hadn't bought it. Wow, Liang Hui, that watch is really nice. Gu's mother smiled shyly and began to show off, holding Sheng Wanyan's hand. Oh, this is the one Yenner just bought for me. I told her not to, but this child wouldn't listen at all. Aunt Leong felt envious. None of her daughters-in-law had ever given her such an expensive gift. Look at Gu's third daughter-in-law, so devoted to her mother-in-law right after marrying in. Then you will be very lucky in the future. Indeed, this child is very filial. She even bought several sets of clothes for the two elderly people in our family. My husband has bought 3 or 4 sets for them. And she has bought a lot of nutritional products, all with her own money. Mother Gu felt very proud, and she was boasting about her daughter-in-law. You really chose a great daughter-in-law, Mother Leong said, feeling envious. How come such a wonderful daughter-in-law didn't come to her family? Her own daughters-in-law never seemed to settle down. So children from this big family might not be as understanding as those from the city. Mother Leong thought about this but had no other feelings. After all, the Gu family was indeed better in many ways than her own. This kind of envy couldn't be helped. Having been neighbors with Mother Gu for many years, she felt happy for her. As they chatted, more and more people gathered, and hearing Mother Gu's words made them feel a bit sour inside. Especially those who were not on good terms with the Gu family, who felt even more dissatisfied. The daughter-in-law from the Huang family, who had always been at odds with the Gu family, started to pick a fight after hearing Mother Gu's words. She only buys for her in-laws and doesn't get anything for her own family. Has she forgotten her own family? Everyone looked at Sheng Wanyan with disapproving eyes, having heard that she came from the city. Would she look down on her own family after climbing the social ladder? After all, this kind of situation happened often, with many in their circle looking down on their own families after gaining status. Mother Gu would not tolerate such remarks. My daughter-in-law has bought several sets of clothes and shoes for my parents-in-law too. There are several cans of nutritional products. This child is truly filial. Mother Gu praised Sheng Wanyan to the point where everyone had nothing more to say, realizing that she cared for both her in-laws and her own family. The daughter-in-law from the Huang family turned dark instantly. What was there to brag about? Didn't every family have similar situations? Mother Gu elegantly rolled her eyes. If the Huang family had such a good daughter-in-law, she would stand on her head. The daughters-in-law from the Huang family were even more troublesome than her fourth son's wife. Oh, I can't talk to you all anymore. I need to go have lunch with my daughter-in-law, Mother Gu said, pulling Sheng Wanyan away from the gossiping crowd, urging Gu Tingxiao to hurry up. Hurry up, or your wife will be hungry. Okay. Gu Tingxiao quickly caught up, carrying his things, leaving the onlookers behind. Mother Gu returned home as if she had just won a victory, plopping down on the sofa. Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu had just finished their lunch and were planning to go out for a walk when they saw her returning. How did the gift shopping go? Grandma Gu asked, and Mother Gu smiled and nodded, showing them the clothes she had bought for them.
Mom and Dad, these are clothes that Yan bought for you both. Try them on to see if they fit.
Seeing the clothes that Sheng Wanyan had bought for them, Grandpa and Grandma Gu felt very pleased but were also worried about her spending too much money. This child really should save money for when she needs it for her family. At least we have clothes now. Grandma Gu advised Sheng Wanyan to save some money for when she sets up her own home. Grandma, we have enough money. This is a way to show respect for you both. Grandma Gu didn't say much more. She was happy that her granddaughter-in-law had this thought. As long as you have this intention, that's good. But don't buy so much in the future. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded, thinking they could worry about future matters later. For now, she was just happy. Grandpa Gu quickly picked up his clothes to try them on. The fit of the suit was just right, and the shoes were also suitable. He didn't expect that his 3 granddaughters-in-law were quite good at shopping, and his 3 grandsons had great taste. Grandma Gu didn't need to try anything on. She could tell right away if it would fit her. The materials Sheng Wanyan bought were all good quality and dark in color, making them very durable. Once Grandpa and Grandma Gu finished trying on the clothes, they took them to wash, as they planned to wear the new outfits for their walk the next day. Mother Gu went to wash Father Gu's clothes as well, while Sheng Wanyan looked at Gu Tingxiao's new clothes and took them to the bathroom. Just as she was about to wash them, Gu Tingxiao took the basin from her hands. I'll wash them. Go eat something and rest. After saying this, Gu Tingxiao started scrubbing the clothes, and Sheng Wanyan smiled. She went downstairs to check on lunch, which was leftover porridge from breakfast, and Mother Gu had already eaten her fill. Yan, come eat something.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan finished the last bit of porridge and prepared something for Gu Tingxiao. Considering his appetite, she cooked him a bowl of noodle soup with an egg and added some greens. Lunch was just a simple meal to fill their stomachs. Sheng Wanyan still needed to help with dinner later. She noticed that Grandpa Gu always carried a cane when he moved around. His legs weren't very strong, and he seemed a bit weak. He had many old injuries. Grandma Gu's health wasn't great either. Compared to Sheng Grandma, she looked much less vibrant. Then there was Father Gu. Although he didn't show any obvious issues, it was hard to believe he didn't have some problems to be in his position. She has been cooking these days and decided to add some spring water to help her family feel better. This way, she can feel more at ease while away with the army. Gu Tingxiao went to hang up the clothes, and Sheng Wanyan noticed a pink dress among them. This dress is... Sheng Wanyan teased Gu Tingxiao, who coughed and looked down. I bought it for you. Oh, when? Seeing his awkward expression, she couldn't help but tease him further. When you just went shopping for clothes. Is that so? Comrade Gu Tingxiao, where did you get the money? As soon as she said this, Gu Tingxiao turned his gaze away, avoiding her eyes. Comrade Gu Tingxiao, are you hiding money after getting married? Gu Tingxiao looked at her nervously. He had nothing to hide from his wife. The last incident had already taught him a big lesson when she ignored him all night. Since then, he had not kept anything from her.
No.
Then where did you get the money? I borrowed it from Mom, Gu Tingxiao replied. Sheng Wanyan was surprised. She couldn't imagine him, who seemed so cold, asking his mother for money.
Cough.
Then I'll give you the money later, and you can pay her back. Okay. He felt a bit down that he hadn't kept it a secret. He had wanted to wash and dry it first before telling her. He didn't expect her to notice right after she finished her meal. Sheng Wanyan found it amusing. He seemed so wise, yet he always made her feel he was a bit silly. Wife, don't laugh at me in your heart. I'm not. You are, Gu Tingxiao said, staring at her. I'm not. Your eyes are full of laughter. Gu Tingxiao's face was expressionless, but he looked at her seriously. Sheng Wanyan. Shut up.
Oh.
Sheng Wanyan thought about how she could really get back at him. That evening, the Gu family returned home for dinner. Sheng Wanyan made chicken soup and secretly added a few drops of spring water while everyone was busy. She had 4 days before going with the army, so she wanted to help Grandpa Gu, Grandma Gu, and her parents feel better. When the Gu family came home, she, along with her mother-in-law and Aunt Lin, had already prepared dinner. Grandpa Gu and Grandma Gu had been waiting eagerly for the soup, which smelled so rich that they could smell it from the living room. It seemed like their granddaughter-in-law was quite skilled at making soup.
Time to eat.
Gu's mother brought the dishes out, and the Gu family quickly sat down at the table, with both adults and children taking their places. What a wonderful smell! Gu's older brother sniffed the air. The aroma was too delightful. Gu's mother opened the chicken soup, and everyone turned to look. Isn't it fragrant? This is the chicken soup that Yan has been simmering all afternoon. Everyone should try it. Just what we need to nourish our bodies. Gu's mother served a bowl of soup to the two elders, and the others helped themselves. Gu Tingxiao served a bowl for Sheng Wanyan, and even added a small chicken leg.
Give the chicken leg to the child.
Sheng Wanyan discreetly tugged at his sleeve. It wasn't right for an adult to be taking food from a child. Wang Chunmei rolled her eyes silently. There were only 2 large chicken legs, 2 small chicken legs, and 2 chicken wings. The large legs went to the elders, and the wings to Gu's parents, yet Gu's third brother didn't give the small legs to the children, but instead to Sheng Wanyan, an adult. What kind of situation was this? How could he spoil his wife like this, especially when the family hadn't split up yet? Everything belonged to everyone. Why should his wife be treated as an exception? You worked hard making the soup. You should eat more meat. Gu Tingxiao continued to do as he pleased. In his eyes, his wife had worked all afternoon, so why shouldn't she have a small chicken leg? Seeing the look on his sister-in-law Wang Chunmei's face as she wanted to take her chicken leg, Sheng Wanyan suddenly craved it. Gu's sister-in-law served the last small chicken leg to her son, and Gu Jinfeng, as the eldest great-grandson, naturally couldn't say much. He could only stare at the small chicken leg in Sheng Wanyan's bowl, which clearly belonged to his daughter. His daughter, who had caused trouble, didn't deserve such good food. It should be in her mouth instead. But after the lesson from this morning, she had to hold her tongue and not say anything to upset everyone. Otherwise, Gu's mother might not let her off easily and could even send her back to her family. Mom, I want to eat a chicken leg too. Gu Jingjing looked at the chicken leg in Gu Jinfeng's bowl, unable to resist swallowing. She had never eaten a chicken leg and didn't know what it tasted like. In the past, when her grandmother offered her one, her mother would take it from her bowl to eat, leaving her just watching. Wang Chunmei's eyes lit up upon hearing her daughter's words. This gave her a reason to ask Sheng Wanyan to return the chicken leg. The chicken leg is with your third aunt. You should ask her if she will let you have it. Wang Chunmei said this, and Gu Jingjing looked at Sheng Wanyan with hopeful eyes. Sheng Wanyan paused when she heard the words, realizing she couldn't be so shameless as to compete with a 4-year-old for food. However, Wang Chunmei's comment made it seem like she was stealing food from the child. Third sister-in-law, look, the child wants to eat the chicken leg too. Wang Chunmei smiled at her, but Sheng Wanyan's expression darkened as she looked at Gu Jingjing. If the fourth sister-in-law wants to eat, she can buy some for the child. A child from the Gu family shouldn't be drooling over a chicken leg like that. Sheng Wanyan showed no respect and cheerfully handed the chicken leg from her bowl to Gu Jingjing. Jingjing, come here, eat more. If your mom won't give you a chicken leg, your third aunt will. This is from your third aunt, so eat plenty. Gu Jingjing looked at her bowl with wide eyes, wondering if she could really eat it. Would her mom take it away? Would she get in trouble for eating it? But when she saw her third aunt's gentle gaze, she hesitated for a moment. Thank you, third aunt. Good girl. Gu Jingjing stole a glance at Wang Chunmei, wanting to eat but feeling hesitant. Gu Tingo ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, It's from your third aunt. Hurry and eat. Gu Jingjing nodded and picked up the chicken leg from her bowl to eat. Wang Chunmei understood the meaning behind Sheng Wanyan's words. How dare someone from the city embarrass her in front of so many people? But seeing Gu Tingxiao's dark expression beside Sheng Wanyan made her instinctively back down. She could only hold back her frustration, wanting to lash out but finding no reason to. Turning her head, she saw Gu Jingjing actually eating the chicken leg and shot a sharp glare at her. Gu Jingjing felt the threat in her gaze and instinctively shivered. Let's eat, Grandpa Gu said, tapping the table and giving Gu Tingo a knowing look. With a fourth family marrying this granddaughter-in-law, the gap with the first and third families would likely grow even larger. They say to marry wisely, but this fourth daughter-in-law is so petty and lacks tact. She would offend many people in the future. The fourth son chose his wife, and how things turn out for him will depend on his own choices. The Gu family has a military background, while the fourth son chose a political path, but only Gu mother can help him pave the way. Gu Tingo's career prospects are isolated and unsupported except for Gu mother. He should strive for harmony and avoid making enemies. Unfortunately, he has a wife who is quite particular. After finishing her meal, Sheng Wanyan returned to her room to rest. Before leaving, Wang Chunmei noticed the pile of gifts in the corner of the living room and widened her eyes in surprise. Why are there so many things? Wang Chunmei rolled her eyes, and Gu Tingo noticed she stopped and turned to look at her. Aren't you leaving? Seeing his serious expression, Wang Chunmei had no choice but to follow him back. Gu Tingxiao went upstairs to help Sheng Wanyan prepare bathwater. When he entered the room, he saw her sitting at the desk reading a book. He walked over, hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and spoke in a low voice, "I'm sorry you had a tough day." Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook her head. She didn't feel wronged. It was Wang Chunmei who embarrassed herself. Even if Wang Chunmei hadn't said anything, she would have given the chicken leg to the child. However, since Wang Chunmei chose to make things difficult in front of others, she wouldn't let her get away with it. "It's fine," she said. "But if she bothers me again, I won't show her any kindness." Sheng Wanyan lifted her chin, determined not to compromise herself for anyone. "Of course, you do your thing, and I'll support you," Gu Tingxiao replied, making her feel at ease. As long as he was on her side, everything else was manageable. "I'm going to take a shower," Sheng Wanyan said, putting down her book and nudging him to let go. "I'll go too."
No.
She wouldn't indulge him. Gu's parents were on the same floor, and it would be too awkward if they were caught. Gu Tingxiao understood the situation and sighed in disappointment. Sheng Wanyan shot him an annoyed glance, thinking how shameless he was. Gu Tingxiao looked at her innocently, wondering why he needed to care about appearances in front of his wife. In the end, he would be the one suffering. Blushing, Sheng Wanyan picked up her pajamas and pushed him away to take her shower. Gu Tingxiao watched her hurriedly leave, his eyes filled with intrigue. After her shower, Sheng Wanyan went to bed, fearing Gu Tingxiao might get too frisky, so she decided to sleep quickly to avoid any chances. When Gu Tingxiao returned from his shower, he found her already asleep, looking particularly peaceful. He was aware of her little thoughts before bed, but unfortunately, she forgot that the night was still long. In the middle of the night, Sheng Wanyan woke up from the heat, feeling something heavy on her. She instinctively pushed it away and touched Gu Tingxiao's toned abs. Half awake, she lightly grabbed them, causing Gu Tingxiao to grunt softly, looking down at her with a hint of blush in his eyes. "That's so heavy." Sheng Wanyan woke up and saw Gu Tingxiao's face right in front of her. "Yan Yan." Gu Tingxiao's voice was hoarse, and he was sweating, biting his teeth to hold back. "It hurts." As soon as Sheng Wanyan finished speaking, Gu Tingxiao covered her mouth, and all she could hear was his gentle voice. "Yan Yan, be good, I'll be gentler." The next day, Sheng Wanyan woke up at 9 in the morning. Gu Tingxiao, unusually, did not get up early to run but stayed in bed with her. Gu Tingxiao felt like a furnace. On a hot day, he really made her feel warm. Sheng Wanyan pushed against his chest, and Gu Tingxiao opened his eyes, looking down at the girl in his arms.
Hot.
"Don't move." Sheng Wanyan paused, and in the next moment, Gu Tingxiao leaned over her. "Don't. It's late. No one is home." Sheng Wanyan was no match for him, and Gu Tingxiao placed her hands above her head. With their fingers intertwined, Sheng Wanyan had no strength to resist. By the time they went downstairs for breakfast, it was already 11. They had breakfast waiting for them at home, but Sheng Wanyan only ate a little, feeling no appetite. Gu Tingxiao noticed and poured her a glass of malted milk, realizing that the girl needed to eat carefully. Every time she had something rough, she took a long time to chew before swallowing, as her throat was small. "Wife, drink a glass of malted milk. You haven't eaten enough. Isn't it your fault?" Sheng Wanyan shot him a look, thinking how could he say that when she missed mealtime? It's all my fault. Please drink some, dear. Gu Tingxiao was very patient, bringing the cup to her lips to feed her. With no one else at home, Sheng Wanyan stopped pretending and enjoyed his care. I'm going out to buy some supplies later. Do you want to come with me? Where are you going? Sheng Wanyan looked at him curiously, not believing Gu Tingxiao was going to a regular store. To find a friend. Gu Tingxiao felt a bit guilty after saying that, as his friend was from the black market, and having such a connection was quite inappropriate for him. However, he rarely went there unless it was urgent. I'm not going. Grandpa and Grandma should be home for lunch. I'll cook some noodles for them. Gu's parents have gone back to work, leaving just the newlywed couple, Aunt Lin the housekeeper, and the two elderly people who often go out for walks. Okay, I'll be back soon, Gu Tingxiao said as he went upstairs to change clothes. He didn't wear his military uniform today since it wasn't appropriate for that kind of place. Sheng Wanyan gave him 50 yuan because he needed money to buy things. She didn't give him a receipt, since it wasn't necessary to waste one for that kind of outing. It was better to spend a little more. Buy some extra. We don't have much meat at home.
Sure.
Gu Tingxiao left the house, leaving Sheng Wanyan alone. She could finally relax. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous these past few days, especially since it was her first time being a daughter-in-law, and she had some worries. Fortunately, Gu's parents were understanding and wouldn't make things difficult for her. Sheng Wanyan went to her room, had a couple of candies, and then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch for the elderly couple. She fried 2 eggs and planned to make egg noodles. The elderly couple preferred lighter meals, and the noodles were made from fine flour, which is better for their digestion. Given their old injuries, they needed to be careful about their diet. Eating too much rich food could worsen their conditions. Sheng Wanyan had just finished cooking the noodles when Grandpa and Grandma Gu returned home, immediately smelling the delicious aroma. Grandpa Gu sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up, knowing that his granddaughter-in-law was making something tasty. He hurried inside and sat down at the dining table, eagerly glancing toward the kitchen. Seeing him act like a child, Grandma Gu shook her head in amusement. Sheng Wanyan brought the noodles to the table and smiled when she saw Grandpa Gu waiting. Grandpa and Grandma, lunch is ready. She placed 2 bowls of noodles in front of them as Grandma Gu went to wash her hands. Have you eaten, Wanyan? Grandma, I just had some. Grandma Gu nodded and sat down to eat. Where's Tingxiao? After finishing his meal, Grandpa Gu looked around the house, wondering why his granddaughter-in-law was left alone. Tingxiao went to buy some game for tomorrow's family gathering. At least that boy has some sense, Grandpa Gu said proudly, and after they finished eating, Sheng Wanyan went back to her room to rest. She hadn't been in her own space for a while, but she didn't dare take any risks while staying at the Gu family's home. The whole family is in the military, so their eyesight and hearing are top-notch. It's better for her to hold on a little longer. Once they're on the move and Gu Tingxiao is not home, she can enter the space. Sheng Wanyan took out a bunch of grapes from the space to eat. After finishing, she threw the skins and seeds back into the space. By the time Gu Tingxiao returned, she had already finished eating and was taking a nap. Gu Tingxiao entered the room quietly. Sheng Wanyan was not sleeping very comfortably because it was too hot. He picked up a fan and sat by the bed to cool her down, and her furrowed brow relaxed. 3 days passed, and today was the day she returned home. Early in the morning, Sheng Wanyan got up to prepare, and Gu Tingxiao knew the girl missed her family. So, the two of them left early with gifts for her family. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of the Sheng family, they had been waiting since early morning. Sheng's mother was washing dishes but was distracted, occasionally glancing outside. Pan Yu, seeing her mother-in-law's anxiousness, understood that she was waiting for her sister-in-law to return. She walked over, took the dishes from her hands and said, "Mom, you should rest. I'll wash them." "Okay, I'll go outside and take a look," Sheng's mother replied, wiping her hands and heading outside, her mind already elsewhere. Sheng's mother wandered in the courtyard, accompanied by Sheng's father. "Why haven't they arrived yet?" she asked, feeling a bit sad. Her daughter got married. Did she not think of her at all? Just wait a bit longer. It's still early, Sheng's father reassured her, though he too occasionally glanced at the entrance. Just then, they heard the sound of a car outside. Sheng's father and mother exchanged a glance and hurried outside. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Sheng Wanyan getting out of the car while Tingxiao went to the trunk to get something.
Dad, Mom,
she called out.
Yenner.
Sheng's mother rushed over, grabbing her shoulders and carefully looking her over. Seeing that she looked well and even a bit healthier, she finally felt relieved. Grandpa Sheng, Grandma Sheng, Sheng Wanza, and Pan Yu all came out to greet her. Seeing her rosy complexion eased their worries. Grandpa, Grandma, brother, sister-in-law, she greeted. Grandma Sheng was so happy to see her. She had missed her granddaughter after just 3 days apart. It's good to have you back. Grandpa Sheng couldn't find the words and simply said, that's all that matters. Tingxiao finished getting the things and approached the Sheng family, respectfully greeting them. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law. Good, 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 son-in-law, they replied. Quick, go inside and rest, they urged. Mother Sheng quickly pulled them inside. Sheng Wanza glanced at Tingxiao. No matter how he felt, it didn't matter now that this person had become his brother-in-law. His sister had also taken away his heart. So what could he do? He could only reluctantly help Tingxiao carry some things. As soon as Sheng Wanyan sat down with Tingxiao, Pan Yu went to pour a few cups of sweet water. Drink some water. Mother Sheng held onto Sheng Wanyan's hand, feeling like she could never get enough of her. Mother Sheng continued to hold Sheng Wanyan's hand, feeling like she could never get enough of her. Sheng Wanyan picked up her cup and took a couple of sips. She really was quite thirsty. Are you hungry? Mom bought your favorite ribs. I'll make them for you later. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded, feeling her mother's love for her. Okay. What does Tingxiao like to eat? I'll make that for you too. Mother Sheng still remembered her son-in-law. Tingxiao wasn't picky and would eat whatever was available. Mom, I'm not picky. Just make what Yan likes. Mother Sheng smiled and nodded at his words. Although Tingxiao said this, she knew he was considerate. She had already bought the ingredients, and they would have a nice meal today since they would be returning to Rongqing the day after tomorrow. All right. Hearing this made Mother Sheng feel more at ease. After all, her son-in-law cared for her daughter and prioritized her. As a mother, she could relax a bit. She glanced at Sheng Wanza, who caught her gaze, and went over to put his arm around Tingxiao's shoulder. Come on, let's go chop some ribs for my sister. Tingxiao understood that the Sheng family needed to talk to their daughter, so he naturally gave them space. Once they left, Grandma Sheng and Mother Sheng took Sheng Wanyan back to the room. As soon as they sat down, Mother Sheng began to ask her about the past few days. Yan, have you been treated unfairly at the Gu family?
No, Mom.
Grandpa and Grandma, as well as my in-laws, have all been very nice. Mother Sheng poked her gently on the head, not too pleased with her answer. Her in-laws were straightforward people and didn't meddle in family matters, so she didn't need to worry. She also understood that her father-in-law was busy with work, contributing to the country, and her mother-in-law was busy too, being knowledgeable and kind, so she wouldn't mistreat her daughter-in-law. Her son-in-law had his eyes on her daughter since he arrived, and their relationship was very sweet. The only thing she worried about was the relationship with her sister-in-law. You silly girl, I was asking about how you get along with your sister-in-law. Mom, my sister-in-law works in the education department. She is gentle, kind, and generous. Hearing this, Mother Sheng nodded. Her daughter would never lie to them, so it must be true. Moreover, a sister-in-law in the education field would likely have a gentle personality. My second sister is also in the military and is very cheerful. Mother Gu felt relieved upon hearing this. It seemed that there were no issues with the eldest sister-in-law. After praising the two, Sheng Wanyan stopped talking, and Mother Sheng looked over. Isn't there also a fourth sister-in-law?
What?
Did she bully you? Mother Sheng squinted and exchanged a glance with Grandmother Sheng, looking at her anxiously. Grandma, Mom, she didn't bully me. There were just some disagreements. We aren't very close. What happened? Tell me, dear. Sheng Wanyan didn't hide anything and explained everything about her situation with Wang Chunmei. Mother Sheng felt angry. How could her daughter be treated this way right after getting married? What right did a sister-in-law have to act like that? That's ridiculous. Her daughter doesn't care for herself, yet she expects you to take on that role? Her words are full of sarcasm. Does she really think she can act like a leader just because she has a little authority? Mother Sheng was so upset that she wanted to go to the Gu family and demand justice. Who could tolerate their daughter being bullied right after marriage? Mom, I didn't let her walk all over me. Calm down and listen to what Wanyan has to say. Grandmother Sheng pulled Mother Sheng to sit down and asked Sheng Wanyan a few questions. What was your husband's attitude? Tingxiao is very protective of me and scolded the fourth sister-in-law. Hearing this, Mother Sheng felt somewhat relieved. At least her son-in-law was on her daughter's side. As long as the couple was united, that was what mattered. What about your in-laws? They are also very protective of me and didn't let the fourth sister-in-law make a scene. Grandmother Sheng nodded and patted Mother Sheng's hand. Did you hear that? With such a petty person marrying into the honorable Gu family, how long do you think she can last? How long can grandpa-in-law tolerate her? After saying this, Grandmother Sheng smiled. Their simple and warm family would not tolerate someone who caused trouble, especially not in the esteemed Gu family. Without needing her granddaughter to do anything, that sister-in-law would eventually create her own downfall. So, Wanyan just needs to take care of her own little family and avoid giving anyone a reason to talk. Others will handle the rest. Grandmother Sheng gently patted her head, full of comfort and affection. Sheng Wanyan nodded at her grandmother, thinking that her grandma seemed quite different from children raised in ordinary families. The strategies and plans were like those carefully taught by a wealthy family. Grandma, I understand. Grandma Sheng smiled and nodded, holding her hand while sharing some advice on how couples should interact. Yenner, your husband cares for you, so you should also think of him in everything. Your husband is a deputy commander with a bright future. You can be carefree about small matters, but you must be serious about important ones, so as not to affect his career. As long as you don't affect his future, you don't need to worry while you're in the Gu family. In any family, if you impact your child's future, it won't be received well. Since your husband loves you, you should love him back. Mutual understanding and tolerance are key to a lasting relationship. No matter how much you endure in the Gu family, remember that as long as your marriage with your husband continues, you will be fine. Be respectful to your elders. You must not give others a reason to criticize you. Grandma Sheng shared a lot of wisdom, which greatly benefited Sheng Wanyan. Grandma, I will remember. Grandma Sheng knew her granddaughter was perceptive and understood her words. That's good.
I just hope you stay healthy.
As she aged, she no longer desired wealth or fame, only the health and safety of her family. Hearing this made Sheng Wanyan feel a bit emotional. As an elder, it was never about how much money you made or how high your position was. They only wished for your safety and health throughout your life. Sheng Wanyan hugged Grandma Sheng, who felt soft-hearted seeing her granddaughter's tearful expression.
Grandma,
you are so kind. Of course. You are my granddaughter. Who else would I care for? Grandma Sheng chuckled and patted her back, remembering the last time her granddaughter acted so spoiled was many years ago. No matter how many years passed, she couldn't help but feel soft when her sweet granddaughter cuddled her. When the three women came out of the room, Pan Yu was already preparing lunch. I'll make lunch. Yenner, you go chat with your grandparents. Sheng's mother instructed, and Sheng Wanyan nodded, heading to the backyard to find Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao had just finished chopping bones and washed his hands, looking at her with gentle eyes. What's wrong? Are you thirsty? No, we're going to chat with Grandma and Grandpa. Okay. Gu Tingxiao followed her out to chat with the two elders, while Sheng's mother and Pan Yu hurriedly prepared lunch in the backyard. Sheng's mother prepared a lavish meal, including her favorite bone soup and steamed ribs. They prepared a full meal with 5 dishes and a soup. Bone soup, garlic ribs, braised pork, stewed pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried greens, and cold black fungus salad. Mrs. Sheng and Pan Yu finished preparing the food and brought it to the table to start the meal. Grandpa Sheng took out some wine and filled glasses for all the men, while the women had soda. Come on, Tingxiao, Enjoy your meal and drink. Don't be shy, we are all family. Gu Tingxiao nodded at Grandpa Sheng's words and raised his glass to toast the elders. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Brother, I toast you all. Thank you for taking care of Yenner. After finishing his drink, Grandpa Sheng praised him with several good comments. Good, good, good. We trust you with Yenner. Grandpa Sheng was very pleased with his grandson-in-law. Come on, let's all drink together. Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and drank in one go.
Come on, eat up.
Son-in-law have more. Mrs. Sheng served Gu Tingxiao several pieces of braised pork, all fatty. Don't be shy, from now on, we are all family. You should feel at home. Mrs. Sheng's words made Gu Tingxiao nod and eat with enthusiasm. Mom, your cooking is really delicious. Mrs. Sheng smiled happily at his compliment. Her son-in-law knew how to speak nicely. Really?
Yes.
Gu Tingxiao nodded, acknowledging Mrs. Sheng's cooking skills. Oma, you love it, so I will make it for you often. Come on, eat more. Mrs. Sheng happily served him more stewed pork, while Sheng Wanyan held her bowl, quietly waiting for Mrs. Sheng to serve her. Unfortunately, the meat passed in front of her several times and ended up in Gu Tingxiao's bowl. Seeing the little girl's expression, Gu Tingxiao chuckled and gave her the meat from his bowl. Mrs. Sheng noticed his action and looked at her disapprovingly. Tingxiao, don't spoil her. She should serve herself. After saying that, she turned to Sheng Wanyan. Don't you have hands? Can't you serve yourself at home? Though she said this, she still served several pieces of her favorite ribs to Wanyan. I think your son-in-law has spoiled you. You can't let it be like this in the future. Mrs. Sheng's words made Gu Tingxiao look up and quickly defend Sheng Wanyan. Mom, Yenner is great. Gu Tingxiao supported Sheng Wanyan, and Mrs. Sheng felt happy that her son-in-law cared for her daughter, but she still said a few words. Son-in-law, don't spoil her too much. Yanyan has been spoiled at home. If anything makes you unhappy in the future, just tell me, and I will help you deal with it. Gu Tingxiao firmly shook his head. He wouldn't spoil his wife, so why would he spoil anyone else? Besides, he didn't want his wife to be scolded by her mother. Mom, I will. Gu Tingxiao was just responding to Mother Sheng, but only he knew what he truly thought. After the family finished lunch, it was already 2 in the afternoon. They chatted for a while longer, and time flew by quickly. They also had dinner at the Sheng family's house. After dinner, they had to return to the military district. Let's go. We will return to Rongqing the day after tomorrow. Mother Sheng held Sheng Wanyan's hand reluctantly, but her daughter was already married, so there was no point in being upset. Mom, we will head back now. We will come to see you off at the station the day after tomorrow. Okay. Mother Sheng wasn't being overly sentimental. Her daughter had married into the capital, so what was wrong with seeing her family off? She planned for the whole family to go out and have some fun before they left, but it was unfortunate that her daughter had just gotten married, and visiting her family too often wouldn't be ideal. Otherwise, they would all have such a great time together. It would be even better if there were a child, Mother Sheng thought. Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu had been married for 8 months without any pregnancy, and Mother Sheng couldn't help but feel anxious. However, she couldn't say it outright. She wanted the couple to go to the hospital for a checkup since the medical facilities in the capital were better. She just didn't bring it up, fearing that the couple might overthink it. Especially if Pan Yu started worrying, that wouldn't be good. She wasn't a harsh mother-in-law. Although she wanted a grandchild, she wouldn't trade her daughter-in-law's well-being for it. When it came to health issues, she believed in seeking treatment promptly to avoid missing the best time for care. When Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao returned home, they noticed the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was there, sitting in the living room with serious expressions. Especially Mother Gu, who looked very upset. Father Gu was gently patting her back to help her breathe easier. Father Gu shot a sharp look at Gu Tinggo, who lowered his head.
Ha.
Fourth, do you also think what your wife said is right? Father Gu stared hard at Gu Tinggo, who opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Wang Chunmei. Dad.
No.
Before Gu Tinggo could finish, Wang Chunmei saw that Gu Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan had arrived home and stood up immediately. Dad, Mom. With the tree growing, the branches spread, Now that my third brother is married, I think it's time to split the family. Hearing Wang Chunmei's words, Gu Mu angrily threw the teacup on the table. In this Gu family, who really makes the decisions? Does it take a daughter-in-law like you to decide if we should split the family? Wang Chunmei pouted. She didn't want to split the family, but Gu Mu was so biased towards the third branch. If she didn't make a fuss about it, what would the fourth branch have left? The third branch took so many gifts back home, all paid for with family money. Every month, she contributed part of her salary, and the things Sheng Wanyan bought for her visit home were all from her money, right? Sheng Wanyan, coming from the city and without a job, how could she shamelessly rely on her status as a sister-in-law? After listening for a while, Sheng Wanyan understood what was happening. Wang Chunmei was causing trouble for a family split. However, her mother-in-law was not just angry about the split. That was her plan all along. Gu Mu originally intended to split the family the day before Gu Tingxiao returned to the army. After all, there had just been a happy event in the family, and it shouldn't be spoiled. But unexpectedly, Wang Chunmei stirred things up today. What Gu Mu cared about most was not the split itself, but Gu Tinggo's attitude as her son. His attitude implied that he also wanted to split the family and agreed with Wang Chunmei's commotion. Gu Mu looked at Wang Chunmei's fourth sister-in-law with a cold smile, then turned to stare at Gu Tinggo. Fourth, do you also think I favor your third brother?
Mom.
I don't. Gu Tinggo felt quite upset about his wife causing this scene. He couldn't support either side, and felt like a punching bag in the middle.
Ha.
But you also feel unfair inside. Gu Mu's words left him speechless. He indeed felt unfair. His eldest brother was the heir of the Gu family, and no matter how good the resources were, he had nothing to say. But the third brother, caught in the middle, received strong support from the family for choosing to serve in the military. Meanwhile, he only had Gu Mu to pave the way for him. His maternal grandparents, the Wens, were also in politics, but their children were all successful in their careers. They couldn't spare resources for him, a grandson. In contrast, the Gu family, with their military background, had his grandfather's status to create a good path for him. But his grandfather was unwilling, and his father also refused to use his connections in the military for his benefit. How could he accept that? Although he was unwilling, he did not want to create a rift in the family. The idea of separating the family was something he had never considered. It was just his feelings getting the better of him. He didn't want his third brother to have everything go so smoothly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Fourth, you believe the family favors your third brother, but let me ask you this. What has the family done to help him achieve his success, aside from not allowing others to use their power to undermine his achievements? Isn't it true that your third brother has reached his current status through his own hard work? As his mother, and as his elders, we have only given him the simplest support, and you are jealous. And you. I have been working hard to help you, paving the way for you, but aren't you aware of your own abilities? Can you fight your way through like your third brother? You can't even manage your own wife and daughter, or take care of your own small piece of land. Hearing his mother's words, Gu Tinggo felt a deep pain in his heart, but he had to admit it was true. His mother showed him no mercy, openly pointing out his shortcomings. The Gu family's current status has been earned through generations of hard work. The Gu family has always been loyal, sacrificing for the country. Now, only your grandfather remains in this world. After saying this, his mother stepped in front of him, her eyes filled with disappointment. I have to ask you, how can you face this? How can you let the Gu family's hard-earned reputation be traded for your own future? Her words made Gu Tinggo tremble, and he took 2 steps back. His grandparents looked extremely upset, their eyes filled with pain.
Mom.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted this way. Gu Tinggo knelt down before his grandfather to apologize. Grandpa, I was wrong. He shouldn't have strayed from the path. The Gu family had always been loyal, and he shouldn't let it be tarnished. His grandfather sighed. He was getting old and couldn't control everything anymore. Since you want to separate, let's do it today. His grandfather's words made Gu Tinggo quickly shake his head. He never intended to separate the family. He was just feeling unbalanced, but he never thought of hurting his family. What he didn't know was that if the Gu family didn't understand his character and knew he was just being competitive, they might have kicked him out and cut ties today.
Grandpa.
I don't want to separate. Gu Tingo looked at Grandpa Gu with red eyes. Grandpa Gu waved his hand, telling Gu's mother to divide the family assets. Understanding his intention, Gu's mother immediately took out the family savings book. Since your wife thinks we are biased, let's divide everything clearly. From now on, how well you three brothers live will depend on your own luck. Gu's mother was tired of managing everything. They were all grown-ups with their own families and bright futures. As a mother, she felt she had done nothing wrong. Eldest brother and sister-in-law saw her seriousness and quickly tried to stop her. Why should they split the family when everything was fine? Wang Chunmei was thrilled to see the family division actually happening, forgetting about her kneeling husband. After all, no one could take advantage of the fourth household anymore. Everyone sit down. Gu Tingo was reluctant to get up, so Father Gu kicked him. Gu Tingo fell to the ground and was pulled up by Father Gu. His back stung, and Father Gu showed no mercy. If he upset his wife, it didn't matter if he was his biological son. Gu Tingxiao exchanged a glance with Sheng Wanyan, then took her hand and sat down. Since everyone is here, I won't say much. If someone wants to cause trouble like this, then as the mother-in-law, I have failed. From now on, you will all manage your own households. As soon as Gu's mother said this, Wang Chunmei's eyes lit up as she looked at the iron box in her hands. You'll split the family savings from all these years evenly and return your grandparents' retirement funds to them. Wang Chunmei opened her mouth in shock, but was silenced by a look from Gu's mother. Her gaze was no longer friendly, but held a hint of authority that made Wang Chunmei's heart tremble, leaving her too scared to speak. The family savings total 55,308 yuan. Each household will receive 18,436 yuan. From now on, you won't have to turn in your salaries. Wang Chunmei was excited to hear about such a large sum of money. She had never seen so much in her life. And not having to turn in her salary meant she could spend it however she wanted. But every month, you will need to pay 20 yuan in support, plus 10 jin of fine grain for each household. We will rely on your eldest brother for support, and his family won't have to pay for support or grain. If anyone gets sick, the treatment costs will be shared among the three families. Your grandparents won't be your responsibility. Your father, I, and your second uncle and aunt will take care of them. We don't need to worry about our salaries or pensions anymore. We will arrange everything before we pass away, so there's no need to keep thinking about it. Gu's mother said the last sentence with a sarcastic tone, making it clear who she was referring to. The kitchen items won't be divided. They will be left for us and your grandparents to use. There isn't much to share from the receipts. Your father and I will keep what we need. Is there a problem? The three brothers of the Gu family shook their heads. They wouldn't dare to have any objections. Gu's mother's distribution was as fair as it could be, leaving no room for complaint. Wang Chunmei suddenly thought of something and stood up. Mom, my sister-in-law took back so many gifts for her family, and that was money spent from our home. It's not fair. She doesn't have a job or contribute her salary. Why should she? Gu's mother found her words laughable. Was she trying to create trouble here? Since that's the case, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Humph. When you first married in, did I ask you to contribute your previous salary? Gu's mother glanced at Gu Tingo, who was sitting silently in pain. Your sister-in-law spent her own money on gifts for your grandparents when she just got here. Your father bought 3 or 4 sets of clothes and even got me a watch for 150 yuan. I'll tell you, your sister-in-law used her own money. I only contributed 80 yuan for the gifts. The rest was all from your sister-in-law. Wang Chunmei was surprised at how generous Sheng Wanyan was, spending so much money. It made sense, though. Coming from the city, she wanted to impress the Gu family. Since you asked, let me ask you. In all these years since you married in, have you ever bought anything for the family or for me? Wang Chunmei's face turned pale at Gu's mother's questioning. Wang Chunmei couldn't find the words. Besides her initial attempts to impress, she hadn't bought anything for the Gu family afterward. And even her early attempts weren't as generous as Sheng Wanyan's. Have you ever bought me a piece of clothing? Did you buy your father a pair of socks? Did you buy your grandparents any health supplements? Gu's mother directly questioned them. Since they were asking, she would calculate everything for the fourth family. How many years has the fourth one worked? What is his salary? If you want to count every little detail, then I'll recalculate everything for you. Wang Chunmei immediately clutched her savings book tightly, knowing very well that if they calculated based on individual salaries, they have 4 families and don't even have 5,000 yuan. She and Gu Tingo are young. Gu Tingo has only been working for a few years and doesn't have a high position. If Gu's mother is really keeping track, their family might even have to pay back some money. Let's not talk about it anymore, Wang Chunmei said, shaking her head. Besides money, the Gu family has already donated everything else to the country. The small courtyard where the Sheng family lives was part of Gu's mother's dowry, and she doesn't plan to share it. After her passing, she intends to donate it to the country, and no one should think about it. Gu's mother stated this in front of everyone, and the 3 Gu brothers had no objections. Only Wang Chunmei remained silent, feeling that her mother-in-law was being wasteful. However, she feared that her mother-in-law might change her mind and divide the family assets, so she had to agree. Even if she disagreed, her mother-in-law wouldn't listen. Sign this division agreement, and then you can leave, Gu's mother said. The agreement clearly outlined what each household would receive and the support payments. Gu Dage and Gu Tingxiao frowned. They really didn't expect the family to split this way. They thought it would be a peaceful conversation since Gu's mother had hinted before that they would divide the family once Gu Tingxiao got married. But now, it had turned into such a messy situation. Gu Dage's frown was so tight it could crush a fly. With the 3rd brother newly married and the 4th sister-in-law causing a scene, it seemed the 3rd and 4th sisters-in-law might not get along in the future. The 4th brother would probably get beaten by the 3rd brother. Now that the division is done, you can leave, Gu's mother said, handing out the division documents to each person before going upstairs with her own copy. Gu's father shot a fierce glare at Gu Tingo, who instinctively shrank back. As he did, his back ached. Are you not leaving? Do you want me to ask you to go? Gu's father's words made everyone hurry back to their homes. This left Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao facing the glaring Gu father, who was upset. But seeing them return home and immediately face consequences, he couldn't express his anger. Did the 3rd daughter-in-law eat? He asked. Dad, we've already eaten, Sheng Wanyan replied obediently. That's good, he said before going back to his room to comfort his wife. Gu's grandparents sighed and returned to their room as well. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao exchanged a glance, holding the bank book they received. Let's talk in our room. Sheng Wanyan nodded and followed Gu Tingxiao back to their room, immediately putting the bank book away. Gu Tingxiao went to run a bath for her. After they finished bathing, they lay on the bed, with Sheng Wanyan nestled in his arms, resting her head on his arm. Tingxiao, still thinking about the family division? Sheng Wanyan nodded. After all, it did involve her a bit. Gu Tingxiao looked down at the young girl, noticing her furrowed brow, and gently smoothed it out with his hand. Don't overthink it. We just need to do our part. You're just an excuse for Wang Chunmei's troubles. Wang Chunmei had been thinking about the family division for a while, and Sheng Wanyan happened to be the reason she wanted to use. So, even if it wasn't about this visit, it would be about something else next time. It might be better to separate sooner, so he could live his own life with his wife. He didn't want his wife to face others' displeasure. I understand. But Mom is very sad. She knew that Gu's mother was genuinely hurt today, affected by the attitude of her 4th son, Gu Tingo, who allowed Wang Chunmei to cause trouble without considering the family's reputation. With a joyful event in the family, allowing his wife to act out showed no regard for the family's face. And it also disregarded Gu Tingxiao's feelings as her brother. Once Sheng Wanyan married in, the Gu family would split. What would others think? Gu Tingo also showed no consideration for his sister-in-law, Sheng Wanyan. How could this not hurt Gu's mother? Wife, about Mom, there's Dad. It's just that you're feeling wronged. His wife had only just married a few days ago, and Wang Chunmei was already using her as a reason for the family division. If Wang Chunmei twisted the truth outside, would his wife's reputation be ruined? It seemed he couldn't let Gu Tingo live too comfortably. Wang Chunmei, as a woman, couldn't do much herself. Could it be that his younger brother, Gu Tingo, was beyond his control? He hadn't properly guided this brother in a long time, and now he couldn't recognize his own position. Wife, from now on, we'll rely on our little family. Gu Tingxiao looked at her affectionately, his eyes filled with determination to spend a lifetime with her. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. She loved hearing that. Okay. With his affection and care, she felt much better. Gu's mother treated her well. Even with Gu Tingxiao caught in the middle, she showed no favoritism. Instead, she made up for the neglect Gu Tingxiao experienced in his childhood by being kind to her. Gu's mother was a good mother-in-law. She didn't want her to be sad. But now that things were settled, she would be more filial to Gu's mother, ensuring she didn't feel disappointed in the third branch. The next day, Gu's mother had returned to her usual gentle self, showing no signs of the previous night's impact. Today, Gumu learned that the Sheng family was spending their last day in Kyoto, so she took a day off to spend time with them. When she saw Sheng Wanyan wake up, she kindly asked what she wanted for breakfast, and even cooked herself. "Mom, I want noodles." Before Sheng Wanyan could finish speaking, Gu Tingxiao couldn't hold back. He missed the noodles his mother made when he was a child. "Get lost. I'm asking my daughter-in-law what she wants. What's it to you?" "Mom, I also want noodles." Sheng Wanyan shook Gumu's hand playfully. Hearing her soft voice, Gumu immediately agreed. Okay, I'll make them for you." Gumu turned and went to the kitchen to start making the noodles. She had planned to cook noodles today anyway, so it was a nice surprise that her daughter-in-law wanted some too. When Sheng Wanyan came downstairs, she saw the dough for the noodles already prepared in the kitchen. In this era, having food was a blessing. There was no room for picky eating. Gumu cooked a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles, and after the three of them finished eating, they headed straight to the small courtyard. As soon as the Sheng family opened the courtyard door, they saw Sheng Wanyan, Gumu, and Gu Tingxiao standing at the entrance, ready to knock. Mother-in-law. Sheng Mu couldn't believe her eyes. She never expected her daughter to return today. "Mother-in-law, I came to join you for some fun, hope you don't mind?" Sheng Mu excitedly clapped her thigh and quickly grabbed Gumu's hand. "Of course not. I'm so glad you're here. You arrived just in time. We were about to head out. What a coincidence. Let's go have a good time together." With Sheng Mu's warm welcome, Sheng Wanyan, her husband, and her mother-in-law set off on a fun trip to visit the places her grandfather had always wanted to see, like the old summer palace. Sheng Wanyan felt her heart ache as she saw the damaged old summer palace. In later years, it became a regret for everyone, an irreparable loss. However, the sense of loss in this era was even more intense. As someone who had experienced the future, seeing such an outcome made her heart tighten. What a pity. Sheng Grandpa sighed, shaking his head helplessly at the scene before him. "Let's go. It hurts to look at it for too long." Sheng Grandma's tone was filled with regret. For the older generation, it felt like a deep wound to their hearts. "Let's go." Grandpa Sheng couldn't bear to watch any longer. Every time he looked at something, it reminded him of his younger days in battle. They went to the old summer palace. It was clear that the two elderly people were not very interested anymore. In the end, Mother Gu took them for a stroll in the park to lift their spirits. "Mother-in-law, are you unhappy today?" Mother Sheng noticed Mother Gu's slightly gloomy expression and could guess what was wrong. Usually, Mother Gu was gentle and smiling. She didn't show her emotions like today.
Sigh.
"It's because of the family division last night." "Family division?" Mother Sheng was a bit surprised and glanced at Sheng Wanyan, who nodded. "Mother-in-law, do you think I have treated the fourth son unfairly? As the youngest son, who in the family hasn't spoiled him and let him have his way. But why does his wife look down on our Gu family?" Mother Gu couldn't find anyone else to complain to, so she shared her feelings with her mother-in-law. Hearing this, Mother Sheng frowned. It seemed that the family division was caused by the fourth son's wife. Just yesterday, her daughter had mentioned some issues about the fourth son's wife, and now, after one night, it had escalated into such a big problem. "Mother-in-law, maybe the family division isn't such a bad thing after all?" Mother Goose smiled and shook her head at her words. Did she not know it could be a good thing? She wouldn't have to manage an entire household and wouldn't have to worry about conflicts between her 3 sons and daughters-in-law. But her heart ached. She felt hurt by the son she had invested the most in. Mother-in-law, at our age, we should learn to let go a little. Sometimes, what we care about the most isn't necessarily the best for us.
Perhaps we should be kinder to ourselves.
Life will be more comfortable. Some things will naturally resolve themselves. Mother Gu paused, deep in thought. Mother Sheng didn't disturb her, allowing her to reflect. After a while, Mother Gu's eyes brightened, filled with determination. Her mother-in-law was right. The things we care about most may not be the best. You give your all, but they may not hold you in the highest regard. They might even take your efforts for granted. If that's the case, why should she make things difficult for herself? Why should she seek out discomfort? The 4th son's wife couldn't see her contributions to the family and always thought she was biased. If that's how it is, then she would embrace that bias completely. She wants her 4th daughter-in-law to see what favoritism really looks like. Now that the family has split, the future of her 3 sons depends on their own abilities. She will no longer help her 4th son in his career. He even thinks she favors the 3rd son. If that's the case, he should fight for his future just like the 3rd son did. How far he goes will depend on him. As a member of the Gu family, if he can't even support his own household, he doesn't deserve to be called a Gu family member. After realizing this, Gu mother felt completely different, walking with a new energy. Seeing her clarity, Sheng mother quickly shared some examples from the village. Mother-in-law, we have a lady in our village who dotes on her youngest son. But in the end, TSK. Gu mother became curious and asked Sheng mother what happened next. I'll tell you, mother-in-law, that lady ended up regretting it. Sheng mother lowered her voice and shared the gossip, while Gu mother listened intently. Her youngest son was spoiled from a young age, and the family always gave him whatever he wanted, making him arrogant. The lady favored him in everything, and over time, he grew distant from his other brothers and they split apart. That was just a small issue. But in the end, guess what happened? Gu mother looked at her eagerly, wanting to know more. What happened? Sheng mother glanced at the 2 elderly people ahead and lowered her voice to continue. When she grew old and relied on her youngest son, he had become spoiled and was nearly 30, just wasting time every day. He constantly asked for money and lost the family fortune to gambling. By the time the lady realized what was happening, it was too late. She knew she had spoiled him. When she decided to stop indulging him, that pampered son couldn't handle it. Without any money from home, and with her no longer spoiling him, he even grabbed a kitchen knife to threaten her. Gu mother was shocked by Sheng mother's words and quickly patted her chest. What a tragedy. To raise such a son.
So,
what happened to the lady in the end? Her other children had already turned their backs on her. None wanted to care for her. She felt hopeless and jumped into the river.
Alas.
Such a precious life, just gone like that. What a pity. Gu's mother felt her heart racing. She had never encountered such situations growing up. Even though there were some shady dealings in their circle, nothing had ever driven someone to despair like this. People in the center of power had stronger lives and more ways to protect themselves. Yet, those who could threaten your life the most were often the ones closest to you. Gu's mother decided that she would no longer support Gu Tingxiao in his work. At most, she would step in to prevent others from undermining him, just like she did for Gu Tingxiao. Since he looked down on the true abilities of the 3rd son, he should show his true skills to earn the family's respect. Mrs. Sheng, having achieved success, rolled her eyes in frustration. The couple of Gu's 4th sons seemed so unconcerned about their daughter's reputation. How could they bully their own daughter and expect her to tolerate it? If she didn't teach Gu's 4th son a lesson and make them pay a price, she would feel like she wasted all those years. Her daughter marrying into the Gu family and the brother and sister-in-law treating her so poorly. Creating such a scene right after the wedding. What would outsiders think? They would assume her daughter didn't understand the rules and did something to upset the Gu family, leading to a family split. Using her daughter and still expecting respect. Mrs. Sheng was furious. Did they really think they could bully her daughter just because she came from the city? No way. The Sheng family returned to Rongqing the next day. Sheng Wanyan went with Tingxiao to see them off at the station. Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu still had half a month of vacation left, so they didn't return to Rongqing together. They would spend some time with family before going back to the army. The Gu family was also preparing things for the two of them to take with them to the military. A new home needed to be set up. Gu's mother felt no worries about Tingxiao, as he had grown up in the military compound. The military was like a backyard to him. What concerned her was Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan was unfamiliar with the military life, and when Tingxiao was on duty, she would be alone. Plus, there was the issue of Sheng Wanyan's job, which was a big worry for her. The third daughter-in-law had quit her job for the third son. He should at least help her find another job. Otherwise, when he was on duty, she would be even more bored. But Gu's mother had no idea that Sheng Wanyan didn't want to work. She wanted to stay home for a few years. With the college entrance exams resuming in 3 years, she was preparing for them. Moreover, she had studied medicine in her past life and wanted to pursue her dreams again in this life. She doesn't lack money or resources and doesn't want to waste time on a job she isn't interested in. Plus, she has translation work, so she won't be bored at home. With something she loves to do and an income, her mother won't insist on her going to work. Her mother doesn't know her thoughts, so she secretly talked to Tingxiao about it. Mom, I'll look for a job suitable for my wife when I get back, Tingxiao said. He didn't know Sheng Wanyan's feelings, but his mother made a good point. When he's on a mission, it's indeed too boring for his wife to be home alone. Going to work would give her someone to talk to, but he needed to ask her first if she wanted to work. If she did, he would find a way to help her get a job. When Tingxiao returned to the room, he waited for Sheng Wanyan to finish her shower and then asked for her opinion. Sheng Wanyan wasn't surprised. After all, in this era, having a job is considered respectable. A job can support a family. Who wouldn't want that? But only Sheng Wanyan didn't want it. Wife, if we go back to the army, we should find a job for you, he suggested. Sheng Wanyan shook her head. She didn't want to work. I don't want to. Tingxiao didn't expect her to refuse, as she was an independent woman with her own thoughts. Wife, if you don't want to go, then we won't. He wouldn't force her, it was all up to her. Hearing his words made Sheng Wanyan smile, and she shared her translation work with him. After all, when she goes to the army, she will still need to collect translation materials and fees each month, which she couldn't hide from Tingxiao. Plus, she has a refined lifestyle and doesn't want to go to the army and not have money to spend. So, I won't work outside, but I am helping a newspaper in Kyoto with translations, and I can earn money each month. Translation? Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, realizing there were still many things she hadn't told him. Yes, I translate foreign documents. So, if I go to the army, I won't work, but I can translate at home. It also makes it easier to take care of you. Tingxiao nodded. Since his wife didn't want to go, then she wouldn't. He could support her. If money ran low, he would take on more missions and ensure she wouldn't have to suffer after marrying him. You've made up your mind, so I will support you. Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile. She had her own plans. It was already great that Tingxiao, as a person of this era, respected all her decisions. Having Tingxiao's support was enough. Soon, it was the day they returned to the army, and the Gu family gathered for lunch to send them off. Even if Gu's mother didn't want to see Wang Chunmei, she still had to accept her as her son's choice. Gu's mother prepared a lot for them. Just her daughter's dowry filled a large box, and with some daily necessities, it filled another big bag. Fortunately, Tingxiao didn't have much to carry. A backpack was enough for everything. Gu's mother asked Aunt Lin to prepare food for their journey, including 10 eggs, 2 lunch boxes of meat and vegetables, and mostly steamed buns. It was too hot, and bringing too much would spoil, so they could buy more food on the train if needed. The Gu family wasn't short on money. Yenner, take good care of yourself after you arrive. If the third one bullies you, write back and tell Mom. I'll teach him a lesson. Gu's father and mother accompanied them to the station, with Gu's mother reluctantly holding her hand and giving her endless advice. Mom, I will take care of myself. You and Dad, as well as Grandma and Grandpa, must also take care of your health. Okay, you are the most caring. Gu's mother felt so comforted by her concern. After chatting for a while, the train was about to depart. Mom, we are leaving now. Gu's mother knew she couldn't delay any longer and had to let them go. Make sure to write to us. Okay. Gu's mother waved, her eyes red as she watched them leave. Gu's father stood behind her like a sturdy mountain, offering her support. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao booked a soft sleeper, still sharing a compartment with 4 people. Wanyan told Gu Tingxiao that she kept their tickets in her backpack, but in reality, she had hidden them in her space. Nothing was safer than her space, especially since bank withdrawals nowadays didn't require the same identity verification as in the past. Whoever held the bank book could withdraw money if they were determined. The train was filled with all kinds of people, and a mix of unpleasant smells filled the air. Everyone had an abundance of luggage, and even chickens, ducks, and geese were brought aboard without restrictions. Gu Tingxiao carried the luggage, leading the way to their compartment and ensuring her safety. The compartment still had 2 upper and lower bunks, accommodating 4 people. Once they entered the train compartment, there were already 2 people inside, an older woman and a young girl. They were mother and daughter. As Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao walked in, the mother and daughter looked over. Seeing Gu Tingxiao in his military uniform instantly made them feel safe. In this era, sharing a compartment with a soldier was the best thing that could happen. The young girl blushed when she saw Gu Tingxiao's handsome face and sharp features. She quietly lowered her head, touched her braid, and stole glances at him as he entered. Sheng Wanyan walked in, and Gu Tingxiao told her to sleep on the upper bunk while he took the lower bunk to keep an eye on their luggage. The girl on the upper bunk across from Sheng Wanyan looked quite delicate, with slightly yellowish skin, which was considered fair in this time period. When the girl saw Sheng Wanyan's beauty, she was surprised but felt more nervous. What was the relationship between such a beautiful girl and the soldier? If they were a couple, how could she compare? They must be relatives, right? Sheng Wanyan noticed the girl's gaze and looked over, causing the young girl to quickly turn her head, looking around nervously. Gu Tingxiao organized their things, and Sheng Wanyan's shoes were neatly placed. He took out a water bottle and handed it to her. Wife, have some water. Sheng Wanyan took the bottle, drank a couple of sips, and handed it back to him. You should drink some too. Gu Tingxiao nodded and took a few big gulps from the bottle. The young girl across from them felt her heart sink upon hearing their conversation. Did the soldier just call her wife? Were they already married? The girl kept watching them and noticed their natural chemistry, realizing she had no chance. Although she liked the soldier, interfering in a military marriage was no joke. Her whole family could face serious consequences. Even if she felt unhappy about it, there was nothing she could do but watch them show their affection for each other. The older woman across from them guessed they were newlyweds, but since they didn't know each other, she had no reason to pry. The entire compartment was very quiet. Sheng Wanyan held a snack that Gu Tingxiao had prepared and took small bites. Wife, are you hungry? He asked. Sheng Wanyan shook her head. Not hungry, but she was tempted. Gu Tingxiao understood immediately. The young girl wasn't one to deny herself, and if she said she wasn't hungry, then she truly wasn't. She was just feeling a bit snacky. Wife, I'll make you a cup of milk tea from the luggage. Stay here and don't wander around. There are many uncertainties on the train. Gu Tingxiao was worried about her being alone, but the kettle in the carriage had no hot water, so he needed to fill it up. The young girl liked to stay clean. Even if she didn't take a shower, she had to wipe her hands and feet with a towel. Sheng Wanyan saw him pick up the thermos, and guess what he was going to do? Okay, I'll stay in the carriage. She wasn't the type to wander around. In a crowded place like the train, she didn't want to get caught up in a search and rescue scenario. She had read many novels where the female lead would seek justice and catch bad guys on a train. They didn't care about their safety, thinking they had special skills and were favored by fate, acting on impulse. She didn't want that. It was the police's job, not hers as an unarmed woman. She could offer a kind reminder, but didn't want to be a hero. Gu Tingxiao knew the girl would keep her promise, and after hearing her assurance, he left the compartment with the thermos. Sheng Wanyan looked at her watch. It was her wedding gift, a black strap with a silver watch. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon, and it would take them a week to travel from Kyoto to the military base. Once they arrived, it would take half a day to get from the station to the base. For that week on the train, she could only lie in bed and do nothing. She didn't want to do anything. The mother and daughter across from her looked at her, and the older woman started a conversation. "Young lady, are you newly married?" Sheng Wanyan nodded and simply replied, "Yes. I can tell at a glance. Not many good men treat their wives so well. He's a soldier protecting the country, so you should cherish him." Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. She wasn't fond of unfamiliar people who spoke to her in a lecturing tone just because they were older. Not wanting to discuss this topic with the woman, she changed the subject. "Is this your daughter?" Sheng Wanyan glanced at the young girl in the upper bunk, and the woman nodded. "Yes, my daughter. She just turned 18, and she doesn't have a partner yet. It's making me anxious. Not long ago, I brought her to Kyoto to meet my son and set up a blind date." Sheng Wanyan felt uncomfortable hearing the woman was already urging marriage at just 18. In this era, life was not easy for women. In later times, 18 was considered the most beautiful age for girls. But nowadays in the village, there are many girls who get engaged at 14 and married at 16. That's great. Sheng Wanyan could only agree with the aunt's words, as she was just a visitor. "Young lady, how old are you?" "I'm 21 this year." "You got married at 21? The aunt was a bit surprised to hear she was 21, as Sheng Wanyan looked like she was only 17 or 18.
"Yes."
The aunt looked at her in disbelief, thinking, wow, she really doesn't look that old. "I really can't tell. I thought you were only 17. Sheng Wanyan felt very happy to hear this. After all, which woman wouldn't be pleased to be told she looks young? "There's no one." "Aunt, you really know how to talk." Sheng Wanyan was enjoying the conversation, but the young girl felt frustrated seeing her mother chatting so happily with her rival. What was wrong with her mother? Why was she so cheerful with her rival, making her, the daughter, feel so uncomfortable? But she couldn't change anything, so she angrily lay on the bed, covering her head with the blanket to block out the conversation. When Tingxiao returned with hot water, the aunt felt a bit embarrassed to keep bothering him. "Soldier, how about we take turns getting water from now on?" After all, the water was for everyone, and they couldn't just rely on Tingxiao's military status to do all the work. Tingxiao nodded. If he were traveling alone, helping out wouldn't be a problem. But getting water on the train required waiting in line, and it took over half an hour each time. He really didn't feel comfortable leaving the young girl alone in the compartment. They agreed that when one of them went to get water, the other would help watch the luggage. Tingxiao didn't plan to take Sheng Wanyan to get water. There were too many people outside, and the smell was strong. The young girl wouldn't go either. "Sheng Wanyan, you really understand me." After a few more hours, it was time for dinner. They took out the meat dishes prepared by Gu's mother and started eating. "Wife, have some food." Gu's mother had specially prepared ribs for her, and Tingxiao served her some lean meat. The steaming white rice and a box full of meat almost made the mother and daughter across from them drool. This meal was too good. A whole box of meat for just 2 people was truly a luxury. The mother and daughter across from them were eating their dry rations while smelling the delicious meat. "Oh no." Sheng Wanyan finished the food he picked out, feeling full, and Tingxiao took care of the leftovers. Tingxiao handed her a cup of warm water, which Sheng Wanyan drank a few sips of to wash away the taste of meat in her mouth. Once Tingxiao finished eating and was about to wash the lunchbox, Sheng Wanyan said she wanted to go to the restroom. Tingxiao heard this and took out a pair of shoes from under the bed. Sheng Wanyan put them on, grabbed her small backpack, and followed him out. As for her suitcase, it was locked, and only clothes were inside. She had already secretly moved her more valuable items to a safe place. Carrying her backpack was just for show to Tingxiao. This wasn't her first time on a train, but every time she went to the train restroom, she felt nauseous. As soon as she entered the restroom, she immediately went to her safe place. She couldn't stand the restrooms of this era, and she wondered if there would be a private bathroom in the army. Many restrooms were shared, and the toilets were very high. Looking down at them was unpleasant. The squatting area was just two wooden boards that felt like they could fall at any moment. Sheng Wanyan couldn't bear it. If the family quarters didn't have a private restroom, she would have to wait until Tingxiao was out to use her safe place. Suddenly, she realized she didn't know what the assigned house would be like. She could ask Tingxiao later. After she finished, she came out and saw Tingxiao waiting for her at the door, standing still. He didn't seem to mind the smell. What will our assigned house be like? Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but ask Tingxiao on the way back to their compartment. Tingxiao had applied for it before they got married and had even cleaned it with Sheng Wanyan and a few comrades. However, there was something he hadn't told Sheng Wanyan. Dear, did you want to live in a two-building? Sheng Wanyan didn't expect him to ask that. Given Tingxiao's position, they could have been assigned a three-bedroom apartment in a tube building. Tube buildings were popular now, seen as modern and upscale, while small yards were less favored.
But she preferred a small yard.
It was spacious, and there weren't many neighbors. She didn't want to be watched all the time and become gossip for others.
What were you assigned?
Tingxiao's gaze drifted, and he hesitated before speaking. Dear, we could have been assigned a three-bedroom apartment in a tube building.
But
there are no available units in the tube building, so we were only assigned a small yard. Sheng Wanyan raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. Wasn't this a stroke of luck for her? She was also worried about being assigned to an apartment. If she said she didn't want to live in an apartment and preferred a small yard, others might think she was crazy. Now, everything was fine. She got her wish and didn't have to find a way to change houses.
How big is the small yard?
It has a front yard, a backyard, 3 rooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. The backyard is quite large and there aren't many people living nearby. The military even assigned each household a piece of land for growing vegetables. Sheng Wanyan nodded upon hearing this. Having a small yard was great. She could grow vegetables when she was bored. She had plenty of seeds, which would be perfect for planting and enjoying a simple life. A small yard is perfect. It's spacious. Tingxiao saw that Sheng Wanyan genuinely liked it and felt relieved. I'll apply for an apartment next time they have one available. Sheng Wanyan shook her head. She didn't want Tingxiao to apply for an apartment. Moving was a hassle. The small yard is spacious. We can take our time to set it up, and moving is troublesome. She had already imagined her retirement life, planting sunflowers, setting up 2 lounge chairs, and relaxing with tea in the yard. If she suddenly had to move to an apartment, she would refuse. Tingxiao felt guilty, hearing that she gave up the apartment for him. His gaze softened as he looked at her. He promised himself that he would make sure his wife lived in the best house. She deserved the best. Okay. Tingxiao's heart melted. The young girl was so understanding. He must have done many good things in his past life to have such a wonderful wife. Sheng Wanyan felt a chill from his gentle gaze. It didn't have to be like this. When Sheng Wanyan returned to the car with Tingxiao, a young woman on the opposite upper bunk noticed them. Especially her eyes lit up when she saw Tingxiao. But then she watched as this soldier took a towel from his backpack, washed it with hot water, and helped the young woman across from them clean her hands and feet. He even adjusted Sheng Wanyan's blanket while she rested and fell asleep before lying down on his own bunk. Seeing Tingxiao, a strong man, being so caring and humble towards his wife made her feel uneasy. How could a woman make a soldier who protects the country serve her, wiping her hands and face? She enjoyed the soldier's care so naturally. Where did she get the confidence? Feeling frustrated, she couldn't say anything against them. They were a couple in a legal relationship. What right did she have to judge? Along the way, she could only watch the great soldier carefully taking care of his wife in every detail. The more she saw, the more jealous she felt. How nice it would be if her husband was so thoughtful. Although she had feelings for Tingxiao, she didn't take any real action, so Sheng Wanyan naturally wouldn't cause her trouble. Along the journey, she could also sense the envious glances from the girl in the upper bunk. But she pretended not to notice. The girl's frustration at being ignored only made her feel amused, and she occasionally showed affection to tease her, which also entertained herself. Thinking about her man, She felt she was already being generous by not giving the girl any trouble, especially since the girl hadn't done anything outrageous, just giving her resentful looks. Anyway, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't either. Along the way, Sheng Wanyan found new fun, and Gu Tingxiao noticed that his wife seemed to have discovered something enjoyable. Every time the girl across from them looked unhappy, she would smile especially brightly and speak softly to him, her gentle voice very pleasant to hear. Although he didn't know what was going on between the two, his wife's happiness made him happy too. The girl across from them thought, "I'm just a tool." With the presence of this amusement, the week passed quickly. They finally arrived at their destination, Ice City. In the far north, the weather here becomes very cold in winter, and the snow can block the doors. Upon arriving in Ice City, they still had to take a few more hours of driving to reach the military base. Gu Tingxiao took Sheng Wanyan off the bus, and before leaving, she specifically said goodbye to the lady in the carriage. After all, despite being a bit chatty, the lady was someone who didn't take advantage of others. "Goodbye, young lady. Congratulations on your marriage, and may you have children soon." "Thank you. I hope to borrow your good wishes," Sheng Wanyan replied, deliberately glancing at the lady's daughter. The young girl felt a jolt at her gaze, turning pale. Sheng Wanyan raised an eyebrow and got off the train with Gu Tingxiao, leaving the young girl looking white as a sheet. She knew what I was thinking. She had known all along but was just toying with me. That look she gave me made me feel so embarrassed. It was like being caught doing something wrong. The term third party exploded in her mind, filling her with humiliation. She was not a third party, not someone everyone despised. She hadn't done anything wrong, just had some small thoughts. No matter how much she tried to comfort herself, her heart was still filled with shame. From then on, she felt a strong resistance to the term third party. Sheng Wanyan didn't know what was going on in her mind. Some things were better left for her to figure out. If such a young girl chose the wrong path, it would be hard to turn back later. Gu Tingxiao was carrying their luggage, wearing a large backpack and holding her suitcase with another bag on top. Sheng Wanyan was also carrying various items prepared by Gu's mother, leaving her hands full. "Wife, stay close." Gu Tingxiao glanced back at her, worried she might get lost. "Okay." Sheng Wanyan followed him closely. As soon as they exited the train station, she saw a soldier peering into a military vehicle. Upon spotting Gu Tingxiao, the soldier quickly jogged over and saluted. "Commander Gu." His loud voice drew the attention of those around them, who then noticed Sheng Wanyan. At that moment, the soldier finally understood why the usually stoic Commander Gu was in such a hurry to get married. His sister-in-law was stunning, much more beautiful than the girls from the art troupe. Even the star performer, Liang Qian, couldn't compare to her. "This is my wife." The soldier quickly called out, "Sister-in-law, hello." Sheng Wanyan was startled by his loud voice, almost deafened. "Hello. Sister-in-law, let me help you with your things." The young soldier immediately came over to assist, and Sheng Wanyan, not wanting to be polite, handed him what she was carrying. "Thank you." The soldier smiled, looking a bit silly. After giving him the items, she went to help Gu Tingxiao with the bag from the suitcase. "No need, it's just a few steps. Wife, you go ahead." Hearing his words, Sheng Wanyan nodded. It was just a short distance, so she might as well help open the trunk. Once Gu Tingxiao and the soldier loaded the items into the vehicle, they began driving toward the military base. Sheng Wanyan tugged at Gu Tingxiao's shirt and gave him a look. Feeling her small gesture, Gu Tingxiao instructed the soldier to take the vehicle to another location. To the state-run restaurant. "Yes, Commander Gu." The journey to the military base takes at least 4 hours. The young soldier who came to pick them up must have rushed through it. The round trip takes at least 8 hours just to bring them here. It shows he has a good relationship with Gu Tingxiao. She knows better than to take advantage of others. There's no reason to treat someone like a personal driver. It's important to maintain a good brotherly bond with Gu Tingxiao. At the state-run restaurant in Ice City, Sheng Wanyan ordered 3 meat dishes, a bowl of vegetables, and 5 bowls of rice. The young soldier was so surprised by the amount of food that he hesitated to sit down. "Commander, I think I'll wait for you in the car. Come, eat with us." After all the trouble you went through to pick us up, you should eat more. Sheng Wanyan warmly invited him, but the young soldier quickly shook his head. He only came to pick someone up. He couldn't eat such a nice meal. With food being so precious these days, he could just go back and have his own bread. Sister-in-law, I won't eat.
Sit down.
This is an order, Gu Tingxiao said sternly, and the young soldier immediately stopped refusing. Yes, Commander. He obediently sat down, feeling a bit intimidated by Gu Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan found the scene amusing. She never expected Gu Tingxiao to be like this in front of his subordinates. His expression was serious and cold, giving off a reliable vibe.
Eat.
With Gu Tingxiao's command, the young soldier relaxed and started eating heartily. Sheng Wanyan had a bowl of rice with some meat, leaving the rest for the two men to finish. After the meal, the young soldier patted his stomach, savoring the delicious meat. It had been a long time since he had eaten so well. After eating and drinking their fill, they set off back to the military base. Sheng Wanyan sniffed her clothes and pursed her lips. There was a slight smell of sweat, but nothing else. She couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Every time she went to the bathroom, she would use warm water to wash up in her space, but she didn't dare use shower gel. Gu Tingxiao had excellent senses, so she didn't want to take any chances and could only wash simply. No matter how clean she got, in a stuffy, hot vehicle without air conditioning, it would still smell. She was lucky to have a space to rinse off every day. Gu Tingxiao's scent was strong, as he constantly took care of her during the journey, running back and forth. The car swayed as it left the central area of Ice City, and the surroundings became more remote. She knew that military units were usually located in very isolated places, but she never expected it to be this far. The road was bumpy, and sitting for so long was painful for Sheng Wanyan. This was her first time on such a long car ride, especially on a rough, uneven road. They passed by a supply store, which was the only place to buy things near the military base. How much longer until we arrive? Sheng Wanyan asked, unable to endure the discomfort any longer. Sitting for so long was already painful, and the bumps made it worse. She felt like she might break into pieces. Sister-in-law, we have about half an hour left, a young soldier replied. That was the supply store. Everyone usually goes there to buy things. The soldier kindly explained, sharing what he knew. The wives in the family compound often trade goods with the villagers. He understood this well, as it was common for military wives to do so. At first, the nearby villagers were reluctant to trade, as it was not something openly discussed. But once they realized it was the military wives who needed it, they felt more comfortable doing business with the base. After all, who doesn't need food? Every household's wife did this. Why would they want to create trouble for themselves? Are there no schools nearby? Sheng Wanyan inquired about essential services, as she didn't mind having children and wanted things to go smoothly. Given Gu Tingxiao's position, they would be living here for several years, and if they had children, education would be important. There is a primary school in the village, taught by the local youth, he replied. Middle school is in the town and high school is in the city. Sheng Wanyan nodded, but she began to worry when she heard about the local youth teaching. Education was already quite lacking, and most of the youth had only graduated from high school. Their knowledge and teaching abilities were limited, but for that time, graduating high school was still impressive. However, she reassured herself that she would return to Kyoto for university. After all, she would be in Kyoto for 4 years, and she would definitely want to keep her child close. She would rather be a little tired than miss her child's childhood. By then, she can find a better school for her child in Kyoto. In her heart, she truly believes that knowledge can change destiny. As someone from the future, she understands the importance of knowledge even more. However, there are still a few years to plan carefully. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the military base. As soon as they entered, a soldier was standing guard at the entrance. When the vehicle arrived, the soldier conducted a routine check. Upon recognizing Gu Tingxiao, he allowed them to pass. The young soldier drove the car right up to their small courtyard. Sheng Wanyan got out and looked around the surroundings. The courtyard is about 200 square meters, which explains why Gu Tingxiao said the place is spacious. The courtyard is made of red bricks, but it has been lived in before, so the bricks are no longer red. However, Gu Tingxiao kept it clean, and it looks very simple. As soon as they entered the main gate, there was an empty front yard with a wooden clothes rack, which Gu Tingxiao had prepared before getting married. Inside, there is a living room and dining area, which is about 30 square meters, but there is no furniture yet. There are only a few stools and a discarded table that is not very sturdy. Once new furniture is ready, these will just be used for firewood. The living room connects to the backyard through a wooden door that can be closed at any time. On the left side, there are 2 rooms, and on the right, there is 1 room. The 2 rooms on the left are about 15 square meters each, which is not very big, but enough for them. They are empty and have nothing in them. They don't need to use these 2 rooms right now. They will arrange them when needed. The room on the right is 40 square meters and is the master bedroom. There is no bed here, but a heated bed. In the cold city, not sleeping on a heated bed in winter would be unbearable and could wake you up from the cold. The sleeping area has a wardrobe, a desk, and a storage cabinet. Her vanity was brought over by Gu Tingxiao from Kyoto. After all, leaving it there might attract unwanted attention. In this era, women usually don't have a dedicated vanity. Having a mirror is already a luxury. Gu Tingxiao paid for it himself, so taking it away is only natural. The room is not lacking in essentials, as Gu Tingxiao has prepared some necessary items. Once her vanity arrives, their room will be fully arranged. The kitchen is in the backyard, with a stove and a large iron pot, but they still need to buy other dishes and utensils. But she could already imagine how cold it would be to cook here in winter. By then, she would need Gu Tingxiao to find someone to fix the kitchen. Otherwise, it would be hard to get through the winter. The bathroom was also in the corner of the backyard, made of dirt, and it was just a basic toilet, which she really disliked and found quite scary. There was also a cellar in the backyard, which every household in the north had for storing food. The military wives in the apartment didn't have this convenience, and without a heated bed, they had to use extra blankets. "Captain, sister-in-law, I'll head back now." The young soldier finished helping them move things and said goodbye, and Gu Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan didn't try to keep him. Their home was still a mess, and having someone stay would be awkward. They didn't even have a table to eat at. That would be embarrassing. Once they got their little home organized, they could invite Gu Tingxiao's comrades over for a warm meal. As soon as the soldier left, Gu Tingxiao started helping her organize things. She went to make the bed, while he went to boil water. "Wife, I've prepared a bath bucket for you. You can take a bath in the room, but you'll have to make do with the toilet." Sheng Wanyan's eyes lit up. She hadn't seen it yet. "Where is it?" Gu Tingxiao went to the backyard kitchen and brought in the bath bucket along with 2 water buckets. He placed it next to the stove, just the right height to hide it. No wonder Sheng Wanyan hadn't noticed it. She found the bath bucket quite large. Sitting in it with her legs stretched out was no problem, and it was deep enough. "Wife, take a break. I'll go boil some water for you." After saying this, Gu Tingxiao headed to the backyard. They had a well there with a handle to draw water up easily, so they wouldn't have to carry water anymore. Sheng Wanyan couldn't relax. There was a lot to organize at home. She touched the wardrobe and bed and found no dust. Gu Tingxiao had been back in the capital for about a month, so it was strange that there was no dust at all. He must have asked his comrades to help clean during this time. It was so clean that she couldn't find any flaws. She would have to thank them properly later. Sheng Wanyan made the bed and put the clothes into the wardrobe. Pastries, malt powder, and white rabbit candy are all locked in the cabinet in the room. Her dowry box is temporarily placed at the foot of the bed, waiting for a storage rack to be organized. Luckily, their room is big enough for Sheng Wanyan to arrange things. She put her worn shoes in a bag and neatly placed it at the entrance of the living room. Their belongings are not too many, just clothes and blankets. Gu's mother originally wanted them to bring vegetables and meat, but fearing the smell on the train, she decided against it. Sheng Wanyan took out her paper and pen from the dowry box and sat at the desk to write down the items they need to buy. The room needs a storage rack. 5 tiers will be enough, and it doesn't need to be too wide, just the same width as her dowry box. She also wants a floor rack for hanging clothes, as she prefers hanging over folding for convenience. In the living room, she wants to make a wooden shoe rack at the entrance, with multiple layers if possible. For the dining table, she wants it to be a bit higher, around her waist level, rectangular, with seating on both sides for 4 people each. Although she prefers round tables, she can't make one right now and needs it urgently, so she won't draw a design plan and will wait. The dining chair should have backs that match the height of the table. She also plans to make a rectangular wooden sofa frame, a bit wider for comfort, along with 2 single-seat sofa frames on either side. She intends to make cushions herself, having learned to sew clothes from Grandma Sheng. If that doesn't work out, she can buy fabric from the supply store to make pillow covers and switch them out. Next, she'll buy a sewing machine, cotton, and fabric. She wants the coffee table to be rectangular without an extra layer underneath, as it would be hard to clean and would collect dust. Although the style she chose is not common in this era, it is simple furniture that doesn't require much skill to make. She also needs a cabinet, following the style of the time. The kitchen requires a rack for pots and pans. Since wood can easily mold when wet, she will use bamboo to make a large storage rack. It can hold bowls and chopsticks, as well as other items. It would be best if it has separate sections to avoid bacteria, even if it's not very effective. But it looks nice. Right now, they only have a large iron pot, and she needs to buy a coal stove and a few ceramic pots for making soup and other dishes. In addition to making a large storage rack in the kitchen, they also need to create a rectangular table to place nearby for food preparation. After Sheng Wanyan finished writing, Tingxiao helped her prepare the bathwater. Wife, come take a bath. Later, we need to find a carpenter to make furniture and visit the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay. It was already 3 o'clock, and they needed to hurry out. Sheng Wanyan stood up and was about to take off her clothes when she saw Tingxiao holding a bucket of water, standing at the door and watching her. You go outside. Wife. Tingxiao felt a bit wronged. Why couldn't he look? Hurry up and take a bath. We need to leave soon. Wife, it will be faster if we wash together. Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan firmly disagreed. She didn't trust his words at all, so she threw him a pair of shorts and some soap and pushed him outside. If you take too long, I'm going back to Kyoto. Sheng Wanyan threatened him, and Tingxiao immediately grabbed his shorts and went to the backyard to take a bath. I won't take long at all. Tingxiao's voice came from the backyard, accompanied by the sound of water, showing no sign of the earlier grievance. Sheng Wanyan was truly amazed. She took out the soap, removed her clothes, and carefully washed her body. After her bath, Tingxiao took the water outside to pour it out, and Sheng Wanyan felt the coolness on him, even in the hot weather. Did you take a cold shower? Not cold. Tingxiao didn't feel cold at all. It was June and very hot. Usually, when the weather was warm, he poured cold water over himself. Even in winter, he could still take cold showers without flinching. Sheng Wanyan nodded. The man was full of energy, while the woman felt cold. There was a clear difference between them. Wife, can I take a shower with you tonight? Tingxiao looked at her with a hint of pleading in his eyes, and Sheng Wanyan reluctantly nodded. It can only be for bathing. Okay, just bathing. Tingxiao's gaze was very sincere, and Sheng Wanyan half believed him. Change clothes, and let's go. Tingxiao immediately went to follow the order. He went to borrow a vehicle since they needed to buy many things today, and without a vehicle, they couldn't bring anything back. Sheng Wanyan showed him the shopping list she had written down, and Tingxiao added a few items. Wife, I'll buy you a radio so you can listen to the broadcast when you're bored at home. The bamboo storage rack can't be made by the carpenter, so I'll go to the mountain tomorrow to cut bamboo myself. This shoe rack is just a smaller version of the storage rack, right? Tingxiao has excellent comprehension skills, and Sheng Wanyan is very satisfied. Yes. Do you want it made of wood or bamboo? Wood. Sheng Wanyan chose quickly without thinking because the living room has wooden furniture, which matches best. She didn't want anything out of place, as it would look odd. Okay. Tingxiao nodded. His wife's ideas were great, and these tasks were easy to do. What about our kitchen in winter? Sheng Wanyan directly posed the question to him, and Tingxiao thought for a moment. Summer is fine, But in winter, on rainy days, his wife shouldn't have to endure the cold and rain to cook, right? Wife, I'll fix it up then. I'll cut more bamboo to enclose the kitchen. I'll weave some large bamboo mats and tie them together so no cold wind can get in. I'll cover the top with tiles. Sheng Wanyan had to admit that Tingxiao was very clever. It's too tiring for one person. Let's see if we can hire someone to help. Sheng Wanyan felt it would be hard work, but for Tingxiao, it was nothing. Just cutting some bamboo was something he could do while sitting. It's not tiring, it's simple. Tingxiao realized something neither of them had noticed. The path from the kitchen to the living room had no shelter. If it rained or snowed when the food was ready, it would be ruined. I'll make a corridor from the kitchen to the living room with bamboo and tie it securely with bamboo mats. Sheng Wanyan didn't expect Tingxiao to think so thoroughly. She hadn't paid attention to this detail. His careful planning warmed her heart and eased her feelings of missing her family. Tingxiao drove to a small courtyard and knocked on the door. Uncle Chun, I'm here to make furniture. As soon as Tingxiao spoke, the courtyard door opened, revealing a simple-looking man in his 50s. Come in and sit. Uncle Chun invited them in and poured 2 cups of tea, looking at them with a smile. Little Gu, is this your wife? Yes. Good. Now that you're married, you must take good care of your wife. In the family compound, anyone needing furniture would come to Uncle Chun, known for his good craftsmanship and attention to detail. He was already familiar with the soldiers and was treated like a family elder. What kind of furniture do you want to make? Sheng Wanyan handed him the list and explained her needs. Uncle Chun took out paper and a pen to jot down notes. He was a bit confused when he heard she only wanted the sofa frame. Later, Sheng Wanyan explained her idea, and he had to admire her thinking. However, such a sofa required a good budget since using cotton for padding was quite luxurious. The sofa frame is 420 millimeters wide and can seat about 6 people, he noted. The single sofa frame is 55 millimeters wide. Uncle Chun nodded as he recorded her requests. Is it urgent? He asked. Tingxiao nodded, asking him to help finish it as soon as possible. I can have it ready in 3 days. It's not difficult, he replied. I'll deliver it to you then. Thank you, Uncle Chun, she said. Uncle Chun waved his hand, saying it was no trouble. It was a fair exchange, after all. How much will it cost in total? She asked. Just 50 is fine, he replied, giving them a friendly price without making much profit. Sheng Wanyan took out 50 yuan from her bag and handed it to Uncle Chun. They didn't linger since they still needed to go to the supply store for other items. They had to hurry before others finished work. She had a clear goal, heading straight to buy a sewing machine and a radio. She also bought 2 pounds of meat, several pounds of lard, 2 pounds of vegetables, 5 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of flour, soy sauce, and salt. She picked up some other seasonings she saw, taking advantage of having a vehicle to buy more. We also need to buy fabric and cotton and a few soap pods, she added. Tingxiao nodded and followed her to get the remaining items. They had plenty of ration tickets. Before leaving Kyoto, Gu's mother had given them a lot of tickets and even arranged for some to be exchanged. When Gu's older brother and 4th brother got married, Gu's mother had tickets then too. So they were aware of the situation and didn't make a fuss. Sheng Wanyan bought all the essentials, including many pots and bowls, as well as 3 ceramic pots. After all, they would need a lot of dishes to host Tingxiao's comrades for dinner in a few days. As for the meals for their friends, they would buy those later since they couldn't get everything at once. She also bought 2 coal stoves and some coal balls. After thinking it over, she felt there were no oversights, and she and Tingxiao headed home. Someone would help carry the sewing machine to the army gate, and they could move it from there. By the time they returned to the family compound, it was already 6 o'clock. Tingxiao went to organize things while she prepared dinner. She steamed rice in a ceramic pot and didn't prepare much food. Just 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish would be enough for the 2 of them. Since Tingxiao had a big appetite, she decided to cook a bit more rice. She cooked some vegetables and braised pork. Tingxiao didn't mind that she prepared a small meal. Instead, he enjoyed it very much. After a long day, Both of them were very tired, especially Sheng Wanyan, who fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow and slept soundly. Tingxiao finished his shower, still damp, and when he saw the sweetly sleeping person on the bed, he felt incredibly satisfied. He finally had her close by. He dried his short hair with a towel, and once it was dry, he climbed into bed, happily holding his wife and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Sheng Wanyan woke up feeling a bit confused. She blinked and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. After a moment, she remembered that she had come with Tingxiao to join the military. They had moved into their new home, and just yesterday she was on a train, but today she was a military wife in the compound. It felt like a dream. Sheng Wanyan got out of bed and checked the time. It was 7 in the morning, and Tingxiao should be heading out for morning exercises. After brushing her teeth in the backyard, she saw Tingxiao coming back with 2 lunch boxes. He had brought breakfast from the cafeteria. Since his wife had worked hard, she needed to rest well. When he entered and saw that Sheng Wanyan had finished washing up, he opened the breakfast he brought. It included 2 eggs, 3 sweet potatoes, and 2 meat buns. Tingxiao arranged the breakfast and then went to make her a cup of malted milk drink. Tingxiao's holiday was ending today, and he planned to go up the mountain to cut bamboo and come back to make the storage rack she wanted. "Let's use our backyard to grow vegetables," Sheng Wanyan said, not wanting to waste such a good space. "Wife, we have a designated plot for growing vegetables behind the building," he replied. The building was 800 meters from their small yard, and they would pass it on their way back. Many families lived in the small yard, especially those with more family members in the military. However, there was about a 50-meter distance between each household, so they didn't have to worry about neighbors peeking over the walls. The designated plots for each family were located between the building and the small yard. The plots weren't very large, but if they planted vegetables, it would be enough for the 2 of them. It would meet their simple daily needs, which was enough for Sheng Wanyan. She only needed an excuse to take the vegetables from the space, and since they had a designated plot, it would be strange not to use it. "Then let's plant everything. There are many types of greens. You can plant different varieties in one piece of land." Tingxiao nodded after hearing this and informed her about his plans for the day. "I will go cut bamboo later and turn the soil tonight." "Wife, you should rest well at home." Sheng Wanyan nodded in response. Since Tingxiao wanted to show off, she wouldn't stop him. However, being alone at home felt a bit boring, and she wanted to join him in cutting bamboo on the mountain. "I want to go to the mountain too." Tingxiao paused upon hearing this. He thought about how unfamiliar she was with the area and that she might feel scared alone at home, so he nodded. Cutting bamboo wasn't deep in the mountains. It was on the outskirts. Having his wife accompany him would help her learn the way, and there was a river at the foot of the mountain. Many women washed clothes and vegetables there, or tried to catch fish. "Just stay close to me when we go." "Okay." Sheng Wanyan agreed eagerly, smiling at Tingxiao. Seeing her like this made him want to give her everything. Her desire to go to the mountain seemed trivial compared to her happiness. Sheng Wanyan changed into a short-sleeved shirt and straight-leg pants, putting on the sneakers she bought from the overseas Chinese store in Kyoto. These sneakers were a special gift from her mother before she returned to Rongqing. Usually, Sheng Wanyan wore cloth shoes or small leather shoes. When her mother saw good things at the overseas Chinese store, she wanted to buy them for her daughter. Sheng Wanyan didn't expect her mother to be so generous, as the sneakers were quite expensive. Yet, her mother bought them without hesitation, showing no signs of her usual frugality. Parents always want to give their children the best. When going to the mountain, it was important to wear something comfortable, as there were many uncertainties, and it would also help her escape if needed. Tingxiao, thinking of protecting her, was surprised. "Is my wife really thinking about running away from me?" Sheng Wanyan followed Tingxiao out, locking the doors to both the front and backyards. The door from the living room to the backyard was secured with a wooden stick from the inside, and the door to the front yard had a lock as well. When going out, they could lock the front door to prevent anyone from coming in. The main gate was also secured with a wooden stick from the inside and a lock on the outside. Although this was a family compound with high security, it didn't mean everyone was good. Sheng Wanyan put the keys in her pocket and followed Gu Tingxiao up the mountain. The small courtyards here are arranged door to door, with a path in the middle. The entrance is on the left, while the right side leads to the back, where you can find the mountains and rivers. Their courtyard is located further inside, not far from the foot of the mountain. However, there are still 4 households nearby, and the family next door is the political commissioners. Commander Gu, is this your wife? As they stepped outside, they saw a middle-aged woman from the neighboring courtyard coming out, apparently heading out to buy something. Upon seeing Gu Tingxiao, she immediately greeted him warmly, and when she noticed Sheng Wanyan standing beside him, she gasped in surprise. Please don't tell me this is Commander Gu's new wife. Oh my, where did this beautiful lady come from? Auntie Si, this is my wife, Sheng Wanyan. Wife, this is Auntie Si, the political commissioner's wife. Hearing his introduction, Sheng Wanyan politely greeted Auntie Si. Hello, Auntie Si, I am Gu Tingxiao's wife. Auntie Si was momentarily stunned, captivated by her beauty. When she heard her voice, she snapped back to reality, took her hand, and warmly engaged her in small talk. Now I understand why Commander Gu was so eager to return. With such a beautiful wife, if it were her, she would want to rush home and marry her right away. Auntie Si sighed, while Sheng Wanyan felt a bit shy, but she noticed someone even more bashful, Gu Tingxiao, who stood aside with his gaze wandering. Gu Tingxiao couldn't bear to look at her, avoiding eye contact. Oh my, Auntie lives next door, so you should come over and chat often. Sure, once I get things organized at home, I'll come find you. Please don't think I'm bothersome. Auntie Si laughed heartily at her words, noting how lovely Commander Gu's wife sounded. Her voice was soft and sweet, like honey. I'll be waiting for your visit. Are you going up the mountain? Auntie Si noticed the sickle in Gu Tingxiao's hand and understood. Yes, we're going to cut some bamboo. We haven't prepared many things for the house. Auntie Si realized she shouldn't delay them, as setting up a new home takes a lot of time and effort. Besides, she knew Commander Gu's leave ended today. Since the newlyweds were in their sweet period, she wouldn't want to disturb them too much, planning to chat with Commander Gu's wife later. Then hurry along, I need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. Auntie Si thought of something, tapped her head, and returned to chat with Sheng Wanyan. Look at my memory, I almost forgot the important matter. Tomorrow is the day the troops go to the city for supplies. Every Monday, the supply department goes back and we can catch a ride. Do you want to go? We meet at the army gate at 7 in the morning. Auntie Si felt an instant connection with her, thinking of convenient things to include Sheng Wanyan. As the wife of a political commissar, it was also her duty to strengthen the bonds among the military wives. Sheng Wanyan's eyes lit up. She had been thinking of taking a trip soon to bring something back. I'll go. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt. Auntie Si smiled and insisted she shouldn't be so polite. They would be neighbors, and her husband was a comrade, so they should be friendly. As military wives, our men are often away on missions. We help each other with any issues so that our men can focus on their duties for the country. Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile, understanding and agreeing with Auntie Si's words about the unity of military wives. All right, I'll call you when we leave tomorrow. Okay, Aunt. After they made plans, Auntie Si hurried off to the supply store. Honey, Auntie Si's husband is a political commissar in the army, and they have 5 children. The oldest is 27 and the youngest is 15, studying in middle school in the city. Gu Tingxiao introduced her to the neighbors along the way, helping her get a sense of the community. Sheng Wanyan listened to his introductions, forming her own thoughts. On the way to the mountain, they passed a river where several military wives were washing clothes. Upon seeing her, they immediately began to discuss. Look, is that Commander Gu? Is that his newlywed wife behind him? Hearing one of the military wives, everyone looked up. It is Commander Gu. Oh my goodness. Commander Gu's wife is so beautiful. No wonder he was in such a hurry to get married, with such a wonderful wife waiting at home, who wouldn't be anxious.
Ugh.
What a flirt. Just a pretty face, trying to attract everyone. If I looked that good, I'd be willing to be a flirt too. Everyone chimed in, some curious, some envious, and others jealous. Although team leader Gu seems cold and unapproachable, others see his high position, good salary, and strong family background. Who wouldn't want to marry off their daughter or a relative to him? Marrying team leader Gu would surely bring benefits to their family. Now, it seems team leader Gu has been charmed by someone. If they had known he was so easy to win over, they would have encouraged their daughters to be more proactive, hoping for a good outcome. But now it's too late. This is a military marriage that cannot be disrupted. Team leader Gu, is this your new wife? Gu Tingxiao nodded in response to the curious military wives. Wow, look how lovely team leader Gu's wife is. Indeed, let's get to know each other better. I live on the second floor of the building. Come visit when you have time. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded, greeting them. She understood their warmth was partly due to Gu Tingxiao's position. At 27, he was a deputy team leader with a bright future, and no one wanted to offend him. Thank you, everyone. I'm a bit rushed since I just arrived, but I'll treat you all to some sweets tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan had empty hands. Newlyweds typically invite the residents to share in their joy. We'll be looking forward to it. Where are you from? Team leader Gu's wife. From Rongcheng. You're from the city. Sheng Wanyan nodded, and as soon as they learned she was from the city, their expressions changed. There were a few military wives from the city in the compound who tended to be quite proud and looked down on those from the countryside. They often emphasized their city background, making it clear they considered the rural wives less sophisticated. Upon hearing Sheng Wanyan was also from the city, their interest in her seemed to diminish. A city person. The military wives exchanged glances, their thoughts unknown to Sheng Wanyan, who continued to smile gently. Are you all going to the mountain?
Yes.
Sheng Wanyan nodded in response, and they felt it was best not to disturb them. Then we'll continue washing clothes. It's better to head up the mountain early. It gets dangerous when it's dark. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded in agreement, sensing the subtle exclusion from the military wives since revealing her city background. However, it didn't matter to her. She wasn't someone who sought friendships. She was here to live her own life, not to build relationships with the other military wives. Just focus on doing your own things. If others don't like city people, I won't try to please them out of fear of being excluded. She still spends her energy on how to make money and take care of her family. As for flattering others, she has no interest. In fact, she prefers not to be disturbed. Sheng Wanyan followed Gu Tingxiao up the mountain, and once everyone saw them walking away, they began to gossip. Another city person, just what we need, someone else looking down on us. Isn't that right? Just look at her shoes. What style is that? They must cost a lot. Everyone looked over. They had never seen shoes like that before, and they were quite nice. Those are sport shoes, only available at the overseas Chinese store in Kyoto. How do you know? The military wife who recognized the shoes raised her chin. My sister-in-law's cousin has them. I hear my sister-in-law mention them often. Goodness. The overseas Chinese store must be expensive. Definitely not cheap. The military wife held up 2 fingers, and everyone gasped. $2 for a pair of shoes? People really can be so different, right? $2 is enough for my food for a month. The military wife rolled her eyes. $2 wouldn't even buy a shoe sole, let alone something from the overseas Chinese store. What a dream. What $2?
$20. Gasp.
Everyone inhaled sharply. Oh my. $20 is enough for her whole family's living expenses for 2 months. How could a pair of shoes cost that much? Gu Tingxiao loves his wife, but this is a bit much. Wouldn't it be better to spend $20 on food? Instead, he spends it on shoes for a woman. It's hard to understand. If they had known Gu Tingxiao was so wealthy, they would have married their daughters to him. It was supposed to be an easy opportunity, but an outsider got there first. The military wives sighed. Why is it that all women have such different fates? Now, they are newlyweds. Who knows how things will change later? One envious military wife said, and everyone agreed. When they first got married, their husbands were very generous. But over time, even spending $1 on themselves would be questioned. Who knows if Gu Tingxiao will be the same in the future? Newlyweds are sweet, but over time, you can tell who is who. Sheng Wanyan followed Gu Tingxiao up the mountain. As they passed the tool shed at the bottom, Gu Tingxiao went to grab a machete. This tool shed was used by the military for training exercises on the mountain. When going to train, they always needed to bring some tools or anything that could be useful to take home. Gu Tingxiao found a rock for her to sit and rest on while he swung the machete, cutting down bamboo. They needed a lot of bamboo for their home, and Gu Tingxiao was strong. With a few powerful swings, he could take down a bamboo stalk. By the end of the morning, he had cut down 50 stalks, enough for the kitchen, not to mention the long corridor and storage shelves. Sheng Wanyan had a purpose for coming to the mountain. She wanted to catch some game to take home. The supply store was too far away. It would take 2 hours to walk there. Her bicycle hadn't arrived yet, but if she had it, she could get there in about half an hour. Tomorrow, Gu Tingxiao had to report back, so today she wanted to eat something good to prepare him for the journey.
No.
She meant to help him get ready for work. Sheng Wanyan looked at the nearby thicket and decided to release some wild chickens from her space into it. Without hesitation, she saw Gu Tingxiao squatting down to tie the bamboo and took the opportunity to pull out 3 live wild chickens, placing them in the thicket.
Tingxiao.
Hearing her voice, Gu Tingxiao quickly looked up in her direction. Seeing her cautious demeanor made his heart skip a beat. He thought she might have been bitten by a snake. Wife, what's wrong? Gu Tingxiao set down what he was doing and hurried over, grabbing her shoulders and inspecting her closely. Sheng Wanyan patted his hand and pointed towards the thicket. Following her gesture, Gu Tingxiao saw the 3 wild chickens foraging. He quietly approached, making no sound at all. Before the chickens could react, he quickly grabbed their wings with both hands. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 3 wild chickens flapped around, but Gu Tingxiao had caught them, leaving no chance for escape. He tied their feet with some willow branches and secured their wings. Now they were truly 3 chickens waiting for their fate. Sheng Wanyan. It didn't have to be so strict. Gu Tingxiao placed the catch in front of her, keeping a distance of several centimeters, worried that she might be scared. Wife, you have really sharp eyes. Gu Tingxiao admired her ability to spot things in such a dense forest. I was daydreaming and happened to see it, Sheng Wanyan said, lying without a hint of guilt. My wife is amazing. Gu Tingxiao spoke proudly. After all, he had never seen anyone's wife who could treat her husband to a meal. But his wife managed to do it. How could he not be proud? Stop boasting and let's finish up so we can go home. Sheng Wanyan couldn't stand as my wife is the best attitude. She liked compliments, but what if it made her too proud? She needed to stop Gu Tingxiao before it got out of hand. Otherwise, if he kept praising her every day, she might become too full of herself. Okay. Gu Tingxiao obediently continued to tie the bamboo, bundling 10 together for easier carrying down the mountain. He lifted a bundle on one shoulder and held a wild chicken in the other hand, leaving no chance for her to help. I'll carry the wild chicken. I can handle it. Just follow me, wife. Sheng Wanyan wanted to help since he had been busy all morning, and she felt she hadn't contributed anything as a wife. I can do it. Seeing her determined expression made Gu Tingxiao's heart feel warm. His wife cared for him. How could he not be happy? Wife, your clothes might get dirty. You can help me by boiling water when we get home. I need it for bath and to prepare the chicken. Gu Tingxiao assigned her a task to keep her involved, or she might get upset. Sure enough, Sheng Wanyan felt motivated and her energy changed completely. She grabbed the keys and jogged toward home. But Gu Tingxiao called out, Be careful. No need to rush. I know, she replied, but was already out of sight. Gu Tingxiao smiled, and the soldiers returning home for lunch thought they were seeing things. Had the usually serious commander just smiled? And at a corner. 2. How strange. Commander, you're back. Commander, what's making you smile? Gu Tingxiao quickly wiped the smile off his face and looked sternly at the curious soldiers. If you're so free, go carry bamboo from the mountain. Take a machete. If I don't see 100 pieces of bamboo today, you'll all run 10 kilometers. Yes. The curious soldiers immediately dashed up the mountain, fearing he might get angry. Gu Tingxiao returned home with a cold expression, and Sheng Wanyan was already boiling water. Wife, did you kill all 3 wild chickens?
I killed one.
It's too hot to keep the others, so I'll raise the other 2 for now. Put the chicken blood in a bowl. Gu Tingxiao immediately followed her instructions, took out a new bowl he bought yesterday, grabbed a wild chicken from the ground, and quickly cut its neck. Sheng Wanyan turned her head. It was her first time witnessing a chicken being killed. In her previous life, she handled things with her mind and lived a life of luxury, with several maids at home waiting to serve her. The water in the pot boiled, and Sheng Wanyan filled half a bucket to help Gu Tingxiao bathe. Gu Tingxiao put the wild chicken in the remaining water and began to pluck its feathers. Sheng Wanyan was also busy, kneading dough to prepare lunch. For lunch, they would have noodles, so she covered the dough with a bowl to let it rest. During this time, she lit the coal stove, knowing it would take a while for the coal balls to heat up. Wife, let me help you. Gu Tingxiao quickly handled the wild chicken, cleaning the intestines and kidneys as Sheng Wanyan had instructed. Although he didn't know what she needed them for, he followed her orders. You go take a bath, it will be ready soon. Seeing that she successfully lit the coal stove, Gu Tingxiao carried the bucket of hot water to the well. Sheng Wanyan started cooking the noodles in a ceramic pot. When she turned to grab the seasoning, she was met with the sight of a wet, strong man. Gu Tingxiao had taken off his shirt and was wearing only shorts, pouring water over himself. His powerful legs had beautiful lines, and his well-defined abs and strong arms made Sheng Wanyan admire him greatly. There was not a single part of his body that she didn't find satisfying. Gu Tingxiao noticed his wife's intense gaze and wiped his face, looking over at her. Caught staring, Sheng Wanyan quickly turned her head, pretending to pick up the soy sauce as she went back to cooking her noodles. Gu Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, realizing his wife enjoyed this. While cooking the noodles, Sheng Wanyan was somewhat distracted, glancing over at Gu Tingxiao from time to time. Each time she looked, Gu Tingxiao knew that what should have been a quick shower turned into a half-hour event. If his wife liked to watch, he would make sure she enjoyed it. Getting addicted to his own body wasn't a bad thing, was it? Gu Tingxiao, still wet, went into the room to change clothes, while Sheng Wanyan's gaze followed him. The shorts were wet and clung to Gu Tingxiao's thighs, making his waist-to-hip ratio even more attractive. From behind, his V-shaped physique looked even more appealing. Gu Tingxiao's body wasn't overly muscular but was just right, giving off a reserved vibe.
Wow.
Sheng Wanyan silently scolded herself for being distracted by his looks. Taking a deep breath, she regained her focus after Gu Tingxiao walked away. Beauty can lead one astray, indeed. When Gu Tingxiao changed into a different outfit and came out for dinner, Sheng Wanyan stole several glances at him.
Dear, calm down.
Sheng Wanyan shot him a glare. How could he still say that? You washed the dishes. She said this in a huff before heading into the room.
All right.
Gu Tingxiao quickly cleaned up the dishes and took them to wash by the well. When he entered the room, Sheng Wanyan was already asleep, but the warm weather made her sleep restless. Gu Tingxiao sat beside her, using a fan to cool her down, and only then did she fall into a deep sleep. Seeing her sleep peacefully, he went to the backyard to start working, using bamboo to build a barrier around the kitchen. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the door, Gu Tingxiao set down his work and went to open the front door. As he passed the room, he closed the door behind him. It was quite warm, and they usually left the door open to stay cool, but with his wife sleeping, it was better to keep it closed. When he opened the yard gate, he saw several soldiers carrying bamboo on their shoulders. Commander, the bamboo has arrived. After they spoke, their eyes kept glancing inside. They wanted to see his wife. Today, she had gone to the mountain with the commander, and the whole compound buzzed with excitement about her beauty. They were curious to see if the commander had truly married a stunning woman. Put it in the backyard. Sure thing, Commander. They all moved the bamboo to the backyard, and seeing the commander busy, a few stayed to help. Everyone usually helped each other out, and Gu Tingxiao had often assisted them in the past. Now, seeing that he needed help at home, they all jumped in without him needing to ask. The bamboo weaving is being done, and the bamboo is being repaired, while Gu Tingxiao is in charge of arranging the large bamboo in a row. He secures them with iron wire and sharpens the ends of the bamboo at an angle so they can be planted firmly in the ground. The entire kitchen support structure needs to be built with wood for stability. Tingxiao directly instructs 2 people to go to the mountain to chop wood and bring it back without any hesitation. Captain, we'll go right away. The soldiers move quickly, taking axes and heading up the mountain. When Sheng Wanyan wakes up, the support structures for the kitchen and corridor are already built, and the kitchen is surrounded by bamboo, leaving a doorway for easy access to water. Seeing her comrades helping at home, Sheng Wanyan quickly pours a few cups of sweet water and brings them out. Here, after a long day, have some water and take a break. Hearing her voice, everyone turns to see Sheng Wanyan with the cups. Upon seeing her face, they can't help but gasp. No wonder the captain doesn't let them meet his wife. They can't even step inside the door, only moving around the front and backyards. It turns out he's keeping her hidden away. It makes sense that the captain is so protective. Such a beautiful wife deserves to be kept safe. If they had such a lovely wife, they wouldn't want to show her off either. Tingxiao notices his comrades staring at his wife and his expression darkens. He walks over, takes the water from her, and gives his comrades a warning look. Receiving the cold stare from the captain, everyone quickly looks down. Drink your water. Tingxiao's tone is icy, and the 4 comrades immediately pick up their cups to drink. The first sip reveals a sweetness they didn't expect. They are surprised by how generous the captain's wife is with the sugar. Stay for dinner tonight.
No, thank you, sister-in-law.
The men quickly shake their heads in refusal. With food scarce at home, they can't impose on her with their big appetites. Right, sister-in-law, we'll eat at home. Sheng Wanyan looks a bit troubled and glances at Tingxiao, who knows his wife doesn't like to owe anyone. Come over in 3 days to warm the house. Enjoy a lively meal together. Hearing Tingxiao's words, everyone nods in agreement, and Sheng Wanyan doesn't press the issue further. She plans to go to the city tomorrow to buy more food to treat everyone to a nice meal. All right, come over for good food and drink then. Okay, sister-in-law. Seeing the rough appearance of the men, Sheng Wanyan knew they couldn't relax in the backyard. She returned to her room and took out 20 large white rabbit milk candies to give to them to take home for their children. Sheng Wanyan moved the coal stove and ceramic pot to the front yard to start making chicken soup. The soup needed to simmer for several hours to develop flavor, and she planned to put a whole chicken in it so they could enjoy it with dipping sauce later. With the help of her comrades, by 5:30, Sheng Wanyan had to admit they were working very quickly. The kitchen and corridor were ready, and they were now tying up the woven bamboo net. Tingxiao had a good idea to add windows on both sides of the kitchen, allowing smoke to escape. When not in use, they could close the windows, and it wouldn't feel cold while washing vegetables inside. Additionally, she planned to extend a roof outside the kitchen and set up 2 sinks and a large dishwashing basin there. She would also have Tingxiao make some wall shelves from bamboo for toothpaste and toothbrushes. Figuring out how to bring water in was another challenge. She would draw up plans for that later. After everyone finished helping, there was still plenty of wood and bamboo left, which they could use to decorate the house further. She wanted a small gazebo for afternoon tea in the yard and 2 lounge chairs inside it for sunbathing. All these plans needed to be realized step by step. There was no rush. Once the kitchen and corridor were built, Tingxiao lit a stick and burned the bamboo inside and out. This would seal the bamboo and prevent mold and insects. Take these home for the kids, and don't think it's too little from your sister-in-law, Sheng Wanyan said, handing the candies to them. The 4 men hurriedly took the candies, unsure of what to do. Accept it. That's an order. Tingxiao commanded.
Yes.
The 4 men dared not refuse any longer.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Sheng Wanyan waved her hand. She should be the one being polite. The 4 men took the white rabbit candies home, and Sheng Wanyan went to prepare dinner. When the 4 soldiers brought the candies home, the children cheered with excitement. Old Wang, where did these white rabbit candies come from? Asked the wife of Deputy Commander Wang, surprised, as these candies were hard to find and only available in Kyoto. This afternoon I helped out, and they were given by the wife of Commander Gu. Is that the wife of Team Leader Gu?
Yes.
Deputy Commander Wang honestly admitted, and Team Leader Gu's wife nodded, sharing the candy in his hand with her 2 children at home. Wife, have a piece. Team Leader Gu's wife blushed upon hearing this. She wondered why he would say such things in front of the children. I won't eat it. Save it for the kids. You should eat it. After all these years of marriage, you haven't had this candy. Hearing this, Team Leader Gu's wife felt emotional. She believed she had married down. Her family was from the city, and her husband had rescued her from trouble while visiting home. To repay him, she had married Deputy Commander Wang against her family's wishes, who had worked hard to make a life for himself in the village. After 7 or 8 years of marriage, they had their disagreements, but her husband was someone who reflected on his actions. When he realized his mistakes, he would come to cheer her up. It's normal for couples to argue. As long as her husband cared for her, she had no regrets. Over the years, she confirmed that her choice was right. Although her in-laws weren't the best, with many children and sisters-in-law who were quite petty, they didn't connect well with her city upbringing. Her dowry was also something her mother-in-law wanted to keep for her eldest grandson's future wife. Fortunately, her husband loved her enough to bring her along with the troops right after they got married. They had 2 lovely sons, and she only had to visit her in-laws once a year, avoiding much hardship. Her life felt worthwhile. Meanwhile, the wives from 3 other families were also asking about the candy. After learning it was from Team Leader Gu's wife, they shared it with their children. This Team Leader Gu's wife is a bit stingy. She only gave 5 pieces after helping for an entire afternoon. Wife of Commander Wu divided the candy between her 2 sons, while her 2 daughters looked on eagerly. 5 pieces aren't enough for the 2 sons. Isn't that causing trouble? Commander Wu felt a headache coming on from his wife's words. Why did she have to say it so harshly? When Team Leader Gu helped us all day, he only had a few cups of plain water. I helped for an afternoon and got candy and milk candy. What more do you want? Besides, others don't know how many children we have. Hearing her husband not take her side, Commander Wu's wife immediately got upset. Are you blaming me for being stingy? If your salary was as high as Team Leader Gu's, would I need to be so frugal? With 4 kids at home, we can barely have enough to eat, and you're complaining about me? Wu, the squad leader, understood that money was tight, but his wife often compared him to others, which made him uncomfortable. All right, I give you 15 yuan for household expenses each month, and I haven't said anything about you sending money to your family in the countryside. Stop looking for trouble here. Wu's temper flared, and he went straight to their room, not wanting to argue further. The 4 children watched, feeling scared, while Wu's wife was red with anger. Oh, so now you look down on me, because I come from the countryside? I think you're just jealous that Captain Gu married a city girl. Now that you've made something of yourself, you want to abandon your wife and kids. Ha Wu Deong? Wu was used to these remarks. They always came up during arguments. She often said that after marrying him, a city man, people looked down on her. She always brought up being from the countryside, and he couldn't understand how his wife had changed so much. She used to be hardworking and caring. How did it come to this? The 2 daughters standing in the corner were scared and quickly took a few steps back. What are you looking at? Don't you have dinner to make? Do you want to go hungry today? Wu's daughters hurried to cook, even though they were only 10 years old and often had to help with chores. The new clothes, shoes, and treats at home were always for their 2 younger brothers. Sheng Wanyan knew nothing of this. If she did, she would go over and take back her candy. She cut the chicken into pieces to make boiled chicken. A boiled chicken, spicy stir-fried meat, stir-fried vegetables, and chicken soup made a hearty meal for 2. Gu Tingxiao served her a bowl of chicken soup to let it cool down for her to drink later. Time to eat. Hearing her call, Gu Tingxiao quickly went to serve the dishes. Wife, let me serve. You just wait. Sheng Wanyan wiped her hands and, hearing his words, decided not to be stubborn and waited outside. Once Gu Tingxiao brought the food to the table, they began to eat. He loved her cooking and always ate heartily. Don't eat so fast, have some soup. Sheng Wanyan enjoyed her meals, while Gu Tingxiao seemed to eat as if he were racing against time. He took a big sip of soup and looked at her seriously. Wife, your cooking is delicious. Eat more if you like it. Sheng Wanyan picked up a chicken leg for him, and Gu Tingxiao moved the chicken leg to her bowl. Wife, you eat the chicken leg. I have one. Sheng Wanyan already had a chicken leg in her bowl. She wasn't selfish enough to eat all the good food. Living together means caring for each other, making life comfortable. Just eat it, otherwise, you'll have to sleep on the floor tonight. Wife, I will eat. When Gu Tingxiao heard sleep on the floor, he quickly took the chicken leg back and ate it. Seeing this made Sheng Wanyan satisfied. After finishing the meal, Gu Tingxiao cleaned the dishes. He also used some leftover bamboo to enclose 2 wild chickens. Sheng Wanyan planned to raise 2 hens for eggs. Let's raise 2 hens and plant some vegetables in the backyard. Okay, I'll go turn the soil and make the fence a bit better. Gu Tingxiao had initially set up a simple fence for the wild chickens, but hearing her plans made him want to do a better job. You always take more care of things at home. I want to set up 2 sinks at the kitchen door for washing up and a larger sink nearby for dishes. And some shelves outside for toiletries, plus a few in the kitchen for spices. I'll draw up some plans for you in the next few days. See if you can make them. Sheng Wanyan excitedly shared her ideas for their home, and Gu Tingxiao looked at her with soft eyes. Whenever she made a request, he nodded, promising to fulfill it. As long as his wife cared about their home, everything else was minor. I also want a small pavilion with 4 bamboo chairs and a tea table underneath. Build the pavilion on the left side of the yard, next to the house. And add 2 lounge chairs for sunbathing. The right side will be for raising chickens. Sheng Wanyan's requests were increasing, a sign of her being spoiled.
Okay.
Gu Tingxiao smiled at her, his eyes filled with satisfaction and affection, making Sheng Wanyan turn her head shyly. Sheng Wanyan went to boil water for a bath, while Gu Tingxiao went to turn the soil for the chicken coop. He would prepare everything else for his wife when he returned home from work tomorrow. He was determined to help her live the life she wanted. Building the chicken coop didn't take much time. Gu Tingxiao was strong, and he finished turning the soil in the backyard in one night. Wife, tomorrow at noon, I'll turn the soil in the reserved plot. Be careful when you go to the city tomorrow. Know your limits. If you need anything at home, I'll ask someone to buy it for you. Don't overwork yourself. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded while lying in bed, knowing he was worried she might buy too much to carry. Okay. As she lay in his arms, she soon felt sleepy, her eyelids growing heavy. Gu Tingxiao looked down and saw the girl struggling to keep her eyes open while trying to respond to him, and his heart melted. He held her tightly, gently patting her back, his deep voice whispering in her ear, "Wife,
sleep now."
Sheng Wanyan found the most comfortable position in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sheng Wanyan woke up to find Gu Tingxiao was already gone. He had to report back to his team early. After getting dressed and washing up, she saw Gu Tingxiao returning with breakfast. Wife, why are you up so early? It was only 6:30 in the morning, and she was already awake, which was unusual for her. He had planned to finish breakfast and then wake her up. Sheng Wanyan, who loved to sleep in, thought. Since their marriage, except for the first few days, she had been sleeping in until she woke up naturally. She usually got up around 9, so this was late for her. If Sheng Wanyan knew what Gu Tingxiao was thinking, she would definitely have a good talk with him about it. Are you going to the city today? Isn't the meeting at 7? Sheng Wanyan glanced at him, and Gu Tingxiao nodded sheepishly, peeling an egg for her and preparing her breakfast. The breakfast options in the cafeteria were limited, always the same few items. Today it was millet porridge with 2 eggs, which Gu Tingxiao had already peeled and placed in front of her. Sheng Wanyan knew he always gave her the good food, while he ate the less nutritious stuff. She understood that no matter how many times she mentioned it, he would still do this, so she decided not to say anything. I can't finish this, you eat it. Sheng Wanyan pushed the remaining egg toward him. Hearing she was full, Gu Tingxiao took it and ate it in one bite. Sheng Wanyan shook her head with a smile, glancing at the time, which was already 50 minutes past 6. She hurried to get her money and put on her shoes. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Tingxiao opened the door to find the neighbor, Mrs. Si, who had come to call her for the meeting. Tingxiao, where's your wife? Auntie, I'm here, Sheng Wanyan called out just as Mrs. Xie finished speaking. Sheng Wanyan ran out with her backpack and basket. When Xie's wife saw her, she quickly pulled her to gather with the others. Wife, I'm going to training. Please help take care of my wife, Annie. Xie's wife thought to herself how much Gu Tingxiao really cared for his wife. A man who is considerate and loving towards his wife can lead a good life, just like her husband, old Xie. Don't worry, Auntie will make sure you don't lose your wife. After all, her husband had been quite anxious about Gu's marriage. Many soldiers under him had already settled down, but Gu Tingxiao showed no interest, rejecting many introductions. When arranged for blind dates, he wouldn't even show up, leaving the girls waiting. Some of those girls got so upset that they went to complain about him to their own husbands. If you don't want to go on a blind date, just say so. Ignoring them is rude. Her husband, the political commissar, was almost driven crazy by Gu Tingxiao. He had worried a lot. Now that Gu finally married, her husband could finally relax. She couldn't let her husband worry about this anymore. Gu Tingxiao specially came back for breakfast, and the two parted ways at the entrance of the family compound. Sheng Wanyan followed Auntie Si to the army gate, where a procurement vehicle and some military wives were already waiting. The military wives exchanged glances with her, and those who hadn't seen her before were curiously whispering. Once they realized she was Gu's wife, they smiled and nodded. Sheng Wanyan politely greeted them back. The procurement vehicle was a type of truck with only a driver's seat and a passenger seat in front. The back was for carrying items, with spaces on the sides for people to sit, open air. The truck was quite high, and it took a bit of effort to climb up. Sheng Wanyan was fit and tall enough to easily get up and helped Auntie Si. Auntie, let me help you. Okay. Auntie Si was only 1.55 meters tall, and she couldn't get up by herself. The military wives all climbed aboard, helping each other up. Although they liked to gossip, they were very supportive of one another. Wanyan, hurry and find a seat. Auntie Si urged her to sit down quickly, and Sheng Wanyan looked at her in confusion. But when she saw the military wives rushing for seats, she understood. There were too many people, and they were worried about not finding a spot. Without a seat, I had to sit on the ground. The bumpy road would have been unbearable without a place to sit. Luckily, Sheng Wanyan was tall enough to climb up first. Otherwise, I would be sitting on the ground now.
Hey.
I got up first, the seat is mine. I sat down first.
How can you be so shameless?
I pulled you up and you're trying to take my seat.
I'll just pull you back, next time.
You. Sheng Wanyan found the banter among the military wives amusing. They were quite entertaining. The car is starting. Everyone hold on tight. After a shout from the procurement department soldier, he took the driver's seat to start the journey. The military wives, despite any complaints, had to sit down. Otherwise, they would fall when the car started moving. As soon as they sat down, the car took off. Sheng Wanyan was startled by the car's speed and quickly grabbed the railing behind her. The wives sitting on the ground could only hold onto the bottom of their seats to steady themselves. It takes 2 hours to drive to the city and at least 4 hours to reach the town. Riding a bicycle would take 3 hours. Fortunately, there is a supply store nearby, so walking is also an option. There is also a supply store in the military district, specifically set up to sell daily necessities. It provides convenience for the wives, ensuring they have basic supplies, though in limited quantities. Auntie Si, is this the wife of Commander Gu? Wu's wife recalled how her husband brought home 5 big white rabbit candies last night, and their 2 sons fought over them, causing a commotion all night. They even had an argument over it. She had a poor impression of Sheng Wanyan, but upon seeing how beautiful she was today, she thought she must be a seductress. No wonder her husband was so protective of Sheng Wanyan. She had a face that could attract men. Yes. Hearing this, Wu's wife felt a pang of jealousy, thinking that her looks had captivated Commander Gu. Wang's wife, sitting across from Sheng Wanyan, looked up at her upon hearing Wu's words. Wang's wife smiled and greeted her. Hello, I'm the wife of Deputy Commander Wang. Sheng Wanyan thought Wang's wife was beautiful. If she had to describe her, Sheng Wanyan would say she was radiant and elegant with a touch of ethereal charm. The wife of Captain Wang is the gentle type, the kind that exudes warmth from her very core. The first impression she gives is that she is filled with the scent of books, gentle and graceful. Although her features are not perfectly delicate, together they create a very pleasant feeling. "Hello, I am the wife of Deputy Commander Gu," she said. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang's wife, Yang Wanshu, paused for a moment and then smiled very gently. "This is Commander Gu's wife. From now on, she will be one of us military wives. Most of us are military wives, so let's support each other. If we do well, our husbands will do well too." Auntie Si, as the political commissar's wife, felt responsible for maintaining harmony among the military wives. After all, the actions of the military wives could affect their husbands' futures. If anything went wrong, their husbands would also worry. Their husbands already had enough to deal with, being busy every day. If issues arose because of the women making their husbands work harder, she wouldn't want that. Everyone nodded and smiled at Auntie Si's words. Who would dare offend the political commissar's wife? That would only bring trouble to their husbands. Yes, we are all military wives, and we should help each other. Exactly. You can rest assured, political commissar's wife.
Right.
What is your name, Commander Gu's wife? They still didn't know Sheng Wanyan's name. In this era, people were often referred to by their husband's name. "Hello, I am Sheng Wanyan." Sheng Wanyan introduced herself and got to know the other military wives. "Commander Gu's wife, are you going to the city to buy things?" "Yes, I just moved to the family compound and need to get quite a few things." "That's true. I remember when I first came, I had to buy everything and spent a lot of money." With a topic to discuss, the military wives began to chat, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. "How old are you, Commander Gu's wife? Where are you from?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone perked up and listened closely. "I am 21 years old and from Rongqing." Everyone considered this. After all, it made sense that Commander Gu wouldn't marry someone from a village. "Are your parents workers?" "Yes." Upon hearing that she came from a working-class family, everyone felt a twinge of envy. Most military wives were from the countryside, and with the current preference for sons, they had to work from a young age. Not to mention working in the city. Even visiting the city was a luxury. "Did you work as a worker before?" Sheng Wanyan nodded, neither denying nor hiding anything. She really doesn't think that family background is something to hide. She is not a wealthy heiress from the future, afraid that too many people knowing will bring trouble. In this era, if you speak honestly about it, others will respect you more. At least. Even if they don't like you, they have to tolerate you.
Wow.
Everyone gasped when they saw her nod in acknowledgement. A female worker is quite rare in this time. "Did you quit your job?" "Yes." Everyone felt sorry for her. The wife of the squad leader initially felt uncomfortable hearing this, but was surprised to learn that Sheng Wanyan came from a good family. However, when she heard that she was also a worker and had no job, she looked down on her from the bottom of her heart. With nothing to her name, how is she any different from the villagers? Why would you quit such a good job? This is a worker's job. Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook her head at the military wives expressing their pity. She understood their obsession with having a worker in the family. In this era, having a worker could bring great honor. Supporting a whole family is not a problem. What are you worried about? If she doesn't quit, can she marry Captain Gu? The squad leader's wife sneered, and everyone found her words reasonable. After all, they were all married. Would they really live apart? But Sheng Wanyan sensed the implication in her words, suggesting that she was unworthy of marrying Gu Tingxiao. Captain Gu is the youngest deputy captain, with a bright future ahead. His family is from the capital. If his wife doesn't take care of the home, they will look down on her. When the squad leader's wife said this, everyone noticed her pointed remarks. Those watching could see the tension between the two. Sheng Wanyan's expression darkened. Auntie Si frowned, wondering what kind of talk this was. Sheng Wanyan is so beautiful, it's obvious that Captain Gu is pursuing her. Why would she need to worry about not getting married? Realistically speaking, Just her looks alone could secure her a good match. Just as Commissar Xia's wife was about to say something, Sheng Wanyan's calm voice rang out. Squad leader's wife, since you say that, it seems your family is quite satisfied with you. The squad leader's wife turned pale and then flushed with anger. Her in-laws are from the city. How could they possibly be satisfied with a daughter-in-law from the countryside? The wife of the company commander was instantly furious with her question and glared at Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan was not going to let her get away with it. She didn't appreciate a stranger pointing fingers at her. She should take a good look in the mirror and see who she really is. To put it bluntly, how could the wife of a company commander have the nerve to cause trouble for the wife of a regiment commander? It's no wonder the company commander struggles to get promoted when his wife is so reckless. Sheng Wanyan elegantly rolled her eyes, and seeing her angry expression made her smirk inside. She had never lost a verbal battle and always aimed for the most sensitive spots. Now, the company commander's wife was so upset she couldn't even speak, only glaring at her. Sheng Wanyan didn't care how she looked. As long as she was in a good mood, that was all that mattered. The wife of political commissar Xia noticed the tense atmosphere and tried to ease it with a few words, but inside, she couldn't help but admire Sheng Wanyan. She appreciated Sheng Wanyan's boldness and unwillingness to back down. People in this world tend to bully those who are weak. If you don't stand firm, others will think you're easy to push around. We're all military wives. The company commander's wife should be more careful with her words. Let's not cause trouble for the company commander, okay? Hearing Xia's words, the company commander's wife felt a jolt of fear. After all, the regiment commander was her husband's superior. If Sheng Wanyan complained, it could affect her husband's promotion. Suddenly, the aggressive attitude of the company commander's wife vanished, worried that Sheng Wanyan might really get angry and report her. She dared not speak and could only curse Sheng Wanyan in her heart for being petty. What Auntie Si said is true. The company commander's wife gritted her teeth and said, her face dark, silent afterward. Sheng Wanyan shrugged. She thought it would be more exciting. Was that it? She felt a bit disappointed. She had prepared a lot of insults in her mind, but it ended before it even began. What a shame. What a shame. She finally understood why city military wives were reluctant to associate with those from the countryside. There was indeed a significant difference in mindset. She didn't think city military wives were superior. Instead, through her interactions with them, she found that city military wives tended to be more independent and have their own ideas. Some of their modern thoughts were things countryside military wives wouldn't even dare to consider. For example, the idea of equal communication with men. City military wives often had the confidence from their families. But those from the countryside thought it was impossible. In their eyes, men are always superior, the backbone of the family, and everything revolves around them. The idea of looking down on country people is just a difference in values. However, the reality is that city-born military wives have their own pride. Yet, she found that the notion of looking down on rural people doesn't really exist. City military wives are usually quite polite. Even if they don't get along, they will still nod and greet each other. The more arrogant ones might just ignore everyone. As for whether they truly look down on others, let's be honest. Have you done something great? Have you made any sacrifices for your country? Why should others look up to you for no reason? Sheng Wanyan couldn't understand how people in this era define looking up to someone. She only interacts with those who share her values and doesn't need many friends. As long as the other person hasn't harmed anyone, she has no reason to dislike them. Peaceful coexistence, or at least appearing to coexist peacefully, is not a problem. But if someone doesn't want to maintain that peace, she wouldn't mind confronting them. On the way, no one said much, but Sheng Wanyan gave them an impression of being tough to deal with. If she knew they thought that way about her, she would actually feel good about it. If she's tough to deal with, then they should just leave her alone. After 2 hours of bumpy travel, they finally arrived in the city. Sheng Wanyan got off the bus, and everyone went about their own business. All military wives, please gather here at 3 p.m. for departure back to the base, a soldier from the procurement department shouted. The military wives nodded and jumped off the bus, heading their separate ways. Wanyan, come on. I'm also going to the supply store, Aunt Si said kindly, worried she might get lost, but Sheng Wanyan planned to go on her own. "Aunt, I need to mail a letter first and check if the furniture is ready. I'll go to the supply store later, otherwise, it will be inconvenient to carry too many things. Do you know the way?" "I do. If I can't find it, I'll just ask someone." Aunt Si nodded but was still concerned about her being alone in an unfamiliar place. However, she had to visit someone after shopping and didn't have time to accompany her. "Aunt, I came to the city with Tingxiao the day before yesterday and he showed me the way." Hearing this, Aunt Si finally agreed. Sheng Wanyan wasn't lying. When she came to pick up the furniture, Tingxiao had taken her around to familiarize her with the area. "All right, let's meet here at 3 p.m. Okay. Sheng Wanyan parted ways with Aunt Si. She needed to send a letter home to reassure her family. At the post office, Sheng Wanyan immediately sent a telegram back to Kyoto with just 6 words. "Arrived. Don't worry, Yen." She also mailed a letter to her parents to help them feel at ease. What she didn't know was that the Sheng family had received wonderful news upon returning to Rongqing. Pan Yu was pregnant. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng planned to follow Sheng Wanja and Pan Yu to the military base to take care of her. The day after Pan Yu returned to Rongqing, she began to feel very sick. Sheng's mother, having experienced it before, recognized the signs immediately. It had already been over 2 months without a hospital checkup. This news excited the Sheng family and eased their sadness about marrying off a daughter. Sheng's mother, feeling ecstatic, rushed to buy supplements and even considered quitting her job to care for Pan Yu. If it weren't for Sheng's father and Sheng Wanja advising her to calm down, she might have impulsively resigned. In the end, the family decided that Grandpa and Grandma Sheng would come to the military base to look after Pan Yu. Although they were older, cooking daily meals was not a problem. Moreover, since Sheng Wanja often had missions, someone needed to be home. If something happened to Pan Yu alone, it could be a disaster. This was the first great-grandchild for the Sheng family, and they all valued it highly. Even Grandpa Sheng, who usually didn't smile, couldn't help but laugh and drank several cups of wine to celebrate. The entire Sheng family was filled with joy, and Sheng Wanja, soon to be a father, was so excited he couldn't sleep. Every time Pan Yu woke up at night to go to the bathroom, she found Sheng Wanja sitting on the bed, staring at her belly. Every time Pan Yu woke up at night to go to the bathroom, she found Sheng Wanja sitting on the bed, staring at her belly. She was almost scared to death, wondering why he was awake at this hour, staring at her like that. If she didn't know better, she might think he had bad intentions. After sending the letter, Sheng Wanyan also bought some stamps for her collection. She reached into her backpack and took out the translated materials for this month. "Hello, could you please help me send this to the Kyoto newspaper?" The post office staff nodded and helped her package it up. She had written to the Kyoto newspaper a month ago, asking them to send any books needing translation to this address. She wasn't sure if they had arrived yet, so she decided to ask while she was in the city. "Do you have a package for Sheng Wanyan?" "Please wait a moment, I'll go check." The postal worker searched through a pile of packages on the ground for a while before finally finding hers. "It has been here for a week. I thought no one would come to pick it up." This was the first time the postal staff had seen someone not collect their package for so long. "I'm sorry, I just arrived here with my husband a few days ago and haven't had the chance." Upon hearing that she was a military spouse, the postal worker instantly became very friendly. "Oh, you're a military spouse?" Sheng Wanyan nodded. People in this era admired soldiers greatly and naturally had a softer spot for their spouses. "That explains it. You just got here with your husband." "No problem. I'll keep your packages for you in the future." The postal worker patted her chest, looking very dedicated. "Thank you. Here are some candies for you." Sheng Wanyan took out 3 candies from her pocket and offered them to her. The postal worker accepted them happily when she heard they were celebratory sweets. It was actually the first time she received candies from a military spouse, and they were quite sweet. After collecting her package, Sheng Wanyan found a quiet place to open it. Inside, she found the books sent by the Kyoto newspaper that needed translation. There were 3 books, all related to firearms. Sheng Wanyan frowned. She could see that the country was working hard on research. Especially in terms of weaponry, it was quite behind other nations. So the country needed many translators to help translate and understand foreign technologies. But why was it that Kyoto didn't have anyone to translate firearms books? Why were such important books sent to her? After thinking for a moment, she realized that sometimes it might be better for someone outside the power center to handle certain tasks. Sheng Wanyan decided not to overthink it. Her job was just to translate, and other matters were not her concern. She organized the books and went to the warehouse to prepare the items she needed to take back. She planned to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to use the receipts in her hand. Besides, most soldiers who came to the city were surely there to buy things. If she suddenly returned with a large basket of items, no one would recognize her at the cooperative, which could raise suspicion. So she needed to make a trip to the cooperative to avoid drawing attention. From the warehouse, Sheng Wanyan took out 5 pounds of pork, 10 pounds of lard, 2 fish, 2 ribs, and 1 pig's trotter. She also grabbed 20 eggs, 10 pounds of rice, 5 green peppers, 5 eggplants, and 3 cucumbers. Take out 5 pounds of cabbage, 5 tomatoes, 10 potatoes, and 2 pounds of tofu. There are also some common herbs for soup, like red dates, goji berries, and angelica. After she finishes shopping at the supply store, she will add more items to fill her backpack. This way, when everyone sees what she bought, they will think her family is just eating well for a while, and no one will suspect anything. Plus, she needs to host Tingxiao's comrades the day after tomorrow, so others won't think she is living like a capitalist. Even if someone tries to cause trouble, she has enough resources to enjoy a good life. If necessary, she can use her translation salary to keep everyone quiet. Sheng Wanyan prepared her items and headed to the supply store, where she saw many fellow military wives. She quickly went to line up to buy meat, using all her meat tickets. Next, she bought some coarse grains because her family couldn't eat fine grains all the time. If they only ate fine grains, Tingxiao would start to suspect something. Sometimes, eating coarse grains is good. In the future, people will even think they are healthier. Breakfast is perfect for eating corn and sweet potato porridge, which is quite comforting. Sheng Wanyan also wanted to buy 2 jars for pickled vegetables because she loves pickled foods. However, they were quite large, so she decided to wait until next time. The supply store didn't have much, so she bought 2 pounds of pastries and 6 large bags of regular candies. This is just enough to share with everyone, giving each family about 10 pieces, which is perfect. The rest will be for the children coming over the day after tomorrow, to give them something sweet. Sheng Wanyan brought out a lot of fabric and cotton tickets because she needed them for her sofa cushions. Tonight, she can start making the cushions, and once the furniture arrives tomorrow, she can use them. She bought many items at the supply store, mainly for show. After leaving the store, she took out some items from her space to fill her backpack. Noticing it was already 2:30, she headed to the meeting point. Since she arrived in Ice City, she didn't plan to visit the black market, so she didn't want to waste time looking for it. However, she could check out the recycling station here and come back once her bicycle arrives. Sheng Wanyan carried her backpack to the meeting point, where everyone had already gathered. Once on the bus, the military wives began to gossip about what they had bought. Among them, Sheng Wanyan's backpack was the fullest, covered with a piece of black cloth. This is the black cloth that Sheng Wanyan took out from the storage, just to prevent the military wives from staring at her things. Team leader's wife. Did you buy too much? Everyone was curious seeing so many items, as it clearly cost a lot of money. This team leader's wife is really extravagant. She's spending so much money right at the start of their life together. How will it be later? I just moved to the family compound, and we have nothing at home. In a few days, my husband's comrades will come over for dinner, so I bought everything together. This was the first time Sheng Wanyan called Tingxiao like this in public, and she felt a bit shy. But as they say, practice makes perfect. Everyone was calling him that, so there was no need to feel embarrassed. After hearing her words, everyone thought it made sense. After all, it's a rare chance to come to the city, so it's good to buy a little extra. Sheng Wanyan returned to the family compound at 5 o'clock. Tingxiao finished work at 5:30, so she hurried back to cook. After locking the yard door, She took out the prepared items from the storage. Sheng Wanyan started cooking the rice first, then began organizing. The cabinets weren't set up yet, so she had to place everything on the kitchen shelves. She tied the meat with string and hung it on the kitchen wall. Just as she finished organizing, Tingxiao came home from work. "Wife, open the door." Hearing his voice, Sheng Wanyan ran to open the door. She had locked it from the inside, so even though Tingxiao had a key, he couldn't get in. Unless he climbed over the wall, which would be quite unusual in the family compound. As soon as Tingxiao saw the door was unlocked, he knew his wife was home. He had been thinking about her all day while she was away. "Wife, let me cook, you go rest." Since she had been to the city and was tired, cooking was something he could handle. Okay. Sheng Wanyan was also tired, just the journey had been exhausting. "There's still some chicken left from yesterday. Just stir-fry some vegetables and steam an egg." Tingxiao nodded and entered the kitchen. Seeing how much she had bought, he was a bit surprised. "Wife, why did you buy so many things? Are you tired?" Tingxiao couldn't imagine how she managed to carry all that back. It must have been quite a struggle. "It was fine. I only carried it for a little while." She carried it from the supply store to the meeting point, and on the bus, she placed it on the floor. When they arrived at the army base, they got out of the car right at the family compound entrance. The car went directly to the supply department, passing through along the way. So she wasn't really tired, but in front of Tingxiao, she instinctively acted a bit spoiled. "Wife, if we need anything at home, just tell me. I'll find a way to have someone bring it back so you don't tire yourself out." Sheng Wanyan nodded upon hearing this. She didn't want to trouble others for help. After all, it could be seen as a favor, and later on, they might use that against her and Tingxiao, which would only cause her trouble. However, she still needed to agree with Tingxiao on the surface. How to handle it was her own business. As long as she didn't ask, Tingxiao wouldn't bother others either. Sheng Wanyan started sewing the sofa cover, planning to finish it today so that she could stuff it with cotton tomorrow. Tingxiao was responsible for preparing dinner. They worked together to quickly tidy up the house. In her view, there was no idea that a man should not do housework just because he was providing for the family. A home cannot belong to just one person. In a shared home, both should work together to manage it. If Tingxiao left all the chores to her, she might as well live alone. Besides, her earnings were not any less than Tingxiao's. If it came down to it, she could support the family and Tingxiao could manage the household too. Tingxiao. His wife often liked to think about unnecessary things. The sofa cover wasn't difficult to make. With a sewing machine, Sheng Wanyan finished it in half an hour, using deep blue fabric. Their room had a window where she placed her desk. The morning sun was really bright, so she planned to cover it with newspaper and make a curtain to hang up. Although it would still let in some light, at least it would be more comfortable for sleeping. When Tingxiao found out, he helped her put up a rod for the curtain. He also needed to make a few metal rings to thread onto the rod, and the curtain fabric needed holes for the rings to go through. This way, pulling the curtain wouldn't get stuck and would move smoothly. "Wife, it's time to eat." Tingxiao brought in the food and served her a bowl of white rice. Sheng Wanyan brushed off the fabric scraps from herself, stood up, and walked over to eat. Tingxiao used a spoon to scoop some egg custard into her bowl and picked out some nice pieces of chicken for her. "You should eat too. You don't need to serve me." Although Sheng Wanyan had a good appetite, a few pieces of meat at once made her feel a bit overwhelmed. "Wife, I've been raising 2 fish in a bucket. I went to the procurement department at noon to exchange for some vegetable seeds. Honey, do you think this is enough?" Tingxiao returned with seeds for cabbage, chili peppers, green peppers, tomatoes, eggplants, radishes, pumpkins, and cucumbers. Sheng Wanyan looked at the seeds and felt it was enough. Just the 2 of them would not need too many varieties. "That's enough. I'll plant them at home tomorrow. By the way, Uncle Chun will bring the furniture tomorrow afternoon. Can you open the door at home?" Sheng Wanyan nodded but felt she needed to discuss something with Tingxiao.
"I need to talk to you about something."
Tingxiao put down his chopsticks, placed his hands on his thighs, and looked at her seriously.
"Honey, go ahead."
"It's about the sofa cushions I made. Will others think it's too extravagant?" Sheng Wanyan's question made Gu Tingxiao frown slightly, and he answered her very seriously. Cotton and fabric are precious now, especially given Gu Tingxiao's special job. He worried about others taking advantage of them. Honey, we live our own lives. What others say doesn't matter. And we have nothing to fear. Our superiors are not foolish. Gu Tingxiao earned 80 a month, plus bonuses, totaling about 100. With just the two of them at home, living well is quite normal, right? What do those envious people think they can do? Do they really believe the military leaders are blind? Doesn't he know how much Gu Tingxiao earns? If they were truly blind, then Grandpa Gu would come to demand an explanation. With Gu Tingxiao's reassurance, Sheng Wanyan felt more at ease. Their family is well off, and she also has income from translation work. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble, she had the means to turn things around. Okay. With him backing her up, she didn't need to worry so much. Besides, Gu Tingxiao was right. They live their own lives. If he could understand, why should she care? After finishing their meal, Gu Tingxiao took on the task of washing the dishes while she went to boil water for a bath. Once the water was ready, Gu Tingxiao helped her carry it inside. As she prepared for her bath, Gu Tingxiao stood at the door, watching her eagerly. They had been in the family compound for 3 days without any intimacy, and after a week of restraint on the train, it had been 10 days since he had touched her. Honey. When Sheng Wanyan heard his voice, she felt a shiver. You. Go outside. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. The look in his eyes almost made Gu Tingxiao surrender. The little enchantress was really troublesome, specifically coming to tease him. After some time, Sheng Wanyan was cleaned up and carried to bed to rest. She thought it was over, but in the middle of the night, she felt something heavy pressing down on her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Tingxiao working hard on top of her. Just as she was about to say something, her mouth was covered. She only remembered that when it ended, the morning light was faint, and dawn was approaching. When she woke up, it was already noon. Gu Tingxiao returned with lunch and picked her up. Wife, it's time to get up. Sheng Wanyan had no strength and sleepily opened her eyes, leaning all her weight on him. I don't want to get up, it's all your fault. She mumbled this, and Gu Tingxiao smiled helplessly after hearing her clearly. Yes, it's all my fault. He readily admitted his mistake, and Sheng Wanyan opened her eyes, glaring at him. How could he be so energetic today after working so hard last night? He had already gone for training early in the morning and didn't seem tired at all. She didn't have to move. She was already sprawled on the bed. Sheng Wanyan loved to stay in bed, and Gu Tingxiao understood this well. He started changing her clothes, putting on her socks and shoes, and carried her to brush her teeth and wash her face. Wife, I brought you lunch. The furniture has arrived. We'll wait for my comrades to finish lunch before helping to move it back. Sheng Wanyan immediately perked up upon hearing this. The furniture she had been thinking about had arrived. How could she not be happy? Their home would no longer be empty. The bicycle has also arrived. I'll pick it up later. Your vanity is on the way and will arrive in a few days. After hearing this, Sheng Wanyan kissed him on the cheek. This is a reward for you. Gu Tingxiao touched his face, covered in toothpaste foam. His wife's rewards were truly special, and he liked them. Wife, is there another reward tonight? Sheng Wanyan shot him a glare, wondering what he was thinking. No, if you ask again, you'll have to sleep in another room. Wife, I won't ask anymore. Gu Tingxiao wisely kept quiet. He didn't want to sleep alone. Who would be foolish enough to give up the warmth of his wife? He certainly wasn't foolish. Seeing him so understanding, Sheng Wanyan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. With him being so considerate, she couldn't even think of anything to say. After they finished lunch, Gu Tingxiao went to help his comrades move the furniture. Sheng Wanyan went to the kitchen to prepare some sweet drinks for her friends who were helping out. When a few of them came in with things, they greeted her, saying, "Hello, sister-in-law." 5 helpers arrived, including the 4 who came last time to set up the kitchen, and a young soldier who had picked them up before. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded, making space for them. She placed the drinks on the table and invited them to have some water, saying, Thank you for your hard work. Take a break and have some water. Everyone quickly arranged the furniture. Gu Tingxiao rode her bicycle in behind them, looking like a supervisor. Seeing this made Sheng Wanyan a bit annoyed. He really knew how to push his subordinates.
Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law.
You're welcome. Take a break and have some water. The 5 friends took big sips of the sweet drink. It was the first time the young soldier had tasted something so sweet, and his eyes lit up. The water from the team leader's house was so sweet. The young soldier thought to himself that if he helped the team leader more, maybe he could drink it more often. He imagined how great it would be to enjoy sweet drinks every day. If Gu Tingxiao found out, he would surely give him a kick. Gu Tingxiao came in and directed them to place everything in the right spots. Before leaving, he made sure they cleaned the house thoroughly. Watching Gu Tingxiao manage his subordinates, Sheng Wanyan thought, he really knows how to get things done. She looked at him playfully, and Gu Tingxiao cleared his throat, picked up a broom, and went to sweep the yard. Wife, you rest. I'll finish sweeping and then go train. Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook her head, going to collect the sofa covers she had dried outside last night. In this hot weather, they had dried quickly overnight. She also brought in the clothes to hang up. She didn't like folding clothes, so it was perfect that the clothes rack was ready to organize everything. After Gu Tingxiao finished sweeping the yard, he said goodbye and went to work. At home, Sheng Wanyan was tidying up. Once everyone left, she locked the yard gate and the front door. She didn't plan to use new cotton for the sofa cushions since they would lose their softness quickly. Instead, she intended to use the sofa cushions she had bought before and replace the filling. She actually preferred the sponge cushions from the future, which were perfect for wooden furniture. However, such things didn't exist in this era, so she had to make do with cotton cushions. Fortunately, she had bought enough supplies. Otherwise, she would have to make them herself. Actually, the cotton cushions are not only made of cotton, they also have other filling materials, like scraps of fabric and yarn that can be used for cushions. However, she already has some ready-made ones, so she doesn't want to make things complicated for herself. If there's an easy way that works, why not use it? But since she has some free time at home, she can make cushions for 2 lounge chairs later. After finishing the cushions, she placed them on the sofa, and the whole house has a rustic wooden style. She put her shoes on the shoe rack and stored some sugar and eggs in the cabinet. In the kitchen, Gu Tingxiao also made 2 shelves. She placed one on the countertop for cooking and the other in the cabinet for storage. By the time she finished organizing, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. She still needed to water the vegetable garden in the backyard, which she had just planted, so it needed careful maintenance. She hadn't visited her private plot yet, but she planned to check it out later in the evening. Although it looked like there wasn't much to tidy up, it took her quite a bit of time since there were always some hidden tasks. After resting for a while, she went to prepare dinner. After eating, she and Gu Tingxiao would deliver candies to their neighbors. Dinner for the 2 of them was easy to manage. She decided not to kill the 2 fish in the house just yet. She would prepare one for guests tomorrow and keep the other for a few days. With the weather, they needed to eat the meat soon, or it would spoil in a few days. Tonight's main dish was steamed buns made from white flour. After eating rice for several days, they needed a change. However, besides breakfast, she didn't really enjoy eating whole grains for lunch and dinner. If she did, she would get cravings for snacks at night. White flour buns paired with stir-fried meat and green peppers were perfect, and she made a type of meat-filled bun popular in northeast China, adding filling to the white flour buns. She made 3 large white flour buns. One would fill her up, and the other 2 were for Gu Tingxiao. Just as she finished dinner, Gu Tingxiao came home and saw the cushions on the sofa. He walked over and sat down. It was his first time experiencing such soft cushions. He had to admit that his wife's ideas were quite creative.
Nice.
When Sheng Wanyan brought out dinner and saw him sitting on the sofa, she couldn't help but laugh. How is it? Comfortable? Gu Tingxiao nodded. He had never sat on such a soft sofa before. Wife, your cooking skills are amazing. Stop joking, go wash your hands and eat. Okay. Gu Tingxiao reluctantly got up from the sofa and glanced at the single chair nearby, feeling quite tempted. Sitting on the sofa was so comfortable, lying down must be even better. Their bed was hard, and if they had a soft mattress, his wife would sleep more soundly. He wondered if they had enough cotton tickets at home. If so, he would exchange some to have his wife make a mattress. If Sheng Wanyan knew his thoughts, she would surely think Tingxiao was great at business. Not everyone has such resourcefulness. After dinner, Sheng Wanyan took out 5 bags of candy she bought in the city yesterday from the cabinet in their room. She placed them in a basket, and Tingxiao carried it while she followed him to distribute the candy. "Wife, this is our private plot." On the way to the building, they passed their plot, and Tingxiao showed it to her. Their plot was in the middle. To the left was Commissar Si's, and to the right was Captain Wang's. Tingxiao had already tilled the soil and was just waiting for her to come and plant seeds. Commissar Si's family grew cabbage, and Captain Wang's family grew radishes, both suitable for winter storage. Winters here could be harsh, with snow covering people's waists. If they didn't stock up on vegetables, going out in winter would be difficult. Without help, they would have to wait in hunger. Those living in the building had it the hardest in winter. They had no heating and no cellar, making it hard to stock up on food. Suddenly, Sheng Wanyan remembered that her brother and sister-in-law lived in the building. Sheng Wanyan thought, would they starve or freeze to death this winter? What she didn't know was that Sheng Wanza and Panyu had already experienced this last year and were planning to apply for a housing swap. Now that Panyu was pregnant, Grandpa and Grandma Sheng planned to come to the military district, making living in the building even less feasible. If the elderly couldn't handle the winter, it would be a disaster. Sheng Wanza planned to apply to move to a small courtyard as soon as he returned, where they could have heating and wouldn't have to worry about the cold. As for whether they could get the swap, there was no need to worry too much. After all, Panyu's father held a significant position, and the small courtyard wasn't highly sought after in a time when everyone wanted to live in the building. In fact, if Sheng Wanza applied to move to the small courtyard, it would free up a unit in the building, which the military would appreciate. Currently, housing in the building was tight, and anyone would want a 2-bedroom unit if it became available. Sheng Wanyan and Tingxiao started distributing candy from the top floor of the building, knocking on doors one by one. Everyone opened the door to see Tingxiao with a blank expression, and his subordinates immediately stood at attention. When Sheng Wanyan saw Tingxiao's expressionless face, she knew he wouldn't say a word. "Hello, Commander." "Hello, sister-in-law." Tingxiao responded briefly, and then fell silent. Sheng Wanyan took a deep breath. She realized she had to take charge. If they relied on Tingxiao to distribute the wedding candies, they would probably be standing there all night. "Hello, I am Tingxiao's wife." Hearing Sheng Wanyan say this made Tingxiao's lips curl up slightly, but he had to suppress it in front of his subordinates. His wife, Tingxiao's wife. "Since I'm new here, I brought you some wedding candies. I hope you don't mind." "Thank you, sister-in-law. Wishing you and the commander a happy marriage and many children." Tingxiao's cold expression softened a bit at his subordinates' thoughtful words. "Thank you for the kind wishes. I'll make sure the kids at home enjoy these." Sheng Wanyan handed out 10 candies, placing them in the hands of the other wives. Every household received 10 candies, not more, not less. "Goodbye, Commander. Goodbye, sister-in-law." Their voices were loud, echoing throughout the building. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded. The soldiers were so enthusiastic that their loud voices nearly deafened her. Sheng Wanyan went door to door with Tingxiao, and some people didn't even need to knock. They came out to see what was happening. After all, the soldiers had such loud voices that pretending not to hear was impossible. Many opened their doors to watch, which made it easier for Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan. They didn't even need to raise their hands to knock. However, everyone was very curious about Sheng Wanyan, especially Tingxiao's subordinates and superiors. They wanted to see the rumored beauty. Finally, they got to see her true self and understood why their commander kept her hidden. As Sheng Wanyan handed out wedding candies, she happened to see Mrs. Pan, who warmly pulled her into a conversation. "Yenner, I didn't expect us to be neighbors now. If you need anything in the family compound, feel free to come to me." Mrs. Pan chatted with her, and some military wives looked on curiously. They noticed that Mrs. Pan, the commander's wife, usually wasn't this friendly. Why was she so warm towards Tingxiao's wife? Mrs. Pan, do you know each other? A military wife couldn't help but gossip as she looked at Sheng Wanyan, examining her from every angle. She thought that aside from her beauty, there wasn't anything particularly special about the wife of Commander Gu. But why was Mrs. Pan so enthusiastic, holding her hand and not wanting to let go? This is my son-in-law's younger sister.
What?
Sheng Chang's sister? When the people around heard her exclaim, they exchanged glances and quickly came over to see what was happening. Yes, Wanyan is a younger member of the family, so everyone should take care of her. Everyone nodded with smiles, surprised to learn that Sheng Wanyan had such a background. And it was quite impressive. Mrs. Pan openly stated that she was a younger member of the family, which clearly showed that the Pan family was protective of her. Sheng Wanyan's husband was a deputy commander, her brother was a battalion commander, and her sister-in-law was in the arts troupe, all from a well-off family in the city. How could someone be so fortunate? Everyone thought that they couldn't offend Sheng Wanyan, assuming she was just an unemployed city girl. But it turned out her family had significant connections. How could they provoke her? Only Mrs. Wu, the wife of the company commander, was so clueless. She directly confronted Sheng Wanyan, not realizing that her husband and brother were both in leadership positions above her own husband. Now she had offended them all. Mrs. Wu stood at the back, her face turning pale as she realized she had underestimated Sheng Wanyan. She was actually the sister of Battalion Commander Sheng. Why didn't she say anything? Was it intentional? She felt like she had dug her own grave. Now, if her husband found out she had offended Sheng Wanyan, would she have to go back to her family? Mrs. Wu didn't dare to speak. She hadn't said anything offensive, just made a few careless comments. Could her few careless words really ruin her husband's contributions to the country? She kept trying to reassure herself, not daring to look at her husband, fearing he would notice. Sheng Wanyan chatted with the other military wives and distributed candies one by one. When she reached the Wu family, her hand hesitated for a moment, but she still handed them out without showing any change in expression. There was no need to embarrass Mrs. Wu in front of her husband. She had to ensure that her husband's subordinates found no fault with her. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Mrs. Wu said, taking the candies to share with her children. Everything Mrs. Wu did only served to embarrass her further. "What are you standing there for? Thank your sister-in-law." Wu, the squad leader, looked at his wife, who forced a smile but looked very unhappy. "Thank you. You're welcome." Sheng Wanyan smiled at her and turned to distribute candy to others, not giving another glance at Wu's wife. Wu's wife clenched her fists, glaring at Sheng Wanyan's back.
Sheng Wanyan.
Wasn't she just relying on her good family? What was so special about her here? City people. Why do they think they are better than others? Sheng Wanyan sensed her gaze. Some people who feel inferior end up destroying themselves. Why should she do anything about it? After handing out the candy in the building, she met some military wives from the city. Wang, the captain's wife, received her candy, smiled gently, and thanked her, then turned to pat her two sons' heads. "Say thank you to Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie." Seeing the two boys being so well-behaved, Sheng Wanyan smiled and crouched down to pinch their cheeks. Wang's two sons were 6 and 4 years old. But the younger son was very thin, not at the weight and height typical for his age.
How old are they?
The older one is 6 and the younger one is 4. Wang's wife glanced at her younger son and sighed, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "He doesn't look like he's 4, right?" Sheng Wanyan nodded. Wang's younger son looked no more than 3. "He doesn't like to eat. He only takes a few bites, and if he eats more, he throws up. We've taken him to many doctors, and there's nothing wrong with his taste." Sheng Wanyan looked at Wang's younger son, a frail little boy. He was very well behaved, with his small hands clasped in front of him, looking at her with bright eyes. Sheng Wanyan's heart softened, and her gaze became much gentler. "Pretty Auntie. Auntie, you're so beautiful." Hearing his words, Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but laugh. This child was so sweet-tongued. She ruffled his hair, and Wang's younger son shyly lowered his head, blushing as he peeked at her. "You're so cute." At Sheng Wanyan's compliment, Wang's younger son became even shyer, not daring to lift his head. Wang's older son looked at his brother, wondering why he was so shy. So useless. Wang's wife watched her younger son, rarely this shy, with a smile in her eyes. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the appearance of Captain Wang's little son. Tingxiao looked at Captain Wang's son and wondered how such a small child already knew how to make his wife happy. "Wife, let's go home," Tingxiao said, giving Captain Wang a warning glance. Captain Wang rubbed his nose. His little son usually didn't talk much and was shy, often hiding when speaking to others. When they went out to play, he would follow his older brother around. While others played, he would squat on the ground counting ants. Every time he went to call people home for dinner, he was busy battling with ants. He either watched the ants move or used a small shovel to dig in the dirt, building his little mud house. When others played with him, if he lost interest after a while, he would stop joining in. However, he loved following his brother around. His older son was quite the chatterbox and a mischievous little boy. In the family compound, he was almost like the king of the kids, and his little brother often fell for his tricks. If he had a piece of candy, his brother would easily be fooled into giving it away. His older son never hit his brother. He would just explain things to him, and the little one would always be persuaded. Every time they returned home, the little brother would be teary-eyed, pointing at his older brother, complaining about how he always tricked him out of his candy. Captain Wang felt troubled by his two sons, as they each had their own personalities. One was a chatterbox, and the other was easily tricked and timid. Captain Wang didn't feel overwhelmed. He thought that if he weren't a soldier, he might not be able to handle these two little rascals, especially since both admired him as a soldier. As for the little one's health issues, it had always been a concern for him and his wife. If things continued like this, it was uncertain whether the little one would grow up healthy. Sheng Wanyan reached out to grab Captain Wang's little son's wrist to play with him, but her fingers rested on his pulse. "Auntie, candy." Captain Wang's little son took out some wedding candy that Sheng Wanyan had just given him and shared it with her. "Auntie has candy. You should eat more." Hearing this, Captain Wang's little son nodded, unwrapped a piece of candy, and seeing that she really didn't want it, he put it in his own mouth. Sheng Wanyan patted his head, and together with Tingxiao, they went to the small courtyard, knocking on doors to distribute wedding candy. "Isn't anyone living across from us?" Sheng Wanyan had been in the family compound for a few days and hadn't seen anyone coming in or out of the house across the way. Previously, it was Captain Fong's family living there, but they moved to the apartment building later. Commander Fong is Tingxiao's superior. Since the apartment building was completed, the family has moved in. Sheng Wanyan recently met him and found that Commander Fong has a very serious appearance, looking like someone who only focuses on work. He is a nice person, and over time, everyone likes to ask him for help. However, Sheng Wanyan thinks that if he didn't have some abilities, he wouldn't be able to hold the position of commander. Even though he is a nice guy, a helpful person is always appreciated, no matter the era. Commander Fong's wife is from the city. After joining the military, she works as a teacher in the base's daycare. She dresses in a stylish dress and tends to be a bit proud, especially when chatting with military wives from the countryside, often ignoring them. Sheng Wanyan distributed some candy and got a clearer picture of the military wives' situation in the compound. There are two extremes. The countryside wives envy the city wives' lavishness, while the city wives look down on the countryside wives for being less refined. They also have their own little circles and form cliques. How many rooms are there in the opposite yard? There are also 3 rooms just like ours. Tingxiao didn't know why Sheng Wanyan asked this, but since his wife asked, he answered. Sheng Wanyan nodded, keeping her thoughts to herself. She planned to ask Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu if they would be willing to swap houses and move to the smaller yard after they returned to the base. Living next to relatives is better than living next to strangers, right? If someone else moves in across the way and has better food or things, it could lead to conflicts. It's better to have her brother and sister-in-law nearby so they can support each other if needed. After distributing the candy and returning home, they washed up and lay on the bed. Tingxiao told her how many people would come for dinner tomorrow. Dear, tomorrow we have Commander Fang's family, Deputy Commander Wang's family, Captain Wu's family, Deputy Captain Feng's family, and our class leader Leong, along with comrades Xie and his wife. 11 adults and 10 children. Commander Fang has 3 kids, Deputy Commander Wang has 2, Captain Wu has 4, and Deputy Captain Feng has 1. In this era, having more children is better, especially having more boys. Sheng Wanyan nodded. She initially wanted to invite Pan's parents, but worried that if they came, everyone might feel uncomfortable. She decided to wait until Sheng Wanza and Pan Yu returned to have a meal with just family.
Okay.
Dear, I'll come home early tomorrow to help you. Thank you for your hard work. Sheng Wanyan heard Tingxiao's words and smiled, shaking her head. There was nothing difficult about it. After all, marrying Tingxiao meant she should support him well, as his wife. So, how do you plan to make it up to me? Sheng Wanyan teased him, rolling over to lie on him, looking into his eyes. Tingxiao held her waist to keep her from falling, his expression serious as he thought about how to compensate his wife. Wife, how about I repay you with something else? Sheng Wanyan shot him a glare. That was clearly just for his own enjoyment, not a real compensation for her. You really know how to benefit yourself. Seeing that his wife had uncovered his little scheme, Tingxiao stopped pretending. I only ask for benefits from my wife. Sheng Wanyan pinched his waist in annoyance, but his muscles were so hard that she couldn't even squeeze. Tingxiao watched her every move with a smile. Her frustrated expression was truly adorable. Sheng Wanyan's hand hurt from pinching him, yet he showed no sign of pain.
Wife.
Don't tire yourself out. Tingxiao took her hand and gently massaged her fingers, then kissed her hand. Wife, if you're tired, I'll do the hard work. Before Sheng Wanyan could grasp the meaning of his words, he flipped her over, pinning her down and covering her with a blanket. Don't tickle in the room. Only the soft, playful sounds of the woman and the gentle coaxing of the man remained. A night without dreams. The next day, Sheng Wanyan woke up feeling weak. Remembering the new experiences from last night with Tingxiao, her face instantly turned red. This man really knew how to please. Especially in bed. Such things could become addictive over time. Tingxiao was definitely doing this on purpose, making her indulge in the unique bliss he created. Sheng Wanyan shyly hit her pillow a few times to calm her racing heart before getting up. As she got out of bed, her legs trembled, so she took a cup of spiritual water from her space to drink. After drinking the water, she felt her strength returning. When she reached the living room, she saw a lunchbox on the dining table, likely breakfast that Tingxiao had brought her. She usually woke up naturally and rarely ate breakfast on time, which sometimes worried Tingxiao about her health. So every morning after his workout, he would carry her to eat breakfast before letting her go back to sleep. Unless there are special circumstances. It was already 10:30 a.m. when Sheng Wanyan finished breakfast. For the past few days, Tingxiao had been bringing back meals from the cafeteria. It seemed like her only role as a wife was to sleep in. Sheng Wanyan felt embarrassed thinking about it. Other military wives were already watering their vegetable gardens early in the morning, while she needed Tingxiao to call her for breakfast. She decided she couldn't continue like this and vowed to wake up early starting tomorrow, even earlier than the crowing roosters. She silently promised herself that she didn't want Tingxiao to eat cafeteria food every day. She went straight to the kitchen to knead dough, planning to make noodles for him today. While waiting for the dough to rise, she would water the vegetable garden in the backyard. Looking at the current setup of the backyard, she had to admit it looked like a home now. There was a vegetable garden, a kitchen, and even a chicken coop. Tingxiao had also built a rack for the sink. The sink rack was made of bamboo, with a woven bamboo net on top, making it look clean. It resembled a modern wash station with 2 washing areas, so no one had to compete for space, and the countertop could hold items. Now, she just needed to break some stones to make a wash basin. As for the wastewater drainage, Sheng Wanyan drew a plan for Tingxiao. They would use bamboo for drainage, hollowing out the middle and securing it under the wash basin, filling the gaps with cement. It would lead outside, and there was a gap in the backyard wall where a bamboo pole would fit perfectly. The washing basin would be made of bricks. She had noticed some bricks in the corner of the backyard, which were just right for making a large washing basin. However, she decided to move the washing basin into the kitchen for convenience, as it would be easier to wash and chop vegetables there. She just needed to cut a drainage hole in the bamboo in the kitchen. After Tingxiao returned from delivering wedding candies last night, he helped her set up the washing basin in the kitchen. This way, she could prepare ingredients today without feeling rushed. For lunch, she planned to make tomato and egg noodles. Sheng Wanyan took 3 eggs and 2 tomatoes from the cabinet. She cracked the eggs into a bowl and whisked them with chopsticks. Then, she blanched the tomatoes in hot water to make peeling easier. After removing the skins, she diced the tomatoes and set them aside. The dough was ready, so Sheng Wanyan started to stretch it into wide noodles, placing them aside for later. She began heating the pan to scramble the eggs. Once the eggs were cooked, she set them aside and sautéed the tomatoes until they released their juices, then added the eggs and some sugar. After everything was cooked, she served the noodles, boiling them until they were done, and divided them into 2 portions. One portion was noticeably larger. This was for Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan served the noodles and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and just as she finished, Tingxiao came home, carrying a lunchbox. Seeing the lunchbox made Sheng Wanyan feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Dear, you're up?" Tingxiao was surprised to see she had gotten out of bed and prepared lunch. Was she not tired last night? Was he not trying hard enough? Feeling sorry for him, Sheng Wanyan replied, "I'm up. Lunch is ready." When Tingxiao heard her, he placed the lunchbox down and went to wash his hands in the backyard. Sheng Wanyan opened the lunch he brought from the cafeteria, which contained 3 pancakes and a serving of braised pork. It seemed like he always ensured he had meat in every meal. She mixed the noodles for him, and when Tingxiao returned from washing his hands, he started eating. He was eating quite quickly, and there were dark circles under his eyes, clearly showing he had been exhausted lately. Tingxiao hadn't rested at all in the past few days. He was busy in the backyard whenever he had free time. He had training during the day, no lunch break, and after dinner, he would dive back into work in the backyard. Even a strong body couldn't handle such a schedule. After they finished eating, Sheng Wanyan took on the task of washing the dishes, but Tingxiao quickly stepped in to help. "Dear, I'll wash the dishes. You should rest. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. Go take a nap." Hearing his wife's concern, Tingxiao smiled and rubbed the back of his head, looking quite silly. "Why aren't you following orders?" Sheng Wanyan looked at him seriously, and Tingxiao saluted her. "Yes, dear." He kissed her cheek and then went to rest in their room, falling asleep as soon as he lay down. Does he have a tendency to push himself too hard? He only moves when he's urged. Sheng Wanyan shook her head with a smile, cleaned up the dishes, and tidied the kitchen before heading to the room for a nap. She wasn't feeling sleepy at all, just lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling. Once Tingxiao left, she took seeds to her personal garden. October was the perfect time for planting, and she could harvest them to store for winter. The seeds she was planting were for Napa cabbage, a common vegetable in this era that every household had, and no one would steal it. When she arrived at her garden, she saw many military wives tending to their plots, including Comrade Xia's wife and Captain Wang's wife. "Wanyan, I'll come to your house to help later." Everyone already knows about Tingxiao inviting everyone to dinner, and Commissar Xia's wife eagerly offered to help. Sheng Wanyan couldn't prepare everything alone, so she went to help wash and chop vegetables. "I'll bring the kids over to help later," said Captain Wang's wife. Her children were still young and quite mischievous, so she needed to keep an eye on them. "When someone invites you to dinner, it's only right to help out, right?" Sheng Wanyan smiled and agreed. With help, she could work faster. "Thank you for your help, sisters," she said. Aunt Xia waved her hand, saying it was no trouble at all. Everyone did the same. When someone invited you to dinner, their wives would help out. Food was precious now, and it was important to contribute. "There's no trouble at all. Everyone helps each other out. What kind of vegetables can you grow? Do you know how? Aunt Si asked, worried that she might not have experience since she came from the city. If the plants didn't grow, it would be a problem. Auntie, Tingxiao has taught me. I can grow cabbage, and now is the perfect time to plant it for winter harvest. She couldn't mention that she had grown vegetables before, as the original person had never worked. With so many people around, if it got back to Sheng Wanyan, it would be a problem. So she specifically asked Gu Tingxiao. There weren't many tricks, just regular watering, fertilizing, and pest control. Being careful, she wasn't worried about not being able to grow anything. That's true. It gets really cold here in winter, and the snow can be waist deep. It's hard to even get to the supply store. You need to stock up on food. Otherwise, winter will be tough. If it snows, the purchasing department only goes to the city once every 2 weeks. If necessary, we can ask Captain Gu to have someone from the purchasing department bring some back. We can also trade with the villagers, just keep it low-key. Commissar Xia's wife lowered her voice and looked around, worried someone might overhear. Even though this was something everyone did, it was important to be cautious in the military. Firewood can be picked up at the foot of the mountain. Aunt Si shared some tips about living there, and Sheng Wanyan was very grateful for her kindness. Without someone to guide her, she would have had to figure everything out alone. Thank you, Auntie, I understand. I'm going to the village tomorrow, are you coming? Aunt Si was going to trade for some food with the villagers, as it was important to stock up for winter. Sheng Wanyan planned to explore the area to make it easier for herself to gather supplies later. In this era, the food was very fresh and contained no additives. Unlike the vegetables in big cities today, which lack flavor, the vegetables from this time were full of a fresh aroma. Let's go. Okay, I'll come to get you after lunch tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan nodded and finished planting the seeds before heading home to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Since there would be many people tonight, she needed to make enough main dishes to fill everyone up. Although she had plenty of supplies, she didn't want to be too extravagant. Just a bit better than an average family would be fine. With many children coming for dinner, she needed to prepare some easy-to-eat food. After thinking for a moment, she decided on the menu: steamed fish, braised pork, steamed eggs, stir-fried vegetables, and cucumber salad. She also had 2 wild chickens at home to make soup and serve as sliced chicken. 1 soup for meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes would be enough if she made larger portions. She planned to include some whole grains, making corn cakes and sweet potato cakes. The main dish would be large steamed buns, as soldiers needed hearty meals. Knowing that her flour supply at home wouldn't be enough, she planned to take some from her storage before anyone arrived. For the children's main dish, she would make lean meat porridge since she preferred noodles and rice over buns. This way, she wouldn't have to eat dry buns for dinner. However, Sheng Wanyan faced a challenge. She was afraid to kill the chickens, and Gu Tingxiao was at work. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed a knife and a bowl and went to the chicken coop, blinking as she watched the 2 lively wild chickens. She kept trying to motivate herself, but she still couldn't do it. Knock, knock, knock. Wanyan, open the door. Aunt Si was knocking outside. Hearing her voice brightened Sheng Wanyan's mood. She hurriedly grabbed the knife and opened the door, startling Aunt Si, who saw her with a knife and jumped back in surprise. Oh my goodness! Aunt Si stepped back, looking at her warily. Sheng Wanyan quickly hid the knife behind her. What are you doing with that knife? Annie, I'm going to kill a chicken. Only then did Aunt Si relax, though her earlier expression had looked more like she was facing death than preparing to kill a chicken. But I can't. Aunt Si thought she must have misheard. Sheng Wanyan spoke as if it were obvious, looking at her expectantly. Aunt Si, am I really just a labor? Aunt Si looked at her in disbelief. In this world, who can't handle a chicken? Not to mention chickens. Anything edible can be cleaned up easily. This. Aunt Si was momentarily speechless, words stuck in her throat. She glanced at the kitchen knife in her hand and then at her delicate, fair hand holding it. This hand is really beautiful and clean, unlike theirs, which are rough and dry from hard work. Thinking of such a beautiful hand chopping a chicken made her shiver. I'll do it. Auntie took the knife from her hand and walked inside. This was her first time at Sheng Wanyan's house. In the front yard, there was a woman's bicycle and a clothes rack with clothes hanging to dry. Sheng Wanyan had already put away the base layers, fearing they would be seen and cause embarrassment. But when she reached the chicken coop and saw the backyard, her eyes widened in disbelief. Wanyan, what is this bamboo house? And this is the kitchen. What? Auntie thought she must have misheard. They built a kitchen directly in the backyard? Aunt, let me show you. Auntie nodded and followed her with a knife to take a look. Upon entering the well-organized kitchen, especially seeing the unfamiliar vegetable washing basin, she felt a rush of excitement. This is great. After washing things, you don't even have to carry dirty water to dump it. This is really convenient. Is this your idea? Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Auntie looked at her in disbelief. How could Sheng Wanyan's mind work so well? How did you do this? Auntie was very curious. The most annoying part of housework is washing things. Every time she had to fetch water back and forth, it was exhausting. If you want one, I can have Tingxiao help you make one. But you'll need to break a hole in the wall to drain the water out. Sheng Wanyan shared some knowledge with Auntie, who listened in a daze, not fully understanding. I don't get it. I'll have your uncle come to learn from your husband later. Sheng Wanyan nodded. Men find it easier to learn these tasks. After Auntie toured around, especially seeing their corridor, she felt a wave of emotion. This kind of corridor is actually quite simple. Men could do it with a little thought. But they are just lazy and unwilling to put in the effort. In her family, the men also built a long corridor, but they didn't use bamboo nets to block the sides like this. In the entire compound, only Commander Gu cared this much. Although he seemed cold, he turned out to be a loving husband. After Auntie finished her tour, she returned to the chicken coop to catch a chicken for slaughter. She looked at the basin in front of the coop, puzzled, and asked Sheng Wanyan, "What is this basin for?"
Huh?
Sheng Wanyan looked at her in confusion, thinking it was obvious it was for killing chickens. For killing chickens? Here? Sheng Wanyan nodded, still confused as she looked at Auntie. What other way is there? Auntie glanced at the 2 wild chickens in the coop and then at one chicken's companion before killing it. This Commander Gu's wife is really brave. Wanyan, please don't kill it in front of the other chicken. It could cause public outrage. After all, chickens have feelings too. She wasn't joking. If you kill its companion in front of it, it won't be easy to catch it next time. Sheng Wanyan frowned, seriously considering Auntie's words. Do we really have to consider the chicken's feelings when killing them? Has the world changed this much? Sheng Wanyan didn't understand these things, but the older generation had rich life experiences, so she listened carefully to their advice. "Aunt, I'll remember that." Auntie quickly targeted one of the 2 wild chickens in the coop and swiftly caught one using her experienced hands. She took it to the backyard to process it, and Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but admire her efficiency. Sheng Wanyan went to boil water for plucking the feathers, lighting the stove. The coal needed to burn for a while, so starting it now was just right. Auntie finished processing the wild chicken in no time and even helped Sheng Wanyan with the fish. Sheng Wanyan started making chicken soup, adding herbs to let it simmer slowly. It was 3 o'clock, and simmering for 3 hours would be just about right. She began preparing the vegetables, and Auntie enthusiastically helped her wash them. She was growing to love the washing basin more and more. It was big enough that she didn't have to worry about overflow, which was very convenient. She found it very easy to use. Sheng Wanyan didn't disturb Auntie as she explored this new world and continued cutting meat. Before long, Captain Wang's wife arrived with her 2 sons. As soon as she entered, she rushed to the kitchen to help. But like Auntie, she was amazed and curious about everything new she saw. However, Wang's daughter-in-law did not react as dramatically as Auntie. She maintained her composure. In the end, she simply said, "This is so convenient." Wang's daughter-in-law had a new understanding of Sheng Wanyan. Perhaps even the men could not match her innovative ideas. Wang's 2 sons were also seeing such furniture for the first time. Sitting on her sofa, the soft texture made them feel so comfortable that they almost wanted to roll around. "Mom, The stools at Annie's house are soft and have cotton. Wang's two sons ran to the kitchen, eager to share their new experience with their mother. Cotton. Wang's daughter-in-law had come through the chicken coop to the backyard and hadn't had a chance to look around yet. Yes, Mom. Annie's stools are soft and comfy to sit on. Wang's younger son looked at his mother with excitement, wanting to take her to see. Mom will help Auntie cook first. You two go play. Wang's daughter-in-law was surprised. Her sons never lied, so they must be telling the truth. Sheng Wanyan saw the two little ones pull out two big, white rabbit candies from their pockets and squat down to give them some. Here, have some candy. The two boys couldn't help but swallow as they looked at the candy in her hand, wanting it but feeling shy to ask. They really wanted to eat it. They had had it twice before and found it very sweet. But they dared not reach out for it, only looking at Wang's daughter-in-law. Seeing such precious candy, Wang's daughter-in-law quickly waved her hand in refusal. No, it's too valuable. Take it, it's for the kids. Sheng Wanyan insisted, placing the candy in the boys' hands. The two boys looked at their mother, unsure. Wang's daughter-in-law nodded. Seeing her son's eager expressions made her heart ache. As a mother, she wanted to give her children the best, but her ability was limited. Take it, and thank Aunt Gu. Wang's daughter-in-law nodded, and the two little ones cheered with joy. Thank you, Aunt Gu. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Go play inside. Sheng Wanyan ruffled the boy's hair. The two little ones were well-mannered and polite. Well-behaved children always draw patience from others. The two boys continued to enjoy the soft sofa, while Sheng Wanyan took out two bowls and poured 2 cups of sweet water for Auntie Si and Wang's daughter-in-law. Here, have some water and take a break. Auntie Si was not being coy. She took a sip and was very satisfied. It's very sweet. Mrs. Wang, you should try it. Mrs. Wang also didn't hesitate and took a big sip. Sheng Wanyan had added a lot of sugar. In this era, even a little sweetness was a luxury. You put in too much sugar. Don't do that next time. Mrs. Wang said this because food was precious, and sugar was even more so. Next time, there won't be any. When you come again, I'll just serve you plain water. Sheng Wanyan joked with the two of them, and Auntie Si and Mrs. Wang exchanged amused glances. Oh, then we'll be looking forward to your plain water next time. Auntie Si playfully bantered back, and the joking made the time fly by. After preparing everything, it was already 5 o'clock. Someone knocked on the door, but the kitchen was too busy to hear. In the living room, Wang Ying's older son Pingping and younger son Anan were slowly enjoying their white rabbit candy, reluctant to eat it all at once, licking it in their hands. Brother, someone is knocking. Anan tugged at Pingping, who was too absorbed in the candy to notice. What? Don't pull my shirt. Pingping pulled his shirt away from his brother's grip and looked toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Pingping called out toward the backyard. Mom, Aunt Gu, someone is knocking. The kitchen was bustling, and no one responded to the two little boys, so Pingping had to take his brother to open the door. Pingping was old enough to understand. His father had told him that the family compound was very safe, the safest place in the world, protected by many soldier uncles. So, he was not afraid at all and led his brother to open the door. Outside stood Mrs. Wu, Mrs. Fong, and Mrs. Feng, each with their children. Mrs. Fong, a teacher at the nursery, had just finished work and rushed over with 3 kids. Mrs. Fong had a 2-year-old at home who needed constant supervision, worried about causing trouble. Feeling a bit guilty, she brought 5 eggs with her. Mrs. Wu's 2 sons saw the white rabbit candy in Pingping and Anan's hands, and their eyes lit up. Candy! Candy! Mom, I want candy too. Mrs. Wu's sons clung to her legs, shouting for candy. Mom doesn't have any candy. I'll buy some next time. Pingping and Anan have candy. Mom, you should ask for some. The wife of Commander Wu always fulfills her 2 sons' requests and bends down to ask Pingping and Anan, who gave you the candy? Anan, feeling shy, hides behind her brother, licking the candy slowly while watching them. As the older brother, Pingping answers their questions. Aunt Gu gave it to us. Aunt Gu is no longer here. She gave us the last 2 pieces. Ping Ping is clever, and Commander Wang has invested a lot of thought into raising him. Last night, his father instructed him to say he didn't know anything if anyone asked about Aunt Gu. When visiting others, he shouldn't speak about the host's matters. As for others asking him for food, Ping Ping has his own way of handling it. Usually, when he and his brother have something nice to eat, their father tells them to say it's the last 2 portions. Otherwise, people might think there's plenty of good food at home and take it away from him and his brother. So when someone asks, he just repeats what his father said. This has become a habit for him, almost like a catchphrase. The wife of Commander Wu naturally doesn't believe Ping Ping. With Commander Gu newly married and only 2 people at home, there must be more than just this candy.
Mom.
I don't care. I want candy. Okay, I'll ask Aunt to give you some candy later. Hearing her sons, the wife of Commander Wu couldn't refuse. She would do anything to make them happy. She couldn't believe that Sheng Wanyan would argue with 2 little kids. If she couldn't provide them with candy, it would be embarrassing for her. The wife of Commander Fong stood behind, listening to Wu's words, her eyes filled with disdain. Oh, you want candy? Why don't you ask your mom to buy it for you? Aunt Gu isn't your mom.
What?
Do you want to be Aunt Gu's sons? The wife of Commander Fong glanced at Wu's wife, her expression full of contempt. People from the countryside really have no shame and can't hold their own. Wu's wife felt her face flush with anger, but didn't dare to offend Fong's wife. After all, Commander Fong is her husband's superior. If she upset her, her husband might be furious. Wu's wife could only frown and finally say, "Why is Fong's wife speaking like this in front of the children?" Fong's wife, Su Ho-hot, sneered, "People from the countryside really have no shame." After saying that, she took her 3 children inside, leaving behind a proud figure. The wife of Wu, the squad leader, had a face that changed from black to white with anger, looking at her back filled with hatred. Her gaze was as fierce as if she wanted to harm her. Her 2 sons sensed their mother's anger and, frightened, let go of her legs and stepped back a few paces. The 2 daughters followed behind, too scared to speak, and even more afraid to ask for candy. They were only able to come to Aunt Gu's house for delicious food because their father insisted their mother bring them along. They loved going with their dad to eat at other people's homes because that was the only way they could fill their stomachs. The wife of Deputy Squad Leader Feng, Xiao Hua, stood by, not daring to speak, as she knew that the wife of Commander Fong, Su Ho-hot, was not someone to offend. Her family had connections. It was said that her brother worked in the police department in Ice City and was even a team leader. She could only advise Wu's wife, Sister Zhaodi, "That's just how Fong's wife is. Don't take it to heart." Caught in the middle, she felt stuck, unable to help either side. Both women were wives of her husband's superiors, and she wished she had arrived earlier to avoid the awkwardness. Take it to heart? She relies on being from the city, encouraging my son to call someone else mom. You're really easy to criticize from your position. Be careful. Your husband might be tempted by those city women. After saying this, Wu's wife, Zhang Zhaodi, pulled her 2 sons inside, not even glancing at her. Inside, the sounds of Wu's 2 sons could be heard shouting,
"Mom."
"A bicycle. I want to ride a bicycle and take it home." Okay. Your dad will let you ride it later." Xiao Hua's face darkened upon hearing that last sentence, and her good mood vanished instantly. However, she was already used to Zhang Zhaodi's confrontational behavior, as it happened almost daily in the building. Mom Feng's son clung tightly to his mother's neck, scared and shrinking into her embrace. "Don't be afraid, Godin." Xiao Hua patted her son's back, soothing his emotions. "Be good, your dad will be here soon." Godin was only 2 years old, still struggling with speaking and walking, and he relied heavily on his mother.
"Dad."
"Yes, Dad will be here soon, and he will lift you up high." Roar upon hearing the words "lift high," Feng's son perked up. Xiao Hua continued to comfort her son as she walked inside. Sheng Wanyan heard the noisy sounds outside and knew the guests had arrived. She wiped her hands and brought out a few cups of sweetened water. "Everyone, please take a seat." Sheng Wanyan welcomed them to sit down, and the 3 military wives were amazed by her sofa.
Wow.
They gasped in surprise. What is this? When they sat down, they were shocked to find it was soft. Why is it soft? What's inside? The wife of Commander Fong, Su Ho-hot, gently pressed the sofa cushion, looking astonished. Could it be what she thought it was? I put some cotton inside to make it comfortable to sit on. Everyone, have some water. Sheng Wanyan placed the water on the coffee table while the wives looked around her living room. When they saw her tall dining table next to the shoe rack, they instantly felt that they were not on the same level as Sheng Wanyan, especially the wife of Deputy Commander Fong, who sat on the sofa with her legs stretched out, afraid to sit down too hard. I'm the wife of Commander Gu. You can call me Ho-hot. I'm the wife of Commander Fong. My name is Qiao Hua. Hello, you can just call me Wanyan. As for the wife of Commander Wu, there was no need for an introduction since she had already offended Sheng Wanyan before. Commander Gu's wife. Here are some eggs from her home. I hope you like them. The wife of Deputy Commander Fong handed her a basket of eggs, looking a bit flustered. Sheng Wanyan smiled as she accepted them. Given how precious food is now, it was very generous of the Fong family to offer them. There was no way she would refuse. How could I refuse? We actually need more eggs at home, so this is perfect. I was just thinking of sending my husband to the supply department to buy some. Hearing this, the wife of Deputy Commander Fong sighed in relief. Wanyan, these are wild rabbits my husband caught in the mountains. I brought them for you. The wife of Commander Fong, Su Ho-hot, also brought something, as she wouldn't just come empty-handed. Sheng Wanyan smiled as she accepted the gift. Although the wife of Commander Fong could be a bit proud, she understood social customs very well. It was clear she came from a good family. Come on, let's drink some water. The 3 military wives took a sip of the sweetened water that Sheng Wanyan prepared, which was not too sweet, just like a normal household. However, the wife of Deputy Company Commander Fong caught her attention. As far as she knew, she came from the countryside and had not received an education. Every day, she was overworked at home and, unable to bear it, tried to jump into a river but was saved by Deputy Company Commander Fong, who was visiting home. In this era, a woman's reputation is very important, so she married the Deputy Company Commander from the same village. Although Qiao Hua came from the village, she seemed to have a good understanding of social manners. Su Ho-hot was from the city, which was normal, but Qiao Hua clearly learned these life skills from others over the years. I'll go prepare dinner now. You all make yourselves comfortable. I'll help out. I don't need to look after my 3 kids. The wife of Commander Fong stood up. Her 3 children were not small anymore. Her eldest son was 10, her second daughter was 7, and her youngest son was 5. The eldest son was already responsible and could take care of his younger siblings. As for the second daughter and the youngest son, they grew up together with Ping Ping and were quite mischievous. With friends around, they hardly remembered their mother. Sister-in-law, I also. Please let Hua take care of the kids. Otherwise, they might run off. Before the wife of Deputy Company Commander Fong could finish her sentence, Sheng Wanyan interrupted. Her son was only 2 years old, and without his mother nearby, it was easy for something to go wrong. Plus, Qiao Hua had brought eggs, so she wasn't ungrateful. Okay, don't worry, I will keep an eye on them. Qiao Hua quickly nodded, assuring that she would take good care of the children. Shall we go together, wife of Commander Wu? Su Ho-hot raised an eyebrow, looking at the wife of Commander Wu, Zhang Zhaodi, whose smile gradually faded as she reluctantly stood up. I think I should stay. There are too many kids and I can help look after them. Otherwise, how can Deputy Company Commander Fong manage? After all, just her son is enough to keep her busy. Hearing this, the smile on Qiao Hua's face disappeared. If she didn't want to go, she didn't have to use her son as an excuse. It made it seem like her son was the reason Zhang Zhaodi didn't want to help. I can manage, you go ahead. Qiao Hua, usually meek, surprisingly stood up to Zhang Zhaodi this time. Zhang Zhaodi paused, looking at her in disbelief. Is this really the usually timid Qiao Hua? She actually spoke back when normally she wouldn't dare to say a word in front of her. Is she not afraid that her man will cause trouble for her? Let's go. The wife of Captain Fong rolled her eyes. This person didn't bring anything and still expected help. Who does she think she is? Zhang Zhaodi reluctantly followed, and when she entered the kitchen, she felt a pang of jealousy at the setup.
Ugh.
Life is so good here. It feels like a capitalist's home. Isn't she worried about bringing trouble to Captain Gu? Suddenly, Zhang Zhaodi had a thought, and her eyes lit up. Others ignored her as they busily prepared dinner. Sheng Wanyan used plenty of ingredients, and the seasonings were not measured carefully. Auntie Si watched and felt pained. Why is there so much meat? And is sugar-free? Goodness. This wife of Captain Gu really knows how to cook. While Sheng Wanyan was cooking, Gu Tingxiao returned home with several comrades, carrying bottles of wine. As soon as he entered, he saw a room full of children playing and chasing each other, and he paused.
Dad.
Ping saw his father, Captain Wang, and ran over to jump into his arms.
Get down. Call someone.
Captain Wang frowned at him. With so many people around, what was this child doing? Ping sensed his father's displeasure, but wasn't upset. He scratched his head and began calling out. Uncle Gu, Uncle Fong, Uncle Feng, Uncle Leong, Uncle Si, Uncle Wu, hello. All right. Where are your aunts? Commissioner Si entered and noticed his wife was missing, so he asked. Ping pointed to the backyard. Aunts are in the kitchen. Dad, come see something cool. Ping tried to pull his father to the sofa, wanting him to experience something wonderful. This was his way of showing filial piety. What to see? Go play with your brother.
Oh.
Ping obediently listened to his father. He went to join his brother in the yard to count ants. The 2-year-old son of Deputy Company Commander Feng, Dog Dan, also ran to his dad, calling out happily and hugging his leg. Up high. Deputy Commander Feng didn't need to guess what his son wanted. He picked him up and tossed him in the air a couple of times before letting him play on his own. Gu Tingxiao invited them to sit down and made a pot of tea. His comrades, enjoying the comfort of his sofa, thought to themselves that old Gu really knows how to enjoy life. This feeling of comfort made them want to have one at home too. Especially Commissioner Si, as soon as he sat down, wanted to take the Gu family's sofa home. This kid, after getting married, is enjoying himself. Before, he didn't enjoy anything. Just as intense training was something ordinary people couldn't handle. Where's your wife? Commissioner Si was curious about who managed to win over the cold-faced Gu Tingxiao. He hadn't seen her since he was away from the military district these past few days. She's preparing dinner for you tonight. Hearing this, Commissioner Si felt like kicking him. This guy was being sarcastic, and he couldn't let it go without a response. Stop being sarcastic. Yes, Commissioner. Gu Tingxiao replied expressionlessly, leaving Commissioner Si a bit taken aback by his straightforward attitude. Shut up. Okay. Commissioner Si. So obedient. Sheng Wanyan and a few military wives came in with dishes, and Gu Tingxiao stepped forward to help. Wife, let me do it. Gu Tingxiao took the soup from her hands and placed it on the table. It was too hot, and he didn't want her to get burned. He wanted to help more, but Sheng Wanyan refused. No need, you entertain everyone. The kitchen ladies are here. They might feel uncomfortable if you go. Gu Tingxiao nodded at her words and returned to chat with his comrades. However, his friends were considerate and went home to bring back chairs and tables since there were too many people and they needed more seating. The wives also helped serve the food, and everyone felt a bit shy seeing such a rich spread. Everyone have some soup. Don't be shy. Sheng Wanyan served everyone a bowl of soup, and the comrades quickly stood up to help themselves. Sister-in-law, we can do it ourselves. Yes, sister-in-law, we can manage. Seeing them being so polite, Sheng Wanyan let them serve themselves. However, she filled a bowl in front of Gu Tingxiao, who gently picked it up and blew on it to cool it down. You all help yourselves. I won't interfere. Hearing Sheng Wanyan's words, the comrades nodded quickly, happy to be left alone. They were just a bunch of rough guys who were content with food and drink. This soup is really strong. You're really lucky. Commissioner Si let out a satisfied ah, and finished his bowl of soup. Indeed, this soup is very flavorful. It simmered for over 3 hours. Thank you, Auntie. This delicious chicken soup is partly thanks to you. You helped me with the chicken. I couldn't have done it without your help, or else we wouldn't have enough for everyone. Sheng Wanyan forgot to buy soda, so she raised her cup of soup to toast Auntie Si. Don't mention it. Auntie Si waved her hand and drank the soup in one go. It's just a small favor. Besides, you made such a nice meal with the sweet soup and meat. I was worried I didn't bring enough. What? You can't even kill a chicken? Wu Lianchang's wife, Zhang Zhaodi, looked at her in disbelief. Sheng Wanyan didn't feel embarrassed. She simply couldn't do it and didn't plan to learn. Yeah, she replied with a smile. Although she didn't particularly like Zhang Zhaodi, she felt she had to act polite with so many people around. Oh my, if you can't even kill a chicken, how will team leader Gu ever get enough to eat? In other families, when they marry, the wife helps out. But team leader Gu's wife seems to be treated like royalty. Everyone frowned at Zhang Zhaodi's comments. They found it hard to believe that Sheng Wanyan couldn't kill a chicken, but since team leader Gu hadn't said anything, it wasn't her place to criticize another man's wife. Be quiet, Wu Lianchang warned her, with a stern look. Seeing his expression, Zhang Zhaodi quickly fell silent. Wu Lianchang glanced at Tingxiao and noticed his serious face, making him feel uneasy. His wife was just speaking out of turn, but Tingxiao could easily put him through a tough time. Wife, have a chicken leg. From now on, any chores you don't want to do at home, just leave them to me. Tingxiao made his stance clear. His comrades were surprised and felt that he had changed since getting married. He seemed softer now, unlike his previous stern and cold demeanor. However, this softness seemed to be directed only at his wife. Sheng Wanyan held a very high place in Tingxiao's heart, even more than they had imagined. Sister-in-law, my wife sometimes speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart, Wu Lianchang apologized to Sheng Wanyan. She smiled, seemingly unfazed by the earlier comments. It's fine. I won't argue with someone who doesn't think. Wu, the squad leader, seemed to imply that his wife was quite foolish. However, there was some truth to his words. Deputy Xie glanced deeply at Sheng Wanyan. Tingxiao's wife was not as easy to handle as one might think. Those military wives who tried to use their seniority to intimidate her would likely end up causing trouble for themselves. Tingxiao was capable and had many people watching him, so the lady of the house needed to be calm under pressure. Come on, fill up your glasses. Let's toast to everything being fine. Deputy Xie, being eloquent, lightened the mood, and as soon as the drinks were on the table, the rough men became lively. Everyone raised their glasses for a toast, and even if Zhang Zhaodi was unhappy about being criticized, she had to pretend to keep a smile on her face. Here, try the braised pork I made. Su Hohat proudly said to her husband, adding a piece of meat to his plate. I washed the vegetables, so you should eat more, she said, lifting her chin and looking at Commander Fong. Commander Fong quickly nodded and stuffed the meat into his mouth. Wife, your knife skills are really good. Well, it's just okay.
Dad.
Fong, the deputy squad leader's son, was drooling over the egg custard, and Sheng Wanyan scooped a big piece for him. Dog Dan, eat this egg custard. It's made from the eggs your mom brought. It's delicious. Sheng Wanyan teased him, and Dogdan's eyes lit up at the sight of the egg in his bowl. Annie, it's good. Dogdan, with his round face, seemed particularly clever. Hearing his sweet voice made Sheng Wanyan's heart soften. A quiet child was quite adorable. Wang, the camp commander's younger son, usually didn't like to eat, but today he was eating very well. Sheng Wanyan had checked his pulse last time and found that he had some stomach issues, but nothing serious. His stomach was weak, and he couldn't eat coarse grains. They would make him uncomfortable. She needed to feed him fine grains to help his stomach recover, but she wasn't sure how to tell the camp commander's wife, Yang Wanshu. After all, she was just another military wife from the same compound, and even doctors couldn't identify the problem. It felt risky for someone without experience in this area to assert a diagnosis. She might be laughed at. If people believed her, that was fine, but those who didn't might think she was just trying to draw attention to herself. Mom, I want more porridge. Enan held up his empty bowl in front of Yang Wanshu, who blinked in surprise, unable to believe what she was seeing. Feeling a bit excited, she stood up to take the bowl he offered. Okay, I'll serve you some porridge. Enan has a good appetite today. Captain Wang also noticed that his little son was eating well today, already on his second bowl of porridge. Usually, he can barely finish half a bowl before feeling sick. Enan, is it tasty? Yes, the porridge is soft. Yang Wanshu placed the porridge in front of Enan, and he picked up a spoon to eat. Hearing his son's words, Captain Wang looked at the porridge in his bowl. He thought of something and looked at him with excitement. And isn't the porridge at home soft? Enan shook his head, saying that the porridge at home hurts his throat and makes his stomach ache. It's not soft, it's soft at Auntie's house. Captain Wang finally confirmed his suspicion. When Enan first started eating solid food, he was fine. But later, he began to throw up everything he ate. This little guy is quite delicate. Enan, can you only eat fine grains? Yang Wanshu, not being foolish, understood her husband's question to their son. This can't be true. Eating fine grains at every meal? Even Su Ho-hot, who came from a good family, found it hard to imagine eating fine grains every meal. In this era, what kind of family could afford to eat fine grains every day? Captain Wang worked hard to support his family, sending money home every month while taking care of his wife and 2 sons. How could they afford that? Seeing the couple's reaction, Sheng Wanyan quickly added, I heard about a family in Rongqing whose child had a situation like Anan's. Really? What happened later? Yang Wanshu looked at her anxiously. If her little son really needed to eat fine grains every meal, she would accept it. They could save a little at home. After all, her 2 sons shouldn't suffer. I heard it was a spleen and stomach issue, but after eating fine grains for a year or so, it can be fixed and they can eat normally. Really? That's what everyone says. Sheng Wanyan gave a vague answer, and Yang Wanshu felt a sense of direction. Regardless of the truth, at least there was a path forward. Looking at her little son happily eating beside her, Yang Wanshu's expression grew determined, her gentle face filled with a mother's resilience. Everyone enjoyed the meal, not realizing how long it had been since they had eaten so heartily. Several bottles of wine that were brought over have all been finished, and the dishes are all empty. Tingxiao's ears are red, and his cheeks are slightly flushed. It's hard to tell if he is drunk. After the meal, everyone is chatting in the living room. Sheng Wanyan and a few military wives are cleaning up. They wash what needs to be washed and tidy up the area. When it's time to leave, Sheng Wanyan gives each child 5 candies. Wu Lianzhang's 2 sons see that the candies are not the white rabbit milk candies and immediately start shouting for them. I want the white one, not this. I want the one that is safe to eat. After saying this, they throw the candies they have on the ground and pull Zhang Zhaodi's hand, asking her to get them more. Zhang Zhaodi quickly picks up the candies from the ground, comforting her 2 sons. Auntie doesn't have any more. The last ones were given to me and my brother. Pingping quickly runs out to say those were the last 2, and firmly refuses to let them ask Auntie Gu for more candies.
Ah.
Mrs. Gu, your kids are making quite a fuss. Zhang Zhaodi rubs her hands together, smiling at Sheng Wanyan. Sheng Wanyan smiles back and opens her hands. There are no more white rabbit milk candies. Didn't Pingping say so? Zhang Zhaodi didn't expect Sheng Wanyan to refuse directly in front of so many people and is momentarily speechless. I don't care. Mom, you promised me to ask Annie for some. Auntie only gives to Pingping and Anan. She won't give us any. Wu Lianzhang's 2 sons sit on the ground and start crying, throwing a tantrum. Oh dear, my sweet boys, Auntie won't give you any. Don't cry, Auntie is mean. Zhang Zhaodi quickly squats down to comfort her sons, and Sheng Wanyan can't help but laugh at her words. Mean Auntie, mean Auntie. Wu Lianzhang's 2 sons point at her, crying and shouting mean Auntie. Sheng Wanyan can't stand being wronged, whether by adults or children. They ate her food and are now complaining. It's too much. Your mother doesn't even buy you candies. She's really mean. Sheng Wanyan raises her voice, and Wu Lianzhang's 2 sons look at her in confusion. Is this how a mother should act? When her sons cry for candies, she doesn't give them any. Hearing her words, Wu Lianzhong's two sons turned to look at their mother. Zhang Zhaodi sees the expressions on her sons' faces and instantly feels uneasy.
What are you talking about?
As soon as Zhang Zhaodi finishes speaking, her sons chime in. Mom is mean.
Mean mom.
Sheng Wanyan stifles a laugh, looking at the three of them on the ground. Gu Tingxiao stood nearby, watching the little girl trying to hold back her laughter, his eyes filled with affection. Others were surprised by Sheng Wanyan's straightforwardness, showing no leniency towards Wu's daughter-in-law. Everyone's expressions were like a palette, a mix of different emotions. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Go home. Wu shouted angrily at the mother and her two children on the ground, his heart trembling with rage. Every day, he was consumed by useless thoughts. How did he ever decide to marry this woman? Now, his two sons had become so petty. They couldn't learn anything good and only picked up the bad habits from their mother. After finishing his words, Wu stormed off, with his two daughters following him. Wu's daughter-in-law quickly got up with her son and hurried after him. Sheng Wanyan raised an eyebrow as she watched the family leave, and everyone else gained a new understanding of Wu's daughter-in-law's thick skin. With such a daughter-in-law, Wu's future looked bleak. Sister-in-law, we're leaving now. Sister-in-law, Commander, we're heading back too. Everyone said their goodbyes and went home to rest. Sheng Wanyan and Gu Tingxiao saw them off before returning to their room to shower and relax. I'm sorry for putting you through this, my dear. Gu Tingxiao hugged her, burying his head in her neck, smelling of alcohol. What have I been wronged about? It's not me who is looked down upon. Sheng Wanyan truly didn't feel wronged. Conflicts were inevitable, and after tonight, Zhang Zhaodi's reputation in the family compound would likely suffer. She needed to behave herself for a while and avoid causing trouble. My dear, you don't have to worry about me. If someone bullies you, don't hold back. Hearing this made Sheng Wanyan feel touched. It's rare to find a man who speaks like this, especially in this era. Even in later times, many men expect their wives to endure for the sake of their pride. Regardless of wealth, they all care about appearances. How could she not cherish Gu Tingxiao, a man willing to lower his pride for her? You said it, so I won't hold back anymore. Sheng Wanyan played with his abs. Gu Tingxiao, though a bit tipsy, nodded firmly.
My dear.
Don't hold back. Don't suffer in silence. Noticing that Gu Tingxiao's tone was different from usual, Sheng Wanyan sighed and went to make him some hangover soup. Wife, it's time to sleep. I'll make you some hangover soup. No need, just sleep. Gu Tingxiao held her tightly. Sheng Wanyan wanted to get up but couldn't, so she resigned herself to being held in his arms. Gu Tingxiao fell asleep holding her, and after a busy day, Sheng Wanyan was also very tired and soon drifted off. After hosting a few of Gu Tingxiao's comrades, Sheng Wanyan officially settled into the routine of being a military wife. Every day, she either watered the vegetable garden, cleaned the house, or cooked 3 meals while waiting for Gu Tingxiao to come home. Wanyan, let's go to the village to trade for supplies. Aunt Si knocked on her gate early in the morning. Today was the day for military wives to trade supplies with the villagers. They usually went once a month, typically in the first few days of the month. Sheng Wanyan carried a large basket and followed her out. Riding a bicycle was the best way to trade supplies, as they could carry more back. Auntie, hop on and you can guide me. Sheng Wanyan pushed her bicycle out, swung her leg over, and called to Aunt Si. Okay. Aunt Si climbed on, holding onto the back of her shirt while directing her to the village. Wanyan, this is the Ice City Farmers Commune. Keep going down, the village is 5 kilometers away. There are 2 villages here, the first team and the second team. The villages are close together, but this area is remote with not many people. Combined, there are fewer than 300 households. Aunt Si explained the local situation. Sheng Wanyan observed that this commune was similar to the one in Rongqing, but with far fewer people and a poorer living environment. They were heading to the first team of farmers, where the farmers were busy working in the fields. Their trading was not a loud affair. They had to knock quietly on doors. After all, they couldn't guarantee that no one would report them, so they had to be discreet and choose times when everyone was working. At the beginning of each month, each household would leave an adult at home to wait for the military wives. Aunt Si led her to knock on a door, and soon a thin elderly man came out after opening it. Auntie, I'm here to trade for supplies. What do you have to exchange? The old man recognized Aunt Si and invited them in to talk, while Sheng Wanyan followed behind, pushing her bicycle inside. Right now, there isn't much available. The harvest is poor, just some corn, potatoes, and vegetables. If you want any, feel free to take some. Farmers mostly have these grains. Finer grains are out of the question. If you want finer grains, you need to come at the end of the year. At that time, villagers exchange their hard-earned work points for food. For farmers, work points are very important. Some villagers who urgently need money or other supplies will trade their finer grains. Auntie, how much corn and potatoes do you have? Aunt Si wasn't expecting to trade for finer grains. She was only focused on coarse grains. After all, they need to stock up for winter. Not every family can afford to eat finer grains every day. In this era, finer grains are not easily given away unless absolutely necessary. I have 30 jin of corn, 20 jin of potatoes, and some vegetables like cucumbers, cabbage, and eggplants. What do you need, Wanyan? Aunt Si asked what Sheng Wanyan wanted. After thinking, Wanyan requested 10 jin of corn and 5 jin of potatoes, taking a little of each vegetable. They had almost used up their food at home, and if they didn't buy something, it might raise suspicion. Is that all? Annie, there are only 2 of us at home. It won't be enough, and in a couple of days, we'll have to ride our bike to the city to buy more. Sheng Wanyan gave her a look, indicating they couldn't rely on just one family for supplies. Aunt Si understood immediately and packed up the remaining corn and potatoes for her. With a big family, the more food, the better. That'll be 70 cents altogether. The farmer's wife pointed to Wanyan's items, and Wanyan took out 70 cents from her cloth bag to pay her. Aunt Si's prices were a bit high, totaling almost 2 yuan. Aunt Si placed the items in her basket and then went to trade with others. Along the way, Wanyan managed to get 20 jin of corn, 10 jin of potatoes, and 10 jin of vegetables. She didn't really like potatoes. She found them hard to swallow unless they were fries, chips, or mashed. Aunt Si rarely came by, so she traded for a lot, taking whatever looked good, wanting to fill her cellar. After all, with sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, she had to be prepared. Having food at home brings peace of mind. Wanyan, give me your basket. I'll carry it. It was inconvenient for Wanyan to ride her bike with the basket, so Aunt Si carried her own while holding Wanyan's on the back seat. Sheng Wanyan was carrying over 200 pounds of heavy items. Her strength was impressive, but the road conditions were tough, and she was not prepared for that. She had already ridden for over half an hour on the way there, and the return trip would be bumpy. There was nothing she could do to change the rough roads. Grinding her teeth, Sheng Wanyan loaded Aunt Si and the supplies back home. When she arrived, everyone was slumped on the sofa, exhausted. Tingxiao came back and saw his wife lying on the sofa, looking weak and tired. He was startled and rushed over. Wife, what's wrong? I'm so tired. I never want to go to the village again. The road is too difficult. Sheng Wanyan pouted and turned to look at him, her eyes filled with fear of the bumpy road. She felt that being tormented by Tingxiao at night was nothing compared to how exhausting the road was. If the road were smooth, she could carry not just 200 pounds but even Aunt Si without a problem. Okay, we won't go anymore. If we need anything at home, I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Wife, you rest for a bit. I'll get you a glass of water. Tingxiao tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear and got up to pour her a glass of warm water. Sheng Wanyan drank several sips and finished the enamel cup, clearly very thirsty. Wife, you relax while I cook dinner. Sheng Wanyan nodded. She wasn't the type to push herself. When she was tired, she rested. Her health was important. She wouldn't be like other wives who, no matter how tired they were, felt the need to take care of their husbands. Women are naturally the more vulnerable group. Why should they be mistreated by men? She truly believed that many men in this era had significant issues with their mindset and were very patriarchal, thinking that wives were only there to take care of them and bear their burdens. Some men, lacking ability, still cared too much about appearances. This was completely opposite to the values she had grown up with. Fortunately, Tingxiao was not like that. Although he could be patriarchal, he respected her. Otherwise, she would be single for life. Tingxiao thought. I almost lost my wife. He could cook, but making a dish that looked and tasted great was unlikely. However, he could manage simple home-cooked meals that were at least edible.
Tingxiao.
While eating, Sheng Wanyan suddenly called out to him, needing to ask a question. Can the mailman deliver items to the military district? She didn't want to go to the city every time to get paid for the books, she translated. Normally, a mailman would deliver the payments. In Rome City, it was convenient for her to commute, but here it wasn't, unless she went to the city for shopping. But in winter, with so much snow, she didn't want to go out in the cold. There is a way, but the military has rules. The mailman can't come in. You have to pick it up at the gate. The mailman delivers to the military district every Monday and leaves everything at the guard post at the entrance. When Sheng Wanyan heard this, she nodded. This made things much easier for her and less complicated. Honey, you can send the books and payment to the guard post. No one can take them from there. Tingxiao understood his wife's concern. She was worried that the payment and materials would be taken by someone else. Such mistakes are not allowed in the military. Only she or a family member can pick them up, and the guards will only give them to them. All right, then from now on, just send it directly to the military. Tomorrow, I will go to the city to buy some food for the winter and store it in the cellar. Sheng Wanyan planned to go out often in the coming months to gather supplies and fill the cellar. Honey, when I have time off, I'll go with you. For now, he could only let her handle things on her own, and Sheng Wanyan nodded, appreciating his thoughtfulness. After dinner, Sheng Wanyan washed the dishes while Tingxiao worked on making a hole in a large stone for the sink installation. Tingxiao was strong and finished in about half an hour. After setting up the sink, he began building a small pavilion. The pavilion was against the wall of the house, and he needed to surround it with bamboo to keep it dry when it rained. Tingxiao worked all night, sweating profusely, with his forehead soaked. Sheng Wanyan planned to make some mung bean soup for him to cool down after his daily training and work in the heat. It was impressive that he didn't get heat stroke, considering how hard he worked. After finishing, Tingxiao went to the well and poured a bucket of cool water over himself. Sheng Wanyan shook her head at the sight. He really wasn't afraid of catching a cold, pouring cold water over himself like that. Unlike her, who needed to take hot showers no matter how hot it was outside. Sheng Wanyan went to the room and got his shorts, placing them on a clean stone by the well. Tingxiao wiped his face and looked at her busying herself for him, admiring her graceful figure, which sparked a feeling in his heart. She quickly poured 2 buckets of cold water over her head and finally let out a big sigh of relief. After Tingxiao finished washing up, he helped her bring hot water into the room for a bath. Sheng Wanyan thought about the things they still needed at home. Some items were large and would require Tingxiao to find a way to bring them back. We need 2 large water tanks next to the kitchen and the washstand, and we also need some jars for pickling vegetables for winter. Wife, I'll get them for you. His position gave him the power to handle such tasks easily. He could simply ask his friends in the procurement department to help buy and bring them back.
Okay.
Sheng Wanyan thought about the 2 empty rooms in the house and felt unsure about how to use them. The room near the backyard was turned into a tool room by Tingxiao, where he stored some sickles and axes. She suddenly remembered she needed to collect firewood at the foot of the mountain. It would be a good place to store firewood. Otherwise, it would get wet in the snow outside during winter. The other room could be used as a guest room or for a future child. With 3 years until the college entrance exams resumed, she planned to have a child before returning to school. After all, it would be inconvenient to study while heavily pregnant. Since she was still young, recovering from childbirth would be easier. Although she had spiritual water that could help her recover as if she had never given birth, she still felt some fear about the whole process. The physical toll of childbirth on women is significant. When the time came, she would buy a small courtyard in Kyoto, and she would definitely want to keep her child close while studying, perhaps hiring someone to help care for the child. As for who to hire, She would decide based on the situation later. She would take things as they come. The next day, Sheng Wanyan woke up, had breakfast, and set off to the city with a basket on her back, riding her bicycle. She had a reason for going to the city, but the real reason was to take things out of her space. After riding for a while and seeing no one around, she quickly entered her space. She couldn't take too many items back at once, so she first grabbed 20 eggs, 10 pounds of meat, a pig's trotter, and some of her favorite vegetables, especially the cabbage and radishes, which she planned to use for pickling. She wanted to make a jar of pickled cabbage like they do in northeast China. She also needed to pickle spicy radishes and cabbage, which is great for making pickles. She loved sour and spicy food, and Tingxiao also enjoyed strong flavors. If it weren't for the restrictions, she would have wanted to take out some snail noodles to eat. Just thinking about the snail noodles made her crave them, so she immediately cooked a pack to enjoy. She picked more than 10 strawberries and cherries, washed them, and started eating. After feeling full and satisfied, she burped and continued to organize the supplies she needed to take out. She had to turn the meat into smoked meat so it could last longer, and she could take 2 apples to share with Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan found the formula for a hemostatic medicine she had developed while studying abroad in the future. She planned to make some for Tingxiao, so he would have an extra chance of survival during his missions. She had the herbs in her space, and the ingredients for the formula were quite common. If Tingxiao asked, she would say she learned from an old Chinese medicine practitioner during high school. No one knew about her past, not even her parents or those who had lived with her since childhood. They couldn't always know what she studied after school. Thanks to the original owner living in this era, as a girl, she had the opportunity to go to school, which made things easier for her. Sheng Wanyan quickly prepared the medicine. It was her specialty from her previous life. Even the scholars from Harvard's pharmaceutical department praised her as a medical genius. Her initial dream was to become a life-saving surgeon, but she later gave up that dream to support the entire Sheng family business. In her past life, she lived for the century-old honor of the Sheng family, but in this life, she wanted to live for herself. She didn't want to be trapped by her past. She wanted to let go of everything and make new choices. This time, it was all about her own life. She was determined not to let the past hold her back. Sheng Wanyan made up her mind and prepared to take the food home before leaving her space. She knew returning so early would raise suspicions, so she planned to check out the recycling station in the city. Riding her bicycle towards the city, she found an elderly man guarding the station. "Sir, I need to go in to find some scrap paper for kindling." She offered him 3 candies, and he glanced at them before putting them in his pocket. He waved his hand and said, "Just don't take what you shouldn't." "Okay, sir." Sheng Wanyan entered the station, where she saw another elderly man looking for scrap paper, but he didn't seem like someone who needed it for kindling. Noticing this, she remained silent and squatted down to search in another corner. There were many clever people in this era, especially among the older generation who had experienced hardships and understood the current situation well. Moreover, now in 1974, the atmosphere is noticeably more relaxed than last year. Those in high positions have sensed a different meaning. In prosperous times, antiques are valuable. In chaotic times, gold is king. Now is the age of gold, but in 10 years, that may not be the case. However, she has a whole treasure from the Sheng family in her space, so there's no need to be greedy. Being overly greedy might lead to trouble one day. With such valuable items, one must not be too greedy.
Sigh.
The old man rummaging through the scrap paper sighed, filled with regret. What a pity, what a pity. Sheng Wanyan raised an eyebrow upon hearing him. This old man was being too obvious. There were others around, and he still dared to say things that could raise suspicion. At least she was family. If it were someone else, they might have reported him. Sheng Wanyan searched through some old newspapers, but found nothing of real value. Anything that was valuable had already turned to junk and lost its worth. Returning empty-handed, she left the recycling station, while the old man remained inside, unwilling to leave. She was not surprised by her lack of success. There wasn't much time left before the 10 years were up. Everyone is not foolish. Good things have long been taken by others. Those in power are even more aware of future trends. They would never let items that could become treasures slip away. They would certainly keep them for themselves, and Sheng Wanyan had already guessed this. Checking her watch, it was already noon. She headed straight to the state-run restaurant for lunch. Tingxiao knew she was out today and would handle lunch in the cafeteria himself. After lunch, Sheng Wanyan slowly rode her bicycle home, which took a total of 6 hours round trip. Returning now was just in time to prepare dinner. As she neared the army base, she took out some items from her space. She also brought out 2 processed wild rabbits to cook for dinner. By the time she got home, it was already 4:30. After putting everything away, she added some rice to the rice jar while Tingxiao was still out. She didn't dare add too much, just a little at a time so Tingxiao wouldn't notice. After all, the kitchen was her domain. Sheng Wanyan chopped the rabbit meat and took out dried chili, ginger, and cooking wine from the cupboard. She also got some green onions. The meat needed to be blanched first, adding cooking wine, ginger, and green onions to remove the smell. For the main dish, she planned to make flatbreads. Having one meat dish was already good enough. After all, eating fine grains every day would surely raise Tingxiao's suspicions. "Wife, I'm back." As Tingxiao entered the door, he immediately looked for her, holding a small puppy in his arms. "What is this?" Sheng Wanyan wiped her hands on her apron and walked over to look at the little white puppy. "This is a puppy that was just born from a military dog. How did you bring it back? Is that allowed?" Sheng Wanyan played with the puppy, which whimpered and snuggled closer to Tingxiao. "Yes, it's allowed. This year, there are many puppies born in the military. I was worried you would be bored at home alone, so I arranged to bring one back." "Really? So it's ours now?" Tingxiao nodded, worried that his wife might not like it when he brought it home. Seeing her so happy confirmed that he made the right decision. When he goes on missions, he worries about her being alone at home. Even though they live in a family compound, there might be some people who could cause trouble for her, just in case they needed a guard at home. "That's great. Let me hold it." Tingxiao handed the puppy to her, and Sheng Wanyan carefully cradled the tiny creature, afraid to hold it too tightly. "Whimper." Sheng Wanyan looked down at the puppy in her arms. It was a Labrador. They are perfect for families, great companions, and also suitable as service dogs. "What is its name?" At that moment, Sheng Wanyan was filled with maternal love, her demeanor softening as she stroked the puppy's fur. Tingxiao had never seen her like this and stared at her in awe. "Tingxiao, I'm asking you a question." Tingxiao snapped back to reality and glanced at the puppy in her arms. "Wife, it was just born not long ago. You can name it." Sheng Wanyan's eyes lit up. Since it didn't have a name, she felt free to choose one. "Let's call it Maudo." With all its fur, she initially thought of naming it Mao, but since it's a male puppy, Maudo sounded better. "Okay, as long as you like it." Sheng Wanyan placed Maudo on the ground, and it immediately began to explore the yard. "We should fence in our vegetable garden. Otherwise, when it grows up, it might dig around." "Sure." "We need to set up a dog bed in the corner of the living room." Sheng Wanyan didn't want the puppy to stay outside. If it rained at night or there was a disaster, it would be a waste of life. Plus, the winter weather here is not suitable for being outside. "Okay." Tingxiao looked at her with a smile, and Sheng Wanyan's attention was instantly drawn to the edamame. "Wife." Sheng Wanyan ignored him and squatted in the yard to play with the edamame, comforting it as it missed its dog mom. "Wife." "Ah?" "The food is in the kitchen. You go eat first." After saying that, she didn't give him another glance, acting as if she didn't need her husband now that she had a dog. Tingxiao. He pinched his brow and directly picked her up from the ground. "Wow. What are you doing? Put me down." Tingxiao. Sheng Wanyan looked around and sighed in relief when she confirmed the yard door was closed. If someone saw them, it would be embarrassing. Tingxiao carried her into the house and set her down on a dining chair, with the edamame happily following them inside. "I'll go get the dishes. Just sit and wait for dinner." Sheng Wanyan watched him leave with an uneasy expression, but her eyes lit up. She turned her head and called out to his back, "Tingxiao, you're actually jealous of a dog." Hearing her words, Gu Tingxiao's steps became hurried as he quickly left the living room for the kitchen. Sheng Wanyan silently smiled, her lips curving up.
See?
I still have the upper hand. Silly guy. During dinner, Sheng Wanyan intentionally teased Gu Tingxiao with some playful remarks, making his ears turn red. Wife, have more meat. You'll get hungry later. Gu Tingxiao picked up a rabbit leg for her, and she looked at him in confusion before starting to eat. The edamame was still a young puppy and could only eat soft food. Gu Tingxiao saved a pancake, soaked it in hot water, tore it into small pieces, and placed it in a bowl on the floor. This bowl was usually for meals, just the right size for noodles. Now, it became the puppy's special dish. Gu Tingxiao washed the bowl, prepared bathwater for Sheng Wanyan, and then went to finish setting up the gazebo. While building the gazebo, he also made a cozy bed for the edamame with wooden boards, ensuring it was spacious enough for the puppy to grow. He even added a layer of straw inside. Although he was jealous of the dog, he was very responsible. After her bath, Sheng Wanyan sat at her desk to translate, as she hadn't done any translation work in the past few days. The books she brought back last time were still on the desk in her room, as she needed Gu Tingxiao to see the actual items. Gu Tingxiao built the pavilion and came in to get his pajamas. He saw his wife sitting at the desk, working hard. He noticed the room's lighting wasn't suitable for her to translate. It wasn't good for her eyes. However, the northern regions still didn't have electricity, only oil lamps and candles. Although Kyoto had electricity, families preferred to use oil lamps or candles to save money. Sheng Wanyan kept her head down, feeling some discomfort in her neck, and turned it a bit. Wife, write tomorrow during the day, he said. It's not good for your eyes. Gu Tingxiao walked behind her and gently massaged her sore neck. Okay. Sheng Wanyan put down her pen, organized her things, and closed her eyes to enjoy his massage. Gu Tingxiao had good skills. After all, he often got hurt during missions and knew basic care. All right, you should go take a shower. My neck doesn't hurt anymore. Sheng Wanyan opened her eyes and patted his large hand resting on her shoulder. Wife, you should rest first. Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Gu Tingxiao quickly grabbed his pajamas to take a shower. Sheng Wanyan went to brush her teeth. When she was in Kyoto, she specially bought 10 toothbrushes from a store to bring with her. Although the supply store had some, they were too hard for her. She wasn't used to them. Plus, she had a lot of toothbrushes in her space, so she could just take one whenever she needed. Gu Tingxiao didn't know what was in her dowry box, and even if he took some things from her space, he wouldn't notice. When Gu Tingxiao finished his shower and returned, she finally understood what he meant by eat well, or you'll be hungry at night. It felt like a well-planned scheme, with Gu Tingxiao carefully setting things up. The next day, when Sheng Wanyan woke up, it was already 10 o'clock. Her vows had been useless. She had promised to wake up earlier than the roosters crow, but she never said that. Sheng Wanyan lay in bed, unwilling to get up, until Gu Tingxiao came back at noon and helped her up from the bed. Wife, my older brother and sister-in-law have returned. Really? Sheng Wanyan instantly felt energized. She had been waiting so long for her brother and sister-in-law to come back. Yes, I just received a telegram. I'll go pick them up soon. And Grandma is coming too. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan quickly got up from the bed, her spirit completely lifted. Is that true? You're not joking, are you? Really, wife, I never lied to you. Sheng Wanyan thought about it and still found it hard to believe. Why would her grandmother suddenly want to join the army? Unless Sheng Wanyan suddenly had a bright idea, filled with excitement. She was going to be an aunt. It must be true. Otherwise, her grandparents wouldn't have traveled so far to come. I'll go pick them up. Sheng Wanyan angrily went to have lunch, eager to head to the station immediately. Dear, please prepare some food for your grandparents and brother-in-law and sister-in-law. I'll go pick them up. After hearing this, Sheng Wanyan nodded. She needed to prepare food to properly take care of them, especially since her grandparents had traveled a long way and might not handle the journey well. Here are the keys to your brother-in-law's house. Please tidy up the beds. Uncle Pan and Aunt Pan are coming over for dinner tonight. Originally, the keys to Sheng Wanja's house were with Aunt Pan, but since it was a weekday, Uncle Pan wouldn't have time. Aunt Pan, being the head nurse at the military hospital, was also too busy to help. So, they had to ask Sheng Wanyan, the little sister-in-law, to clean up. Uncle Pan brought the keys home to Tingxiao, who passed them to Sheng Wanyan. Okay, you hurry. Sheng Wanyan took the keys and, after he left, went to make the beds in 2 rooms of Sheng Wanya's house. She had never been to Sheng Wanya's home before. It was about 50 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The biggest issue was cooking. Luckily, there was a small balcony where they had set up a coal stove for cooking. Everyone prepared meals in the hallway, but it was awkward since everyone could see what others were eating. If someone had something nice, others would comment enviously. Aunt Pan couldn't stand it, so she put a table on the balcony and used it to cook. After making the beds, Sheng Wanyan left without looking around too much. After all, it wasn't her home, and Aunt Pan was the hostess. Back at her own home, she started preparing dinner. With many people coming, and her grandparents having traveled a long way, plus Aunt Pan being pregnant, it was better to keep the food light. Sheng Wanyan thought it would be best to make some porridge to settle their stomachs before having heavier dishes. Looking at the vegetables at home, she decided to make vegetable and lean meat porridge, which was nutritious and healthy. However, with 3 soldiers eating, 1 pot of porridge wouldn't be enough. After thinking for a moment, she began to knead dough to make steamed buns. Sheng Wanyan didn't like plain buns, so she took out a blender from her storage, added pork and onions, and blended them into a meat paste. Add some pepper, shape it into a patty, and fry it in the pan until cooked. This becomes a meat patty, which you can put inside a steamed bun, along with 2 pieces of lettuce and 2 slices of tomato. It's like a hamburger, but this is a Chinese version. Sheng Wanyan made 10 of these and also stir-fried the leftover wild rabbit from yesterday. Then she took out the pig trotters she brought back from the space yesterday and made a pig trotter soup, adding 3 drops of spring water. The trotters can be taken out later and dipped in sauce, making it a special dish. Since it was just family dining today, she was more generous with the food. She also took out 6 eggs to make steamed egg custard, suitable for the elderly. Additionally, she prepared a spicy and sour cabbage, which should suit Pan Yu's taste during her pregnancy. Sheng Wanyan spent the afternoon preparing and checked the time. It was almost ready to serve dinner. Not long after, she heard a car outside and quickly ran out to open the door. Grandpa, Grandma. Before Sheng Grandpa and Grandma could get out of the car, they heard their granddaughter's voice. Yenner. Grandma Sheng hurriedly got out of the car, excitedly walking over with small steps, and Sheng Wanyan rushed to greet her. Grandma, I missed you so much. Sheng Wanyan hugged her, and Grandma Sheng missed her just as much. After her granddaughter got married a month ago, Grandma felt out of place at home. Every meal, she would go knock on Sheng Wanyan's door. When no one answered, and all of her granddaughter's things were gone, she realized that her granddaughter had married. It wasn't just Grandma who did this. Even Sheng's mother sometimes called for Sheng Wanyan to help with things. Especially before going to work, Sheng's mother would habitually call Sheng Wanyan to wake her up for breakfast, only to be met with silence. During the initial days back in Rongqing, after dinner, Sheng's father noticed she was missing and saw it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. Thinking Sheng Wanyan was just working late, he was about to go pick her up when reality hit him hard. As for Grandpa Sheng, he was always worried about Sheng Wanyan telling on him whenever he drank, fearing she would catch him sneaking food or drinks. It took him a while to realize that the granddaughter, who used to tell on him, was now married to someone else. There would be no one to report him anymore. The Sheng family found returning to Rongqing harder than being in Kyoto. However, it was a relief that Pan Yu was pregnant. This big news eased the sadness of the 4 elders in the Sheng family. Now that Grandma Sheng saw her beloved Sheng Wanyan, she couldn't help but hug her tightly and not let go. Yenna, let Grandma take a good look at you. Grandma Sheng held her hand tightly, examining her closely several times. You've lost weight, you've lost weight. Grandma Sheng felt her granddaughter was much thinner than when she got married, and it made her heart ache. Sheng Wanyan, who had gained 2 pounds, replied. Sheng Wanyan smiled and playfully tugged at her arm, her voice soft and sweet. Grandma, I miss you so much. I miss you too. Grandma Sheng reached out to touch her head, her eyes filled with love. Grandpa Sheng and Sheng Wanyan, along with Pan Yu, came over with some items, and Sheng Wanyan quickly went to help. Grandpa, brother, sister-in-law, little sister. Sheng Wanyan and Pan Yu smiled at her. Thinking about Pan Yu's pregnancy, Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but look at her belly. Pan Yu noticed her gaze and touched her belly, winking at her and nodding to give her a hint. Seeing Pan Yu nod, Sheng Wanyan's face lit up with joy. Congratulations, brother and sister-in-law, on becoming parents. Sister-in-law, go inside and rest. Just let my brother carry the things. Sheng Wanyan took the items from Pan Yu. They weren't heavy, but everyone in the Sheng family valued this first great-grandchild. Little sister, the things aren't heavy. How are you doing in the military district? Pan Yu was happy to see her. With her sister-in-law in the military district, she finally had someone her age to talk to. And since they were family, they could share their thoughts. Most importantly, Grandma and Grandpa were getting older. She felt a bit guilty that they traveled so far to take care of her. With Sheng Wanyan around, Grandma and Grandpa wouldn't be bored in the military district. She could relax knowing she had someone to confide in. I'm doing well, sister-in-law. You should go rest. You little rascal, always fussing over your grandma. Grandpa Sheng huffed, looking at her with a bit of pride, clearly a little jealous. Sheng Wanyan smiled and stepped forward to hand the items in Grandpa's hands to Tingxiao, playfully tugging at his arm. Grandpa, I dream about you. Humph. I don't believe your nonsense. His granddaughter had a way of making people happy with her words. Grandpa Sheng looked her over and nodded in satisfaction. This Gu was treating his granddaughter well. Just look at her rosy complexion and the new clothes she wore. She looked full of life. It was clear she was living well, which made him feel reassured. Grandpa, come on, I made you something delicious. Sheng Wanyan took Grandpa Sheng's hand with one hand and Grandma Sheng's with the other, leading them inside. As soon as they entered, Grandma Sheng saw the sofa, sat down, then immediately stood up and tapped Sheng Wanyan on the forehead. You girl, your husband works so hard for money, and you are wasting it. Sheng Wanyan touched her forehead, feeling wronged. Tingxiao came out holding a bowl of sweet soup and saw his wife being scolded by her grandmother, so he quickly walked over. Grandma, have some water.
Ah, thank you, dear.
Grandma Sheng smiled as she took the sweet soup and drank several sips, feeling quite thirsty along the way. Grandma Sheng could see that her grandson-in-law was trying to change the subject for his granddaughter, but the money he earned was hard-earned. It was not right to waste it. Dear, Wanyan is just being thoughtless. Please don't blame her. Grandma Sheng stepped forward and took Tingxiao's hand, feeling a bit embarrassed as she spoke. After all, her granddaughter was being careless, and she felt some responsibility as a grandmother. Grandma, Wanyan is doing great. She takes good care of our home. Wanyan makes the decisions at home. I have no objections. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng smiled and shook her head. The young couple had a good relationship, which reassured her. She was worried that her granddaughter's wastefulness might affect their marriage, but thankfully, her grandson-in-law loved his wife and treated her well.
Ah.
As long as you two are happy, we elders can rest easy. Tingxiao nodded and helped her sit down. Sheng Wanyan and Pan Yu sat on the sofa. Not only Grandma Sheng but even Pan Yu, who had seen a lot in Kyoto, was amazed by her sister-in-law's extravagance. However, as long as Tingxiao, her husband, had no objections to how money was spent, it was fine. Before long, Pan's parents came home from work, and the two families chatted warmly for a while before starting the meal. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle Pan, Aunt Pan, brother, sister-in-law, let's eat. Tingxiao brought out the dishes, and Sheng Wanyan followed behind to help with the bowls and chopsticks. Father-in-law, today we must have a good drink. Mr. Pan specially brought 2 bottles of special wine. Since it was all family, they had to enjoy a nice meal together. Great, great. Please take a seat, in-laws. Sheng Wanyan served everyone a bowl of soup. She liked to have soup before her meal, while Tingxiao would eat whatever she served him. Pan Yu didn't react to the greasy smell yet and was happily eating, which relieved Grandma Sheng. She was worried that Pan Yu might not be able to eat if she was pregnant, but thankfully everything seemed normal now. Pan Yu loved the spicy and sour cabbage, and she had eaten almost half of it.
Come, let's raise a glass together.
Grandpa Sheng lifted his wine glass, and everyone followed suit, while Sheng Wanyan and Pan Yu raised their bowls of soup. Today is a day for family reunion. My granddaughter just got married, and my granddaughter-in-law is pregnant.
There are so many happy events in the family.
I hope everyone will have smooth sailing, joy, and good health in the future. Grandpa Sheng said a few words and felt happier than he had all month. 2 joyful events in 1 month made him feel delighted. Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa. Mr. and Mrs. Pan smiled, and everyone raised their glasses, happily finishing the meal. After the meal, Pan Yu wanted to help wash the dishes, but Sheng Wanyan refused, telling them to go home and rest well. After so much traveling, they could do housework later when they felt better. Seeing this, Mrs. Pan smiled and entered the kitchen to help. After all, her daughter and sister-in-law had hosted their family for dinner, and it was only right to lend a hand. It wouldn't make sense for her daughter, as a sister-in-law, to bring her family over for a free meal. Her daughter would be living with the Sheng family for a lifetime. Even if it seemed like a small matter, if there were ever any conflicts between sisters-in-law, it could become an issue later. She didn't believe that people could go through life without any disagreements. Even couples argue, let alone with others. Grandma and Grandpa, you should go rest now. Come over tomorrow, and we can talk more. Sheng Wanyan felt sorry for Grandpa and Grandma Sheng, who had traveled so far and kept urging them to rest. All right. Before leaving, Grandma Sheng gave her a big package of things prepared by the family. Grandma, you can bring your dirty clothes to me tomorrow. I will wash them. Pan Yu was 3 months pregnant, and it would be troublesome if anything happened while she was squatting down to wash so many clothes. No need, let your brother do it. Grandpa Sheng immediately refused. It didn't make sense for a married daughter to do laundry for her family. If Pan Yu couldn't wash, then Sheng Wanjia should be able to help. If he wasn't willing to wash for his own grandparents, then what use was he? Sheng Wanyan nodded but still felt a bit uneasy, so she and Tingxiao escorted the 2 elders to the door. All right, you 2 should go back now. Your husband has worked hard all day. Grandma Sheng waved her hand, urging them to rest. Sheng Wanyan and Tingxiao set down their things and returned home to open the package. Inside, there were 3 pieces of cured meat from Mrs. Sheng, 2 cans of milk powder bought with Grandpa Sheng's pocket money, and 2 new skirts and 2 pairs of cloth shoes made by Grandma Sheng. Adding 2 pounds of brown sugar and 2 marinated wild chickens prepared by her parents, there were also 2 letters from her parents for her. These items were all prepared by her family, worried that she might not be doing well. Sheng Wanyan sighed when she saw this. She had been married for less than a month, and her family was already trying to make her cry. Thinking of her parents in Rong City, she planned to send some food back next time she visited. Wife, let's go back to Rong City during the next holiday, Tingxiao said, noticing her unhappiness and gently comforting her by holding her shoulders. Really? Sheng Wanyan smiled upon hearing this, and Tingxiao felt relieved to see her happy again. Put the cured meat and wild chicken in the kitchen. Sheng Wanyan nudged his waist with her elbow, and Tingxiao's throat moved as he spoke in a charming voice.
Okay.
Standing behind her, Tingxiao leaned over to grab the items, his breath warm against her neck. The heat made Sheng Wanyan pause and shift slightly. Tingxiao laughed, a deep, genuine sound.
Ha!
Annoyed, Sheng Wanyan stepped on his foot lightly. It didn't hurt, more like a playful scratch.
Go on.
She glared at him, and Tingxiao quickly complied, taking the items and leaving. Watching him walk away, Sheng Wanyan bit her lip, feeling a bit ashamed of herself. Her self-control was too weak, just his breath made her feel goosebumps. From now on, she must not let Tingxiao charm her again. The next day, Sheng Wanyan woke up to find Tingxiao at home. She learned he was off today. Why didn't you tell me last night that you had the day off? She asked, feeling a bit annoyed that he hadn't mentioned it, which made her feel guilty for sleeping in. Wife, did you even notice me last night? Tingxiao replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. Sheng Wanyan, who had vowed not to be tempted by him and ignored him, suddenly found herself at a loss for words.
Ah.
Feeling a bit embarrassed, she looked down, unable to meet his gaze. Wife, I have a mission tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan's heart sank upon hearing this. No wonder he was resting today. How long will you be gone? At least half a month. Or up to a month. Sheng Wanyan nodded, and they exchanged glances, both silent. The atmosphere felt heavy, so she took a deep breath to calm herself. The day she decided to marry Gu Tingxiao, she was ready to become a good military wife. I'll wait for you at home. Gu Tingxiao paused while making tea for her when he heard her words. Okay. Gu Tingxiao's throat felt dry as he looked up at her. They exchanged no words, but their eyes were filled with determination and love for each other. Sheng Wanyan went out to the mountain after breakfast to gather some herbs to make a hemostatic medicine. Although she had already prepared the medicine in her space, she wanted to create a pretense for Gu Tingxiao. She wasn't sure if the herbs on the mountain were sufficient, but when Gu Tingxiao heard she was going, he put down his work and followed her. Wife, why are you going to the mountain? I want to take a look. Gu Tingxiao picked up a basket and a sickle, without asking more questions, and followed her up the mountain. However, Sheng Wanyan didn't go deep into the mountains. Many herbs were available on the outskirts, but people often mistook them for weeds. The herbs she needed for the hemostatic medicine were common, and although she couldn't find them all, it was enough to serve her purpose. Gu Tingxiao didn't understand why she was digging up these wild vegetables until he learned they were herbs. Wife, how do you know these are herbs? I studied with an old Chinese medicine teacher during high school. Gu Tingxiao admired his wife for being so smart. She could translate and recognized so many herbs. He truly felt he had married a treasure. Wife, what do you need these for? You'll find out soon. Sheng Wanyan didn't tell him, and although Gu Tingxiao was curious, he respected her wishes. After wandering around, Sheng Wanyan picked some wild fruits to take home. She spotted wild grapes, and when Gu Tingxiao saw her wanting them, he picked several large bunches for her. There were also oil olives, which had a sweet aftertaste that she loved. She also found sour jujubes and playfully popped one into Gu Tingxiao's mouth. He bit into it and made a face from the sourness. Is it very sour? Sheng Wanyan looked at him innocently, not appearing guilty at all. What do you think? Gu Tingxiao's eyes were filled with affection. Although he indulged her, Sheng Wanyan felt a bit guilty. Even though he didn't like them, he finished the whole fruit. Wife, is there enough wild fruit? Their basket was full, but since she loved fruit, she wanted to gather a bit more while she had the chance. They can take some to Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng, but this thing is sour, and I don't know if they'll like it. Sheng Wanyan didn't want to think too much. If they didn't like it, she would eat it herself. She loved sour flavors, or it could be used to make delicious food. I want some wild grapes too. Sheng Wanyan spoke up, and Gu Tingxiao had no reason to refuse. He picked several large bunches for her, holding them in one hand while holding her hand with the other as they walked down the mountain. Tingxiao, are there wolves in the deep mountains? Sheng Wanyan asked curiously. She wouldn't go to dangerous places, but she wanted to understand all the areas around the family compound. The troops often went up the mountain for training, and the animals in the deep mountains are unknown. Although they often went hunting, no one knows the exact situation. This mountain is very large, and on the other side are the villagers. Sheng Wanyan nodded upon hearing this, meaning the mountain wasn't very safe. Wife, you should only pick wild fruits and vegetables from the outskirts. You must not go inside. Gu Tingxiao warned her with concern. If something happened to her in the mountains, he wouldn't know what to do. I'll stay on the outskirts, I won't go in. She wasn't foolish. Even though she had space, she was an ordinary person who knew if she would react quickly in a dangerous moment. So avoiding danger was her first choice. Going to dangerous places not only brought trouble to herself, but also to others. One must have self-awareness. You used to go up the mountain for training often?
Yes.
Sheng Wanyan squinted her eyes, feeling a bit angry as she looked at him. He had just been teasing her. You clearly knew those wild fruits were sour. You were just teasing me. She felt guilty for a moment, realizing Gu Tingxiao had been playing with her, which annoyed her. "Wife, I was wrong, I was wrong." Sheng Wanyan wouldn't let him off easily, chasing him and giving him a few playful hits until she felt better. Gu Tingxiao wasn't angry. He smiled and let her hit him. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the military wives washing clothes by the river saw them coming down and gathered to gossip a bit. This couple, the Gu commander and his wife, have such a good relationship. Exactly. The Gu commander always helps his wife when he has free time, unlike my husband, who just lies around at home. Right? The Gu commander's wife is so inconsiderate. He finally gets a break and still has to work. The jealous military wives said a few sour words, but who didn't envy them? With such a beautiful wife, who wouldn't cherish her? The wife of team leader Gu is the most beautiful in the entire family compound, even more so than the stars of the performing arts troupe. Not only in the military, but even in the city, no one has seen anyone as lovely as her. She is fair and graceful, like a swan. When Sheng Wanyan returned home, Gu Tingxiao quickly poured her a glass of water to help her relax. "Wife, I'll make lunch. You rest." Sheng Wanyan nodded, and after a short break, she went to help. They casually cooked some noodles for lunch. After eating, Sheng Wanyan cleaned the herbs, laid them out on bamboo mats, and placed them on a rack to dry. With nothing else to do, she decided to take a nap while the edamame wandered around the yard. Meanwhile, Gu Tingxiao continued to work, setting up the gazebo and building a bamboo fence around the vegetable garden. He watered the garden, carrying a bucket of water to their designated plot. Team leader Gu, why isn't your wife here? It was unusual for Gu Tingxiao, a big man, to come alone to water the plants instead of Sheng Wanyan. "My wife is resting."
What?
Resting in the middle of the day. Gu Tingxiao simply replied with an and left with the water bucket, leaving several curious military wives looking at each other. After Sheng Wanyan woke up, she immediately went to check on the gazebo. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gu Tingxiao opened it to find comrades from the procurement department who had brought back the water jars and pickle jars. "Team leader, here are the items you requested." The comrades carried the items inside and placed them in the designated spot. Sheng Wanyan quickly poured some sugar water to treat everyone. Seeing her warm hospitality, they felt a bit shy.
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"I should be thanking you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to bring back such large items." "How much is this?" "I'll get the money for you." Although these items were not expensive, they were large, totaling about 5 yuan for 2 water jars and 5 pickle jars. Sheng Wanyan quickly took out the money and gave it to Gu Tingxiao to pass on to them. The comrades from the procurement department accepted it with smiles, and as they left, Sheng Wanyan also gave each of them 2 ordinary candies. It's important to show appreciation when asking for help, so there will be a next time. With nothing to do in the afternoon, Sheng Wanyan translated in the gazebo, which was also elevated and clean with bamboo flooring. Gu Tingxiao sat nearby, flipping through her translations. Upon seeing the words firearms, I immediately put it down and stopped looking. I just glanced at Sheng Wanyan with a complicated expression, as it involved sensitive topics. The fact that the country entrusted such an important task to my wife shows how exceptional she is. It also indicates that the country needs her contributions, so I must work harder to protect her. Sheng Wanyan translated quickly while Gu Tingxiao organized the messy papers beside her. The dog rested nearby, creating a warm scene as she wrote, and he occasionally handed her water. After translating for over 2 hours, her hand grew tired, and she stretched. Gu Tingxiao noticed her fatigue and gently massaged her arm to help her relax. "Wife, take a break. I want to send it out quickly." As a translator, Sheng Wanyan understood the importance of this book on firearms. Although she wasn't a specialist in this area, she grasped some key concepts. Firearms are one of the most crucial weapons for a country. They are vital for soldiers. Therefore, she didn't want to waste any time and needed to send it to Kyoto as soon as possible. Seeing her serious expression, Gu Tingxiao refrained from discouraging her and cut one of the 2 apples he had brought, placing it on the table. While she ate and wrote, Gu Tingxiao prepared dinner. Soon, Grandpa and Grandma Sheng arrived. Gu Tingxiao helped her take the translated materials to the room, and Sheng Wanyan opened the door.
Grandma, Grandpa, come in.
She led them to sit under the pavilion and offered them some fruit. Why did you build a pavilion? Grandma Sheng asked, intrigued as she looked around the backyard, noticing how well it was planned, which eased her mind. Your kitchen is nice. How did you sleep last night? Sheng Wanyan made them 2 cups of malted milk and sat down to chat. It was good. We were tired from the trip and fell asleep right away. By the way, your brother mentioned wanting to change the apartment building to a yard. I noticed no one has been going in or out across from you. Grandma Sheng also hoped to be closer to her granddaughter, especially when Xiao Gu was on missions, so she could take care of her. No one is across from us. It's laid out the same as ours. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng's interest was piqued. Such a lovely yard should be secured quickly. Really? Not only was Grandma Sheng excited, but even Grandpa Sheng couldn't help but look up at her. Really, before, the Fong family lived across from us, but they moved to the 2 building. Wow, it snows heavily here in winter, up to the waist. The yard has a Kong and a cellar. Grandma Sheng couldn't help but react. It's much colder here in winter than in Rongqing, so they must live in the yard. How can they manage without a Kong? Okay, I'll go back and discuss it with your brother. Xiaoya is pregnant, so she can't stay in the 2 building during winter. Is your brother going on a mission tomorrow? What about Xiao Gu? Sheng Wanyan nodded. They are in the same unit and the same regiment, so they will definitely go together.
Ah.
You should come over for dinner. Don't cook alone at home. Otherwise, it will just be the 2 of us and Xiaoya, and it will feel lonely. Sheng Wanyan didn't refuse. Since her grandparents just arrived at the family compound and are unfamiliar with the area, she was worried about them being alone. It's a good opportunity to help them get to know the surroundings.
All right.
Grandpa and Grandma Sheng were thinking about the little yard. After eating a couple of apple slices and finishing the milk powder, they headed back. Sheng Wanyan gave them 10 eggs to take home, but Grandma Sheng refused, thinking that since her granddaughter is married, she shouldn't let Xiao Gu feel like she only cares about her family.
Grandma, take them.
Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and the troops won't go to the city until next Monday. Right now, Sheng Wan's family doesn't have much, just some cured meat and wild chicken brought from home. And I picked some wild fruits earlier. They're sour. I don't want them. My teeth can't handle it. When Grandma Sheng heard they were sour, her expression changed. She's older and can't tolerate sourness. Give them to my sister-in-law. Wild grapes are nutritious, especially since she's pregnant. Grandma Sheng remembered that Pan Yu craved sour food during her pregnancy, so she took some back for her to try. If she doesn't like them, she can use them in cooking. They are nutritious anyway. Sheng Wanyan got a basket for them and also put in a jar of milk powder. Why are you giving such an expensive thing? Your brother's family has everything. Grandma Sheng felt her blood pressure rise. This silly girl just got married and is still trying to take things from her family. Grandma, this is my way of showing respect to you and Grandpa. What your brother has is his business. What I give you is my choice. Hearing her words, Grandma Sheng felt both angry and touched. What granddaughter is as filial as hers? Grandpa, Grandma, please take it. Gu Tingxiao took the basket from Sheng Wanyan and escorted the 2 elders back to the 2 building. Gu Tingxiao spoke up, and the 2 elders naturally wouldn't refuse him. Sheng Wanyan went to cook dinner. Since Gu Tingxiao had a mission tomorrow, she planned to make something nice. There were 5 eggs at home, so she could make an egg pancake. The wild chicken given by her mother could be cooked as well. She would also make braised eggplant, and they would have rice as the main dish. 2 meats and 1 vegetable for the 2 of them was already quite a feast. After dinner, Sheng Wanyan prepared some hemostatic medicine in the yard. Without tools to grind the herbs, she had to use a stone in the backyard to grind a little and pack it up. She ground the herbs into powder and measured the amounts for preparation. Gu Tingxiao didn't quite understand what his wife was doing. Seeing her busy in the backyard made him feel warm inside. He knew it was for him. After all, at this time, she usually would be in bed. Sheng Wanyan worked until 10 at night, then wrapped the powder in paper and gave it to Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao looked at the wrapped powder in his hand and raised an eyebrow. What is this? Hemostatic medicine. What? Gu Tingxiao looked at her in disbelief. His wife had been busy all night making medicine? This. Wife, you. Gu Tingxiao didn't know what to ask and could only stare at her. I learned from books. I'm not sure how effective it is, but I feel better knowing you have it for protection. Gu Tingxiao nodded. Although he didn't know the medicine's effectiveness, the fact that his wife could make it was enough to amaze him for a long time. She had given him so many surprises today. It seemed her mind was filled with all sorts of strange ideas, and she had brought them to life. Seeing him lost in thought, Sheng Wanyan gently kicked him, saying, I'm tired. Gu Tingxiao stopped thinking, placed the medicine on the table, took off his shoes, and cuddled with her. No matter what, she was his wife, the person he would protect with his life. They spent the whole night in silence, but their hearts were filled with peace. What she did this time was also a gamble, betting on Gu Tingxiao's trust and love for her. She couldn't hide her abilities forever. She wanted to shine and make a difference. Fortunately, she had bet on the right person. Gu Tingxiao got up at 5 the next morning, cleaned the house, and went to the cafeteria to prepare breakfast, placing her portion on the dining table. I filled both water tanks at home, watered the vegetable garden, and collected some firewood from the foot of the mountain. I chopped the larger pieces of wood and stacked them neatly in the woodshed. Sitting by the bed, I watched my sweet wife sleeping soundly. I leaned down and kissed her forehead before taking my things and leaving. I made no noise as I walked out of the yard. As soon as I stepped outside, Sheng Wanyan opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. She had a restless night, worried that Gu Tingxiao might not be there when she woke up. She was aware of every little sound he made this morning. She couldn't bear to say goodbye to him face to face, not wanting him to worry about her while he was on a mission. She just wanted him to focus on the task and come home safely. Unable to sleep, Sheng Wanyan got up to have breakfast. Gu Tingxiao had already left with his comrades. Many military wives had come to see them off, all with red eyes, feeling both reluctant and worried. In the face of national matters, personal feelings must take a back seat. After finishing her breakfast, there was a knock at the door. When she opened it, she saw Auntie Si standing outside, looking a bit worried. Aunt, what brings you here? Please come in. Auntie Si noticed her lack of energy, clearly due to Gu Tingxiao's mission. Wanyan, are you okay? Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook her head, assuring her that she was fine. Aunt, I understand that you are newlyweds, but Gu is a soldier and that's his duty. As the women behind them, we must be understanding. Auntie Si was concerned that Sheng Wanyan might have negative feelings about Gu Tingxiao's mission, which could affect their marriage. So, she made a special trip to talk to her. I understand, Aunt. Really? Auntie Si looked at her with some doubt, but still offered a few words of caution. It's not easy for them as husbands either. If you're ever unhappy, take it out on him when he returns. Couples often argue, but make up quickly. As military wives, we can only take care of the home, so they can focus on serving the country. Sheng Wanyan nodded at her words and smiled as she poured a glass of water for her. Aunt, from the moment I married him, I was prepared for this. I appreciate your understanding of Auntie Si and Uncle Si's intentions. With Tingxiao away, I will manage the home well and live a good life. Auntie Si nodded at her words, but felt something was off. She thought about it but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. That's right, even when the man is not home, we have to take care of the house ourselves. As for living well, it's hard to feel good when you're always worried. However, she didn't realize that Sheng Wanyan was actually doing quite well. Now that her husband, Mr. Si, didn't have to go on missions anymore, she used to worry a lot when he was away. She could never relax, always fearing something might happen to him. This was Sheng Wanyan's first time experiencing such feelings, and she wondered if she would blame Captain Gu. Her husband said that Captain Gu had a bright future and they couldn't let the home fall apart. Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Hey, if you need anything, just come to me. Auntie Si saw that she didn't seem too upset, and the weight on her heart lifted a bit. Okay, take care. Auntie Si left in a hurry to explain the situation to her husband. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit sad, but she knew what was important. Any personal matters were insignificant compared to the country's affairs. She shook her head, not wanting to dwell on the gloomy atmosphere since Tingxiao left. She quickly found something to do, preparing food for her dog, Maodo, who followed her around after eating. Sheng Wanyan picked up Maodo and went to her room to get some translation materials, translating in the small pavilion. Maodo lay on her lap, and they spent the morning together. When she was thirsty, she took a drink from her space. When she was hungry, she had some fruit. She didn't feel like cooking lunch, so she took out some prepared food from her space. She had plenty of cold dishes stored from the food street in her past life. July was the hottest month, so eating cold noodles with some side dishes was quite refreshing. Since Tingxiao was away, she could take out winter supplies, saving her trips to the city. After lunch, Sheng Wanyan took Maodo to the foot of the mountain to gather firewood. They would need firewood for the entire winter, especially for heating. Since it wasn't winter yet, she occasionally came to collect some. Maodo was still young and couldn't help much, so he ran around nearby. When they went out, the dog seemed to be having the time of his life and didn't want to go back. Maodo, let's go. Sheng Wanyan picked up 2 bundles of firewood, one big and one small, carrying one on her back and holding the other in her arms. When Maodo heard her voice, he ran over, reluctantly following her home. I'll take you out again tomorrow. The little tail of the dog wiggled a few times, and it was hard to tell if it understood, but it was very well behaved. As she passed by the river, she saw the military wives trying to catch fish, but they didn't have much luck, only catching small fish. These little fish could only be fried and eaten with drinks. Otherwise, who could eat such little meat? After thinking for a moment, Sheng Wanyan decided to try fishing in the afternoon. Her goal wasn't really to catch fish, but to take some out from her space. While Tingxiao was away, she wanted to bring out supplies from her home. She planned to take out 20 fish to keep at home and eat slowly. However, she knew she couldn't catch too many at once, so she would take 1 or 2 back each time. When she got home, she took out some dog food from her space for the dog, which had all sorts of things in it. With just a thought, she could find what she needed. The dog happily ate while Sheng Wanyan grabbed a bucket and went outside. When she reached the riverbank, others found it a bit strange that she was also trying to catch fish. But then they thought, which family wouldn't want more meat? It was normal for her to fish too. Sheng Wanyan took off her shoes and stepped into the water, rolling up her pants. The water was about knee-deep, and it felt pleasantly cool. Everyone noticed her fair, smooth calves, looking as beautiful as jade, and they couldn't help but feel envious. It was clear that the wife of the leader had never done hard work. Her pampered appearance made every woman envious. Sheng Wanyan bent down to feel the coolness of the water and spotted some small fish. She reached out to catch one, but it slipped away just as she grabbed it. Not only Sheng Wanyan, but also the other military wives were in the same situation. There's a big fish. In the river, there were a few fish that looked to weigh about half a pound, and the military wives immediately started to compete for them. The wives who were washing clothes quickly took off their shoes and stepped into the water, taking big strides to catch the fish. Don't push, I saw it first. Oh no! It got away. The wives were all scrambling to chase after the fish, and Sheng Wanyan noticed everyone gathered on one side. She quickly took out 3 one-pound cushion carp from her space and placed them in her bucket.
Mine.
I caught it. One military wife happily placed the fish she caught into her washing basin. Oh my! Gu's wife. When did you catch those? The wife who had just caught a fish turned around and saw the 2 big carp in Sheng Wanyan's bucket. Oh wow, those look twice as big as the one I caught. Everyone gathered to see what was happening, their eyes widening in surprise. I just caught this, she said, while you were all competing. I'm going back to cook now. Sheng Wanyan nodded to everyone with a smile and took her bucket home. As they watched her leave, they were momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a bit sour inside. They didn't expect Sheng Wanyan, who came from the city, to be so good at catching fish. This is public property. Why should she take it all? One military wife expressed her unfair feelings, and everyone turned to look at her.
What?
Did I say something wrong? If that's how you feel, should we even bother fishing anymore? Although they were envious, they knew that they could catch fish in the river and gather wild food on the mountain because the military turned a blind eye. If they started talking about public property, how would they satisfy their cravings in the future? That would cut off their own means. Exactly. Don't ruin it for everyone. This is food. Everyone chimed in, and the jealous military wife could only watch as the big fish left her sight. After all, if there were no fish to catch in the future, she would regret it. Sheng Wanyan returned home and put the fish in a basin to keep alive. She strung one fish with straw to take to Sheng Wanja's house later. Entering her space, she used the time difference to finish translating the books she needed. She took out 5 bottles of peach blossom wine, putting 3 in the cellar and saving 2 to give to Grandpa Sheng. When she left the space, it was already 5 o'clock. Sheng Wanyan took the fish and wine and headed toward the apartment building. Sheng Wanja's home was on the 4th floor. He had applied to switch to a smaller yard yesterday, and with Mr. Pan around, it should be approved soon. Sheng Wanyan knocked on the door. Pan Yu was washing vegetables in the living room, and Grandma Sheng was cooking on the balcony. Hearing the knock, Pan Yu stood up to open the door and quickly welcomed her in. "Little sister, come in. Why did you bring something?" Pan Yu felt a bit embarrassed seeing what Sheng Wanyan was carrying. Her parents had just visited her sister's house for dinner, treating them to so much meat and vegetables. She hadn't figured out how to repay her sister yet, and now her sister came to dinner with fish.
This.
"Sister-in-law, this is what I caught in the river today." "No way, take it back. We have plenty of food at home." Pan Yu quickly tried to return it, thinking that since her sister-in-law was married, she shouldn't always bring gifts from her family. If the Gu family finds out, who knows how they will look at my sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, this is for my little nephew and niece. Don't refuse it." Pan Yu was momentarily at a loss for words when she heard this, and Grandma Sheng came over. "Xiao Yu, we're all family, so don't be polite." With Grandma Sheng's words, Pan Yu relaxed and quickly made a cup of malt milk for Sheng Wanyan. "Grandpa, this is your peach blossom wine." Grandpa Sheng sniffed and immediately took the wine into the room. "My granddaughter understands me." Grandma Sheng was not pleased to hear this. She had been brewing wine for him since they got married, so how could his granddaughter understand him best? "Are you saying I don't do enough as your wife?"
Don't blame me.
Grandpa Sheng quickly protested. He hadn't said that. Grandma Sheng rolled her eyes, knowing the old man was just trying to tease her. She continued cooking while Pan Yu prepared the vegetables and brought them to her. Today, Pan Yu had made a nice meal with 2 meats, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. Knowing she was coming for dinner, she had specially taken out some meat. "Come on, let's eat." Grandma Sheng brought the dishes to the table, and Sheng Wanyan helped with the bowls and chopsticks. There was braised pork, scrambled eggs, blanched greens, and tofu cabbage soup. "Little sister, eat more, don't be shy." Pan Yu served her 2 pieces of braised pork, knowing she didn't like fatty meat, so she chose pieces with a mix of fat and lean. "Sister-in-law, I can serve myself." Sheng Wanyan wasn't one to be shy, especially since they were family. Would she really starve while eating with them?
Okay, help yourself then.
Pan Yu knew she wasn't the type to hesitate to eat at someone else's house, so she stopped serving her more dishes. Pan Yu took a piece of braised pork, but after a couple of bites, she felt a bit nauseous and covered her mouth, feeling like she might throw up. After a few dry heaves, Grandma Sheng quickly brought her some wild grapes to eat. Surprisingly, Pan Yu really liked these. Sometimes she even craved sour things.
Take it easy.
This was the first time in over 3 months of pregnancy that she reacted to greasy food, and Grandma Sheng felt anxious seeing her like this.
Grandma, ai fine.
Pan Yu patted her chest and took a moment to recover, eating a few wild grapes to settle her stomach. "How are you feeling now?" "Still uncomfortable." Pan Yu shook her head. Once the feeling passed, she was okay.
I'm fine, Grandma.
Good, good. If anything happens, just tell me.
Pan Yu nodded.
She was too afraid to eat the braised pork and could only have scrambled eggs. The eggs were a bit salty, but they went well with rice. Grandma Sheng saw her enjoying the scrambled eggs and placed more right in front of her. "Eat more. You can't have the meat, so how will you get your nutrition?" Grandma Sheng was worried. In this time, people believed that meat was the best source of nourishment. Not being able to eat something so beneficial was a serious matter. Grandma, I have 2 apples at home. I'll bring them tomorrow for my sister-in-law to help with her nutrition. Sheng Wanyan noticed that Pan Yu looked a bit unwell. With Sheng Wanzai away on a mission and 2 unfamiliar elderly people at home, along with a pregnant woman, it was a lot to handle. If something went wrong, it could be a big problem. What if Sheng Wanzai came back to find everything in chaos?
Well,
Grandma Sheng didn't want her granddaughter to help her brother's family, but she was also worried about Pan Yu's nutrition. Grandma, please don't feel pressured.
she's my sister-in-law.
Younger sister, it's not necessary. Pan Yu didn't want to take advantage. Even though she was family, fruit was too precious to just give away. Sister-in-law, the baby is important. When I get pregnant, just ask my brother to bring me some of the things my little nephew likes. Sheng Wanyan was straightforward, but her words eased Pan Yu's worries. After all, the baby inside her was her and Sheng Wanzai's child, and that was very important to her. Thank you, younger sister. We're family. This is my nephew or niece. She didn't have a preference for a boy or girl. Both were part of the Sheng family and the first great-grandchild. However, the elders probably hoped for a boy since the Sheng family had no other heirs. After dinner, Pan Yu wanted to wash the dishes, but Grandma Sheng insisted she go rest. Sheng Wanyan helped Grandma wash the dishes before heading back. Before she left, Grandma reminded her to come for dinner the next night. Tomorrow, I'll make you fish soup, Grandma Sheng whispered in her ear. Sheng Wanyan laughed and shook her head. Grandma, save the fish for my sister-in-law to help her recover. I won't come for dinner then. Grandma Sheng immediately stared at her. She had promised that Xiaogu would come home for meals while he was on a mission. Why was she saying she wouldn't come?
Did someone say something to you?
Grandma Sheng anxiously grabbed her hand, and Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but laugh at her imagination. No, Grandma, what are you thinking? Now every household is stocking up food for the winter. My brother works hard for his money, so I can't just come over to eat every day. Grandma Sheng was unhappy to hear this, feeling that her granddaughter was looking down on her. Your grandpa and I have our retirement funds. We can afford to have you over for meals. Besides, it's our money, and we are happy to spend it on you. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan felt very lucky. No matter the era, grandparents always loved her so much. Grandma, if I come over every day, others will talk about it, and it might affect Tingxiao's future. How about I come every 3 days instead? By coming every 3 days and bringing some food each time, others wouldn't say much. After all, going every day might make people think she was just taking advantage of her brother and sister-in-law. Also, with Pan Yu pregnant, it wasn't suitable for her to visit every day, as spending too much time together could lead to conflicts. Only after hearing this did Grandma Sheng agree, knowing that she couldn't let her granddaughter affect Gu's bright future. All right, don't let it affect Gu's future. Grandma Sheng let her off, and Sheng Wanyan thought about how the day after tomorrow was Monday, the day the procurement department went to the city. Grandma, the procurement department's car leaves for the city at 7 the day after tomorrow. I'll take you and Grandpa to get familiar with the route. It's about a 40-minute walk to the commune, where there's also a supply and marketing cooperative, and the army has one too. Grandma Sheng nodded, recalling that Sheng Wanza had taken her to see the one in the army. Daily necessities could be met, but to get meat, they had to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs the day after tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan nodded, gave her some instructions, and then returned to her small courtyard. It was dark outside, and the road was not very clear, but her eyesight was good, and she wouldn't be in danger in the army, so she just walked slowly. Once home, she took some dog food from her space to feed Maodo, who seemed a bit hungry and ate quickly. Seeing this, Sheng Wanyan filled a bowl with water for him. After eating and drinking enough, Maodo started to patrol the yard. Sheng Wanyan raised an eyebrow, noticing that Maodo had quite the spirit of a military dog. With Gu Tingxiao not around, she didn't need to hide anymore. She went straight to her space to take a shower and brought out some fruit to eat. Her space had plenty of shower gel, shampoo, facial cleanser, and various other products from different brands. She had cleared out warehouses from many shopping malls, not leaving anything behind. However, She didn't want to engage in any trading for the next few years, as it was better to be safe than sorry. She was fine when she wasn't married. She could retreat to her space when danger arose. But now it's different. If she puts Gu Tingxiao in danger, that would truly be a sin. She can't ruin her life by risking Gu Tingxiao's safety. These matters can only be considered later when the time is right, or if there is a valid reason to bring them up. Sheng Wanyan went to bring the edamame back to the living room to play, while she went to sleep. The next day, she stayed home, watered the vegetable garden, and then took a bucket of water to her private plot. She saw Grandpa Sheng also watering his plants and went over to help him. "This little task is nothing for me," he said, straightening up while holding his back. Sheng Wanyan paused at his action. "Grandpa, why don't you come to my house for a visit? Let's play chess." Sheng Wanyan whispered something in his ear, and Grandpa Sheng immediately perked up. "Let's go. Hurry," he urged her as they walked, and seeing his excitement, she shook her head helplessly but followed him. Once they reached her home, Grandpa Sheng couldn't wait and kept watching her. Sheng Wanyan set down the bucket and went to get a chess set from her space. The chessboard was made of sandalwood, and the pieces were ordinary jade, not very valuable. Seeing the chess set, Grandpa Sheng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pulled her to start playing in the pavilion. Sheng Wanyan brewed 2 cups of tea, and then they began, each taking turns without giving in. When the edamame saw Grandpa Sheng, it circled around him. He picked it up and let it rest on his lap while seriously playing against Sheng Wanyan. No, I won't move that piece," he said, retracting his last move. Sheng Wanyan held his hand down. "Grandpa, you can't take back your move. I'm your grandpa. What's wrong with that?" After saying this, he picked up the piece with a proud look. What could Sheng Wanyan do but accept it? After all, she wasn't the grandpa. This time, she didn't let him win, and soon he was sweating. Why was she so serious today? After playing 10 rounds, they ended up in a tie, and Grandpa Sheng noticed that Sheng Wanyan always managed to even the score. This girl really was teasing the old man. "Let's play again." Grandpa Sheng was getting more and more excited, determined to see who would win. Seeing his enthusiasm, Sheng Wanyan decided to stop teasing him and let him win 2 rounds. Grandpa Sheng took a satisfied sip of tea, looking at her with contentment. "In the end, I am still your grandpa." Early the next morning, Sheng Wanyan took her grandparents to the city and showed them where the supply store, post office, school, recycling station, state-run restaurant, and hospital were located. The 2 elders remembered everything, knowing that if they got lost, they could just come back a few times to learn the way. If all else fails, they could always ask someone for directions. "Wanyan, are these your grandparents?" Aunt Si, who was also in the city that day, asked curiously upon seeing the 2 elders. "Yes, I'm taking them to learn the way around the city. In the future, I hope the other sisters can help keep an eye on them." Aunt Si encouraged the military wives to support each other. "Of course. Every family has elders. We should help each other out when needed." Aunt Si, as the political officer's wife, was skilled at maintaining harmony among the military wives. Everyone understood the message behind her words. "Grandpa, Grandma, this is Aunt Si, who lives next door to us." "Sir, ma'am, you can just call me Shaolin." Aunt Si's real name was Lin Danny, but as she got older after marrying the political officer, everyone started calling her Aunt Si. "Nice to meet you, Shaolin. We'll need your help to take care of each other." "Here are 2 candies for your grandchildren," Grandma Sheng said warmly, handing her 2 candies. "Auntie, there's no need to be so polite. Helping each other is what we should do. With Commander Sheng out on a mission, we, as military wives, must support the soldiers who are working hard to protect our country," Aunt Si said, glancing at the other military wives in the vehicle. Yes, Aunt Si is right." The group chatted happily along the way. When they arrived, Sheng Wanyan jumped out of the car and helped her grandparents down. "Ladies, let's meet here at 3 o'clock as usual," the soldier from the procurement department announced loudly as they got out, and the military wives dispersed to do their shopping. Sheng Wanyan took Grandpa and Grandma Sheng around for a bit, and they finally went to the supply store to buy a pound of meat and 10 pounds of coarse grains to take home. Grandpa and Grandma also bought quite a bit to prepare for the winter. Grandma Sheng also brought 3 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of coarse grains, 3 pounds of flour, 20 eggs, and 2 pounds of brown sugar and white sugar. She also bought some deep blue fabric and 3 pounds of cotton, as she needed to start making clothes for her great-grandson. Her great-grandson was born in January during the cold winter, so she needed to make sure he wouldn't get cold. That's about enough, let's go home. Grandma Sheng thought for a moment and realized she didn't need anything else. She planned to come every week to buy some supplies, which would be enough for the winter. Sheng Wanyan also bought some fabric and yarn. The fabric was for making a vest and sleep pants for Tingxiao. The yarn was for knitting a scarf and gloves for Tingxiao. Last year, she had just knitted him a sweater and pants. She checked and saw that Tingxiao's sweater was still new and warm, so she wouldn't need to knit another one this year. This year, she would just knit a scarf, gloves, and a few pairs of warm socks, and also make some for her grandparents. Once she confirmed there was nothing else to buy, they headed home. After organizing the items, Sheng Wanyan took Maodo into the space to play. Maodo was a bit scared of the new environment and nervously looked around. "Don't be afraid," Sheng Wanyan said, gently stroking its back to calm it down. Maodo stayed in her arms for a while until it adjusted to the new surroundings. Sheng Wanyan took it to the spring water and let it drink a couple of drops. When Maodo drank the spring water, its eyes lit up and it immediately wanted to jump into the spring. Sheng Wanyan quickly grabbed it by the neck to prevent it from going in. "No, you can't handle that. Getting too much nourishment at once wouldn't be good, not just for dogs. Even people can have problems if they overdo it." Whimper. Bark, bark, bark. Sheng Wanyan shook her head again. Seeing that she still disagreed, Maodo gave up on the idea. The dog rested its head and made some whiny sounds. Sheng Wanyan carried it into the house, while she sat nearby reading, letting it play on the floor. Since Maodo didn't succeed, it worried that she might not bring it next time, so it obediently lay by her feet. Sheng Wanyan's days went on in an orderly manner. She either went out fishing or often rode her bike to the city to bring things back. She sent the pension money to Gu's parents. They had agreed to separate, with a monthly support of 20 yuan and 10 pounds of fine grains. She mailed 10 pounds of rice, 20 yuan for support, and a letter to Gu's mother. Thinking about it, she decided to send 2 cans of malt extract and 3 pieces of cured meat back, since Gu's parents lived with Gu Dage and his wife, who were both sensible people. She and Tingxiao can't show filial piety in front of Gu's parents, so they need to express their care from time to time. She sent 100 yuan and 20 jin of food stamps back to her parents, which is from the monthly food stamps issued by the government, with each person receiving 30 jin a month. Worried that her parents might hesitate to use the money, she wrote in her letter about her translation work to reassure them. She advised them to prepare more supplies for winter and sent back 20 jin of rice and 10 jin of brown sugar. Since she married Sheng Wanza, their savings have been depleted. Although her parents have jobs, they are reluctant to spend money on themselves. This money is hers. She didn't use Tingxiao's money to support her family, and she doesn't want to feel like she has to seek approval to care for her parents. Whether people say she is biased or doesn't value her in-laws, in her heart, her biological parents are irreplaceable. They have given so much for her, and she cannot let them feel disappointed. As for the Gu family, whatever standards her elder brother and younger brother have, she and Tingxiao will follow the same standards. Tingxiao has an older brother and sister-in-law, as well as younger siblings, so it's not her place to take the lead. After sending the items, Sheng Wanyan rode her bicycle back, taking the food home from her storage space before returning to the army. It has been a week since she last saw Tingxiao, and she wonders how long it will be until he returns. As soon as she gets home, her pet, Maodo, is by her side. Maodo has been eating well and has grown a lot during this time. Sheng Wanyan knows he is hungry and takes out a bowl of lean meat porridge from her storage space, pouring it into his bowl.
"Maodo, come eat."
Maodo takes a bite but refuses to eat more, preferring dog food, and pulls on her leg. Sheng Wanyan doesn't indulge him. If he gets used to only eating dog food, how will he survive when Tingxiao is home? Is he just going to wait to starve? Even though he is a pet, he needs to be trained from a young age to avoid bad habits. Today, this is all you get. Seeing that she is serious, Maodo reluctantly walks back to eat with his little legs. Sheng Wanyan steps out with half a jean of pastries. Today, she is going to Sheng Wan's house for dinner, so she has to bring something. On her way to the building, she runs into Aunt Pan, who is returning from work. Seeing the items in her hands, Aunt Pan knows she is going to visit her daughter and starts chatting with her. Yenner, how have you been lately? I heard that Captain Gu has gone on a mission. Make sure to come visit me more often. Don't just stay home alone. She also understood that her future in-law's daughter was not someone who liked to make friends. Every day, she went out alone and seemed to find no lack of enjoyment in it. When the wife of Commissioner Si came to find her, she would go out for a bit, but usually, she didn't socialize with others. Aunt, I'm doing well. That's good. You should come to my house for dinner sometime. Last time you treated Uncle and Aunt to such a nice meal. You must let me treat you well this time. Mrs. Pan thought about the delicious meat she had at Sheng Wanyan's house last time and could hardly hold back her saliva. Aunt, when Tingxiao comes back, I will definitely go. Alright, are you going to see your grandparents? Sheng Wanyan nodded, and Mrs. Pan didn't want to take up her time, so she let her go upstairs. Is the wife of Commander Gu going to her sister-in-law's house for dinner? The military wives on the same floor as Pan Yu greeted her, and Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded in response. Yes. Oh, having your brother and sister-in-law around is great. It saves a meal. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan smiled and gently replied, There's nothing I can do. My brother and sister-in-law are in the army. By the way, is your brother also a soldier? Yes. Sheng Wanyan's smile grew even brighter, making the military wife across from her feel a bit nervous. Then, why didn't you go to your brother's house for dinner? Sheng Wanyan's slow response made the gossiping military wife awkwardly close her mouth. Hee. My brother lives in the dormitory. He is a deputy squad leader. Not qualified to apply for housing yet. I see. That's really too bad. Isn't it? The military wife lowered her head, feeling a bit flustered as she continued to cook. It turned out that the wife of Commander Gu was not someone to mess with. She spoke softly, but every word was sharp. Before Sheng Wanyan could knock, Pan Yu had already heard the noise and came out. Little sister coming quickly. Oh. Why did you bring something again? I just finished the 1 kilogram fish you brought last time. As Pan Yu spoke, she pulled her inside. The military wives behind, eager to see drama and hoping for discord between the sisters-in-law, changed their expressions instantly upon hearing Pan Yu's words. Sister-in-law only brought half a kilogram of pastries. You can sweet-talk your grandparents. All right, just don't always bring things. We have enough at home. Okay. The two sisters-in-law held hands and went inside, closing the door on the curious military wives. Everyone was still processing the conversation between the two women when they finally realized how generous the wife of Captain Gu was. A pound of fish. That's like a pound of meat. Half a pound of pastries. I haven't had those in ages. Exactly. The last time I had some was 2 months ago. The hungry military wives couldn't help but swallow hard. Why couldn't they have such a wonderful sister-in-law? They thought Sheng Wanyan was lucky, but Pan Yu seemed even luckier. She had a high-status family, a harmonious in-law family, understanding parents-in-law, a caring husband, and a sister-in-law who didn't cause trouble. How many women could envy that? No matter how much they envied her, they didn't have such good fortune and had to return to their kitchens and continue their everyday lives. During dinner, Grandma Sheng was obviously in a good mood. Before Sheng Wanyan could ask, she couldn't help but say, Yenner, your brother's little courtyard has been approved. It's right across from your house. Sheng Wanyan had already guessed this, but now that it was confirmed, everyone felt relieved. Grandma, that's great. Now we won't have to run back and forth. Grandma Sheng agreed wholeheartedly. The in-laws arranged for someone to help move tomorrow, but I wonder when your brother will be back. She was a bit worried about Sheng Wanza. It was fine while he was in Rongqing, at least he wasn't nearby. But once he was around, her worries would grow. Grandma, I'll go help clean tomorrow. Sheng Wanyan wanted to shift Grandma Sheng's focus. It wasn't good for her to worry every day. All right. Grandma Sheng quickly started chatting with her and stopped thinking about Sheng Wanza. During dinner, Sheng Wanyan talked with Grandpa Sheng, who felt bored since joining the army. He spent his days at home or tending to his garden. There were some elderly people in the family compound, but not many, and most were older women, so Grandpa Sheng couldn't find anyone to socialize with. He couldn't just join the ladies' circle, could he? Sheng Wanyan thought about it and realized there weren't many good places to go. Grandpa, when we move to the little courtyard, you should plant some vegetables and raise a couple of chickens. Or when my brother comes back, he could apply for a military dog to take care of. With a dog at home, my brother can still keep watch while on duty. After all, with both young and old in the family, when the baby arrives and Pan Yu is resting, they would need someone to guard the house while Sheng Wanza is away. Grandpa Sheng pondered her words. It was a good idea, and having a dog could keep them busy. Wait until your brother comes back to ask him. Right now, your sister-in-law is the priority. Grandpa Sheng felt that getting a dog should be agreed upon by the whole family. After all, in these times, just putting food on the table is a challenge, let alone taking care of another dog. Food is precious. Sheng Wanyan nodded, deciding that it was up to her brother and sister-in-law to make the final decision. She would only offer her opinion without interfering. After chatting with Grandpa Sheng for a while, she went home. Before she left, he mentioned coming to play chess with her the next day. A week passed quickly, and after half a month, Tingxiao still hadn't returned. Sheng Wanyan went to send out the translated materials, knowing the country was waiting for them. This time, she didn't keep 1 or 2 books to translate slowly. She sent everything out after finishing the translations. There were 3 books, and she expected to earn a good amount next month. After mailing the books, Sheng Wanyan continued to bring supplies back from her storage. When she returned to the residential area, it was just the right time for cooking, and only a few soldiers were coming back from work, so they wouldn't gossip about her. She successfully got home and put her things in the cellar, which was inconvenient because it required a lot of climbing. The cellar was quite deep, a common feature in the north, and it was also good for pickling vegetables. Sheng Wanyan decided to use the pickled vegetables at home to make some pickled radishes, pickled cabbage, and spicy pickled vegetables. She thought about it and immediately took action, cleaning the pickling jar and gathering all the necessary vegetables and ingredients from her storage. These needed coarse salt to draw out the moisture from the vegetables. She took out 4 large bowls from her storage to use at home. It was just right for washing everything, so she brought out a stool and sat by the well to start cleaning the vegetables, removing old leaves and cutting off the tops. In the north, pickled vegetables are directly fermented in the pickling jar. Actually, the pickling jar in the north is just a water jar, and it needs to be large to hold enough. Sheng Wanyan could only take out 1 water jar from her storage and put a plastic bag inside. She sprinkled salt at the bottom, layered the cabbage, and sprinkled salt on each layer. Once full, she tied the plastic bag tightly and placed a heavy stone on top, which needed to be pressed for 2 days. After 2 days, she would fill it with water, add white vinegar and high-concentration alcohol, and then place a weight on it for a month. For the spicy pickled vegetables, she removed the old leaves, cut the tops, and then halved them. Sprinkle coarse salt and let it marinate overnight. The next day, start making the spicy cabbage sauce. She took out 300 heads of Napa cabbage, 100 heads of cabbage, and 100 radishes. For the pickled vegetables, she used 150, and the rest were for the spicy cabbage. She peeled the radishes and cut them into finger-thick strips, adding coarse salt to draw out the moisture. The cabbage was torn into small pieces by hand. It must be done this way. The radishes and cabbage should marinate for about an hour, so she used this time to prepare the ingredients and the pickling water. She also had a pickling jar that she planned to use for pickling cucumbers, but since cucumbers don't last long, she could make them whenever she wanted. After 3 days of hard work, she finally finished with the cabbage, but it was too heavy to move to the cellar. Instead, she placed it directly into storage and climbed down to the cellar to take it out later, avoiding the need to carry it. The pickled radishes and cabbage were ready to eat after soaking for more than 4 hours. She checked the food supplies in the cellar. There were 300 pounds of rice, 50 pounds of flour, 100 heads of fresh Napa cabbage, and 20 pumpkins. There were also 100 potatoes and about 300 sweet potatoes, which she usually used for breakfast. She could make fried sweet potato cakes, sweet potato balls, or sweet potato porridge. Additionally, she had 100 ears of corn and took out 20 pieces of cured meat to hang on a wire rack. She didn't take any fresh meat, as it could raise suspicion with Tingxiao and would spoil easily in this weather. She planned to take it out when it snowed, using the snow to preserve it in the yard. She also took 50 eggs, but didn't get any other vegetables since they wouldn't keep well. She could buy more gradually before winter. She had also collected a good amount of dried chili peppers, which were still drying in her yard. There were 3 months until winter, and it wouldn't start snowing until mid-October. It was now mid-July, so she had plenty of time to prepare. She cleaned the house, especially the backyard, where vegetable leaves were scattered everywhere from her recent work. She packed some radishes and pickles into small jars to take to her grandparents, who had moved into the house across the yard a few days ago. Grandpa Sheng had found something to do and was making furniture every day. Although he could make furniture, Grandma Pan worried that it might be too tiring for him at his age, so Grandpa Sheng settled for making storage shelves instead. The large storage shelves and shoe racks in her home caught Grandma Sheng's eye. Recently, Pan's father had his men bring back a bunch of bamboo to keep Grandpa Sheng busy at home. That evening, Mr. Pan and Mrs. Pan came to help. On the day they moved in, Sheng Wanyan came to assist with cleaning both inside and outside. Pan was pregnant, so she took care of wiping surfaces and sweeping the floor. She was nimble enough to handle tasks that required bending down or climbing up. Pan's home had a radio, a sewing machine, and a bicycle, along with chairs and a dining table that could be used right away. Grandma Sheng was in charge of turning the soil, planning to plant vegetables that could be harvested before winter. The kitchen and the heated bed needed some good organizing. Pan wanted to build a bamboo kitchen like her family's, a place that would be protected from wind and rain. This way, it would be convenient regardless of snow or rain, especially with elderly family members to consider. However, this could only be done after Sheng Wanyan and Tingxiao returned. Grandpa Sheng had already included the small kitchen shelf in his list of tasks. They were just waiting for the 2 workers at home to return and fulfill their dreams. Sheng Wanyan knocked on the door, but the people inside were busy and didn't hear her, so she shouted into the yard, "Grandma, sister-in-law, open the door." Grandma Sheng was turning the soil and seemed to hear her granddaughter's voice. "Is that Yan Yan?" Grandpa Sheng paused his work to listen closely, but didn't hear anything. "No, I don't think so." Grandma Sheng frowned, put down her hoe, and ran to the front yard to open the door. "Of course it's her. I know my granddaughter." There's a special bond between grandparents and grandchildren. When Yan Yan arrived, Grandma could sense it. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her granddaughter holding pickles outside. "Come in, come in. Everyone is busy in the back and didn't hear you. Your grandpa thought I misheard." Grandma Sheng murmured about Grandpa Sheng's forgetfulness, and Sheng Wanyan laughed as she followed her inside. "Grandma, these are the pickles I made for you to eat." Hearing this, Grandma Sheng immediately slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten about the pickles? "Why are you hitting yourself, Grandma?" Sheng Wanyan was startled, thinking something serious had happened. "Thanks for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten to pickle the vegetables." In the past few days, Grandma Sheng had been so caught up in the joy of moving into the new house that she overlooked many things. "Grandma, I have plenty of pickles. If you need more, just come to my place." "That's okay, there's still time. I'll have my in-laws help me buy a few water jars and pickle jars in the next few days." Sheng Wanyan nodded at her words, and Grandma Sheng went to put away the pickles and poured her a cup of malt milk. "Where's my sister-in-law?" Sheng Wanyan hadn't seen Panyu today. Grandma Sheng pointed to a room. "Your sister-in-law is resting. Let's go talk in the backyard." Sheng Wanyan nodded and followed Grandma Sheng to the backyard. "Your sister-in-law hasn't been sleeping well these past few nights. She wakes up to feel sick every evening. There's a little one in her belly who loves to keep her on her toes. Now that she can finally rest a bit, I feel more at ease." Panyu is now 4 months along, and her belly is starting to show. The little niece or nephew inside is quite active, making Pan Yu feel sick every time it's mealtime or rest time, affecting her ability to do anything. Pan Yu is feeling a bit low on energy, but thankfully Grandma Sheng isn't the overly traditional type. Otherwise, Pan Yu would be criticized for sleeping during the day and not working. During pregnancy, the health of the mother is the most important thing. Is that really Yenner? Grandpa Sheng said when he saw her, and Grandma Sheng immediately interrupted him. I told you it was Yenner. Why don't you believe me? It's still me. Otherwise, you could shout all day, and your grandpa wouldn't hear you. Grandpa Sheng was not pleased to hear this. Why was his wife speaking ill of him in front of their granddaughter? Don't listen to your grandma. If she doesn't say something for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Grandma Sheng was unhappy to hear this and put her hands on her hips to defend herself.
Hey, what do you mean by that?
I'm just speaking the truth. Did I say anything wrong? Yenner, do you think I was wrong? Hearing the two elders bickering, Sheng Wanyan felt the heat was on her, so she quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Grandma, you didn't say anything wrong. It's all true. Hearing this, Grandma Sheng felt relieved. It was just that old man refusing to admit he was hard of hearing and causing her trouble. Grandpa Sheng didn't like her response. Was he the one in the wrong? I'm not wrong either. I'm just very dedicated to my work, which is a good example. I focus on what I do. When my brother's child is born, I'll be a good role model. Hearing this, Grandpa Sheng's expression softened instantly, clearly feeling very pleased. What his granddaughter said was absolutely right. Wasn't that the truth? He was indeed someone who needed to set a good example for his great-grandchild. Seeing him so proud, Grandma Sheng smiled and shook her head, continuing to turn the soil. Not wanting to argue with the old man, she thought it would be better to avoid any fuss. Sheng Wanyan watched the two elders bickering and shook her head with a helpless smile. Although they often disagreed with each other, they were always the first to care when something happened to the other. Pan Yu got up after half an hour of sleep and quickly took out some snacks to share. Sister-in-law, this is the pickled vegetables I made. Try some. Pan Yu loved sour food, and after eating a couple of pieces, she couldn't stop bragging about it. Seeing how much she enjoyed it, Grandma Sheng thought about making more pickled vegetables for her to enjoy. She didn't dare to dictate Pan Yu's diet. Given the circumstances, a pregnant woman should eat whatever she can, as long as it doesn't affect the baby. As long as she can sleep and eat well, the happiness of the pregnant woman is the most important. Delicious, Pan Yu said as she ate the pickled radish, feeling hungrier with each bite. It's so good. Next time, Grandma will make it for you. Grandma, I'm hungry, Pan Yu said, patting her belly. Hearing this made Grandma Sheng extremely happy. Normally, Pan Yu wouldn't even mention wanting more food. This was the first time she had asked for something to eat, so how could Grandma Sheng not be excited? Just wait, Grandma will go make you some noodles. Grandma Sheng quickly got busy, and seeing this, Sheng Wanyan decided not to stay any longer and went home. Lately, Sheng Wanyan had been feeling restless while sleeping, as if something was weighing on her chest. She often woke up from dreams, and when she looked around at the dark room, she took a deep breath, rubbed her heart, and lay back down. Another week passed, and more than half a month had gone by without Tingxiao returning. Sheng Wanyan didn't dwell on the negative feelings. She continued to eat and drink as usual, occasionally bringing supplies home. Welcome back. The soldiers on a mission have returned. Sheng Wanyan heard the voice and felt uncertain. But when she heard the next line, she quickly took some edamame and went to open the door, eager to hear more from outside. They're back. Commander Gu and the others have completed their mission. At that moment, the gate of the opposite yard opened, and Pan Yu, with her belly, walked out. This time, she finally understood how the military wives knew when their husbands completed their missions even before they arrived home. Sometimes, it's just a feeling they share. Yenner, is it your brother and the others? Yes, sister-in-law, let's go. Sheng Wanyan helped her walk outside, and Grandpa and Grandma Sheng quickly followed. Sheng Wanyan guided Pan Yu to the entrance of the family compound, where the returning soldiers were getting out of their vehicles. You're finally back. Are you hurt?
How are you?
Did everything go well? The military wives rushed to greet their husbands, showing concern. It was a luxury to return safely at such times. Sheng Wanyan hadn't seen Gu Tingxiao get out of the car yet, but she saw Commander Fong approaching them with a serious expression. Sheng Wanyan's heart sank. What did this mean? Commander Fong saluted them, and Pan Yu stumbled back a couple of steps. Having grown up in a military family, she understood this situation all too well. It either meant someone was seriously injured and in the hospital, or sister-in-law, Tingxiao and Wanza are in the hospital. Wanza is seriously injured and unconscious. Pan Yu felt faint and collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. Xiao Yu, sister. Sheng Wanyan and Grandma Sheng quickly helped her up. Pan Yu looked at Commander Fong in disbelief. Can you say that again? What does unconscious mean? Pan Yu stepped forward, grabbing Commander Fong's arm, her eyes filling with tears. Sister-in-law. Wanza was shot. Directly in the heart. He was just taken to the hospital for surgery. Commander Fong lowered his head, his eyes red. He felt he had failed to protect his subordinate. There had been unexpected events during the mission, and he hadn't been prepared. Sheng Wanza had taken a bullet to protect someone. Though this was their job, risking their lives to complete it, now his sister-in-law was pregnant. If something happened to Sheng Wanza, how could he face the Sheng family? How could he face Commander Pan? Grandpa and Grandma Sheng were nearly fainting upon hearing this. He was their only grandson. What would happen to Pan Yu? What would they do? Without Sheng Wanza, their family would be shattered. This. My grandson. Grandma Sheng covered her mouth and began to cry. Grandpa Sheng, who had fought in his youth and was stronger emotionally, quickly went to comfort her. We need to hurry to the hospital. Grandpa Sheng's words brought Grandma Sheng back to her senses, and she rushed home to gather Sheng Wanza's things for the hospital. Pan Yu, hearing Commander Fong's words, felt all the color drain from her face. Just before Sheng Wanza left for the mission, he had promised her he would return safely. He was supposed to make a crib for their baby, toys, and a little chair. Now she was being told he was unconscious. What a big liar Sheng Wanza was. Sister-in-law, calm down. Let's go to the hospital first. Pan Yu took a deep breath upon hearing her words. It seemed like the baby inside her sensed her distress. The baby kicked her several times. Pan Yu touched her belly, reminding herself that she had a child and couldn't be so fragile. You're right. We need to go to the hospital right away. Captain Fong prepared a car for them, and Grandma Sheng quickly packed 2 sets of shorts and tank tops for Sheng Wanza before coming out. Sheng Wanyan went to lock the gates of both houses, and the family hurried to the hospital. Once at the hospital, Pan Yu confidently headed to the 3rd floor. As the head nurse, Pan's mother immediately knew when Sheng Wanza was brought in. In the operating room, cooperating with the doctors, Sheng Wanyan saw Gu Tingxiao sitting on a bench at the door. Gu Tingxiao had a bandage around his neck, and his hand was injured and dislocated. Hearing footsteps, Gu Tingxiao looked up, and the person rushing toward him was none other than his beloved wife. Tingxiao, wife. Gu Tingxiao stood up, nervously watching her, worried that she might be scared by his appearance. Are you okay? Sheng Wanyan grabbed his shoulders and, seeing his bandaged arm, her eyes instantly turned red. Wife, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury. Please don't cry. Gu Tingxiao used his uninjured hand to wipe her tears, but Sheng Wanyan playfully swatted his hand away. I'm not crying. Gu Tingxiao wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, nodding calmly. Right, wife, you're not crying at all. Sheng Wanyan. Little Gu, how is Wanza? Seeing his condition, Grandma Sheng felt heartbroken. His arm was injured, stubble was growing on his chin, and there were dark circles under his eyes. His clothes were covered in dirt, clearly showing he hadn't bathed in a while. Grandma, Big Brother is in surgery. The bullet is near his heart, but it didn't damage it, just above a little. So it's not as serious as we thought. Pan, Aunt is inside. Upon hearing this, Pan Yu instantly relaxed and sat down on the bench. As long as the heart wasn't harmed, Sheng Wanza's life would be safe. Gu Tingxiao had only shared part of the information, keeping some details confidential. In fact, the bullet had originally been aimed at Sheng Wanyan's heart, but just as he bent down to pick something up, the bullet went off course. Otherwise, it would have been a question of whether he could survive. Fortunately, he has a strong life. Pan Yu kept murmuring to herself, as if it would give her strength. After all, he was lucky to have avoided danger. Sheng Wanyan looked at the operating room and rubbed her forehead. She sat down to keep Pan Yu and the grandparents company, while Pan Yu clenched her fists, staring at the operating room. After 3 hours, the operating room finally opened, and Pan Yu rushed in immediately.
Mom.
How is Wanza? Pan's mother took off her mask and was startled by her daughter's appearance. Her daughter was heavily pregnant, and looking so pale made her worry about the baby. The surgery was very successful. As soon as Pan's mother said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Grandma Sheng tightly held Grandpa Sheng's hand. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, it's okay. Hearing her mother's words, Pan Yu immediately smiled, but before anyone could react, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Sister-in-law.
Xiaoya. Quick.
Help her sit down. The scene became chaotic as one spouse fell, and the other followed. The house was in complete disarray. Nurses helped Pan Yu sit on a chair, and Pan's mother quickly came over to check on her. In-law, how is Xiaoya? After examining her, Pan's mother realized that Pan Yu was too worried about Sheng Wanyan and had been tense. Being pregnant and stressed, when she suddenly relaxed, her body couldn't handle it. Low blood sugar. We need to give her N4 with glucose. Pan's mother instructed the nurses to get the glucose, while a few other nurses helped lay Pan Yu on a stretcher and started the 4. She'll be fine. She'll wake up in about an hour. Let's arrange for them to share a room. Since Sheng Wanyan was injured on duty and in a military hospital, he could have a private room. And since they were a couple, no one would say anything about sharing a room. When will Wanyan wake up? He should wake up tomorrow. We need to wait for the anesthesia to wear off. Grandma Sheng nodded, as Pan's mother was on night duty this week and could watch over Sheng Wanyan. Grandma, you and Tingxiao should go home for now. Sheng Wanyan would stay to take care of Pan Yu until she woke up. For now, they would have to rely on Pan's mother for Sheng Wanyan, as Tingxiao was also injured and needed to be checked on. No, you can't handle this alone. Grandma, you go home and prepare some food to bring back. My sister-in-law can't go hungry. Grandma Sheng agreed to go back after hearing this. They were old and could do little, but they would do their best. Okay, I'll go back and cook some food to bring over. Just put in a little more effort. Tingxiao glanced at her, a bit worried about her being alone here. I'll be back soon. Take good care of Grandpa and Grandma. Tingxiao nodded and first took the 2 elderly people back. Aunt, I'm sorry to trouble you. Pan's mother shook her head, saying it was no trouble at all since it was her own daughter and son-in-law. But she had many patients to care for, all soldiers protecting the country, and as the head nurse, she couldn't leave. We're all family. If anyone is troubled, it's you who is working harder. Pan's mother exchanged a few words with her. Even though her daughter was still in bed, she had to prioritize the bigger picture. Yenner, I'll leave Xiaoya to you. I'll come back later. Sheng Wanyan nodded, not stopping her from saving lives. The head nurse was truly the busiest person in the hospital. They needed to know all medical knowledge, regardless of the department. Because when patients arrived, it was the nurses who took charge first, and the head nurse had to identify the type of illness. Then, they would assign patients to different departments for better efficiency. So, the head nurse had to be versatile. Pan's mother started as a nurse and spent her life saving people, earning respect and admiration. Sheng Wanyan watched as Pan Yu woke up an hour later. Now she was calm and knew she needed to take care of Sheng Wanyan and herself. Sister-in-law, have some water. Sheng Wanyan poured her a glass of water, and Pan Yu took it and drank a few sips. Thank you, little sister. Pan Yu looked at Sheng Wanyan on the adjacent bed, seeing him breathe steadily, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Little sister, what do you think we should do about those in this line of work? Pan Yu had seen many sacrificed soldiers and the tearful military wives in the family quarters. Sister-in-law, since the day I married Tingxiao, I have been prepared for everything. Pan Yu turned to look at her, seeing strength in Sheng Wanyan's eyes. Regardless of what happens to them in the future, we have our own understanding, right? Pan Yu remained silent, gazing at Sheng Wanza on the hospital bed.
Yes.
From the moment she decided to marry Sheng Wanza, she knew what the future would hold. There are only two outcomes. One is to grow old together, and the other is to be strong and move on alone.
Pan Yu sighed.
Sometimes, seeing too much life and death around her is a good thing. At least she has gotten used to it. After Grandma Sheng finished cooking, Gu Tingxiao brought the two elderly people over, but he had a young soldier drive them. After all, Gu Tingxiao couldn't drive due to his various injuries. Have you eaten? Gu Tingxiao nodded. They had eaten before coming. Sheng Wanyan felt relieved upon hearing this. After Pan Yu and Sheng Wanyan finished their meal, they cleaned the containers and returned to the hospital room. Pan Yu wanted to stay the night, but she couldn't because she was pregnant, and the two elderly people definitely couldn't stay either. Gu Tingxiao was injured again, and Sheng Wanyan had to go back to take care of him, so the young soldier stayed behind. The reason Gu Tingxiao brought the young soldier was this. With the elderly sick and injured, how much could his wife really do? He felt heartbroken watching his wife busy herself, as if all the pressure was on her. Sheng Wanyan was truly exhausted. It felt like the whole family had collapsed, and she was the only one able to move. Even though Gu Tingxiao had only one hand, he could still drive slowly back home. It wasn't far from the family area. It took about 10 minutes by car. Once they got home, Sheng Wanyan had no strength left and collapsed on the sofa. Let me check if you have any other injuries. Sheng Wanyan perked up and started checking Gu Tingxiao for injuries, since there was another injured person at home. Wife, I'm fine really. Gu Tingxiao held onto his clothes tightly, not letting her see. Sheng Wanyan looked at him doubtfully. If you're fine, why are you hiding it? Be sensible, or you'll sleep in the living room tonight. Sheng Wanyan got angry and turned to go into the bedroom, ignoring Gu Tingxiao. Gu Tingxiao quickly followed her and saw her sitting on the edge of the bed, pouting adorably. He walked up to her and took off his shirt, exposing his upper body. Sheng Wanyan's eyes widened as she looked up and saw the various injuries on him. She immediately sprang up to examine him closely, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. You still say you're fine. This wound is almost coming out. She saw the injury on his chest, which extended from his chest to his waist. If it were any deeper, it would require at least 50 stitches. Wife, I'm really fine, the doctors checked. Your medicine is very effective. This wound was treated thanks to my wife's medicine. When I got injured, I had run out of my own supplies. Luckily, I had her medicine. I didn't know how effective it would be, but I just wanted something to stop the bleeding. I didn't expect her medicine to be much better than any current bleeding control products. With a wound like mine, the military's bleeding medicine would take at least 20 minutes to work. But my wife's medicine worked in under 10 minutes. It not only saved me but also helped Sheng Wanza. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive and come back. Seeing him so calm made Sheng Wanyan really frustrated. But no matter how angry she was, he was still her husband, so she had to calm down and get the scar cream. Let go of me. Gu Tingxiao dared not let go. With the way his wife was trying to push him away, he couldn't risk it. If you don't let go, I'll make you leave. Gu Tingxiao immediately released her, behaving obediently. Seeing him act so well, Sheng Wanyan's anger faded a bit. She turned to the wardrobe, took out the key to her dowry box and opened it in front of the storage rack. Gu Tingxiao watched her, but when she glared at him, he quickly looked away. Sheng Wanyan pretended to search and took out some medicine for wound recovery. Thankfully, she had studied this in her previous life and had made quite a bit during her free time. She handed the powder to Gu Tingxiao and reminded him to apply it 3 times a day. 3 times a day. I'll go prepare water for your bath. After saying that, she left. Gu Tingxiao looked at the medicine in his hand, his eyes filled with admiration. His wife had a real talent for medicine. In this world, the more capable you are, the harder the path becomes. Unless the situation changes. While Sheng Wanyan prepared the water, Gu Tingxiao finally relaxed. He had a break due to his injury and could take time to recover at home before going back. They had plenty of time to enjoy their life together. Since his hand was injured, she didn't plan to return to Rongqing or Kyoto. After all, the train ride was long, and he needed to apply medicine on time and take care of himself. It takes 100 days to heal from serious injuries, and his hand would need at least 3 months to fully recover. He didn't know how long this break he earned with his life would last.
How long can you take off this time?
After they finished bathing and sat on the bed, Sheng Wanyan helped him apply the medicine. Originally 3 months. Sheng Wanyan raised an eyebrow at his words. It seemed he had other plans. What's next? Tingxiao knew he couldn't hide it from his wife, so he honestly shared his plans. I'm planning to go back to work in a month. This way, we can celebrate the new year in Rongqing and Kyoto this year. It's early August now, and there are 5 months until the new year. He plans to take 3 months off for the holiday. He will spend a month in Rongqing with his wife, then a month in Kyoto, and the travel time will take another month. The timing is just right, but this means he won't be able to return next year since he has already used most of his vacation days. Sheng Wanyan felt a bit excited about his plan, but considering his health, she worried he might not train well when he goes back to work. But how will you manage with your hand? Maybe we should wait until next year to go back? Tingxiao knew she was bored at home, and with Panyu pregnant and Sheng Wanza injured, they definitely wouldn't be going back. If their son and daughter aren't going back, won't Mr. and Mrs. Sheng be all alone? Wife, I won't train. I'll just keep an eye on them. Hearing this, Sheng Wanyan couldn't disagree. She also wanted to visit her parents in Rongqing. Let's see how your hand is doing then. Tingxiao nodded, and after Sheng Wanyan helped him apply medicine, he went to sleep. Tingxiao slept very soundly that night. He couldn't hold her because of his injuries, but his hand tightly grasped hers as if afraid she would leave. He was so tired that he started snoring, which was unusual for him. But seeing the dark circles under his eyes, Sheng Wanyan just hoped he could rest well and recover. The next day, it was rare for Tingxiao to sleep in. Sheng Wanyan looked at the clock by the bed. It was already 9 a.m. She slowly pulled her hand away from Tingxiao's, changed into her outfit for the day, and went to wash up and prepare breakfast. Sheng Wanyan changed into a light blue long dress and braided her hair into a fishtail braid. The moment she stepped out, Tingxiao woke up, smiling as he continued to rest. Tingxiao was human too. When he had the chance to relax, he wanted to take it easy. Sheng Wanyan prepared a hearty breakfast since their meals at home had been quite basic lately. She made pork rib congee, scrambled eggs, and stir-fried bok choy with pickled radish and cabbage. She also prepared 2 cups of malted milk. When Tingxiao got up for breakfast and saw the malted milk in front of him, his mouth twitched. Did his wife think he was in confinement like a new mother? The malt milk has a strong milk flavor, and he doesn't like it.
Wife.
Let's forget about it. Malt milk is nutritious. Sheng Wanyan looked at him with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, meaning there was no room for negotiation. Tingxiao had no choice but to hold his breath and drink it all at once. The sweet milk taste made him uncomfortable, so he quickly drank some porridge to wash it down. After the meal, Sheng Wanyan was in charge of washing the dishes. He could barely take care of himself with one hand, let alone wash dishes. Tingxiao picked up a broom and swept the yard with one hand, watered the plants, and did what he could. Sheng Wanyan took the dirty clothes they had changed out of last night and started washing them by the well. Before, Tingxiao had always done the washing, but after he went on a mission, she learned to wash clothes by the well for the first time. It was quite tiring. Bending over and keeping her head down made her neck uncomfortable. After washing, Sheng Wanyan stood up to stretch and hung the clothes out to dry in the front yard. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Tingxiao felt a pang of sympathy seeing her busy. He knew his wife was a bit delicate. Since marrying him, she hadn't done much work besides cooking. Now she had to do everything. How could she manage? Watching her nonstop made his heart ache. Wife, have a glass of water. Tingxiao poured her a glass of warm water, and Sheng Wanyan took it and drank a few sips. I'll go to the hospital to see my brother after lunch. Take good care of Maodo at home. After a month, Maodo had grown quite a bit, but still needed to eat soft food since his stomach was still weak.
Okay.
After resting for a while, Sheng Wanyan went to prepare lunch, making tomato and egg noodles. Before heading to the hospital, she started boiling pig trotter soup. Luckily, she had brought back plenty of ingredients recently, so she could nourish Gu Tingxiao without needing an excuse. Watch the fire. Gu Tingxiao was worried about her going out alone, so he walked her to the entrance of the family quarters before heading back. Wife, come home early, don't wait until dark. Sheng Wanyan nodded and rode her bike towards the hospital. When she reached near the hospital, she took out 3 apples and a pear. Gu Tingxiao didn't have any serious issues, but there was someone seriously ill in the hospital. In the ward, Pan Yu and their grandparents were there, and Sheng Wanjia had just woken up. Seeing her arrive with such precious fruit, Grandma Sheng scolded her a bit. You child, little Gu is hurt too. How did you come over here? Sheng Wanyan put down her things and replied to Grandma Sheng. Tingxiao's injury just needs good care, but how's my brother? Your brother just woke up. He needs to stay in the hospital for a month. Hearing this made Grandma Sheng feel sad. The doctor had just been to check on her grandson, and he had quite a few injuries. After being discharged, he would still need to rest at home, and it would take at least 6 months for him to fully recover. It was hard to believe they had just saved him from death, and now they would see how he could still be strong. I'm fine. How is Tingxiao? Sheng Wanjia looked pale and spoke weakly. Sheng Wanyan was not used to hearing him sound so lifeless. It takes 100 days to heal from serious injuries. He needs to rest at home. Sheng Wanjia nodded weakly, relieved that he was safe. Grandma, I brought some apples and pears. You can cut them up to eat. I won't keep them. I need to go to the supply store to buy some things. They're for you too. Make sure you eat them. After saying this, Sheng Wanyan left. If she stayed any longer, Grandma Sheng would definitely try to give the food back to her. It was hard to find an excuse to bring treats for the 2 elders, and she wouldn't accept them being returned. Just as Grandma Sheng wanted to bring them back, Sheng Wanyan had already disappeared. This child. Why is she always running around? Grandma Sheng mumbled a few words and, unable to do anything else, cut up 1 apple and 1 pear for everyone to share. Sheng Wanyan really went to the supply store, and just then, Gu Tingxiao returned, planning to buy some meat. Sheng Wanyan bought 2 pounds of meat, a pound of peach blossom cake, a pound of sunflower seeds, and some vegetables and spices that were missing at home. After that, she headed back home, and before reaching the army base, she took out 5 apples and snow pears. She got home just in time for dinner at 5 o'clock. Seeing her come back with the items, Gu Tingxiao helped her lift the bicycle inside. Gu Tingxiao was hurt on his left hand, but he usually used his right hand and was strong enough to lift the bicycle with 1 hand easily. Did you go to the supply store, dear? Yes, I had some time, so I bought a few things. Gu Tingxiao nodded, and Sheng Wanyan went to the kitchen, noticing that he had already cooked rice. She didn't plan to make spicy dishes since Gu Tingxiao needed to eat light for a while. Instead, she prepared braised pork with preserved vegetables and stir-fried greens. Along with soup and pig's trotters, they had a very hearty meal for 2. Sheng Wan looked at Gu Tingxiao playing with the soybeans in the backyard and went to prepare soup, adding a few drops of spring water. She took out some pig's trotters, chopped them up, and filled half the bowl with soup and trotters for Gu Tingxiao to take to his grandparents across the street. At this time, his grandparents were also cooking, as they needed to bring food to Sheng Wanjia at the hospital later. It was perfect timing for everyone to enjoy the soup, especially since the spring water would help with Sheng Wanjia's injuries. Gu Tingxiao accepted her task and carried the basket of pig's trotter soup over. He called out, and Grandma Sheng came out to open the door. Seeing him, she quickly invited him in to sit for a while. Little Gu, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. Grandma, I won't go in. You all should drink this soup. I cooked it all afternoon. Grandma Sheng immediately refused, thinking about how her granddaughter had already brought fruit earlier, and now there was this rich soup. Why was her granddaughter spending so much? This won't do. Your brother and sister-in-law have enough to eat. You need to recover from your injury. Grandma, we have enough at home. This is for you. Grandma Sheng was stubborn, but Gu Tingxiao was even more determined. In his mind, he had to complete the task his wife assigned him. He remained expressionless, which made Grandma Sheng feel a bit uneasy. Although she knew her granddaughter's husband had a cold demeanor, his serious look was quite intimidating. All right, I'll accept it. You need to rest and recover from your injury. Tingxiao nodded and turned to leave. Knock, knock, knock. Before Grandma Sheng could step back inside, she heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, she saw Tingxiao had returned. Little Gu, what's wrong? Tingxiao looked at the basket in her hands, and Grandma Sheng's heart raced. Did he have an issue with her granddaughter giving them the pig's trotters? She thought it was wrong for her granddaughter to be so generous to her family, and what if her grandson-in-law was upset? What would happen to her granddaughter and the Gu family? Her heart raced as she thought of all these things. Grandma Sheng tentatively offered the pig's trotter soup back to him, but Tingxiao frowned. Grandma, the basket and the bowl.
Oh.
I'll get it right away. Grandma Sheng realized she had misunderstood and felt a bit embarrassed. She scolded herself for overthinking. Little Gu was a good kid. How could she judge him based on his cold appearance? It was truly inappropriate of her. At her age, having such thoughts was embarrassing. Grandma Sheng quickly served the pig's trotter soup, returning the basket and bowl to him with a loving smile. Xiao Gu, walk slowly and be careful of your wound. Tingxiao nodded and took the basket back home to show off to his wife. Sheng Wanyan had no idea that he had scared his grandmother so much during his trip. Otherwise, she would have had a serious talk with him. When Tingxiao returned home, he handed her the empty basket and looked at her eagerly. Wife, I completed the task you gave me. Seeing his expectant expression, Sheng Wanyan stood on her toes and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Tingxiao's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this kind of reward. If he had known, he would have turned around and asked for a kiss on the lips. The reward is to go get the dishes for dinner. Okay, wife. Tingxiao's steps became a bit hurried, and he felt a bit giddy. Sheng Wanyan found it amusing how easily he could be teased. After dinner, Tingxiao went to the well to fetch water for a bath. Sheng Wanyan washed the dishes, placing them on the bottom rack to drain. Tingxiao couldn't wash himself with one hand and looked at her with a pleading expression. You can wash yourself. You did it last night. Why couldn't he do it today? Wife, I can't reach my back. Sheng Wanyan sighed and went in to help him wash his back while Tingxiao stood in the bathtub wearing only shorts. Water flowed down his back, waist and thighs. The room was lit by a kerosene lamp, casting a soft glow that highlighted his attractive physique. Sheng Wanyan couldn't help but swallow hard. It was quite tempting. Wife, be a bit firmer. Hearing this made her heart race. In this atmosphere, such words could easily lead to misunderstandings. She snapped back to reality and quickly continued washing his back. Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, she began to recite a calming mantra to push away her distracting thoughts. After finishing, Sheng Wanyan quickly put down the towel and left the room. She needed to distance herself from this embarrassing situation. Tingxiao watched her leave, a smile spreading across his face. Later that night, Sheng Wanyan felt as if a snake was slithering over her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Tingxiao lying above her and quickly pushed him away. What are you doing? You have an injury and you... Before Sheng Wanyan could finish her sentence, Tingxiao covered her mouth. She didn't dare to push him away, fearing his wound might reopen. Wife, I still have one hand. Don't worry, I won't let you overwork yourself. Tingxiao's deep, hoarse voice in her ear felt like a command. But Tingxiao underestimated Sheng Wanyan's resolve. Although she was tempted by him, she still had a bit of rationality left. No, wait until you recover first. Wife. It's been almost a month. Sheng Wanyan firmly refused to listen. Seeing her determined look, Tingxiao could only settle for some soup. Without meat, at least he could enjoy some soup, right? The next day, when Sheng Wanyan got up, her legs felt weak, and she realized just how much soup Tingxiao had consumed. When she woke up, Tingxiao had already packed breakfast from the cafeteria and made her some malted milk, looking at her with an expression of I know I was wrong. Tonight, you sleep on the floor. Sheng Wanyan shot him a glare, her tone slightly reproachful. Tingxiao was very resistant to the idea of sleeping apart. He was quite shameless about it, cheerfully trying to make his wife happy. "Wife, tonight I'll give you a back rub. Go away." "Not going away." Tingxiao replied quickly and confidently, showing no shame. Sheng Wanyan felt like her punch landed on cotton, bouncing back at her. Frustrated and unable to vent her anger, Sheng Wanyan said nothing to him all day and rode her bicycle to the hospital to see Shanza. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw Pan Yu bringing breakfast. Sheng Wanyan noticed his wife, who was pregnant, running around every day. He wanted to get discharged quickly, so she wouldn't have to tire herself out so much. "Little sister, you're here." Sheng Wanyan looked a bit better today, with a healthier complexion. It seemed the pig trotter soup from yesterday had worked. If he could drink more spring water, he should be able to go home soon. "Brother, how are you?" Sheng Wanyan smiled and shook his head, feeling like he had truly snatched his life back from the Grim Reaper. During his surgery, it felt as if the Grim Reaper was beckoning to him. "I'm fine. I have a bit of strength today, feeling much better." "You've worked hard during this time." His wife had told him a lot about what had happened at home, and it seemed their grandparents had been mostly taken care of by Sheng Wanyan. Moreover, moving and cleaning were all done by his younger sister. She often brought a lot of meat for his wife to help her regain strength. Whenever he had trouble, it was always his sister running around to help take care of things. "Why are you telling me this? If something really happens to you, what will Grandma, Mom, Dad, your wife, and your unborn child do? I want you to know that I won't clean up your mess." Hearing her words, Sheng Wanyan smiled. He understood his sister. She was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She said these things hoping he would strive to stay alive. Having someone to care about might save him when he was on the brink of life and death.
"Hey,
I'm tough, you know." Sheng Wanyan returned to his usual carefree self, making people want to give him a playful slap. "I'll get you a glass of water. You can talk with my sister-in-law." Sheng Wanyan stepped aside to let the couple talk, and while pouring water, she added a drop of special water for good health. Sheng Wanyan and Pan Yu were very close now, leaving no extra energy for her. After pouring the water and giving it to Sheng Wanyan, she returned with Pan Yu. "Hold onto my waist, sister-in-law." Pan Yu quickly wrapped her arms around her waist, feeling grateful for Tingxiao's good fortune. Sheng Wanyan didn't dare ride too fast, carefully taking Pan Yu back to their home. "Thanks, little sister."
don't mention it, sister-in-law."
After Pan Yu got off the bike and exchanged a few words with her, she went back home. Sheng Wanyan's days were repetitive. She either spent time at home with Tingxiao or visited Sheng Wanyan at the hospital. A week later, Sheng Wanyan had his stitches removed and could go home to recover. His health was quite good. The doctors were surprised at how quickly he recovered. It was only a week, and he seemed as fit as if he hadn't been injured at all. But considering he was a soldier, it made sense that he was in good shape. On the day Sheng Wanyan returned, Pan Yu invited her, Tingxiao, and her parents over for dinner. Sheng Wanyan smiled and nodded at the invitation, promising they would arrive on time. She didn't help out, as even close relationships needed to recognize their roles. However, since she and Sheng Wanyan were siblings, bringing gifts felt too formal, so she decided to add a couple of dishes for Pan Yu instead. "I made some sweet potato balls and potato chips at home, mixing the chips with chili powder and cumin. I checked the time and thought it was about ready, so I put the food in a basket and carried it over. Little sister, brother-in-law, come in and sit down." Sheng Wanyan had returned home, and it was clear that Pan Yu was in a much better mood today. The tiredness from a few days ago was gone, and she looked lively and smiling. "Sister-in-law, this is a snack I made. I hope you like it." Pan Yu smiled as she took it and pulled her hand to sit inside. "What are you saying? How could I dislike it? You shouldn't bring anything when you come home. Next time, don't do that." Sheng Wanyan nodded with a smile. After sitting down, Pan Yu brought out 2 cups of sweet water. "Please sit for a moment. The food will be ready soon." "Sister-in-law, can I help you?" "Oh, there's nothing much to do, just frying some vegetables quickly." "You should chat with your brother-in-law and Wanza." Pan Yu was not so ungrateful. Her little sister had been busy helping out every day, and this meal was to properly thank her. How could she let her work? When Pan's parents came home from work, dinner officially started. Everyone was smiling, and Grandpa Sheng couldn't help but say a few words. Wanza and Xiaogu contributed to the country and came back safely. Fortunately, everything is better now. Pan's father quickly nodded at Grandpa Sheng's words. It was indeed like that. When Sheng Wanyan returned covered in blood, it had nearly scared his father-in-law. He thought he might not make it.
Today,
there are two big pieces of good news. The first is that the two kids have made contributions to the country and successfully completed their mission, not letting the country down. The second is that Wanza has been discharged from the hospital and Xiaogu is recovering well. It's a happy occasion for everyone. To celebrate these two great pieces of news, let's raise a glass. After Grandpa Sheng finished speaking, everyone picked up their glasses. However, Wanza and Tingxiao couldn't drink alcohol this time and had to settle for soup. In this special situation, they raised their cups with soup to celebrate. As long as the family was healthy, that was what mattered. After dinner, Tingxiao chatted with Pan's father and Sheng Wanyan in the living room, while Sheng Wanyan went to help wash the dishes. Once the women left the living room, the atmosphere among the three men became a bit serious. Pan's father looked at Tingxiao and Sheng Wanyan, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Tingxiao, what's going on with your medicine?" Tingxiao heard his question, took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and looked at him calmly. "What medicine? I don't understand what Uncle Pan means." Pan's father, noticing that he was pretending, quickly put down his cup and started discussing it with him. "Are you still pretending? Do you think this matter can be hidden? Comrade Gu, this issue concerns everyone, and your medicine works very well." Pan's deputy was a bit agitated, as this was about the lives of countless soldiers. "I don't understand what Commander Pan is saying." Tingxiao narrowed his eyes at him, showing a hint of coldness. "Comrade Tingxiao." Pan's father stood up, seeing that he still had no intention of speaking, felt angry, and wanted to take him outside for a lesson. If it weren't for his injury, he would definitely teach this subordinate a good lesson. Pan's father took a deep breath. Since Tingxiao didn't want to talk, there was really nothing he could do. He could only turn his gaze to Sheng Wanyan, hoping to learn something from him. Sheng Wanyan shrugged, indicating that he knew nothing. Pan's father could only stare at Tingxiao, who sat up very straight and was unwilling to say more. "Comrade Gu, this medicine concerns the lives of the soldiers. You should know what is more important." Tingxiao felt a twitch in his eyelid and coldly laughed at Pan's father. "Commander Pan, how do you plan to handle this matter after knowing?" "Naturally, we will have the other party contribute to the country and hand over the formula." After saying this, Pan's father felt something was off, but contributing to the country was a very honorable thing in this era. "Commander Pan, I'm afraid I can't provide any information." Tingxiao's face was cold, his presence sharp like a cold arrow.
"You."
Pan's father was so angry that his hands trembled, pointing at him with a look of disappointment.
"What do you want? Just say it."
"Don't beat around the bush." Pan's father knew his two direct subordinates very well. Sheng Wanyan seemed carefree, but he had many clever ideas. Tingxiao looked icy, appearing methodical, but he had been raised by powerful figures like old Master Gu and his father. How could his ambition be small? He knew best how to maximize benefits. That depends on how much sincerity Commander Pan and the army can show. You are part of the army. How can you turn against us? Commander Pan looked at him with some confusion. This protective attitude didn't seem like Tingxiao's style. Unless Mr. Pan needs to erase the ridiculous thoughts in his mind. This doesn't add up. It can't be Sheng Wanyan. Although she is smart, she can't be that knowledgeable in medicine. Sheng Wanyan graduated from high school and previously did writing work. That's completely impossible. But Mr. Pan couldn't get any information from Tingxiao, so he had to offer sincere conditions to get him to speak. Mr. Pan took a deep breath and stated his biggest offer. The military will pay 10,000 for this formula and provide a job. Tingxiao remained silent, looking at him with clear dissatisfaction. Commander Pan, I believe my father in Kyoto is also very interested in this formula. The military district in Kyoto should show more sincerity. Mr. Pan was furious upon hearing this, but he still forced a smile, thinking they were all here to collect debts. Why are they all so inconsiderate? Commander Gu, please don't be so impulsive. I will return for a meeting tomorrow. Just give me some time. If Commander Pan's conditions are met, then I can negotiate with the military, right? Mr. Pan gritted his teeth, smiling brightly, and reluctantly said, okay. Then I will wait for good news from Commander Pan. Mr. Pan felt a pang of anger. Why was this so difficult? But this medicine is very useful for stopping bleeding. It can save countless soldiers in danger. Early the next morning, Commander Pan held a meeting with the higher-ups, and Tingxiao, as the intermediary, naturally had to participate. After the meeting, the leaders spoke with him, hoping he could secure benefits for the military. The main concern was to prevent other military districts from getting ahead, and any unsatisfactory conditions could be discussed later. Tingxiao listened without making any commitments, only saying he would do his best. Commissioner Si left the meeting room and asked Tingxiao to come to his office, and Mr. Pan quickly followed. Other leaders wanted to join but were scolded by Mr. Pan. Don't you need to train? Why is everyone so idle? If you have time, then increase the training. As Mr. Pan scolded, everyone dared not follow and returned to their respective units to supervise their soldiers' training. Once in Commissioner Si's office, Mr. Pan closed the door. Commander Gu, you need to build good relationships here. The conditions are negotiable as long as we have priority. After learning about this matter, Commissioner Si immediately advised Mr. Pan not to push too hard. Now the priority is in their hands, so we shouldn't force things out. Commander Gu, Director Pan is also thinking of the brave soldiers. Don't hold it against him. Commissioner Si poured him a cup of tea. The three of them stared at each other in the office, but thankfully, Commissioner Si was there to mediate. Commander Gu, how can we arrange this so that the pharmaceutical team is willing to cooperate with the military? Commissioner Si was gently persuasive, and Commander Gu was not reckless. They could have a good discussion. The commissioner should understand the value of this medicine and must show equal sincerity. Commissioner Si nodded in agreement with Commander Gu's statement. When Director Pan saw him agreeing with Commander Gu, he instantly stiffened. Director Pan, don't be so agitated. I think what Commander Gu said is very reasonable. Although we are soldiers and used to selflessly serving our country, we must remember that the people providing this medicine are not us. They might just want to build a good relationship with Commander Gu and give him some protective items. We can't impose our way of thinking on others. Commissioner Si's words were convincing, making Director Pan doubt himself. Aren't they all contributing to the country? Why is it so complicated? So, what should we do? Director Pan pulled up a chair and looked at Commissioner Si, wanting him to suggest a good solution. We can exchange something of equal value, but this medicine must be secured in our country's hands. We absolutely cannot provoke them. If they get desperate, we cannot afford the consequences. Given the tense situation in the country and the watchful eyes of other nations, we cannot let them deliver the medicine to others. So, what should we do? Director Pan looked at Commissioner Si eagerly, who furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before picking up the phone. I'll make a call to the higher-ups. Director Pan nodded. Commander Gu kept his eyes down, staring at the table without speaking. He needed to fight for the best outcome for his wife. He knew that given her character, she would definitely hand over the medicine. He understood her reasoning because she was a soldier. She didn't want our soldiers to face death alone in critical moments. She cared deeply for her country. But he loved her and his country, and he needed to strategize for both. Finding a balance between these two interests was not difficult for him. He knows what he thinks and what he needs in his heart. He is willing to sacrifice for the country, but the country must ensure his family has a good life. Tingxiao returned home to find Sheng Wanyan taking a nap. He changed out of his military uniform into a tank top and shorts. Seeing her sleep peacefully, he went to clean the yard and noticed that while he was away, his wife had kept the house tidy. They now had 2 hens in the chicken coop. They could only keep 2 chickens to stay within the limit. There was also enough grain in the cellar for them to eat for 2 months. Before winter, he planned to prepare more grain, so they wouldn't have to worry about food. The firewood shed was stacked high with firewood, reaching his thighs, and there seemed to be about 50 coal balls. The coal balls were not enough, but the military and the city's coal factory were both state-run, so the factory would quickly prepare the coal needed by the military. When the time came, he would inform the procurement department to help request more. These were convenient matters. The military leaders wouldn't mind such private arrangements by soldiers. After all, it was just a request form as long as payment was made. Tingxiao took a machete and went to chop firewood. Although he could only use one hand, he could still manage to chop wood. He brought back a whole log and planned to split it and tidy it up at home. When Sheng Wanyan woke up and heard the sound of chopping wood in the backyard, she sat up. Rubbing her shoulders, she got out of bed and walked outside. As soon as she stepped into the backyard, she saw Tingxiao vigorously chopping wood with his right hand. "You want to chop wood? Your hand is still injured." Seeing her awake, Tingxiao went to the kitchen and poured her a glass of warm water. "It's fine. I can manage slowly with one hand. Don't do such heavy work." Seeing he was managing well despite his injury, she decided not to interfere. "Don't work too long. Take it easy. I'll go prepare dinner." Tingxiao's eyes softened at her words, and he nodded. Sheng Wanyan cooked dinner, which consisted of egg noodles, light yet nutritious. After all, eating meat at every meal wasn't practical. Although Tingxiao needed good food due to his injury, he would definitely be the first to question it if they had too much meat. During dinner, Tingxiao was particularly attentive, either pouring her water or wiping her mouth. Sheng Wanyan was distracted and put down her bowl, looking at him.
"Come on, what's going on?"
Sheng Wanyan spoke in a definite tone, not as a question, with a look that said she was listening. Tingxiao looked at her, his expression showing he didn't know how to start. In the end, we exchanged glances, but neither of us spoke. Sheng Wanyan quietly waited for him to say something. Tingxiao put down his chopsticks and shared his thoughts. "Wife, the military wants to buy your medicine." Sheng Wanyan raised an eyebrow. Since returning from dinner at Sheng Wanza's house last night, Tingxiao had seemed troubled. "And what do you think about it?" Sheng Wanyan didn't care about others' opinions. She had her own plans, but Tingxiao's stance was important. Seeing her doubtful look made Tingxiao feel uneasy. He took her hand and looked at her seriously, expressing his position. "Wife, I want everything to be your choice. If you want, I will negotiate the best terms for you. If you don't want it, no one will know it's you." After hearing this, Sheng Wanyan lowered her head in thought. When she gave Tingxiao the medicine, she hoped he would return safely. Later, she realized the military would find out and take action. She lacked nothing, but she wanted money and power. "Can I propose my own terms?" Tingxiao knew from her words that she agreed. "As long as you want, I will negotiate for you." Sheng Wanyan looked up at him, and Tingxiao could see the ambition in her eyes. Someone who grew up in a world of strength would never settle for mediocrity. Tingxiao always knew his wife was capable and ambitious. This side of her shone even brighter than usual. Sheng Wanyan had her own plans. She couldn't harm the country's interests. She should ally with the country to become her support. No matter how talented or capable one is, they cannot go against a nation. Moreover, she had Tingxiao, Sheng Wanza, and her parents and grandparents. None of them should be affected because of her. Tingxiao's future also couldn't be impacted by her. She wanted to be his support. Besides, being able to save countless soldiers' lives was enough to move her. "I want 80,000 yuan and the position of deputy director in the steel factory workshop." Tingxiao understood her intentions. She wanted to find a new job for her father-in-law. Her father-in-law was getting older, and working in the steel factory was too exhausting. Every day, he was wearing down his health, and there were many germs. Her mother-in-law worked in the logistics department of a textile factory, which was a good job. She just needed to wait a few years until retirement. He knew that his wife was worried about her parents in Rongqing, which is why he guessed what was happening. However, He thought she intended to reach a long-term agreement with the country. He didn't expect her to make a one-time deal. He understood the implications of that. Everything was for his future. If she had chosen a long-term agreement, he would likely be closely watched during his next promotion, and this matter could be used against him. Instead, by taking a step back, his next promotion would go smoothly, with no one daring to hinder his advancement. "Thank you, my dear," he said. Sheng Wanyan couldn't stand his affectionate look. It gave her goosebumps. "I don't want to live under constant scrutiny," she replied, continuing her dinner, regardless of how touched Gu Tingxiao felt. She already had valuable skills and didn't want to expose herself unnecessarily. With Sheng Wanyan's response, Gu Tingxiao returned to the army the next day to report. When Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan learned that the drug was developed by Sheng Wanyan, they were so shocked that they spat out their drinks.
Wow. Wow.
Gu Tingxiao quickly stood up and moved aside to avoid getting splashed. Si and Pan faced each other, both soaked. However, the important thing was that the drug was created by Gu Tingxiao's wife. Really? Si and Pan could hardly believe it. No wonder Gu Tingxiao was so protective. It turned out it was his own wife. Gu Tingxiao nodded. This secret couldn't be kept for long. Once Sheng's father's work was in place, it would be easy for the country to find out.
Yes. Wow.
No wonder you were so protective. It turns out you were just looking out for your own family. Mr. Pan was furious. No wonder Gu Tingxiao refused to reveal anything. Does your wife really only want 80,000 yuan and a job?
Yes.
Commissioner Si was thrilled but couldn't help but admire Sheng Wanyan's meticulousness. Gu Tingxiao was truly lucky. She was not only beautiful and a great cook, but also a self-taught genius. Both Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan were very curious about how Sheng Wanyan learned to develop drugs. Gu Tingxiao shared his casual approach to dealing with Sheng Wanyan with them. He simply mentioned that he had been interested in this area during his studies and had secretly learned from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for 2 years. "Comrade Sheng Wanyan has contributed so much to our country. We cannot let her feel unappreciated." Look at how Commissar Si and Father Pan addressed her. She went from being Gu Tingxiao's wife to Comrade Sheng Wanyan. "Let me apply for 80,000 yuan, plus a position as deputy director at the Rongqing Steel Factory. There will be plenty of receipts for Comrade Sheng Wanyan. The army will also send some supplements and gifts to Comrade Sheng Wanyan." After Commissar Si finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Gu Tingxiao, determined in his heart. "This matter will be handled by Commander Gu. You know best what Comrade Sheng Wanyan likes." Commissar Si's words made Gu Tingxiao nod in satisfaction. He wouldn't refuse such a generous offer for his wife. Gu Tingxiao saluted him, promising to complete the task. "Yes, Commissar. I guarantee the task will be completed." Commissar Si waved his hand and wrote a request for funds, instructing him to apply for 300 yuan and receipts from the finance department. He hurried to represent the army and buy some things Comrade Sheng Wanyan liked in the city. Gu Tingxiao went to the finance department to apply for the money and receipts. He wouldn't go himself but would go home and take Sheng Wanyan to the city for some fun the next day. After all, the army would reimburse him, and it was a rare chance to visit the city. So, he wanted to take his wife out. When Sheng Wanyan heard they could go out, her mood instantly brightened. Early the next morning, she packed her crossbody bag and followed him out. Commissar Si had specially arranged for a young soldier to drive them back and forth. She had been in the military district for 2 months and had only gotten off at the city station when she first arrived in Ice City. She hadn't been back since. She didn't like going far alone, but with Gu Tingxiao, she was happy to travel. "Wife, buy whatever you like. The army will reimburse us." Since Commissar Si hadn't set a limit, if they went over, they would cover it first and get reimbursed later. The young soldier driving them couldn't help but smirk at Gu Tingxiao's words, feeling sorry for Commissar Si. Commander Gu's approach was already quite unconventional, and he hoped for the best. Sheng Wanyan found Gu Tingxiao's playful attitude amusing. He wasn't worried about getting into trouble with Commissar Si. Only you can make Commissar Si angry. Sheng Wanyan teased him a bit, but didn't agree to his suggestion of buying whatever he wanted. After all, She knew that 300 yuan was a significant amount of money in this era. It was quite extravagant for Commissar Si to spend that on a gift for her. She couldn't be ungrateful, but she still had to support her man publicly. Wife, drink some water. Tingxiao took down his military water bottle, secured it with his knee, and opened it with one hand to offer it to her. Sheng Wanyan took a few sips and handed it back, and Tingxiao also had a couple of sips before closing it. After a 4-hour drive to the city, they finally arrived, and the car stopped right in front of the state-run restaurant. They decided to eat first to have the energy to explore. Once parked, the three of them ordered 2 meat dishes and a steamed bun each. This time, Tingxiao was out on official duty with the young soldier, so everything was reimbursed, allowing the young soldier to eat more freely. Go get 3 bottles of soda. Yes, Commander. The young soldier carried out Tingxiao's task and returned with 3 bottles of soda. The steamed buns were quite large, and Sheng Wanyan shared half of hers with Tingxiao. Wife, you eat first and I'll have the rest. Tingxiao was worried she wouldn't be full. Filling up while out was important. I can't eat that much. Hearing this, Tingxiao took the bun and ate it himself. After they were full, they headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative in the city was larger than the one in town, with more variety. The young soldier didn't follow them inside. His job was to drive, not to interrupt the couple's time together. Sheng Wanyan immediately went to buy 3 cans of malted milk powder, as they had almost finished the ones at home. She loved drinking it, especially while translating, paired with some fruit from their garden, enjoying a leisurely time in the yard. Tingxiao picked out a red wool coat for her, as it would be getting cold in a couple of months, making it a perfect winter gift. I have plenty of clothes, don't buy too much. Sheng Wanyan was serious. Her wardrobe was full of winter clothes, including long skirts, wool coats, sweaters, and thermal leggings. Tingxiao knew she had many clothes, but new ones were still needed. Wife, you look great in this. He preferred her in bright colors. She was still young and shouldn't dress too maturely. Bye. Sheng Wanyan heard the words good-looking and immediately felt less troubled. A woman is most beautiful during those few years of her life. If she doesn't dress up well, time won't wait for her. Sheng Wanyan chose a winter outfit for Tingxiao, but he usually wears military coats provided by the army. She picked out a base layer and a pair of casual shoes for him to wear at home. Even though the army supplies these items, buying them herself was her way of showing care. She used her own money to buy things for Tingxiao because if she used army funds, political commissar Si would surely be upset. Sheng Wanyan planned how to spend her 300 yuan wisely, focusing on practical items. After thinking it over, she bought 2 rolls of fabric, 10 jin of meat, 20 jin of rice, and 10 jin of flour. She also got a few jin of sunflower seeds, some pastries, 3 bags of candy, and a few walnuts that last a long time. Additionally, she purchased some missing spices, including 10 jin of brown sugar and 10 jin of white sugar. She spent the rest of her money on both fine and coarse grains, ensuring she had enough food for the winter. Once she finished shopping, she had spent all 300 yuan and even used some of her own money. Tingxiao smiled at her as if she was trying to empty the supply store. All right, let's head back, he said, glancing at the pile of items at their feet. Sheng Wanyan followed his gaze. Wife, stay here. I'll call some soldiers to help, he added. Sheng Wanyan nodded, knowing they couldn't carry everything by themselves. Tingxiao set her up at the grain store entrance and told her to wait for him. Passers-by glanced at Sheng Wanyan, especially some older women who whispered among themselves about how extravagant the young girl was. After a short wait, she saw the young soldiers approaching with Tingxiao, pushing a cart for carrying goods. Sister-in-law, I'm here to help, one soldier said. Thank you so much, she replied. The soldier quickly loaded the items onto the cart while Tingxiao assisted. Sheng Wanyan placed some lighter items on top, and together they pushed the cart filled with goods to the entrance of the supply store. The entire back of the cart was packed, and even the passenger seat was full. Looking at the time, it was 3 in the afternoon. She had spent 2 hours inside the store, and now they were heading back for dinner at 7. The 3 of them hurried back to the military district, and since there were no other cars on the road, The young soldier drove a bit faster. 3.5 hours later, they arrived home. It was already 6:30 in the evening, and the two of them quickly prepared a simple meal. Knock, knock, knock. As Sheng Wanyan finished cooking, she heard a knock at the door. Tingxiao opened it and saw Sheng Wanza carrying a bowl of mixed noodles made by Grandma Sheng. Grandma Sheng knew they had gone to the city, so she saved some dinner for them. Perfect, here's an extra meal for you. Tingxiao didn't feel shy and accepted it to eat with Sheng Wanyan. Grandma Sheng used fine grains, and the sauce was her homemade beef sauce, which smelled wonderful. Sheng Wanyan loved it. Grandma Sheng's noodles were especially chewy and flavorful. Seeing how much she enjoyed it, Tingxiao made a note to ask Grandma Sheng for the recipe in a few days. Thus, Grandma Sheng welcomed a cooking apprentice who reported to her on time every day. Sheng Wanyan thought he went to Sheng Wanza's house to help build a kitchen, but little did she know he was also learning a great skill. While feeding the chickens at home, Sheng Wanyan heard a knock at the door, put down the bowl, and opened the door. As soon as she opened it, she saw Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan at the door. Commissioner Si had a bright smile, while Mr. Pan's smile was a bit unsettling. Commissioner Si was holding a folder, and she noticed it contained her information. Commissioner Si, Mr. Pan. Sheng Wanyan greeted them, and Commissioner Si immediately smiled warmly at her. To be honest, Commissioner Si was about the same age as Sheng's father, and with his kind demeanor, he resembled a family elder. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, have you had lunch yet? Sheng Wanyan nodded. Commissioner Si, Mr. Pan, please come in. Great, great. Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan walked in, and Sheng Wanyan poured 2 cups of tea. The tea leaves were quite expensive, bought from the future. Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan sat across from her, exchanging glances. In the end, both she and Mr. Pan looked at Commissioner Si. Mr. Pan could speak freely in front of Tingxiao, but he suddenly didn't know how to start with Sheng Wanyan. Feeling their gazes, Commissioner Si felt a strong sense of pride.
Look, look.
Without him, this wouldn't happen. But he was unsure how to build a good relationship with comrade Sheng Wanyan. If she were a male comrade, he could easily bond with him and make his presence felt. But with a female comrade, he didn't know how to approach her. While Sheng Wanyan was talking to Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan at the door, Tingxiao, who was helping inside, heard the voices and soon returned home. As soon as Tingxiao entered the house, he was met with the gazes of 3 people, and instantly, Commissioner Si and Mr. Pan looked at him like he was a lifesaver. This couple, who slept together every day, must have the best relationship. Since Sheng Wanyan and Tingxiao had no marital conflicts, their connection with the military would surely be strong. Commissioner Si's eyes were filled with warmth as he looked at Tingxiao, realizing that aside from work, Tingxiao was finally being useful in other ways. Commander Gu is back. Tingxiao nodded and sat down on the stool next to Sheng Wanyan. Commissioner Si cleared his throat and adopted his authoritative tone. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, Mr. Pan and I are here to thank you for your selfless contributions to the country. Because of your contributions, the military has specially applied for a reward for you. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, this is a sum of 80,000 yuan from the state, along with an appointment letter for the position of deputy director at the Rongqing steel plant. We hope you will continue to contribute to the country. Rest assured, the state will not overlook your efforts, and the military certainly won't. Commissioner Si's words were well prepared. He knew that these rewards were what Sheng Wanyan had requested herself, but he framed it differently. Mr. Pan nodded eagerly from the side, having been advised by Commissioner Si not to treat Sheng Wanyan like a subordinate. Sheng Wanyan smiled as she accepted the rewards, knowing that she wouldn't go back on her word after receiving this favor from Commissioner Si. Of course, it is my honor to contribute to the country. Thank you for the trust from the military and the state. Sheng Wanyan quickly signed a receipt and the appointment letter, making them officially hers. My father is getting older and finds it hard to work in the workshop. His children are all contributing to the country, so they can't always be there to support him. I would appreciate it if Commissioner Si could contact the Rongqing steel plant. Before Sheng Wanyan could finish her sentence, Commissioner Xie understood her request and gave her a reassuring look. Comrade Sheng Wanyan, don't worry. You can arrange this job however you like. It's a small effort. Commissioner Xie was quite shrewd. Mr. Pan spoke plainly, while Commissioner Xie was skilled at handling relationships. Just look at his words, his attitude, and his tone. Anyone would willingly fall into his trap. Then we will head back to report. Commissioner Xie took the signed documents from her and went back to the finance department to arrange funding for her. He also needed to contact Rongqing to handle Mr. Sheng's work issues. All right, Commissioner Xie. Take care, Uncle Pan. Sheng Wanyan accompanied them to the door. Once Commissioner Xie and Uncle Pan were out of sight, she closed the door and returned inside. Tingxiao placed the teacups used by Commissioner Xie and Uncle Pan in the kitchen sink. He noticed it was already 4:30 and decided not to go across the street. The next morning, Sheng Wanyan woke up to a surprise from Tingxiao. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a bank book on her desk with a total of 80,000 yuan, all in her name. Tingxiao, I did it. Sheng Wanyan held up the bank book to share her joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing her so happy, Tingxiao's gaze softened.
Yes.
I'll need your help to support me in the future. Sheng Wanyan laughed so hard her eyes almost disappeared. She had never tried supporting a man before. No problem, I've got this. She patted her chest, promising to take good care of him. Then I'll rely on you. Tingxiao played along with her, wrapping his arm around her waist and carrying her to the bathroom. Sheng Wanyan squealed in surprise, quickly holding onto his neck, worried about his injured left hand and afraid to move. Make sure my bank book is safe. No one will steal it. As she watched the bank book move further away on the desk, she sighed internally. In front of handsome men and money, she naturally chose money. Sheng Wanyan brushed her teeth, running into the room with her toothbrush in her mouth to put the bank book in her dowry box. Tingxiao found her adorable, yet frustrating. He helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and led her to the sink to stand properly. Once it's hidden, hurry up and brush your teeth. Breakfast will get cold. Sheng Wanyan nodded eagerly, completely unaware that she was becoming more childlike in front of Tingxiao. Being with someone who loves you makes you feel more like a child. Rongqing Steel Factory. Master Sheng, the factory manager is looking for you. Mr. Sheng was busy in the workshop, and upon hearing the message from outside, he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried to the manager's office. He felt quite anxious. Why would the manager want to see someone like him? Sheng's father thought of 100 possibilities and kept recalling his performance at the factory during this time. The only trouble he faced was from Chen's father, who held a grudge about sending Chen's youngest son to the farm. Chen's father was somewhat capable, even if he wasn't as skilled as Sheng's father at work. He knew how to curry favor with people. He managed to get close to the workshop leader, who was a distant relative of Chen's father. Despite their distant connection, Chen's father was quite resourceful. It was unclear how he found out so much, but he always referred to the workshop leader as a family member. He often brought gifts, and it was said that once he gave a gift worth half a month's salary. Naturally, the workshop leader accepted the gifts and protected Chen's father, so Chen's father frequently tried to trip up Sheng at work, while the leader turned a blind eye. Sheng didn't want to argue. It wasn't worth losing his job over someone like that. Surprisingly, he even admired Chen's father a bit. With only him as the breadwinner at home and several mouths to feed, it was impressive that he could afford to give away half a month's salary. However, when the factory manager called him in, Sheng felt uncertain. Was the manager another distant relative of Chen's father? Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that he had done nothing wrong and had nothing to fear from Chen's father's schemes. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
When Sheng entered the manager's office, he couldn't eavesdrop on the conversation inside. After leaving, he felt as if he was floating. He had thought about getting promoted after working hard for so many years. He had hoped to become a team leader, but instead, he was suddenly made the deputy director of the workshop. Sheng's mind was filled with the manager's last words, "You have a wonderful daughter." When Sheng got home, he was still in a daze. His mother saw his distracted expression and worried that something was wrong. What happened? You look like something terrible has happened. Sheng swallowed hard, struggling to find the words. His mother felt a pang of worry.
I have a change in my job.
I might not be in the workshop anymore. What do you mean? Did you lose your job? Did someone try to sabotage you? His mother was very anxious. Ever since Pan Yu got pregnant, she had been trying to save more money to leave some for the younger generation in the family. Is the Chen family trying to cause trouble for you? I'm going to confront them right now. After saying this, Mrs. Sheng looked very angry and was ready to find the Chen family. Mr. Sheng quickly stopped her and explained no. Dear, you misunderstood. Mrs. Sheng looked at him in confusion. Mr. Sheng took a moment to calm down and spoke clearly. Dear, I got promoted. Mrs. Sheng blinked, and in the next moment, she realized what he meant, and her face lit up with joy. Really? You became a team leader? Mrs. Sheng always knew that Mr. Sheng was a hardworking and diligent person who had worked in the workshop for decades. Finally getting promoted, how could she not be happy? Mr. Sheng shook his head. Mrs. Sheng didn't care about his exact title. A promotion was better than a demotion. What is it then? It can't be a director, right? Mrs. Sheng joked. When Mr. Sheng heard her, he looked as if to say, How did you know? Mrs. Sheng widened her eyes at his expression. After so many years of marriage, no one understood Mr. Sheng better than she did. She could tell what he meant by just one look or gesture. Old Sheng. Mrs. Sheng stuttered, unable to believe what she was hearing. Deputy Director. Workshop Deputy Director.
Dear.
I got promoted to Workshop Deputy Director. Mrs. Sheng was stunned, her eyes wide open. She felt like Mr. Sheng was a dream, as if she were dreaming herself.
You.
Say it again. Dear, it's the Workshop Deputy Director. Mrs. Sheng came back to her senses, her expression filled with excitement and her eyes slightly red. Say it again. Workshop Deputy Director. Say it again. Deputy Director. Workshop Deputy Director. When Mrs. Sheng heard this, she covered her face and started to cry. After decades of hard work, her husband was finally recognized.
Dear.
Please don't cry. Mr. Sheng was at a loss as he tried to wipe her tears. After a while, Mrs. Sheng stopped crying. Listening to Mr. Sheng talk about what happened today, she was shocked to hear it was because of their daughter. You mean, because of our daughter? The manager told me this. Mrs. Sheng felt confused. What did their daughter have to do with it?
I need to call her and ask.
What if she used the Gu family's connections? How will she hold her head high in the Gu family? Mrs. Sheng hurriedly went out, and Mr. Sheng quickly followed her. After finishing dinner, Sheng Wanyan was informed by a soldier that she had a phone call. She guessed it was her mother. She quickly ran to the reception room, and sure enough, it was her mother, sounding a bit worried. Mom, this job has nothing to do with the Gu family. Then what's going on? You're making me worry. Sheng Wanyan had no choice but to explain everything. Her mother couldn't believe her daughter had such talent in medicine. Thankfully, her daughter had learned from an experienced traditional Chinese doctor for a few years. Otherwise, her talent would have gone to waste. It was all her and Sheng's father's fault for being too busy with work, almost ruining their daughter's great potential. Mom, you and Dad don't need to worry about this job. Don't worry. Hearing this, her mother finally relaxed, but she was still concerned that Sheng Wanyan might be a burden to her family, which could upset the Gu family. Mom, my in-laws all have high positions. There's no one suitable for this job. And this job benefits the Gu family as well. Why don't you find a job for yourself? If you have a job, you won't be bullied by anyone in the Gu family. The more Sheng's mother thought about it, the more she felt her daughter should switch to a job near the military base. And last time, you sent so much food. Did Xiao Gu have any complaints? Thinking about the food she received last time, Sheng's mother couldn't help but ask a few more questions.
My in-laws also sent food.
Mom, if I develop this medicine, who would dare to bully me? Her mother realized this made sense. After all, it was beneficial for the country and the people. I'm proud of you. After saying this, Sheng's mother hung up. She was usually strict with her children, and even if she felt proud, she wouldn't say it. This was the first time she had said such words to Sheng Wanyan, making her heart race and her face flush. Sheng's father, watching the call end, hadn't even spoken to his daughter yet. But seeing his wife's expression, he smiled so much that his eyes nearly disappeared. His wife was shy. Sheng's mother shot him a glance, and Sheng's father went to get money, riding his bicycle to take her home. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Sheng Wanyan could hardly believe her ears. Did her mother just compliment her? Reflecting on it, she felt a surge of joy. Being someone her parents were proud of was truly wonderful. As she left the reception room, she saw Tingxiao waiting outside. His eyes were a bit moist when he saw her come out. She straightened up, looking at him with some concern. "It's okay, let's go home." "Okay." Tingxiao kept watching her on the way, making sure she was really okay before he felt relieved. If his wife didn't want to talk, he wouldn't press her. When she was ready to share, he would listen. While resting on the bed, Sheng Wanyan naturally shared what happened today. "Wife, I'm proud of you," he said. Sheng Wanyan smiled upon hearing that. He liked to tease her. She playfully kicked him with her fair foot, and Tingxiao immediately held her ankle. "What's this? A sneak attack?" he asked. "Should I come up with a counter-strategy?" Sheng Wanyan shot him a playful glare and tried to pull her foot back, but Tingxiao held on tight, making it impossible for her to escape. He rolled over and pinned her down. "I won't strategize, but I will focus on finding weaknesses." Tingxiao had been holding back for so long that he couldn't anymore, especially when he touched her soft foot and felt its smoothness. Sheng Wanyan didn't resist. After all, holding back for too long isn't good for a man, and Tingxiao was feeling restless, just like her. One hand was enough for him, and she felt the fatigue of their wedding night. The next day, they woke up around 11, so they skipped breakfast and went straight to lunch. Tingxiao brought back a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and soup from the cafeteria, and today the main dish was only vegetable buns. Sheng Wanyan didn't mind. She enjoyed eating the buns with the meat and vegetables. "I wonder if my translation materials have arrived in Kyoto," she said. A month had passed, and it seemed about time. "Wife, you should be able to get your payment in another half-month," he replied. "If you're anxious, I can check at the post office in the city for you," she offered. Sheng Wanyan nodded, but since it was still early, waiting a bit longer is fine. "Let's wait a little longer." After finishing her last bite, she took her lunchbox to wash it. With no plans for the afternoon, she lay on the bed reading. Tingxiao went to Sheng Wanya's house to help with the kitchen, and suddenly, half a month had passed. Tingxiao could finally remove the bandages, but he still needed rehabilitation training before returning to the army. Sheng Wanya's chest wound had healed somewhat, but he wouldn't fully recover in less than 3 months. Thinking about the 2.5 months left, Sheng Wanya realized that staying at the military base wasn't ideal. He wanted to take Grandpa Sheng, Grandma Sheng, and Pan Yu back to Rongqing. However, Pan Yu was already 5 months pregnant, and Sheng Wanya was worried about her taking the train. Grandpa and Grandma Sheng want to go back to visit, and if they don't return for the new year, they won't have another chance. "I'll go back with your grandpa, and you all can stay here." Grandma Sheng's words made Sheng Wanyan immediately refuse. What if something happened to the 2 elders on the way? "Grandma, we should all go back together. Pan Yu is now 5 months along, but she is doing well and has regained her appetite. She has gained quite a bit of weight. You can't, your belly is too big. Your grandpa and I are not that old. We are just in our 60s. Many people in the village in their 60s still work in the fields, and we will just be sitting in the train, eating and sleeping. What could happen? Grandma Sheng is 64 and Grandpa Sheng is 66. At their age, they are still capable of working. Moreover, they can read and write, so taking a train is not a problem for them. When they were younger, they traveled far many times. It's familiar to them. When the time comes, we will help take care of Xiaoyu. She will likely give birth around the new year." Sheng Wanyan paused when she heard this. She had been thinking about going back to Rongqing for the new year. She had forgotten that Pan Yu would give birth just before the new year, and Grandpa and Grandma Sheng would definitely be at the military base. So, she and Tingxiao wouldn't have to run around. This year, they could return to Kyoto for the new year and just come back early. However, Sheng Wanyan did not recommend that the two elders go back. They missed Grandpa and Grandma Sheng. Grandma, let my parents come back early and not have to travel too much. When Grandma Sheng heard this, she felt moved. She really wanted to see her son and daughter-in-law. She had been thinking about them a lot these past few months. And my dad got promoted to deputy director of the workshop, so he must be busy right now. If you go back and they can't take care of you, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Grandma Sheng thought this made sense. She wanted to go back just to see her son and daughter-in-law. So it's better for my parents to focus on work and come back early. Grandma Sheng nodded in agreement, stood up and walked outside. I'm going to send a telegram to your dad so they can come back early. Grandma Sheng hurried off to send a telegram back to Rongqing. Fortunately, Sheng Wanyan stopped her. Grandma Sheng thought she could just go to the post office as soon as she stepped outside. But it would take half a day to walk to the city. How could Grandma Sheng manage that on foot? Grandma, tomorrow is Monday and the military has a vehicle going to the city. Today, let's stay home and gather vegetables. The vegetables she planted are ready to be harvested. It has been 2 months, and they have all grown.